From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Marlena Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in The Song of Songs with Lionel Atwill.
Lux presents Hollywood. We want to thank all of you for your loyalty to our product, Lux Flakes. The loyalty which makes this program possible. The lights of our marquee blaze forth tonight with the names of Marlena Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., Lionel Atwill, and Pedro de Cordova. And as guests, Walt Disney, creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra, and our entire production is under the direction of Hollywood's master showman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The taxicab drivers of New York are known as the most efficient, London's the most patient, and those of Paris the most impetuous and chivalrous in the world. The Parisian cabbies first proved themselves during the World War, when they loaded their whimsical chariots with troops and raced them to the front in defense of their city. Several weeks ago, they proved their gallantry for the second time. It was while Marlena Dietrich was in Paris. Miss Dietrich, of course, used cabs many times. But without exception, every driver refused to accept a fare or a tip. No amount of persuasion from the embarrassed Marlena did the slightest good. The drivers met her proffered francs with Gallic gallantry, smiled faintly, bowed deeply, and asked as their only reward permission to shake her hand. Each of them volunteered his services for the remainder of the day, and Marlena was unable to convince them that they had families to support and that the landlord isn't paid with handshakes. Miss Dietrich also visited London. While there, she saw the play French Without Tears and liked it so well that she asked Paramount to buy it. The result, she starts work on the picture next month. Marlena expects to visit London again next summer. But then her passport will read, Marlena Dietrich, citizen of the United States. Tonight, Miss Dietrich reenacts one of her most memorable screen characterizations, the role of Lily in The Song of Songs. Solomon gave us the title, Herman Suderman wrote the book, Edward Sheldon the play, and Paramount produced the picture. Opposite Miss Dietrich, as Richard Waldo, is Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., whom I'm proud to have known since his Knickerbocker days, when he and one of my daughters did their algebra problems on the floor of my home. It's hard to believe that this young man has been in pictures 15 years. Well named the international ambassador from Hollywood, Doug has made several films in England and has also taken an active part in producing pictures. His last visit abroad was after he made The Prisoner of Zenda, but he was promptly summoned home to star with Ginger Rogers in Having Wonderful Time. He leaped across the 7,000 miles in about 6 days, including a few hours' stop in New York to see the stage play. His next RKO film co-stars him with Irene Dunn and is tentatively called Joy of Loving. From the film cast of The Song of Songs is Lionel Atwill as Baron von Meersbach. This splendid character actor, most recently seen in The Great Garrick and Lancer Spy, has been host these past few days to his brother-in-law, James Cromwell, husband of the former Doris Duke. Pedro de Cordova will be heard as the art dealer. And now, the Lux Radio Theater delivers its Christmas present to the radio listeners of America. We raise the curtain on The Song of Songs, starring Marlena Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwill. The Orient Express, Berlin to Constantinople, threads its way across the hills of Central Europe. In a third-class compartment, a young girl in peasant dress sits stiffly on the edge of her seat. She's been that way from early morning until night, her meager possessions in a bundle on her lap. In her eyes, an expression of mingled fear and expectation. The conductor opens the compartment door.
Good evening, Fräulein.
Good evening.
Well, we're almost there now. A few more minutes.
You will let me know when we come to Vienna.
You know it. Vienna never sleeps. Is this your first visit?
Yes, I'm going to my aunt.
Oh, you will like it in Vienna, Fräulein.
Thank you. It frightens me a little.
You'll get used to it. Tickets.
Vienna, Orient Express for Budapest and Constantinople. Vienna. Take your bundle, Fräulein.
Carry your bundle, Fräulein.
Carry your bundle, Fräulein. Porter. Carriage, Fräulein. Carriage here. Carriage, Fräulein.
Carriage, Fräulein. Any place in Vienna. Right here, Fräulein. I'll take your bundle.
Thank you.
Where to, Fräulein?
This address, please. It's written on the card. I don't know where it is.
Oh, I'll find it. Don't worry about that, Fräulein.
It's a bookshop.
Bookshop. We'll be there in no time. Get in, Fräulein. Get in, please. Get in. Oh. Here, Fräulein. The bookshop, eh?
Yes. How much, please?
10 shillings, Fräulein.
10 shillings. Here.
Thank you, Fräulein.
What is it?
Good evening, Tante Rasmussen.
Oh, so you're Lily. Come in. Did you have to arrive in the middle of the night?
It was the only train I could get, Tante Rasmussen.
Well, aren't you going to kiss your old aunt?
Of course.
Let me look at you. I'd forgotten people wore clothes like that.
They're all I have.
Well, come on. You'll find this room in here behind the shop. I've got it fixed for you. Go on.
Thank you.
What have you got in that bundle?
Just a few things.
Open it up.
It's just a comb and my brush.
What's this? A Bible?
It was my father's.
Is that all your scamp of a father left you? A Bible?
He wasn't a scamp. He was a good man.
I don't know what he was good for, dying off and leaving you a charge on your distant relations. Well, at least he taught you to read. That's something. You may be some use about the shop after all.
Father was a good man. Every night these last few years since he got sick, he used to make me read to him from this.
The Lamentations of Job, no doubt.
No, the Song of Solomon. He loved it best. The Song of Songs. It's beautiful.
Beautiful?
He was a good man.
All right. Have you had your supper?
I'm not hungry, thanks.
Then you might as well go to bed. In the morning, I'll start teaching you about the books. I lock up tonight, but after this, you do it.
Yes, Tante.
Now, get to bed. And don't keep the lamp on all night reading your Song of Songs.
I don't have to read it anymore. I know it by heart.
Good night.
Good night, Tante. By night on my bed I sought him, whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. I will rise now and go about the city in the streets, and in the broad ways I will seek him, whom my soul loveth. I will seek him, whom my soul loveth. This book is 2 shillings to buy or 1 penny a day for renting.
I'll rent it, please.
Yes, Frau Holden.
You can charge it, I suppose.
Yes, Frau Holden. Good day.
Good day.
Good morning, sir. You're looking for a book?
Huh?
I said, you're looking for a book.
That's what people usually come in a bookshop for.
I'm sorry. I thought perhaps I could help you.
Well, you can't. No one can. I'm lost. You understand? Lost in a sea of... Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Who are you?
I work here. I'm Mrs. Rasmussen's niece.
I don't believe it.
What?
An old witch like Rasmussen couldn't have a niece like you. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Rasmussen's niece.
Well, you ought to know. How long have you been here?
Just a little while. What kind of book were you looking for, please?
Book? What have you got on sculpturing?
There's some on the shelf over here.
No, I've got those. Read them all, cover to cover, nothing in them.
Then I don't know.
What I need is something inspirational.
Inspirational?
Yes, you know, something that'll make you work when you don't want to.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
No? Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that.
You are Mr. Waldo, aren't you?
That's right. Richard Waldo, New York, Paris, and Vienna. How did you know?
I've heard some of the people talk of you. People that come in the shop.
Oh, yes? What did they say?
Well, they said that...
Never mind. I don't want to hear it. Did you ever model?
Model?
For an artist, for a sculptor?
Oh, no.
Well, you ought to. You're beautiful.
Please,
Don't be so modest. I didn't say you're a beautiful woman. I said you're a beautiful model. There's a difference.
Oh, is there?
How would you like to model for me?
Oh, but I couldn't.
Don't be silly. Let me see your profile.
But you don't know.
Perfect. You'd be a wonderful model.
But my aunt...
No, your aunt's too fat. Now, look. You come to my studio, 7 o'clock. It's just across the street, 3rd floor, on your right.
I think you must be crazy.
Sure, that's why I'm a sculptor. I'll be expecting you then.
I can't come.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
You're looking for a book, Mr. Waldo?
Yes. I found one. Here. You'll send that over to my studio, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What book is that?
What?
That book he bought. Let me see it. Embroidery and needlepoint for beginners.
Come in. Well, who is it? Oh.
You told me to come.
Of course, come in. I've been expecting you.
I brought your book.
Oh, that. Thank you. Sit down.
No, I can't stay. Tante Rasmussen doesn't know I'm here. If she did,
What's the matter? You're not afraid of her?
Yes.
So am I.
Is this where you work?
Yes, it's messy, but it's home. Look, I made some sketches of you already. Like to see them?
Sketches of me?
Yes, from memory. I've got a figure to do, life-size marble. These are studies for it. They're not very good.
Oh, I think they're beautiful. But they're not like me.
You don't think so?
Oh, this one is like someone in the Bible.
What's that? Let me see.
You know, the girl in the Song of Songs. The way I see her. Young, very fair. She has never loved. But she knows that one day she will. And that's what she waits for. Standing so straight, her head high, listening, waiting.
Don't move.
What?
Don't move.
But I don't know what...
Put your arms down, close to your sides. Palms out, head up. Up. That's it. The Song of Songs. It's perfect.
Please, if you don't mind.
It's just what I've been looking for. Get up on that platform over there.
But I can't.
What's your name?
My name is Lily, but...
Then don't argue, Lily. Now, take the same pose. Come on. We'll make a sketch first. Right. Tired?
A little.
All right, you can rest now.
Thank you.
I'll get it. Next the clay and then the marble. And then a song out of marble. A song of songs. Who is it?
Am I welcome?
Oh, come in.
I was passing and saw your light. I thought I'd come up and see how you were getting along with my statue.
Well, I made a sketch of it. Like it?
Very good.
Well, you see what I'm getting at.
I think so. Very interesting. Aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, sorry. Baron von Merzbach. Lily.
How do you do?
How do you do? So you are Richard's inspiration, huh? These artists are privileged people.
I think I'd better go now.
Oh, please, don't run away on my account. You see, I'm not altogether an intruder. The statue our young friend is to make of you will belong to me.
It's late. I really have to go. Good night.
Good night. Tomorrow evening?
I try.
A lovely girl. Where did you find her?
Oh, I ran across her.
Oh, she's not a professional model?
No, she works in the bookshop across the way. Why?
Well, she interests me.
Oh, yes?
But of course, Richard, if there's any reason why I shouldn't...
None at all. She's nothing to me.
Oh, that's fine. Because she interests me very much.
Armature, Baron. That's just a frame for the clay model.
I see.
Now, don't move, Lily. It's very rough yet, but in a few weeks it'll... You ready to cut the marble soon? Eyes open, Lily, please.
Charming.
Excuse me, Baron.
Huh? Oh, am I on your way? I'm sorry. Lovely. The marble is superb. And when do you suppose it will be finished?
Oh, I don't know. By New Year's, perhaps. Sooner if you'd let us alone, Baron.
Oh, my friend, you're annoyed with me. Oh, very well. I'll not come again. I will keep out of your way. Huh?
Christmas, Richard.
Lily, where in heaven's name have you been?
I know. I'm late. Third time this week. Oh, Richard, so many people in the shop all day, all evening.
What's that got to do with me? Christmas Eve is the same as any other for an artist.
I'm sorry, Richard.
What have you got there?
Flowers.
I can see that. What are they for?
I don't know.
Where'd you get them?
A man.
What man, the Baron?
No, I didn't know him. I met him downstairs in the street.
You mean to say you accepted flowers from a stranger in the street?
He was very handsome.
What's that to do with it?
Nothing.
Perfect stranger, and you accept... It's indecent.
Jealous?
No, I'm not jealous. Throw those flowers away.
I won't.
Throw them away, do you hear? Give them to me.
No, let me go.
Come on, give them to me.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Oh, Lily, I didn't mean it.
Look, you've crushed the flowers. And I bought them for you.
Oh, darling, please forgive me.
Why?
Because I love you, Lily. Because I love you, darling.
Richard, did you just find that out?
I don't know. I should have known always.
I have known. From the first night I came here. I saw things then for the first time. The gold in the sunlight, the deep brown of the earth, the whiteness of the snow. So beautiful.
I won't have you squandering your love that way. What about me?
When I put my hands on the earth, it's you I'm touching. The wind on my face is your kiss. You are in everything I think and feel and do, and will be till I die.
You feel that way? You shouldn't, Lily.
Shouldn't? Why?
Don't love too much, ever. We weren't made to love that much.
You don't want me to love you?
Yes, I do. I do, Lily.
Then that's my way. The way of the girl you have carved from the cold stone. But her heart is not cold. And she says, set me as a seal upon thine arm, as a seal upon thine heart. For love is strong as death.
Richard? Here.
No.
Fill up your glass.
I said no. Go on with what you were saying, Baron.
Well, you don't seem anxious to hear it.
I am.
I said my interest in Lily was not frivolous. In fact, I may say my interest is far less frivolous than your own.
What do you mean?
You've been in love before, Richard. And why not? You're young, good-looking, talented. But where are they now, these women?
In love with someone else, I hope, and very happy.
You hope, but you don't know. You don't care, really. I don't want that to happen to Lily.
What makes you think it will?
Nothing. But it has happened before. It may happen again. And I want her.
You want her?
Give her to me, Richard. I need her and you don't. I can make her happy and you won't. I'm rich. I can give her anything. I can educate her, refine her. I can make her the Baroness von Meschbach.
Are you serious?
Doesn't it sound as if I were?
What do you want me to do?
Step aside, Richard. Go away for a while. Give me a chance to see her. What can you give her? A little happiness, perhaps? But for how long? You can't marry her, Richard. You can't drag her down into poverty. And sooner or later, you'd have to choose between her and your career. Which will win? Which?
Shut up!
Oh, no. Don't be angry with me, Richard. Think of her. Well, Richard?
No way. Let me alone. I want to think.
Richard, why don't you... Oh.
Come in, Lily.
Where's Richard? What has happened here? Where's the things? The statues.
Lily.
Where's Richard? Where's he?
He's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Away. To Italy, I think. He asked me to see you and explain.
Italy? When is he coming back?
Not for a long time. Perhaps never.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Don't take it too hardly, Lily. He isn't worth it. No man is.
When did he go?
This afternoon. Early. He told me yesterday he thought it would be best for you and for him.
Yesterday? Then he knew. He knew and he didn't tell me.
He hadn't the heart, Lily. That's why I'm here. Lily. Lily, don't cry. Don't you see it had to end this way sooner or later? He never really loved you. And I do. Let me take care of you, Lily.
Go away, please. Go away.
While I live, you'll have everything you need, everything you want. After my death, and it may not be so long, you'll have the estate.
No.
Is it because of him? Are you going to let him spoil your life? He didn't let you disturb his. He didn't consider you his equal. Well, I do. Come with me and I'll make you his equal. I'll clothe you and teach you. I'll make a great lady out of you. I'll make you my wife. My wife, Lily. And when you meet him again, you'll be the Baroness von Meschbach. The Baroness, Lily. And he'll be nobody. Obscure, penniless, living in garrets. And you can buy a statue from him, perhaps, for charity's sake. Is it worth it, Lily? For his lies?
There were lies. All of them.
Then let me help you, Lily. Make him pay for them. Oh, it will be sweet, Lily.
Yes. It will be sweet.
The Song of Songs is completed. We'll take a brief intermission now and then return to Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwell in Act Two of our play. In this intermission time, let's step on radio's magic carpet and fly to a home in an eastern town where everything is in a state of tense excitement. Marjorie, the older daughter of the house, a college freshman, has just come home for Christmas. The family are gathered round the fire, eager for all of the news of college.
Gosh, it's nice to be home.
But you're happy at college, dear.
Oh, I love it, Mother. Of course, they work as hard.
Oh, we don't want to hear about work, Marge.
Why, Dottie,
Oh,
dear.
please, Mother, I want to know about the parties and the games and what the girls wear.
Oh, hold on, sis. One question at a time. Well, about clothes. We just live in sweaters, and we usually wear them over silk blouses, just as I am now.
That sweater still looks very nice, dear. Just as pretty and soft as when we bought it last fall.
I guess the credit goes to Lux. I've washed it oodles of times, just the way you told me to.
Well, there's nothing like Lux Flakes, dear. I'm glad you remembered that.
Oh, Lux is the college girl's pal, Mother. Nearly all the girls Lux stockings, undies, and sweaters. It doesn't shrink wool, thank goodness. I simply despise shrunken sweaters or socks.
It's a good thing to remember that Lux won't shrink woolens, won't fade colors. It's safe for anything that's safe in water alone. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Song of Songs, starring Marlene Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks Jr., with Lionel Atwell. A year has passed. A long, dull year filled with bitterness and disillusionment. As the Baroness von Merzbach, Lily lives only for the time when she will see Richard again, to humble him with the difference in their rank. The Baron, failing in health, has grown jealous of his young wife. In the library of their country house, he stands by the window looking out. Suddenly he turns and addresses the housekeeper savagely.
Where is she? Where is she?
I've told you. For the fourth time, she's gone riding.
Doesn't she know we are having guests?
I told her that.
Riding.
It's her own suggestion that she learn. Along with her French and her music and her singing, you suggested that
I
she
didn't intend her to be out every day.
No? Then perhaps you shouldn't have provided so handsome a master.
What?
He is handsome, your riding master. And young.
Be quiet. Please remember you are my housekeeper. Nothing more. When I want your opinion, I'll ask.
I've been your housekeeper for 10 years. It's only recently that I've been reminded of it.
That's enough. When she comes in, I want to see her. Once. Understand?
I understand.
Oh. Shall we rest a while, Baroness?
I think so.
Oh, let me help you down. There we are.
Thank you. It is very beautiful here.
Yes, I come here often by myself.
Why have you never brought me?
Well, it's rather silly. This place is a sort of retreat for me, a sacred resting ground. Whenever things look hopeless and black, I come here to be alone.
Are things so hopeless now?
Yes, Baroness. They have been for a long time.
How long?
Since I first came here. Since I first met you.
I'm sorry you said that. I think tomorrow I shall ride alone.
Because you want to, Baroness? Or because you're afraid?
I'm not afraid.
I've watched you in that house. Your soul is dying there. I've watched you with me. I've seen you smile.
It meant nothing.
It did to me. Lily, I love you.
Let go of my hand, please.
No, you've got to listen to me. You've got to.
That was not meant to hurt you. Only to prove to you that our rides together have been only that. We will not ride tomorrow.
Well, so you've decided to come back.
Miss Volk said you wished to see me.
Where have you been?
I've been riding.
Alone, I suppose.
No. Hereafter I will be.
Isn't it a bit soon?
I learned quickly.
Well, you better go and get dressed.
Yes, I will.
We're having guests for dinner, or I should say, guest. Our friend Richard is coming.
What?
You're surprised, eh?
He's coming here tonight?
Yes. And you must look your prettiest, my dear. I want to see you together. You and your old friend. the starving artist, and the Baroness von Mertbach. Sit down, Richard. Sit down. You arrived just in time, huh? Nasty weather.
Yes.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Lily will be down in a moment. Oh, you'll be surprised at the change in her. She's a woman, Richard. Matured. Beautiful.
You said something in your letter about...
About a business matter. Yes. I've been thinking, Richard. That statue. What was it? The Song of Songs. Where is it?
I never finished it.
What? Why, it was almost done.
I never finished it.
I see.
Of course, I know you paid for it. I'll do something else for you. I'll pay you the money back. I can get it somehow.
No. Forget it, my friend. Forget it. And you've already paid me back, you know. I have the original.
Lily.
Come in, my dear.
Good evening. Good evening, Richard.
What, Lily? No kiss for me this evening?
Of course. It was nice that you could come, Richard. You're always glad to welcome old friends.
Thank you.
Dinner is served, Your Excellency.
Ah, dinner. Take the Baroness, Richard. Go on. The young before the old. The young before the old. And he said he never finished it. Never finished the statue after spending months of work on it. There's an artist for you. We'll drink to him, huh? More wine, Lily.
I've had enough, thank you.
I see you think that I have had enough also. But tonight, I go the limit. We celebrate, huh? Isn't she lovely, Richard? Isn't she everything I said? Huh? and you must hear her sing, my boy. You'll sing for Richard, won't you, my dear? And French. She speaks French and rides. Yes, like a real lady, Richard. A real baroness. Excuse me. And just to think, I owe all my happiness to you.
You exaggerate, Baron.
Not at all. You didn't know that, did you, my dear? That when I told Richard how I felt about you, he,
Go on. Why did you stop?
Well, because it seemed to me that Richard kicked me under the table.
He must have had a reason.
Oh, he's just modest. Likes to pretend he's a cynic. Doesn't want his good deeds known.
I'm modest enough to wish we'd talk about someone else.
No. I like to hear about good deeds. What did he do?
Well, he stepped aside when I wanted you.
Did he?
Yes. With rare friendship, he gave you to me.
How touching.
One of the most beautiful gestures I have ever encountered. Beautiful.
Yes, I can just see the scene. You two bartering as to which one should have me.
Lily.
And he gave me to you.
Lily, don't.
As if I weren't a human being, but something to be passed on from one pair of hands to another.
No, you don't understand.
Well, forgive me, please. I forgot for a moment that I was a baroness. The baroness has no emotions. Excuse me.
Lily. Come back. Listen, Lily. Fool you. Why did you tell her that?
Do her good. Do her good.
Well, I'm going to tell her the truth. All of it. Lily. Lily, where are you? Lily!
I beg your pardon, sir. Baroness has gone out.
Which way?
Along the garden path, sir. Toward the lodge. I'm rather worried.
Lily! Lily, where are you? Lily, wait! Wait! Where are you going?
Let me alone.
You can't go running around in the dark. Listen to me.
I've had enough for one night.
You haven't heard anything. You're coming away from here. I'm taking you back to Vienna with me tonight.
You think I would go with you now?
You've got to. You can't stay here any longer. I won't let you stay. I can see what it's doing to you, Lily.
Let me go. I thought I wanted to see you again. I don't. I thought it would give me strength to see you crawl before me. Well, it doesn't. You're not even that much good to me.
Lily, don't. Don't hate me so. I want to help you.
Help me? That's what he said. He wanted to help me, too. Well, I don't need your help. I have everything I want.
Except love, and you can't live without love.
I have
darling.
that, too.
What?
Yes, I have that, too. There's a boy here. A boy who loves me. I'm going to him now.
You're lying.
Am I? Do you see that light between the trees? He lives there, in the lodge. I'm going to him now.
Lily, don't.
Have I hurt you, Richard? Is there an ache in your throat? Do your eyes sting like fire? Mine did.
I love you, Lily.
Richard, don't love too much. We weren't made to love that much. Goodbye.
Lily! Lily!
Baroness.
Let me in. Shut that door, please.
Baroness, why did you come here? I could have come to the house if you wanted.
No, I just want to stay here for a moment.
But this afternoon, you said.
This has nothing to do with this afternoon.
I don't understand.
There's nothing for you to understand. I want to stay here, that's all.
I'm sorry.
You may sit down.
But do you think it's quite safe? If anyone saw you come here, Baroness.
Someone did see me.
What?
I meant him to see me. He'll be gone soon, and then I'll leave.
But you'll never get back if the storm breaks. That struck close. Did you feel it? I thought I heard...
Stay where you are, please.
Look, that light. It's fire. It struck out there on the porch. The whole place will be blazing in a minute. Come on. We can't get out that way. It's a furnace. The whole front of the lodge. Come on, the back way, quickly. We can go through the... Baroness, don't stand there. Baroness! Baroness, are you mad? The whole place is
Bring her over here.
Is she still unconscious?
Lay her down on the ground.
She's not burned. It's just smoke. I tried to get her out, but she wouldn't come. I had to carry her.
Have you sent for a doctor?
She's all right now. She's opening her eyes.
Get out of the way. Out of my way.
Miss Smoke, the Baroness
Is she all right?
Yes, I think so.
Then get back to the house. Go on, all of you. I'll take care of her myself. Baroness, look at me. Are you all right now?
Yes?
Then try to stand up. Quickly. You've got to leave here. Do you understand?
Leave?
Get on your feet. The Baron, he knows you were in the lodge. He's coming down here now. He'll kill you. He'll kill you if he finds you. Can you walk?
Yes.
We'll go by the back gate. Hold on to my arm. Take the road to the town. There's a train at midnight. We'll have to hurry. Here's money. Don't miss that train. Do you hear? Do you hear?
I hear.
Go on now. The gate's open. I'll send your things after you. Oh, you little fool, you. Where will you be? Where will you be?
I don't know. I don't know.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, Marlene Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwill, return to the stage for Act 3 of The Song of Songs. In this brief intermission, we bring you special Christmas news. A new way to make your Christmas tree more glittering, more exciting. Decorate it with real-looking snow. You can make it easily with Lux Flakes and apply it in no time. Here's how you do it. Pour a box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl or dishpan and add lukewarm water. You don't need much water, only about 2 scant cups to a big box of Lux. Then beat up with an egg beater. Soon you'll have a bowl full of pure white suds that look like whipped cream. Then, right away, Take handfuls of this whipped-up mixture and spread with your fingers along the branches of your Christmas tree. While it's still moist, and if you want an even more glittering effect, sprinkle the tree with that shiny artificial Christmas snow you get in the stores. You'll have the loveliest effect imaginable. Your tree seems covered with glistening, soft, freshly fallen snow. This new way of decorating your Christmas tree is practical, too. It clings to the pine needles and keeps them from drying and falling off so soon. Try this easy, inexpensive tree decoration. White trees are smarter than ever this year. Remember, Lux Flakes, a little water, about 2 scant cups of water to a big box of Lux, and beat it with an egg beater. Remember to have a large box of Lux Flakes on hand so you'll have plenty of snow. Back now to Mr. DeMille, our stars and play.
Marlena Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwell resume the Song of Songs. More months have passed, and Lily has vanished, lost in the maze of the city. In Richard's studio, the statue of the Song of Songs stands completed, gleaming with a ghostly radiance. Richard, looking tired and worn, exhibits some of his work to a dealer.
Here's one. There's Dove here. You can have it for 10 shillings.
10 shillings? That is very cheap.
I need the money.
Unfortunately, I have no need for the statue.
Oh, there's a mate that goes with it. With the holidays coming on,
The holidays are not important in my shop.
Oh.
My clients... What's this?
What?
This life-size marble. Is it yours?
Yes.
The Song of Songs. Very beautiful. How much do you want?
For that? It's not for sale.
Oh, come, Waldo. You don't have to deal that way with me. I'll give you a fair price. I'll give you 1,000 shillings.
No.
More, perhaps.
I said no.
Whom did you make it for?
The Baron von Merzbach.
The Baron von Didn't he die recently? I thought I read in the paper that he...
You might have, but the statue is not for sale.
Very well. I know better than to argue with an artist. But if you should ever change your mind, Waldo, I'd like the first bid.
What about the other things?
Frankly, they're not very good. Not for my purposes, anyway.
But I've got to sell something. You can name your own price. I've got to have money.
There's nothing I want, Waldo, except... No. Well, good night, Waldo.
Good night.
Good morning. Good morning. Something for the holidays? A gift, perhaps? Oh, it's you again.
Good morning, Mrs. Rasmussen. Have you any word yet?
No, I haven't. I should think you'd be tired of asking.
You'll let me know, won't you?
Oh, I'll let you know. I don't want her on my hands again. Ungrateful little fool. She'd be on velvet now if she'd had any sense. What with him dying. But did she think of me? Did she think once of her old aunt? No. Off she went. Where?
I've looked every place. They've never even heard of her.
Have you tried the gutter? She may be there.
If she is, I've put her there. And I'll bring her back.
You want a table, sir?
No, I'm just looking.
Yes, sir.
Looking? What do you mean, looking?
Don't you like it?
People come here to spend.
Then I'll get out.
Hello, Waldo. Merry Christmas, Waldo.
Hello, Anton. Excuse me, will you?
No. Sit down, Waldo. Sit down here.
I can't now. I've got to get...
Oh, what's the matter?
That girl over there, at that table.
Oh, that's Lily. She sings here.
Tell her I want to see her, will you? Right away, outside.
Oh, sure. Hey, Lily.
Lily. Lily,
What do you want?
aren't you glad to see me?
I saw you come in. What do you want?
I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing in this place?
I've had to work.
You could have come to me, you know that. Why didn't you?
Why didn't I? You asked me that? Excuse me, I must get back.
You're not going back in there. You're coming with me now.
Am I?
Lily, what's happened to you? You're changed, you're hard, you're bitter.
I wouldn't be a good model now. The freshness is gone. Did you expect anything else? Why have you been looking for me? Why did you come here? Did you expect to find me as I used to be?
Lily, we can't talk here. Please come with me.
Very well. Why not?
Go in, Lily. It's the same place, you see. I've changed things around a little, but some of the pieces are gone. Not many, I'm afraid. Sit down.
You haven't done so well either. Have you, Richard?
No, Lily.
You said you never finished the statue.
I did, later.
No office?
No office. It's my best work, too. It's the only worthwhile thing I've ever done in my life.
Why did you bring me here? To talk about her?
And about ourselves. I brought you here because I thought when you saw this room again, you'd remember another Christmas. Centuries ago, Lily. You bought flowers for me. Do you remember?
I have no flowers now.
I brought you here because I thought you might love me again as you once did.
I never did.
That isn't true.
I never did. There was a young girl once, centuries ago, who came up those stairs as I did tonight. She loved you. With all her soul, she loved you. I'm not that girl.
You are in your heart.
In my heart, least of all. Shall I tell you something? Sometimes that young girl comes to me at night. And she used to go to you. She whispers those words to me. The words you loved to hear. I sought him, whom I so loved. I sought him, but I found him not. I called him, but he gave me no answer.
Lily.
The watchmen that went about the city found me. They smote me. They wounded me. They took away my veil from me.
Lily, don't. I love you. I do love you.
Then you love someone who's dead. You love a corpse. I'm dead. What right has she to live? That statue there. Let her die, too.
Lily, don't touch it.
Let her die. Let her die. Let her die.
Lily. Lily, look at me.
Let me go.
Never, Lily. Never. Don't you see, darling? We can start again. You've destroyed her, and we can start again. She should have died, because we profaned her. And now we'll make another, you and I. Another song of songs, more beautiful than the last. Because our love is still there. It is there, Lily. We've kept it alive under everything.
Richard. Richard.
What was it in a song? What was it, Lily?
Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong death.
The Song of Songs is ended. But Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwill will be heard again before we say goodnight. Hollywood, land of perpetual sunshine, December roses, and rising temperatures, is going to have a snow-white Christmas. Yes, it's true. But before I completely confound our Chamber of Commerce, let me explain myself. Tomorrow night in the Carthy Circle Theater, scene of epic Hollywood premieres, another chapter in motion picture history will be written when Walt Disney presents the first full-length animated film ever made, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. For giving us Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and the Silly Symphonies, the world owes Walt a great debt. He was the first to make animated cartoons in sound and then in color. And with Snow White, he pioneers once again in a picture that took 3 years to make and involved more than 2 million individual drawings. Walt is standing beside me now. I should say he's quaking beside me now. He's nervous, trembling, and out of breath. Buck up, Mr. Disney. What's wrong?
Nothing much. Except I've been running around in circles so long, it's getting to be a habit.
Carthy circles?
Well, that's just one of them. I think I've got stage fright.
No, you've got premiere fright, which is much worse.
You ought to know you've produced and opened more than 200 pictures.
Yes, and I'm just as scared the 200th time as I was the first. But I hear Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is the screen's greatest innovation in years.
Well, your own first full-length picture, The Squaw Man, was considered quite a departure. After all, people had only seen two-reelers up to then.
So I can forgive your condition tonight, even though you look as though you've done all the work yourself.
Oh, far from it. If I had tried to make this picture by myself, working 8 hours a day and going to a sanitarium for 2 weeks each summer, it would have taken me 250 years.
And you figured that wasn't quite fast enough. Anyway, lots of luck.
Pardon me, did you say lots of lucks?
I said luck. But the name Snow White suggests Lux Flake. So that Lux Flakes maybe played some part in your production.
Well, I'm grateful to Lux Flakes. They made Snow White a household word to women who wash their own fine things, long before I ever thought of putting her on the screen. I also understand that Lux Flakes play a big part in cutting down Hollywood's wardrobe bill, which reminds me how costly a young lady Snow White was to clothe. We figure her costumes cost about $100,000.
Just a minute, Walt. How do you figure that when all our costumes were made with paint and brush?
But it's true, even though she wears only 2 dresses, and both of them are drawings. You take the salary of the artists and the animators, and there are hundreds of them. The cost of the paints, color, photography, and Technicolor, and little Snow White's 2 dresses add up to $100,000. The cost of our entire picture is almost as much as your own new film, The Buccaneer.
And yet you didn't have to pay the salary of a single star. We who produce pictures with human beings figure their salaries alone consume 25% of our budgets. So with $1.5 million invested, I can understand in more ways than one why you may be nervous.
I guess it wouldn't be normal if I weren't nervous. But Snow White is a goal we've been aiming at for 10 years. There won't be any Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck to attract the people. They'll all be brand new characters.
And I suppose after Snow White is successfully launched, you'll sit back and take it easy for a while.
Are you going to stop work after The Buccaneer?
I haven't begun to work yet.
Well, we won't stop either. It's just the beginning for us. We're going to make more feature-length animated productions and try to make use of all that we've learned in the 3 years required to produce Snow White. We don't think we know so much even now, and we're using all the outside advice we can get.
What sort of outside advice?
Well, there's Sidney Franklin, for example, the man who directed Good Earth. He seems to think our cartoon medium is important, and he's offered to work with us in directing Bambi, the famous story of the little deer. We've also started work on Pinocchio.
Yeah, but what's going to happen to Mickey and Minnie and Donald Duck?
Oh, they'll continue to be just as important as they've ever been. We wouldn't dream of anything else. But we're growing, Mr. DeMille, and experimenting. Leopold Stokowski, the famous conductor, is going to work with us on an idea of combining fine music with animated cartoons. He wants to make great symphonies popular with people all over the world. After that, Gosh, look at the clock. I've got to start running again. Good night.
I wish you the greatest success of your career, Walt. Good night. And now, in this season of Christmas stars, we bring you one of Hollywood's brightest, Marlene Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There's one thing I really want to say to everyone. A happy Christmas to you all. Good night.
Good night, Marlena. And now will the gentlemen report. Mr. Fairbanks, Mr. Atwell.
Thanks, C.B. You know, Lionel, Mr. DeMille here means a lot more to me than almost anyone else in Hollywood.
Really?
He's been my friend for years, helped me, advised me. I really think a great deal of Mr. DeMille.
I'm sure we all do.
That's very kind, gentlemen, but after all, Doug, I don't think this is the time to...
No, I want everyone to know what I think of you. For example, you like boats. You like to get away on the water. Peace, quiet, time to think things out. Any man who likes boats as much as you is bound to be a big man.
You're not leading up to borrowing my boat by any chance, are you?
Well, I thought if you weren't doing anything...
Yes, and how are you, Lionel?
Fine, CB, thanks, fine. But speaking of hobbies, my stamp collection is really the...
Of course, I have a boat of my own, but it's in England, on the Thames. And if you're ever over there, I want you to feel that my boat is yours. Now, just take it any time and keep it as long as you want.
But, Doug, I haven't the slightest idea of going to England.
Well, that's all right. I just want you to know that it's there when you do go.
Well, thanks. That's very generous.
And now, as man to man, I'm planning a little fishing trip. Do you think you could...
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
I haven't forgotten the last time I loaned my boat to you and Bob Montgomery and Lawrence Olivier. You filled it full of swordfish. The next time I took it out, it smelled like a hot Friday on the waterfront. I needed a surgical mask to walk up the gangplank.
Oh, that. Well, Lionel, about your stamp collection.
Oh, then you did loan Doug your boat, Mr. DeMille.
I certainly did.
Oh.
Once.
What else happened?
Lionel, what were you going to say about your stamp collection?
Oh, yes. I have a block of 1855 Mexican.
Lionel, while I think of it, do you have a yacht?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, but about those stamps, I've never seen anything like...
Mr. DeMille, don't you think that Lionel's a great actor? I mean, his performance tonight, the work he does on the screen. Why, if I just had 1/10 of the...
Yes, Doug.
Yes, Lionel?
My boat's in dry dock for the winter.
In dry dock?
Yes, in Baltimore.
Oh. Oh, Miss Dietrich.
Yes. Miss Dietrich's a great artist, too, but she doesn't have a boat.
You know, I'm afraid, Doug, the only boat you're going to get is the next one you take to England. When will that be?
Well, there you've got me. It'll probably be next summer. I think I'll get back then. I'll be pretty busy here for a while, but someday I hope to have things worked out so I'll be able to make 2 or 3 films here a year and 1 abroad.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can sandwich in an appearance in the Lux Radio Theater every now and then, why, I may even forgive CB for not letting me take his boat this time. But, well, we'll see. Good night, CB, and what I said about my boat still goes.
Thank you, CB.
Good night, shipmates. Good night. Miss Dietrich's current film is Angel. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Love and Hisses. Now, an important announcement from Mr. DeMille. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater closes its book of 1937 presentations. To mark the occasion, we bring you a radio adaptation of that remarkable and highly successful motion picture produced by Samuel Goldwyn, Beloved Enemy. The romantic, thrilling drama of a young Irish patriot and a beautiful English girl torn between their love of country and their love for each other. Our stars, Brian Aherne of the original cast and one of the screen's most beautiful actresses, Madeleine Carroll. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine Carroll and Brian Aherne in Beloved Enemy. And now, before we say goodnight, I'd like to reach across the miles and take the hand of each one of you, whether you're man, woman, or child, in a warm clasp of friendship, and say a happy Christmas to you. We learn to care most for those we serve most. And since my main endeavor each week is assembling and staging the Lux Radio Theater production for you, I look upon you all as close friends and attentive neighbors who make it a joy for me to come on this stage every week and say greetings from Hollywood. I hope you'll have all the joys and blessings of the Christmas season. The cast and staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in these greetings. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli.
Lux presents Hollywood. Week after week, these programs come to you, ladies and gentlemen, because week after week you make them possible through your loyalty to our products. And the Lux Radio Theater is the means our sponsors take of showing you their gratitude. Starring for you tonight are Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. You will hear from two special guests, Charles J. Smith, superintendent of the Petrified Forest National Monument, and Nick Janios, manager of that famous movie restaurant, the Café de Paris at 20th Century Fox Studios. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, with our entire production in the hands of that master showman, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The city of Baltimore gave us the Star-Spangled Banner. It also gave us a star-spangled group of theatrical personalities who assembled there just 5 years ago under the banner of the University Players. At that time, they were an unknown collection of stage-struck youngsters intent on making good. Their leading man was Henry Fonda, and their ingenue, a little miss from Virginia named Margaret Sullivan. They remained in Baltimore 17 weeks, employed by an optimistic producer who paid them $10 a week and meals. This year, as the star of Stage Door, Margaret Sullivan returned to the same city and to the same theater, rounding out a 5-year campaign in a burst of glorious success. When Margaret was in college, her English professor returned an essay she had written with the brief but uncompromising comment, "For heaven's sake, stop acting." Margaret was just stubborn enough to ignore him, reasoning that a girl must have some fun. She's been acting ever since. With her love for the legitimate stage, keeping her from Hollywood all too long. She's back here now, however, and starts work shortly on a new film. Margaret has a farm in New Jersey, cooks excellent onion soup, likes fishing, and doesn't mind at all if you call her Maggie. This is her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, and we hear her as Gabby in Robert Sherwood's great play, The Petrified Forest. It's always a particular pleasure to announce the return to our program of Herbert Marshall. When last year, Mr. Marshall was filming the Paramount picture Angel. Since then, with Barbara Stanwyck, he's made Breakfast for Two at RKO. His role tonight is that of Alan Squire. Two other splendid performers also make their Lux Radio Theater debut tonight, Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A comparative newcomer to pictures, Mr. Cianelli is already duplicating in films the brilliant record he established on the legitimate stage as a character actor. He comes to us as Duke Mantee, while Mr. Meek plays Gramp, Wallace Clark, Mr. Chisholm, and Frank Milan plays Bose. Our play begins. The Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A little town in Arizona on the edge of the desert. It's a few minutes before noon. And the First National Bank is the scene of the usual midday activity. There's a line at the teller's window and a general quiet hum of conversation. Suddenly, the front door is thrown open, and 4 men stand in the doorway, leveling machine guns.
Stand where you are, everybody. Cut that game off. Stop! This is a stick-up, folks. Now, everybody just stand still and you won't get into no trouble. This is Duke Mantee here, and he don't take no fooling.
Now mind the gap. Get that door back there. Cover the door, Hank. Don't let anyone in.
Okay, Duke.
Got the door, Jackie?
It's in the drawer. Open up, you. I'm speaking to you, Teller.
Open it up yourself.
Why, you...
Don't argue with him. Open it.
Let me give it to this wise guy, will you?
I'll take care of him myself. You got the door?
Yeah, all set, Duke.
Open the door, Duke.
Right.
Now, everybody stay right where you are. And if any wise guy's looking for trouble, remember, a Tommy gun makes a noise like this. That's just to give an idea. All right, Jackie, let's go.
Calling State Police, Arizona State Police. Duke Mantee last reported to be heading west on route number 66. Be on the lookout for a blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. Be careful, these men are armed. Warn motorists to avoid all roads in and about Petrified Forest area. That is all.
Warn all motorists. That's me, I guess. Maybe I should have been a little bit more careful about picking you up, brother.
If you mean I'm Happy Duke Mantee, you can set your mind at rest. I'm not.
No, you don't look it exactly.
But you're right, of course. That was a lonesome spot back there. I hadn't had a lift for hours.
Oh, well, I took a pretty good look at you first.
And my honest confidence won the day.
Well, I don't know as you look so pesky honest. I just figured I was a match for you. My name's Jones.
Thank you. Mine's Squire.
Hitchhiking, huh?
That's right.
Where are you from?
Well, if you mean originally, it's England. If you mean hitchhiking, I started in New York.
And so? You looking for work?
Well, yes and no.
What line of work you in?
None just now. I have been at times a writer.
A writer, huh? Well, you won't find much to write about in these parts. Unless you happen to run into Duke Mantee.
Which I sincerely hope I do not.
How far are you going, Mr. Squire?
I'm not quite sure. I thought I might find some place to eat. I'm not in a hurry.
Well, the nearest place I know is the Black Mesa barbecue stand, the filling station.
The Black Mesa barbecue. Instructive but not illuminating. Just where is it?
Well, I'm going within a couple of miles of there. I'll show you before I drop you. Old man Maple and his granddaughter run it. Ain't so much of a place, but, well, it's all there is.
What's the sad news, Gabby?
Oh, you had hamburgers, pie, and coffee. That's 50 cents for you, 55 for your friend.
Hey, how come mine's more than his?
Well, you asked me to put a nickel in the piano, didn't you?
Come on, Nick. Don't argue. Here you are, Gabby.
Thanks.
See you around, Gabby.
Yeah.
Boy, this place sure is expensive. I don't know.
Hey, Gabby. Gabby.
Yeah, Gramp.
You ought to see Paula back there in the kitchen. I told her Duke Mantee was heading this way, and she's putting sugar in the soup and salt in the coffee. She's scared.
Oh, you oughtn't to scare her, Gramp. She's a bad enough cook as it is.
Oh, she's all right. When do I get my dinner, Gabby?
As soon as I can get around to it.
Change to 20, Gabby. Lady wants a pack of cigarettes and take out for 15 gallons of gas.
What kind of a car is out there, Bo?
It ain't Duke Mantee.
Well, now, maybe somebody, they might have heard about him. I'll take the change out, Gabby.
Yeah.
Don't forget to turn on the radio at 7 o'clock now and get the news.
How's it going, Gabby?
Oh, all right.
Not so good outside. 10 customers all day. If it gets much worse, you can fire me and handle the pump yourself.
You're satisfied.
Hey, Gabby, come outside and sit with me a while, will you?
Not just now. I've got things to do.
Oh, you've always got things to do when I want to talk to you.
Well, to tell you the truth, I want to read. I haven't had a minute to myself all day.
That book there?
Yeah.
That's it.
It's nothing that would interest you.
How do you know? Oh, poetry. The shapely, slender shoulders small, long arms, hands wrought in glorious... Oh.
I told you wouldn't like it.
Do you?
Sure. It makes me forget where I am.
You sure hate this place, don't you? Well, I didn't like it much when I first came.
Then why do you stay?
You ought to know that, Gabby. You can call me a sap if you want to, but I'm falling in love with you.
Yeah? Have you ever been in love before?
No.
Have you ever said you were?
Why, sure, lots of times.
Did they believe you?
Well, certainly they did. But I couldn't fool you, Gabby. I wouldn't want to. Don't you like me at all?
Sure, I like you.
But not much?
Some.
Enough for you, not enough for me. What's the matter with me, Gabby?
Nothing. Rose, why do you wear that football jersey?
Huh?
Number 42. You're proud of it, aren't you?
Well, I was pretty good back in college. Why, Oh, yes, I get it. I'm just another rah-rah boy, huh?
No, you're all right, Rose.
Say, what kind of a guy would it take to soften you up anyway?
Well, I don't know if anyone could. But I do know you'd have to be different. Not the people around here. You'd have to be like out of another world.
You're crazy, you know. Gabby, couldn't you pretend I was that fella and kiss me once?
Sorry.
Oh, come on, Gabby.
Stop it, Bo.
Oh, listen, baby,
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Can I get something to eat?
Yeah, Miss Maple here will take care of you.
Thank you.
You can sit down right over there. Here's a bill of fare. It's kind of grimy, but the food's clean. Well, what do you think you'd like? Hamburgers, steak?
I'll leave that to you.
Okay. Customer Bose. Bose.
All right.
By the way, where am I?
Black Mesa.
And it's even more dreary than it sounds. Where are you planning to go?
My plans have been uncertain.
Oh, just bumming along?
Call it gypsying. I had a vague idea that I'd like to see the Pacific Ocean. And perhaps drown in it. But that depends.
Where'd you come from?
Quite a long way, Miss Maple. Is that the name?
Yeah, that's it. You're English, aren't you?
Call me an American, once removed. Why?
I could tell you didn't belong around here.
Is that a compliment? Sometimes I'm afraid I don't belong any place.
I'll go get you dinner.
There's his picture in the paper, Mr. Squire. Duke Mantee.
He doesn't look very vicious, does he?
Well, I'll tell you. You can't tell a killer except by his chin. Did you ever notice?
I don't think I ever saw a killer.
Well, I've seen plenty of killers. You ever hear of Billy the Kid?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I knowed him well. He took a couple of shots at me once.
I congratulate you on still being with us.
Well, it was kind of dark, and he'd had a few drinks. I don't think he meant to do me no real harm. He just wanted to scare the pants off of me.
Grab your supper ready.
Well, by golly, it's about time. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Squire.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Like the soup?
It's the best I ever tasted.
Well, shall I pour you coffee now?
Thanks. Your grandfather's a charming old gentleman.
Oh, Gramps, all right.
He told me he'd been... Sorry, no, I haven't.
He's with some movie company. He stopped here once on his way to the coast and handed me a lot of baloney. Said I ought to be in Hollywood. When I got there, to be sure to look him up. Gosh almighty, they never mean it.
No, they never mean a thing. So you want to go into the movies?
Oh, Lord, no. I want to go to Bourges.
Where?
Bourges, France. That's where I came from.
Well, you're not French.
Partly. I was born in Bourges. But all I know about it is from the picture postcards my mother sends me. You know, they got a cathedral there.
Your mother still lives there?
Yeah. Dad brought us back here after the war. Mother stuck it out for a couple of years and then packed up and went back. Some people think it was cruel of her to leave me, but what could she do? She couldn't live here. And you can't blame her for that. Do you think she was cruel?
Not if you don't, Miss Maple.
She sends me a book every year for my birthday. She sent me this one. It's the poems of Francois Villon. Ever read it?
Oh, yes.
It's a wonderful portrait. Mother wrote in it, "To my dear little Gabrielle."
Gabrielle. That's a beautiful name.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it'd get changed into Gabby by these ignorant desert rats?
You share your mother's opinion of the desert.
Yes.
But you find solace in the poems of Francois Villon.
They get this smell of gasoline and hamburger out of my system.
Huh. Would you like to read me one of those poems, Gabrielle?
You mean now?
Read me the one you like best.
All right. This one here. Well, he wrote it about a friend who's getting married. At daybreak, when the falcon claps his wings, no fit for grief, but noble heart held high, with loud, glad noise he stirs himself and springs, and takes his meat, and toward his lure draws nigh.
Description of car follows. Blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. There's a bullet hole in front fender, shattered glass and rear window. Mantee's girl is riding in the car with 4 men.
Turn that thing
He's
off.
wearing a long...
This car is dynamite, Duke.
They've got us spotted, Duke. We've got to switch cars. Shut up. Let me think. Doris,
Yeah, Duke?
you got to get out of this car, see? We'll pick up another one down the road, and you and Mike and Flint can drive it around till the cops get off our tail.
Oh, Duke, I'd rather be in your car. I don't like to travel without you.
You'll be safer, kid.
As if I cared.
Mean that?
Don't you know it? Oh, Duke.
No. You got to switch, kid. We'll get rid of this car, too, as soon as we get a chance. We'll meet you later.
Where, Duke?
There's a filling station about 10 miles past the crossroads.
That's liable to be your hot spot, Duke.
Then we'll cool it off. We'll take over the joint and stand up an army. You meet us there, Doris. It's a joint called the Black Mesa Barbecue.
Seeing reason wills not that I cast love by, now here with reason shall I chide and fret.
Go on, Gabrielle.
Nor cease to serve, but serve more constantly. This is the end to which we twain are met.
we are waiting for the second act of The Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, let's stop in for a moment at a house on Franklin Avenue where a smart young secretary lives with her mother.
Mother. Oh, there you are. Oh, please be an angel pet and press my white evening dress.
Ooh, well, there's no knowing where a Kansas cyclone will strike next. Now, would you mind explaining why, if you knew you were going out tonight, you didn't phone me from the office?
Oh, darling, please get into action. This is a crisis. I'm going dancing with the boss's son.
Really?
And I couldn't call you because I was taking dictation all afternoon. And now I'm a little frazzled around the edges. I won't have time to do the dress
My
myself.
dear, you do look tired. Why don't you take a little nap? You'll feel so much better.
Nap? Oh, I haven't the time. Anyhow, I know something better and quicker. I'll just pop into a Lux toilet soap bath.
Well, I don't know. I should think that if you're
don't worry, Mother. My Lux toilet soap bath really does refresh me wonderfully. Leaves me feeling full of pep.
Well, you certainly always do look lovely when you go out.
Oh, you're just an old flatter. Well, anyway, there's another thing my Lux toilet soap bath does for me. Its active lather is a wonderful way to protect daintiness. And I love the delicate perfume it leaves on my skin.
Well, hurry up, dear. You won't be ready in time.
All right, I'm off to my beauty bath. Be nice to Bill if he gets here before I come down.
Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play.
Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek continue with The Petrified Forest. A few minutes have passed. Purple shadows are gathering over the desert. In the Black Mesa barbecue, Gabby and Squire, unaware of the approaching gangsters, continue their talk over the lunch counter.
And that's why you want to go to France, for understanding.
Yes, and I will go there someday when I have the money. I hope I won't be too old. I dream about it all the time. Bush. There's something beautiful to look at in wine and dancing in the street.
If I were you, I'd stay here, Gabrielle, and avoid disappointment. You see, I've been to France.
Oh, what were you doing? Writing books?
No, planning to write books. You see, I married. My wife supported me.
Oh.
Oh, please, don't think too ill of me. I once actually wrote a book.
What was it, fiction?
In a sense. It was a novel. Not very successful, I'm afraid. It cost my publisher quite a lot of money. It also cost him his wife. You see, she divorced him and married me. She saw in me a major artist who only needed a background to bring him out. She gave it to me with a fine view of the Mediterranean. For 8 years, I reclined on my background, waiting for the major artist to step forth and write. But he didn't.
And you've left your wife now?
Yes.
I'm glad of that.
I left her at her own suggestion. She had taken up with a Brazilian painter, also a major artist. Then I decided to go forth and discover America.
What were you looking for?
Well, that's rather hard to say. I suppose I've been looking for something to believe in, hoping I'd find something worth living for, something worth dying for.
And what have you found?
Nothing as interesting as an old man who was missed by Billy the Kid and a fair young lady who reads Villon.
I do other things that would surprise you.
I'm sure you do.
I wouldn't tell this to everybody. I paint pictures.
Oh, could I see them?
Oh, I never let people see them. I don't get kidded. They're kind of crazy
Oh,
pictures.
please let me see them. Perhaps it's my mission to introduce you to posterity as an American genius.
Are you kidding me?
No, Gabrielle. I've never kidded anybody outside of myself.
Mr. Bowles, you don't like your dinner?
What?
You don't like your dinner, Mr. Bowles?
Oh, sure, Paula. I always like what you cook.
What about you no eat?
Well, I'm just not as hungry as usual.
Well, you sit and look at that door. And you look at that door. Oh, come on. You eat your dinner, eh?
What do you suppose they can find to talk about all this time?
Oh, don't you worry. Eat your soup. He'll be gone soon, and you'll have it all by your lonesome again.
Well, you can't go too quick for me.
Well, that's a lot of them. They're terrible, aren't they?
I don't know. What made you paint with these extraordinary colors?
I don't know. It's just the way I feel and see. Are they any good?
I tell you, Gabrielle, I can't say. I'm tremendously impressed.
Gee, I bet I could improve if I could get to France. You know, they've got some of the finest art schools in the world there.
Don't you realize? There are probably thousands of artists in France today who are saying, I'd find a really big theme for my canvas if I could only get out to Arizona.
Yeah, I know. They say the desert's full of mystery and it's haunted and all that. Maybe it is, but there's something in me that makes me want something different. Maybe it's the French in my blood.
I wonder. Would you like to marry a Frenchman?
No, I don't want to marry anyone. I want to be free. Always.
Well, how about that stalwart youth outside there in the football jersey? When I came in here before...
Oh, he was trying to kiss me. That's nothing.
There's always a chance of development.
Yeah, he's after me, all right.
You think he'll succeed?
Well, I haven't decided yet. What do you say?
Don't ask me, Gabrielle.
But you ought to know something. You've seen a lot.
I don't know anything. You see, the trouble with me is I belong to a vanishing race. I'm one of the intellectuals.
That means you've got brains.
Yes, brains without purpose. No aim.
But you must have some kind of a purpose. Where are you going from here?
That depends where this road leads.
Oh, it leads to the petrified forest. It's a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone in the desert.
The petrified forest? A suitable haven for me. Perhaps that's what I'm destined for, to make an interesting fossil for future study. Alan Squire, a specimen of the in-between age who was born too late for the Great War and too soon for... This coffee's good.
Here, have some more. You know, you talk like a darn fool.
I know it.
No wonder your wife kicked you out. No wonder she fell for you in the first place. What did you say your name was?
Alan.
Alan? I've been thinking.
About what?
Thinking how wonderful it would be to go to France with you. To see all its beauty through your eyes. To learn all about its art from you. You know, you could make an artist out of me, a real artist. You could make me think and feel. Oh, it would be glorious. Alan, could it possibly be?
I'm afraid not. I could never retrace my steps.
Oh, you mean you haven't enough money?
Even that is an understatement.
Well, I haven't enough either yet. But I've got a lot coming to me someday.
What? Are you proposing to me? Trying to turn me into a gigolo again?
No, it'll be different this time. Listen, do you know how much Grant has got salted away in the bank at Santa Fe? $22,000 in Liberty bonds. I wish he'd give it to me now while he's living, but he won't. But it's all willed to me. Of course, we might have to wait years and years for it, but if you'd only stay...
You think you'd like me as a life companion?
Yes, I know I would. And I don't make mistakes. Wouldn't you like to be loved by me?
Yes, Gabrielle. I should like to be loved by you.
You think I'm attractive?
There are better words than that for what you are.
I didn't say you'll stay, Alan. You haven't anything else to do.
Oh, that's just it. You couldn't live very long with a man who had nothing to do but worship you. That's a dull kind of love, Gabrielle. It's the kind that makes people old too soon. But I thank you for the suggestion. You give me something wonderful to think about during my lonely wanderings. I'll think of the chimes of Bourges. And you.
Oh, you mean you're going now?
Yes.
Well, I can't stop you.
No, Gabrielle, you can't. But you can do me one great favor before I go. Would you mind very much if I kissed you goodbye?
No, I wouldn't mind.
You would understand that it would be nothing more.
Yes, I'd understand. It's just a kiss. That's all.
That's absolutely all. Gabrielle.
So, that's what's been going on in here. Who do you think you
They
are?
open Bose.
Just because she's cute and sweet, you thought you could get fresh,
Oh,
huh?
he didn't get fresh. He only wanted to kiss me goodbye.
Yes, the impulse is rather hard to explain, but...
You needn't wait to explain. Just pay your check and get out.
Very well. How much do I owe, Miss Maple?
30 cents.
He's been eating all this time and only ate 30 cents?
Keep quiet.
30 cents, eh? That's very reasonable indeed. But that brings us to another embarrassment. I haven't got 30 cents. I haven't anything.
Oh, you haven't, huh? What have you got in your pack there?
Shirts, socks, a passport, an insurance policy.
And you thought you could pay with a kiss, did you? Why,
Take your hands off him, Bose. There's a car outside. See what they want.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We'd like some gas and oil, please.
All right, Bose.
How much?
My chauffeur will tell you.
That's nice of him.
Oh, and I'd like some cigars, please.
Don't forget the cigarettes, George.
Oh, yes, dear. I know. How far is it to the Phoenix Biltmore, young lady?
Oh, about 200 miles.
I imagine we can make it by midnight.
Well, goodbye, Miss Maple.
Oh, just a moment, Alan. Excuse me, sir.
What?
Would you have room in your car for another party?
Well, who is it?
This friend of mine, Mr. Squire. He's on his way to the coast. He hasn't a car just now. He's an author.
Have you any luggage?
Just this rucksack on my back.
Oh, wait a minute. Joseph. Joseph!
Yes, sir? Something you want, sir?
Well, do you think it's all right to give this man a lift to Phoenix?
I'm not carrying any concealed weapons.
Do you mind if we verify that?
Not at all. Go right ahead, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess he's all right, Mr. Chisholm.
Oh, very well. Well, I'm glad to have you with us. Hurry up, please. Oh, come on, dear.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
Well, thank you, Miss Maple. I'll remember your kindness.
Oh, just a moment. I forgot to give you your dollar change.
Oh, no. I wanted you to keep that.
Sorry, but tipping is un-American. We don't allow it. Go on, take it.
Thank you. I suppose I'll never see you again, Gabrielle.
No, that's the way it is in a gas station. They come and they go.
But somehow or other, I'll repay that dollar. Lord knows when.
Perhaps we'll run into each other someday in Bourges.
Perhaps. Goodbye, Gabrielle.
Goodbye, Alan.
What did you say, Joseph?
The lights are down there on the road.
Don't stop, Joseph. You never can tell what it might be.
It looks like a car pulled right across the center of the road. I'm afraid it'll have to stop.
Stop. Stop, you fool.
But there's a man there. 3 of them.
Shut up, lady. All right, folks. Hop out, and you won't get hurt.
I say, what do you think you're doing?
We are borrowing your car, mister.
And no cracks either.
Stay
Go
over
on.
there. Stay over there now. All right, Jackie. Hank, get in. Thanks, folks. So long.
Can I help you with those plates, Gabby?
No, thanks.
Funny guy, that panhandler. When he was getting in the car, I got feeling kind of sorry for him and tried to slip him some change.
You did?
Yeah, but he wouldn't take it. Handed it back. Didn't mind holding you up for a meal, but he had too much
That was
pride.
awful nice of you, Bose. I appreciate it.
Say, you talk as if you were nuts about him.
I'm not nuts about him.
Well, if you appreciate it so much, how about being a little nice to me for a change?
Yeah, I'd like to be nice to you, Bose. I'd like to be nice to everybody.
Well?
I'll think about it, Bose.
Oh, gee, Gabby, you're a swell girl. I'm crazy about you, honey. Honest, I am.
In here.
Bose.
Shut up, lady. Behave yourself and nobody will get hurt.
Cover the back door, Hank.
Sure.
Who's the boss here?
What's it to you?
Listen, wise guy. This is Duke Mantee here, the world-famous killer, and he's hungry.
Shut up, Jackie. Who's in that other room?
Only one old
My
man.
grandfather's in there.
Go get him, Jackie.
Okay, Duke.
What do you got to eat, sister?
Here's the bill of fare.
He's got a nerve. Don't give it to him.
Shut up, you, and sit down. Football player, huh?
Yes, and you better not let me get close enough to take a sock at you.
I used to be quite a fan.
Cut it now.
Come on. Come on in here. Here's the old man. Sit down, Pop.
So you're Mantee, eh? You're the killer.
That's right, Pop. But just sit tight and you'll be okay.
You needn't think I'm scared of you. I've knowed real killer.
Gabrielle.
Alan, why did you come back?
There's some bandits around here.
Yes, so we heard.
They stole Mr. Chisholm's car.
All right, buddy, take it easy.
Oh, my friend of the road.
Sit down, pal, down here.
Why, thanks. I'd be delighted.
That's Duke Mantee, Mr. Squire.
What did I tell you about a killer's chin, huh? He's a killer, all right.
He's a gangster and a rat.
Shut up, Bose.
Yeah, and if the sheriff finds out he's here, we'll have some real killing, won't we?
The cops ain't likely to catch up with us. Not tonight. So we can all be quiet and peaceable and have a few beers together and listen to the radio. Because I may as well tell you, folks, old Jackie there with a machine gun is pretty nervous. And he's got the itch between his fingers. So let's everybody stay right where they are.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of our play, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, will be heard shortly. It's undoubtedly true that most of us are a lot more familiar with the play and the motion picture called The Petrified Forest than with the 90,000 acres in northeast Arizona from which the drama borrowed its name. A national monument, the Petrified Forest is one of the most amazing and least known spots in the United States. It comprises 6 distinct forests, including a portion of the fabulous Painted Desert. In charge of this vast area is Charles J. Smith, one of the ablest rangers in the National Park Service. Formerly at Yellowstone Park, then chief ranger at the Grand Canyon, Mr. Smith has been at the Petrified Forest since he became its first superintendent 8 years ago. Mr. Smith, the heroine of our play called the Petrified Forest a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone. What have you to say about it?
Well, Mr. DeMille, it's certainly an old place, and it certainly is full of trees turned into stone. But as for being gloomy, well, to me it's the most awe-inspiring sight in the whole world. One of our 6 forests happens to be called the Blue Forest. I can easily understand that if anyone wanders out there all alone and is inclined to be a little moody, the weird atmosphere of the place won't make him any more joyful. But that isn't why it's called the Blue Forest. It got its name from the deep blue color of the rolling hills.
Let me turn tourist, Mr. Smith, and ask you just what the Petrified Forest is and how it came to be.
It's a vast area, Mr. DeMille, covered with huge trees that grew and spread their branches 150 million years ago. In those days, the land was a tremendous swamp. The only living things were the trees, a few plants, and several species of ferocious-looking reptiles, the like of which you see today only in nightmares. Nature sent floods, earthquakes, and storms, and buried everything under 3,000 feet of mud, water, and gravel. Then, after 100 million years, Mother Nature, being a woman, changed her mind. She sent winds, rains, and more storms to erode the earth, to sweep it away, and bring this forgotten cradle of life back into the light of day. The bones of the reptiles have turned to fossils, and the trees lie stretched out on the earth, petrified into a substance almost as hard as diamonds and of tremendous weight.
But what made them turn to stone?
The great pressure under which they lay, together with the minerals in the waters that once rolled over them. The trees have turned from wood into gorgeously colored semi-precious stones. The outside is reddish-brown, but where the logs have broken apart, where they have crashed into heaps of stone, they are glittering masses of pure agate, carnelian, amethyst, jasper, and onyx. Were all the trees in the Petrified Forest blown apart, and their semi-precious jewels extracted, there'd arise a mountain of glittering stones worth a fortune.
That statement, Mr. Smith, is apt to bring half the country to your doorstep tomorrow.
I'll be glad to welcome them. But they'll soon learn that no one is allowed to carry off samples and that the grounds are closed and carefully patrolled at night. Yes, it's a strange, weird place. Like the Blue Forest, the second forest has its own peculiar characteristics. There, the ground is covered with chips of petrified wood, and at times, as you walk through them, they'll ring out with a tinkling sound like the music of tiny silver bells.
Have you ever encountered any incident such as our play presents? Has a bandit ever sought sanctuary in your hills and deserts?
No, not that I know of. But Route 66, which was undoubtedly the road taken by Duke Mantee, leads right into the forest. And coincidentally, at exactly that point is a little lodge and filling station very similar to the scene of tonight's play. Years ago, the Painted Desert was a favorite haunt of killers and bad men, and today we're called upon now and then to watch for fleeing bandits. One of the most ironical happenings occurred in the forest when a woman and her 2 children were trapped by a terrific blizzard. All about them were logs of wood that might have made a roaring fire and saved them. But the wood was stone, and days later the 3 bodies were found, frozen to death in a forest. Besides the trees, the Petrified Forest contains 100 ruins of the homes of prehistoric Indians. They lived there some 1,000 years ago, and the forest contains several huge boulders on which these Indians carved their queer symbols and drawings. The carving that puzzles me most is a picture of a stork carrying a baby. But I've never been able to find out how an Indian happened to make a picture like that in prehistoric times at the edge of the Arizona Badlands. But maybe he was the Walter Winchell of the tribe, and chose that modern manner of announcing a blessed event. The National Park Service wants you to visit the Petrified Forest, and that's one of the sights we'll be very happy to show you in this fascinating land of shimmering color. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's very interesting. The Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. 1 hour later, with Duke Mantee and his gunmen still masters of the situation, the Black Mesa barbecue presents a strange picture. Gabby, Allen, Gramp, and Bose are huddled together near the counter. On the other side of the room, the gangsters sprawl comfortably in their chairs, listening to the radio, machine guns resting on their knees.
Hey, Duke. What do you say we lay him out of here?
Not yet. We gotta give him time to get here.
Maybe they got lost.
Not Doris.
Well, I wish he'd show up.
Waiting for a girl, huh?
Sit down, halfback, and sit still. I'd hate to see anything happen to you.
Let something happen. Let there be killings. All evening long, I've had a feeling of destiny closing in. Do you believe in astrology, Duke?
I couldn't say, pal.
I don't normally. But when I was coming back here along that road, I began to feel the enchantment of this desert. The stars seemed to be mocking me and saying, "This is the end of your terror. You thought you could escape it, but we know better." Perhaps they know that my death is imminent. It's a fascinating thought.
Let's skip it. Bring some beer for the bunch, sister.
Yeah, all right.
None for me.
Why not?
I don't drink with murderers.
I'd be a little tactful, Bose. Remember, they're your guests.
Guess. Cowards that haven't got the nerve to tackle life with their brains and principles, they've got to use guns, yellow rats.
Step over to this side of the room, halfback.
What?
Come on, move.
Sit down, Jack, and keep still. I want to hear the news.
Didn't you hear what he called you?
Sit down and keep quiet.
Gang. The gang made its escape in 2 cars, one of which contained Mantee and 3 other men. The other car contained 2 men and 1 woman. National Guardsmen are cooperating with the state police to bring to justice these killers, who are wanted for a score of bank robberies and cold-blooded massacres.
Take a bow, Duke.
And now we continue with the orchestra.
Going to make a run for the border, boy?
Oh, sure. And we're going to give you our whole route, so you can tell the cops to get us a motorcycle escort.
No, honest, Duke. Are you going on, or are you spending the night here?
Can't say, Pop. Maybe we'll decide to get buried here.
Better come with me, Duke. I'm planning to be buried in the Petrified Forest. That's where I belong. So do you, Duke.
Maybe you're right, pal.
I'm eternally right. But what use do I make of it?
Nothing. You don't make use of anything. Love, life, anything else. Do you, Ellen?
No, Gabrielle. Do you mind so much?
After you left today, I felt as if something had been taken out of me. As if I'd come out of a dream. I caught on to myself, and I know I'm just another desert rat, and I'll never be anything else. All that bunk about going to Bourges and art and dancing in the streets. Remember what I asked you about going to France?
Yes, perfectly.
But you wouldn't have done it, even if we'd had the money, would you, Alan?
No, Gabrielle.
I knew it. I knew you didn't give a hoot for me. Somehow it only made me love you more.
What are you saying, Gabby?
That I love him. Why shouldn't I say it? Why shouldn't he know it? We'll all be dead tomorrow morning.
You don't mean it, Gabrielle.
She can't mean it.
Well, I do.
I'm sorry now that I came back. When I went out before, it was a charming ending to a romantic moment. Now it's spoiled. Well...
Sit down, pal.
What do you care whether I stand or sit?
I got to think about my health. Sit down.
If I had a machine gun, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I want to talk to Gramp.
Me?
Yes. Those Liberty bonds of yours, buried in Santa Fe.
How did you know about him?
I told him.
What are you going to do with them?
Leave them right where they are.
Yes, leave them where they are. Your granddaughter is suffocating in this desert when a few of your thousands will give her the chance to claim her birthright.
Yes, and maybe give you the chance to steal it.
Hanging on to your money as though it meant something. That's a low way to justify your miserliness. Why don't you die and do the world some good?
Shut up, you. What do you mean, talking to an old man like that?
Hey, Duke, there's 3 people coming down the road. Looks to me like them people we took the car from.
Okay, Hank. Get outside and take a look.
Okay.
You too, Jackie.
Sure.
Duke, I was guilty of bad taste, and I apologize to Mr. Maple.
Oh, sure. He must be drunk. You'd better crawl, or I might have to put the lug on you. Talking to an old man like that. Get out of the way. Let me look out of that window.
Put him up.
Oh.
Now I've got you where I want you, Mantee. I've been waiting for a chance to grab your gun.
Yeah? And wouldn't you be surprised if Jackie was leaning in that window behind your back, ready to fill you full of holes?
What? Oh!
Thanks for turning your head, halfback. And thanks for returning the gun.
He got me in the hand. That doesn't matter, but I muffed the chance to kill him.
It was a good try, college boy.
Come on, keep moving.
This is outrageous.
Here they are, Duke. It's the same bunch, all right. I frisked them. They're harmless.
I don't know what frisk means, but he pawed us all over.
Come on, step on it. Sister.
Yep.
Take the halfback outside and bandage him up.
Okay.
Go with him, Jackie. And you might tie him up and leave him there.
Sure. Come on, get going. I demand to know the meaning of this.
It has no meaning, Mr. Chisholm, has it, Duke?
I don't know, pal. But if Mr. Chisholm is a smart guy, he'll sit down quiet to join the party.
Hey, Duke, I'm getting jumpy.
Shut up. Go out and see if Jack is with that dame and the halfback.
They're okay. He's tying them up.
I say, Duke.
What?
Would you mind passing me that rucksack? It's on the table there.
What do you want with it?
Just inside. Just reach inside and hammer that little life insurance policy that's there, will you?
What do you want with your life insurance? Expecting to die?
You've guessed it, Mr. Maple.
Here.
Thanks, Duke. Now, may I take my fountain pen out of my vest pocket?
Okay, but take it easy.
What you going to write, Mr. Squire?
You'll see in a minute. Duke, I have a great favor to ask of you.
Yeah?
I don't think you'll refuse me because you're a man of imagination.
What are you getting at?
This insurance policy. It's my only asset. It's for $5,000. I've written on the policy that I want the money paid to Miss Maple, that young lady inside. If Mr. and Mrs. Chisholm will witness my signature, I'm sure it'll be all right.
Oh, certainly. I'll be glad to.
What's the idea?
Well, Duke, after they've signed, I'd be very much obliged if you'd just kill me.
What?
It couldn't make any difference to you, Duke. If they catch you, they can only hang you once. And you know yourself they've got more than they need against you.
Good Lord, he is drunk.
You know, I believe you actually mean it.
Good for you, Mrs. Chisholm. You're a kindred soul.
You're in love with her, aren't you?
Yes, I suppose I am. I want to show her that I believe in her. And how else can I do it? Living, I'm worth nothing to her. Dead, I can buy her tall cathedrals and golden vineyards and dancing in the streets. One well-directed bullet will accomplish that. This document will be my ticket to immortality. Will you do it, Duke?
I'll be glad to.
Thanks, Duke.
Just let me know when you want it.
Pick your own moment. Say just before you leave. But I prefer to have her think you did it in cold blood. Will you all please remember that?
Certainly we'll remember.
Of course.
Mr. Squire, before you do this, let me tell you one thing.
Yes?
There ain't a woman alive or ever did live that's worth $5,000.
Ah. And let me tell you one thing. You're a forgetful old fool. Any woman is worth everything any man has to give. Faith, jealousy, love, hatred, life, or death. Don't you see that's the excuse for our existence? It's what makes the whole thing possible and tolerable.
Did you hear that, George?
Yeah, I heard.
Mr. Squire, do you really believe all that? I mean, about women?
Of course I do. And there's a man who agrees with me, don't you, Duke?
I don't know, pal. I wasn't listening.
Then permit me to speak for you. He could have been over the border long ago, but he preferred to stay here and risk his life. And you know why?
Why?
Because he has a rendezvous with a girl. Isn't that true, Duke?
That's it. I guess we're all a lot of saps. But I wouldn't be surprised, pal, if you were the champ. Did you think I was kidding when I said I'd be glad to knock you off?
I hope neither of us was kidding. Did you think I was?
I just wanted to make sure. You're all right, pal. I'll try and fix it so it won't hurt.
You're all right, too, Duke. Thanks.
Okay, halfback. These ropes ought to hold you for a while.
How's your hand, Bose?
It's okay, but don't leave me, Gabby.
I'm sorry, halfback, but she's coming back inside with me. Go on, sister.
Gabby.
I tell you, Duke, we got to blow.
We'll give him 10 minutes more.
Here's the dame, Duke. Say, what's this, about 10 minutes?
You heard it. Turn on that radio.
10 minutes. Gabrielle, I got to speak to you.
You can wait until after they're gone.
I can't wait. I mean, when they go, I go. I have to tell you now that I love you.
Now listen, Alan.
I tell you solemnly that I love you with all the heart that is left in me.
He does love you, my dear. He told us so.
Please, Mrs. Chisholm, I'm quite capable of saying it, even if I'm not capable of making you believe it, Gabrielle.
Don't make a fool of yourself, Alan. They're all staring at you.
I know they are. But you've got to believe it, and you've got to remember it. Because, you see, it's my only chance of survival. You'll find a line in that verse of bygone that fits. Thus in your field, my seed of harvester will thrive.
Alan, dear, I think you're kind of crazy. And I guess I am, too. And that's why I think we'd be so terribly happy together.
Don't say that, Gabrielle.
Why not, when I believe it with all my heart?
Well, maybe we will be happy in a funny kind of way.
Alan,
Hey, get away from that guy. Leave him alone.
Alan, if you're going away, I'm going with you wherever it is.
No, Gabrielle. I'm not going away. I don't have to go any farther, because I found the thing I was looking for. I found it here, in the Valley of the Shadow.
What have you found?
I can't quite say, because I don't quite know yet. All right, Duke. We needn't wait any longer.
And here's a news flash, folks.
Mr. Squire.
Shut up. Part of Duke Mantee's gang has just been captured. Duke! Just outside the petrified forest area, a car containing 2 men and a woman ran into a party of state troopers. From information given, the arrest of Mantee and his henchmen can be expected at any moment.
Turn it off.
Keep tuned into this station.
Doris, she squealed. Shut up. Let me think.
No, Duke. Don't waste any time thinking. That isn't your game. You've got to keep going and going and going.
If I only knew where they took her.
You're thinking of revenge, Duke. Don't. Don't give your life for anything so cheap.
Duke, for God's sake. All right. We're going.
Wait a minute. You're not forgetting me.
Listen! It's the cops!
Let me at that window.
They're surrounding the whole joint.
Looks like it.
Fix the jeep.
Hicks, lay low.
Listen in there. Are you coming out, or do we come in and get you? We're talking to you, Duke Mantee.
Come in and get it, you dirty lout.
Get down, you fool. You're staying here till we get a break.
Auntie, you have no right to endanger the lives of innocent people.
You folks better get down on the floor. Lie close together here in the middle.
Here, let me help you grab.
Right.
Come here, Gabby.
Where is the light switch?
To the right of the door.
Turn them out, Jackie.
How many are there of them, Duke?
6 or 7. Nothing to worry about.
Gabrielle,
Yes, Alan.
it's an inspiring moment. United States of America versus Duke Mantee.
There goes the neon sign.
It almost restores in me the will to live and love and conquer. How do you feel about it, darling?
I don't know, Alan. And I don't care. Alan, when you get to France, what do you see first?
The fields and forests of Normandy. And then...
What, Alan?
And then Paris.
Paris, that's the most marvelous place in the world.
All places are marvelous when you've someone to love.
Even here?
Especially here, darling. As long as I live, I'll be grateful to Duke Mantee.
Alan, will you please kiss me?
Oh, Gabby. Gabby, darling.
All right, boys. Get on our way.
Get out the back way and grab the car.
Now it's going to be all over.
Not for us, Alan, never.
You better stay where you are, folks, for a while. Come on, Hank.
Duke, wait.
Alan, keep down.
Duke, you promised.
Get out of my way.
You can't go. You know what you said.
Get out of my way or I'll...
Yes. Duke, yes.
You still want it?
No matter whether I want it or not, you've got to.
Okay, pal. Here you are.
Come on, Duke.
He missed it.
Alan, look at me. Grab, get Bose, quick. Tell him to get a doctor. Hurry.
I will.
Alan.
It doesn't hurt. Or at least it doesn't seem. I went into this lung, I think.
Oh, it's all right, darling.
Gabby,
Bose, Graham, somebody come quick.
They were right, Gabrielle. The stars, I mean. I had to come all this way to find a reason. Duke understood what it was I wanted. I hope you will be happy. Gabrielle.
What, Alan? What? Don't worry. I'm not going to be a crybaby. No matter what happens, I'm not.
Gabby.
What, Bose?
They got Mantee, Gabby.
Did they?
How is that fella?
The doctor's in with him now. pretty bad.
Oh, gee, that's tough. He was a good guy up there.
If he doesn't come back, we'll bury him out there in the petrified forest.
The petrified forest?
That's what he wanted. Doctor.
Miss Maple?
How is he, Doctor? Is there any chance at all?
Yes, there is.
Oh, what do you...
He has a chance to live, if he wants to.
Oh, let me see him. Let me speak to him. Alan, dear, can you hear me?
Gabrielle.
Alan, you're going to live. Do you understand? You're going to live, Alan.
No, Gabriella. The stars ordained it.
No, the stars have gone. It's morning, darling.
Is it?
Alan, listen, you must want to live for me. Don't you remember you said you wanted to? Oh, please, Alan, please, darling, don't leave me.
No. No, Gabrielle. I won't leave you.
Oh, darling.
Remember, the poem. Thus in your field my seed of harvester will thrive. For the fruit is like me that I set.
God bids me tend it. It's good husbandry. This is the end for which we twain are met.
So the Petrified Forest joins the long list of plays produced in the Lux Radio Theater. A little later, we'll hear again from Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan. Now for a little visit behind the scenes of Hollywood. Most of the action of our play centered in a restaurant, a stopping-off place at the desert's edge. There's another kind of restaurant here in the film capital, equally individual. Although it's one of our finest dining places, it's never seen nor patronized by the general public. It's the Café de Paris at 20th Century Fox Studios, maintained to please the players, executives, and distinguished visitors. In command is Nick Janios, a Greek, who first learned the favorite foods of the stars by managing the celebrated Brown Derby. Nick feeds the stars not only at mealtimes, but during production, too, for it's part of his job to supply the food seen in pictures. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, and it's quite a task when you have a picture like wife, doctor, and nurse, for example. A lot of the scenes take place in the kitchen of a nightclub. So I had to supply hundreds of pounds of food, complete equipment, and teach the actors to act like chefs.
Why is it, Nick, that so many of your countrymen own restaurants?
Why are so many Chinese in laundry business?
You're going into reverse. I'm the one who asked the questions.
Well, next time, ask me for an easy one. Like, why so many stars use Lux toilet soap?
Well, why wait till next time?
All right, in the first place, it's the official soap at 20th Century Fox Studios. And anything that stops with Mr. Zanuck is good enough for me.
Okay. What's your next course? What more can you tell us about supplying food for pictures? Is there a particular knack, Nick?
That's pretty good. For one thing, we have to be just as accurate in food matters as we are in costumes or backgrounds. Take the picture in all Chicago. I supplied the hundreds of loaves of bread for the production, and since the time is 1871, the bread had to be baked in a round form used in those days. In the Rich Brothers picture, Life Begins in College, Harry Rich has a scene in which he impersonates a girl. You see him parting his nose, and then you see him eating the potty puff. No, Harry isn't crazy. In fact, he's pretty smart. The potty puff is really sponge cake with sugar coating. Harry, by the way, ate about 40 such a potty puffs.
What do the other stars like when they're not dieting?
Walter Windsor and Warner Baxter can be very happy with some seafood. Simon and Loretta Young like lamb chops. Charlie Chaplin is delighted with a plain jelly sandwich and a cup of tea to dunk it in. I saw Walter Cutler eat 4 lobsters at one sitting, so I guess Walter Cutler likes lobsters. Victor McLaughlin isn't particular what he eats, as long as there are 2 portions of it.
What about your smallest patron, Shirley Temple?
There's my pal. Shirley and I once went into business together. She had saved $11 in a penny bank and decided to go into a pie business. I supplied the pies, 20 of them, about as big as a pancake. Shirley brought them onto the set in a pie wagon, which she called a factory. She sold them out and made $1.40. And that's where this cook's tour comes to an end. Many thanks.
Thanks to you, Nick. With Herbert Marshall just back from New York, and you, Miss Sullivan, about to depart for your hometown of Norfolk, Virginia, we were very lucky to have you together for tonight's play.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And it's nice to have a chance to say something about Lux toilet soap. As long as I can remember, I've used Lux toilet soap at camp, in school, in college, in the theater, and in Hollywood. I guess that's the best indication of how good I think it is. Now, I think it's about time we heard from Mr. Marshall.
Oh, thank you. Several years ago, ladies and gentlemen, when I left London and came here, I encountered many new things. New people, new country, new customs, and a new day soon upon us, called Thanksgiving. Perhaps Thanksgiving impressed me more because it was new to me. But I've never quite gotten over it, and I hope I never shall. Besides the good fortune which may come to us as individuals, there is that which we all share in common. There's peace in this land. There's freedom and there's work to be done. Dogs still wag their tails. The sun is warm, and sleep still comes at the end of the day. These are great things. For them, let me join you and give thanks. Good night.
Good night, Bart. Good night, Miss Sullivan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. The great show planned for your entertainment next Monday will be announced in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Tonight, our stars were assisted by Frank Milan as Bose, Wally Mayer as Jackie, George Travell as Hank, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Chisholm, Margaret Brayton as Doris, Frank Melton as lineman, Lou Merrill as doctor, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, Ross Forrester as Joseph, and James Eagles as bank teller. Mr. Cianelli is from RKO Studios. His new picture is Hitting a New High, starring Lily Pond. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Second Honeymoon. And now, our producer.
What would you do if you woke up some morning and found yourself heir to a huge fortune? Around this theme, dozens of books and plays have been written. Outstanding among them is J. Hartley Manor's romantic comedy, Peg o' My Heart, which tells the story of a little Irish girl suddenly lifted from the deck of her father's fishing boat and deposited in the luxury and splendor of English aristocracy. This is the play we bring you next Monday night, starring the same glamorous personality you saw in the film, Miss Marion Davies. Co-starred with Miss Davies will be Brian Ahern, and the supporting cast of famous players includes Benita Hume, J. Farrell MacDonald, and Gerald Oliver Smith. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Marion Davies and Brian Ahern in Peg o' My Heart with Benita Hume. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This program, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care preferred by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. Join us in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. Be part of the large audience that gathers weekly from coast to coast to listen to Hollywood's famous performers and the personalities behind the scenes of motion pictures. And now, our sponsors, staff, and all our cast join me in wishing you all a very happy Thanksgiving. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in Ellis Adams with Walter Connolly. Lux presents Hollywood. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first of the 1938 programs in your Lux Radio Theater.
I say your Lux Radio Theater because it is your loyalty to our products, to Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, that makes these productions possible. We want you to know that we sincerely appreciate your enthusiastic support. Tonight, we bring you Claudette Colbert, Fred McMurray, Walter Connolly, Ann Shoemaker, and Benny Baker in Alice Adams. We also bring you, as special guest, George Harrell, most famous photographer of Hollywood stars. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. And now, here's our producer, Hollywood's internationally known director. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The praises of Claudette Colbert have been sung in many ways and by many tongues. But for sheer enthusiasm, nothing I've seen or heard approaches the verbal acrobatics of a foreign critic printed in a newspaper in Manchuria. The article reached me last week. It's a review written in English of Cleopatra, the last film in which I directed Miss Colbert, and the temptation to read a portion of it is more than I can resist. Our Oriental commentator writes as follows, quote, "All that Cleopatra possesses is lavishness not only, but also it contains some fine acting, especially in part of glamorous, flagrant, and competent Claudette Colbert, who makes the role as Cleopatra every inch an ell. Eyeing from artistic points, this is just to get the passing mark to boots. There is no space to hear repetition in these columns that the content of Cleopatra is too popular to insist it. You, the fans, certainly be struck all of a bump if you see the DeMille for sets of several thrilling scenes and of dancing by the Egyptian girls who swing and swirl, revolving through grand marble halls and on the sumptuous barge to the swish of gully slaves." Unquote. Tonight, Claudette Colbert comes to you without the swish of gully slaves. But I'm certain that her performance in the title role of Alice Adams will, to borrow a phrase, strike you all of a bump, whatever that may mean. We hear Fred McMurray in the role of Arthur Russell, which he played in the screen version. A couple of weeks ago, Fred made the first personal appearance in his motion picture career. It occurred in San Francisco in connection with the opening of his new picture, True Confession. It was a triumphant event, quite a contrast to Fred's last appearance 8 years ago in that same theater. Then, as a member of the California Collegians, his performance consisted of impersonating a seal in a vaudeville act. Today, the man who barked for a fish ranks among Paramount's most popular stars. As Virgil Adams, we are proud to present Mr. Walter Connolly, long distinguished on the legitimate stage as well as in films. His presence here is all the more interesting in that Mr. Connolly is the first prominent performer to have been cast in that much-talked-of film, Gone with the Wind. Also from the original cast of Alice Adams is Ann Shoemaker, resuming the part of Mrs. Adams, while Benny Baker of Paramount Studios plays Walter. Our play is taken from the RKO film, based on the Pulitzer Prize novel by one of America's most beloved authors, Booth Tarkington. RKO Studios will shortly release what promises to be one of the outstanding pictures of the new year, Bringing Up Baby, starring Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant. And now, the Lux Radio Theater opens its season for 1938, presenting Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in Alice Adams with Walter Connolly. Bedroom of a small house in New England. In the bed, propped up by pillows, is Virgil Adams. He's a worn, gray-haired man with wistful eyes and an ordinarily friendly smile. But the smile's not in evidence at the moment, for he's gazing distastefully at a bowl of soup on a tray. His wife enters with a saucer of soda crackers.
Is there anything else you want, Virgil? Why, Virgil, you're not eating your soup.
Don't want it.
Oh, but you must eat it. Well, you got to get your strength back, you know. Let me fix your pillows, dear. You got to get good and strong so as you can get around and find some really good business to get into.
So that's it.
hinting at that again.
Oh, I'm not doing any hinting, Virgil. But of course, when you get well, you mustn't go back to that old hole again.
Old hole, is it? Now, let me tell you that Lamb's is the best wholesale drug company in the state.
Well, I don't care what it is. It's just an old hole as far as you're concerned. And if you don't owe it to me to look for something different, at least owe it to your children.
Mother?
Yes, I'm coming. You look at your daughter, going to a big party tonight, and she's got to wear a dress that's 2 years old. Well, how do you expect her to get anywhere?
Mother.
All right. You just remember what I said, Virgil.
I'd like to know how I could forget it. You've been saying that for a...
Oh, Mother.
What?
For heaven's sake, Mother, can't you wait until Father's up and around before you start to nag him?
I don't nag him. Besides, I think, Alice, that I ought to know by this time how to handle your father.
Yes, but Mother...
Well, then you handle him if you're so good at it. Go on in and see what you can do.
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, hello, Alice.
How are you?
Come in. Oh, all right.
Oh, poor Daddy. Every time he's better, someone talks him into getting mad, and he has a relapse. It's a shame.
Well, it's kind of funny for a man who's been in business with Lamb and Company as long as I have to hear it called an old hole. That's what your mother calls it. Why, it's a mighty pleasant place to work.
Yes, but, Father, it's just that Mother feels that they don't appreciate you there.
Well, they've heisted my salary every 2 years all the time I've worked for them. And they took your brother Walter right on as soon as I asked them last year. And old Mr. Lamb has been wonderful to me, holding my job open while I've been sick all this time. Don't you think that looks as if they thought something of me?
Of course they do.
It's just that it's kind of funny. When you think you've done fairly well, and the men at the office seem to think so, too, it's kind of funny to have some folks think you're mostly a failure.
You're not a failure, Father. You're not. I'm going to talk to Mother.
No, you'd better not. I didn't mean to start anything.
Don't worry, you didn't. Mother?
I'm in the kitchen.
Oh. Can I help you set the table?
If you want.
Mother, don't you think we're both a little selfish trying to make Father go out and look for something better? Now, after all, we've got enough.
Enough? I suppose you have a limousine to take you to the dance tonight. And I suppose you've only to call the florist and order up some orchids.
Oh, no. Not orchids, Mother. I like violets much better. I picked a whole bouquet in the park. The first of the season.
I suppose you picked yourself a new dress, too.
My organdy dress looks like you with those flounces you put on it.
What's Mildred Palmer going to wear tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Her Maze Georgette, probably. Yes, the one she brought from Paris.
Yes.
Hello?
Oh, there's your brother.
Mother, are you sure he's going to take me to the dance tonight?
Why, of course. Why shouldn't he?
Oh, you know Walter. He may have one of his mysterious dates downtown.
Don't you worry, Alice. You just leave him to me. I'll go speak to him. Hello, Walter.
Hello, isn't supper ready?
Now, Walter, there's no hurry.
Yes, for me, I got a date.
Oh, I'm so glad you remembered Mildred Palmer's dance, dear.
What?
I've laid out your clothes for you.
Listen, I told you a week ago I wasn't going to that old dance.
Oh, but, Walter...
Don't Walter me. I'm no society snake. I'm just as liable to go to that Palmer dance as I am to eat a couple of barrels of broken glass.
Oh, but, Walter,
Let Alice get somebody else to take her. She ought to be able to get one man, I should think. She tries hard enough.
Oh, be quiet, dear. She'll hear you.
Oh, I
Now,
haven't
listen.
got any time to argue. I'll grab a bite to eat down.
You can't do this, Walter. You can't. Now, it's more than I can bear to see her disappointed when she's planned it for days. Why, she spent hours in Bellevue Park this afternoon gathering violets to wear because, well, she can't afford to buy a decent bouquet like the other girls. And now you act this way.
Oh, blub. All right, I guess I'll have to go.
Oh, that's a good boy, darling. You'll never be sorry.
That's what you think. Let me know when dinner's ready, will you?
Oh, Alice. It's all right, dear.
Is it?
Why, what's the matter?
Nothing.
But, dear, it's all right. Walter'll be glad to take you.
Yes, he sounded like it.
Hey, you want to go to that dance or don't you?
Coming.
Well, come on. What are you doing up there? Admiring yourself in the mirror?
Just a minute. What did you say, Mr. Jones? Oh, well, just 2 dances. That's all you may have, and that's all for you, too, Mr. Roberts. What? Oh, you naughty boys. Why don't you dance with the other girls?
Oh, you naughty, naughty boy.
Walter.
Why didn't you get one of those make-believe guys you're always talking to take you tonight instead of dragging me?
Ah, you know you just love to escort your little sister. How do I look?
Just about the same. Come on, let's... Well, what's it going to be this time?
What do you mean?
Well, do we dance again, sit it out again, or walk around the garden again?
I'm sorry if you're not enjoying it, Walter.
Well, I'll bet you are.
Of course I am.
Don't give me that. If I wasn't here, you'd be pasted right over there against the wall. The only one who said a word to you all night was the doorman.
Walter, please. Walter, you say the funniest thing.
Oh, cut it out. Nobody's watching you.
Look, there's Mildred Palmer.
So I said, well, if you must dance, try to step on your own feet.
Hello, Mildred.
Oh, hello.
I just love your party, Mildred.
Thank you. Well, anyway, when he came back, there was no use trying to...
Boy, she was certainly glad to see you here.
I guess she was busy.
Yeah. Look, I want to grab a smoke. Can't you flag one of those other guys to take you on for the next?
You can't leave me yet, Walter. You just can't.
Well, I can't stand here either. My feet are sprouting roots. See you later.
Walter! Walter! Oh, please, Walter.
Good evening, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. Dresser.
Are you looking for someone?
Yes, my my escort. May I sit down here, Mrs. Dresser?
Why, yes, but why aren't you dancing?
Oh, I have been. I just got a chance to catch my breath. Oh, who's that?
Who?
That tall young man over there. I've never seen him around before. I thought I knew all the handsome young men.
That one is Arthur Russell.
Russell? I don't believe...
He's Mildred Palmer's cousin. A distant one, I believe.
Cousin? Well, that's funny. Mildred's my intimate friend, and she never even mentioned him.
That is funny, because they're engaged to be married.
Oh.
Or almost engaged, anyway.
Oh,
Alice. Alice.
Yes, Mildred.
Come along, Arthur. Alice, this is Mr. Russell. He wants to ask you for this dance.
What? Oh, I mean...
Are you interested?
Well, yes. Oh, yes, I believe I am.
Excuse us, please. You're not a very talkative young lady, are you?
Usually, yes.
And then why not now?
Oh, when anyone dances as well as you do, conversation is scarcely necessary, is it?
That depends on who's talking.
Oh, now, really, Mr. Russell, you can't mean me. I guess that's all.
Well, I wish we could dance this next together, but I guess we're both all booked up. Where's your next? Do you see him anywhere?
Well, my next? Oh, yes, my next. Yes. Well, as a matter of fact, I promised to sit out this next one with my aunt.
Oh, I'll take you to her. Where is she?
No, don't bother, please. But you could do something.
Anything.
Will you see if you can find my brother Walter for me? He may be in the smoking room, if it isn't too much trouble.
No, certainly not. I'll bring him back with me.
Thank you very much.
Mildred? What, Alice? Where's Arthur? You haven't lost him to that little wallflower, have you? Hardly. She did look pathetic sitting there alone. I really felt sorry for her.
Oh, Miss Adams. I found him.
Oh, thank you. Walter, where have you been? Thank you so much, Mr. Russell.
Not at all. It was a pleasure, Miss Adams. Thank you for the dance.
Don't ever do that again, understand?
Do what, Walter?
Send somebody to find me. He found me all right, shooting dice with the boys in the cloakroom.
Walter, did he see you?
Unless he was blind.
Oh, Walter. Oh, Walter.
Well, what?
Nothing. I want to go home. Good morning, Father. Father.
Huh? Oh, hello, Alice.
What were you thinking about?
Oh, just planning. Planning what to do when I'm able to go to work again.
Well, what are you talking about? You're going back to your old place at Lamb's, of course.
I heard you crying last night after the party.
Oh, that was nothing. Just nerves, Daddy.
Never mind, Alice. I know what was the matter.
The only matter was I had a silly fit. It did me good, too.
How's that?
Because I've decided to do something about it.
I guess it's my place to do something about it. Your mother's right, Alice. You ought to have as much as any of these girls you go with.
Oh, darling, you're sweet. But what I've been thinking, well, I mean, I ought to be something besides just a kind of nobody. I ought to...
What, darling?
Well, there's one thing I'd like to do. I'm sure I could do it, too.
What's that?
I want to go on the stage. I know I could act. What's the matter?
Well, I was just reminded of your Aunt Flora and your mother when they were young. They always used to spat about which one would make the best actresses. Sometimes I had to go out in the hall to laugh.
Oh, really?
But then I expect 90% of the women are sure they'd make mighty fine actresses if they ever got the chance.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
Why, what's the matter, Alice?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I've got to go downtown now. Now, you just stop worrying, darling. You're going back to Lamb's, and everything's going to be all right. You'll see.
I hope so. I sure hope so.
You say you want to be a secretary, huh?
Yes, I haven't had any experience, but I could learn.
Well, we're just an agency, but if anything turns up, I'll let you know.
Oh, thank you. Why, Mr. Russell.
This is a coincidence. I've been hoping I'd meet you. Are you thinking of getting a job?
What? Oh, heavens, no. No, I've got to hire a new secretary for my father. He's been quite ill, the poor man. But now that he's better and going back to business, he'll need a second girl.
Oh. May I take you someplace?
Well, I was going home.
Well, that's fine. I'll take you home. You know, I've been thinking about you ever since Mildred's dance.
Goodness, I think I know what you've been thinking.
Are you a mind reader?
You've been thinking that I'm the sister of a professional gambler, I'm afraid.
Then your brother told you, huh? Very original, I thought, his amusing himself with the cloakroom attendants.
Yes, that's it. Walter is original. He's a very odd boy. I was afraid you'd misunderstand. He tells wonderful darky stories, and he'll do anything to get them to talk to him. We think he'll probably write about them someday. He's rather literary.
Are you?
I'm just me.
You know, you are different.
From whom?
Are you at your mind reading again?
Yes.
You know, I thought you were this sort of girl the very first moment I saw you.
What sort of girl? Didn't Mildred tell you what sort of girl I am when she asked you to dance with me?
Oh, she didn't ask you to dance with me. That was my idea.
Oh, But who did she tell you I was?
She just said you were a Miss Adams.
A Miss Adams? Oh, I see. Well, it certainly is unfortunate that I am so different from Mildred.
Why unfortunate?
Because she's perfect. Why, she's perfectly perfect. Oh, yes, we all fairly adore her. She's like some big, noble, cold statue, way above the rest of us. And she hardly ever does anything mean or treacherous. Yet of all the girls I know, I believe she's played the fewest really petty tricks.
You say Mildred's perfect, but that she does do some petty tricks?
Oh, men are so funny. Of course, girls all do mean things sometimes. My own career's just one long brazen smirch of them.
Not really. What, for instance?
Oh, the very worst kind. Most people bore me, particularly the men in this town, and I show it. It's made me a terribly unpopular character. For instance, at the average party, I'd a lot rather find a clever old woman and talk to her than dance with 9/10 of these non-entities.
Oh, but you dance as if you liked it. Well, you dance better than any other girl at the party.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Russell. Well, I ought to dance well when I think of my dancing teachers. All sorts of fancy instructors. I suppose that's what daughters have fathers for, though, isn't it? To throw money away on them.
Did you take it up seriously?
No, I've never had that particular mania. Oh, but you ought to have seen me when I had stage fever. You know, every girl has a time in her life she's positive she's divinely talented as an actress. Yes, I used to play Juliet all alone in my room. Daddy used to make such fun of me. Oh, thank heaven I was only 15. I was all over it by the next year. Well, here's our house.
Oh.
It's a queer little place, isn't it? But my father's so attached to it, the family have about given up hope of getting him to build a real house farther out. He doesn't mind our being extravagant about anything else, but he won't let us alter one single thing about his precious little old house. Well, adieu.
Couldn't I come in for a little while?
Oh, no, not now. You can come.
When?
Almost any time. You can come in the evening if you like.
Soon?
As soon as you like.
Thank you. I'll make it very soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, dear.
moment, we will go on with the second act of Alice Adams, starring Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray with Walter Connolly. But now, in this brief intermission, we would like you to listen in with us on a home in Beverly Hills, where a wedding is underway. Jane, a popular debutante, is going to be married, and her bridesmaids are gathered together waiting to start to the church.
Oh, I hope I catch the
It'll be a part of the
Who
season.
do you think will be next? I wonder how Bob is bearing up.
Well, it was a good race while it lasted. It certainly was close. And I must say that rival of hers put up a good fight.
You couldn't tell from where I sat who was winning. I didn't know it was Jane until I saw her picture in the announcement in the morning paper.
Well, I knew all along it would be Jane. Myra's a lamb, but cosmetic skin. Well, that never struck a romantic chord in any man's heart.
You're right. Myra just couldn't compete with Jane's lovely skin. A knockout complexion like hers gets the men every time.
The little bridesmaid is right. Lovely skin wins out every time. What a pity some women don't realize it, especially when it's so easy to keep complexions clear and smooth with Lux toilet soap. Its active lather removes dust and dirt, stale rouge, and powder thoroughly. It's when pores become choked that those tiny blemishes and enlarged pores appear. Cosmetic skin develops. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap to protect their complexions. And now, Mr. DeMille sets the scene for the next act of our play.
Alice Adams, starring Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray with Walter Connolly, continues. Three weeks have gone by. To Alice's amazement, Arthur Russell has paid her several visits, and basking in the sun of his attention, the little wallflower is beginning to blossom. He's expected again this evening. In the living room of the shabby little house, Mrs. Adams is off once more on her favorite topic.
It's money, that's all. If you could dress like the other girls dress and Arthur Russell could see you then, well, there's no telling what might happen. I've tried to make your father understand that, but...
Mother, what could Father do at his age?
Well, he could do what I've been wanting him to do for 20 years. Now, he's forbidden me to speak of it, Alice, but you may as well know. Your father has a secret formula for making the best glue in the world.
The best what?
Glue. For sticking things together. He and another man invented it years ago when your father first went to work at Lamb's. The other man's dead now, and that formula belongs to your father. At least it belongs to him as much as anybody else.
Well, even if it does, what good is it? Can he sell it?
No. But he could start up a factory and make the glue and sell that.
Oh, nonsense, Mother. Why, it would take more money than Father ever saw to start a factory.
Well, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it wouldn't. And I'm going to speak to him just the same. I'm not asking anything of you that you can't do.
Now, just a minute. What are you driving at?
You know what I'm driving at. That glue formula.
So that's it. Dang, dang, dang.
You wouldn't care if your child dried up into a miserable old maid. Why, she's still young. She has a chance for happiness. If only she had a father who had gumption enough to be a man.
Be a dirty dog, you mean?
That glue formula belongs to you as much as it does to anybody.
It belongs to J.A. Lamb. He paid us all the time we were working on it. It'd be like stealing, and you know it.
And what's he stolen from you? 20 years ago, he promised to do something with that formula. To take you into partnership with him, and has he done it? Has he?
You've broken your word never to speak to that of me again.
Oh, what do I care for my word? Do you suppose I'll let my word keep me from struggling for a little happiness for my children? Well, I'll struggle for that till I die. Your daughter's sitting out there on the porch right now with a young man who's just asked her to go to Henrietta's party with him.
How do you know?
I heard him. And you know what she said? She said no, because she had to stay close to home because you were sick. But what she meant was, I can't go because I hadn't been invited, because I haven't any clothes, because we're poor.
Mother, Daddy, for heaven's sake, what's the matter?
Alice, can you get her out of here?
Oh, Daddy, please. Mother.
Wait. Alice, come here. She says you have a mean life. Is that right?
Why, no, Father.
Do you hear a lie?
Look at me, Alice. Things like this Henrietta Lamb party now. Is that so hard to bear?
No, Father.
You hear her? She's lying. She's afraid to hurt you.
All right. I'll open the glue factory. If it takes every penny we have, I'll open it. But heaven help us if it doesn't pay, that's all. Now get out of here. Both of you. Get out of here.
Shall we sit this one out, Alice?
Oh, yes, please. Oh, it was so nice of you to bring me here. I think public dances are so much more interesting than those stodgy private affairs, don't you?
Of course they are. What are you thinking of?
I don't know. I think I was being sort of sadly happy just then.
Sadly happy?
Don't you know? Only children can be just happily happy. I think when we get older, our happiest moments are like this one. It's like that music. Oh, so sweet, but so sad.
But what makes it sad for you?
I don't know. Perhaps it's a kind of useless foreboding I seem to have pretty often. I'm afraid I'll miss these summer evenings with you when they're over.
Do they have to be over?
Oh, everything's over sometime, isn't it?
Why should they be?
Oh, good heavens. There's a laconic eloquence. Almost a proposal in a single word.
What? Well, I didn't,
Oh, never mind. I shan't hold you to it. No, something will interfere. Somebody will, I mean. People talk about one another fearfully in this town.
Oh, no.
And they don't stop at the truth. They make up things. Yes, they really do.
Well, what difference does it all make?
It's just that I'd rather they didn't make up things about me to you.
I'd know they weren't true.
Oh, but you must be careful not to mix up the girl you might hear somebody talking about with the me I honestly try to make you see. If you do, all this will be spoiled. It's so easy to spoil anything that's pleasant.
We won't let that happen.
Wouldn't it be pleasant if two people could just keep themselves to themselves? I mean, if they could manage to be friends without people talking about them.
Well, we've done pretty well about that so far. And if you want our summer evenings to be over, you'll have to drive me away yourself.
Nobody else could?
No.
Well, I won't.
Oh, Alice.
Oh, you kissed me.
I couldn't help it. Did you mind?
Oh, no. Well, I mean... Well, no.
Going out with Mr. Russell again tonight?
Mm-hmm. As soon as I finish the dishes.
Oh, that's nice. Do you know, Alice, I think it's time your father and I showed some interest in Mr. Russell. Why, I actually don't believe he's ever been inside the house.
No, he hasn't. We've always sat out on the porch. It's so much nicer.
Well, I was thinking we could hardly put off asking him to dinner or something much longer.
Oh, Mother, must we?
Well, don't you see? It looks so queer not to do something. It looks so kind of poverty-stricken.
Very well. I'll ask him if you think I've got to.
We can get that colored girl in, Melina Burns, and she can serve for us. And you can get flowers for the table and put some in the living room, and we'll have a nice dinner. Something real stylish.
Oh, please, Mother. Can't we just wait for a while?
But, Alice, why should we? Unless you don't want Mr. Russell to meet your father and mother.
Oh, no. No, it isn't that. Only... Oh, what's the use?
Well, Alice, what do you mean?
I don't know. He's so honestly what he is. Just simple and good and intelligent. I feel like a tricky mess beside him. I don't see why he likes me. Sometimes I'm afraid he wouldn't if he really knew me.
Darling, he'd just worship you. I know he would.
Oh, Mother, you're sweet.
Well, sit down, Arthur. You're certainly a stranger around here these days.
I'm sorry, Mildred. I've been pretty busy.
You'll stay for dinner, Arthur?
Well, I'd like to, Aunt Madge, but I have a dinner engagement already.
Oh, I see.
Oh, what's the difference? Look, Arthur, I've just been making up a list of guests for my garden party. I wonder if I ought to invite Alice Adams.
Huh?
You remember her? You danced with her. Here.
Oh, yes.
A rather too conspicuous young woman, the Adams girl.
I wonder if what they're saying about her father is true. I imagine it must be.
What is it?
Oh, nothing much. Just that I heard that this Virgil Adams had stolen some kind of glue formula from Mr. Lamb.
Stolen it?
Yes. It's quite upset Mr. Lamb, too. Mr. Adams has been his clerk for over 25 years. And Mr. Lamb has been carrying him and his son Walter along, even though they've been dead weight to the firm.
And then, to show his gratitude, Mr. Adams walked off with the glue formula. Oh, well, I suppose you have to expect those things from people like the Adams.
I don't think I'll ask her, Mother.
I wouldn't if I were you. A pushing sort of girl, a very pushing little person. Oh, but I'm afraid all this is rather boring to Arthur.
What? Oh, I beg your pardon. I was just thinking about something.
Melina?
Yes, Miss Adams?
Melina, as soon as the doorbell rings, you answer it. Now, that'll be Mr. Russell. You take his hat and show him in the living room.
Yes,
And then you go right out in the kitchen and you bring in the hors d'oeuvres.
The what, Miss Adams?
The hors d'oeuvres.
Yes,
And, Melina, you remember to have the...
Mother!
Oh, my goodness. Yes, dear? Coming, dear. What's the matter?
Mother, it's almost 7. He'll be here soon.
Well, I know, dear, but everything's ready.
And, Mother, for heaven's sake, will you ask Melina to take the chewing gum out of her mouth before she serves?
Yes, dear. I'll tell her about it right now.
Alice, will you fix this collar for me? I never could get into a boiled shirt.
Oh, Daddy, it's all wilted already.
Well, I can't help it. It's hot tonight.
Now, stand still.
Hey, what's that smell? Is it fashionable to have cabbage for company dinner?
That isn't cabbage. It's Brussels sprouts.
What are they?
Oh, there's the bell. Melina! Melina! Now, where is she? What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like someone...
Mother! Oh, dear, Mother!
Oh, it's all right, dear. Everything's all right.
What was that noise?
Well, Melina fell down the cellar step.
Oh.
But she's all right, dear.
I'll answer it myself.
No, dear, no. I'll go down. Now, you hurry down, Virgil.
All right. Give me a chance.
Well...
Good evening.
Oh, do come right in, Mr. Russell. I'm Mrs. Adams, and I'm so glad to receive you informally this way in our own little home.
Thank you.
I'm afraid you'll think it's almost too informal, my coming to the door, but unfortunately our maid just had a little accident.
Oh.
Sit down, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
It's been quite warm today, hasn't it?
Why, yes, but...
The only person I know who doesn't mind the heat the way other people do is Alice, but then she's so amiable she never minds anything. It's just her character.
Mm-hmm.
I think character is the most important thing in the world, after all, don't you, Mr. Russell?
Yes, Mrs. Adams. Mm-hmm.
Why, here's Alice now.
Mother, do you suppose... Oh, Mr. Russell, how do you do?
Hello, Alice.
Oh, how terrible of me to be so late coming down. Oh, come in, Father. This is my father, Mr. Russell.
How do you do, Mr. Adams?
Oh, how are you? Well, I guess dinner's more than ready. We'd better go sit down.
No, not yet, Virgil.
Huh? What's that?
Oh, it's Melina. She had a little accident before. Come in, Melina.
Does anybody want some of these here things?
What's these? Sandwiches? Before dinner?
Do have some of these hors d'oeuvres, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
Father, you'll have some?
All right, I'll try anything once.
Oh, Father. Oh. It's too bad we can't offer you what ought to go with this, Mr. Russell, but we never have any liquor in the house. Father's a teetotaler. Father, what's the matter?
Supper's ready. Come and get it.
Oh, dinner. Come along, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
I hope you won't hate us for making you dine with us in such fearful weather. Oh, I'm nearly dying of the heat myself, so you have a fellow sufferer if that pleases you. Will you sit there, Mr. Russell?
Thank you.
Where's Walter?
Oh, poor Walter. He's probably been delayed at the office. Really, Father, you shouldn't permit him to work so hard, particularly in weather like this. But that boy's so ambitious, I suppose you simply can't stop him.
Who, Walter?
Why, yes.
You mean our Walter? I never thought that...
Oh, do have some bread, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
Melina, will you please take this soup away? It's much too warm for soup this evening. I'm really surprised you even thought of it.
Yes'm, I was too, but Miss Adams...
Well, you can take mine, too, please.
Yes'm.
How unfortunate we didn't have something iced and jellied instead. I'm afraid we let the servants do too much as they like, Mother. Perhaps we should get new ones. Servants are such a problem for us, Mr. Russell.
Is that so?
Do you want some of this, Miss Adams?
Oh, thank you, Melina.
Do you want some, Miss Adams?
What is it?
Brussels sprouts, dear.
Oh, so these are Brussels sprouts, eh? Well, they certainly smell up the house.
Oh, my. Oh, it is warm, isn't it? Oh, what a funny thing weather is. Now, yesterday it was cool. The angels had started it up. part of it, I guess. But today, oh, dear. Will you have some more coffee, Mr. Russell?
Thank you.
Say, what's happened to the ice cream, Alice? It's all soupy.
Oh, you know, Father simply must have a heavy meal in the evening. He works so hard in his terrible old factory. Oh, terrible new factory, I should say. And he needs lots of food to keep his strength up. I don't see why businessmen can't leave most of the detail to their secretaries.
Secretaries, Alice? You know, I may be needing one of them soon. Never thought I'd one day be having one of my own. Sort of gives a man a feeling of importance, don't it?
Won't you have some more coffee, Mr. Russell?
I just had some, thank you.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, Pop, what the...
Why, it's Walter. Come in. You remember Mr. Russell?
Oh, I said...
Come here, Pop. I gotta speak to you. Pardon me. I guess my boy wants to see me. Pardon me, Mr. Russell.
Oh, now, what was all that, I wonder?
Oh, Walter's such a funny boy. He's so abrupt and unexpected. But, of course, you know that about him, Mr. Russell. I suppose all talented people are a bit peculiar. It's part of their charm, really.
Tell you, Pop, I just gotta have that dough. Now, don't say you got to. I tell you, I ain't got it.
Perhaps I'd better go and see if Walter's had his dinner. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Certainly.
Well, we seem to be left alone. Shall we go out on the porch?
If you want.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, dear, cheer up. Your fearful duty's almost done. You can run home as soon as you want to.
What?
That's what you're dying to do.
Oh, not at all.
You're upset about something.
Oh, not at all.
What's the matter, little boy? Tell Alice.
Nothing's the matter. Of course, one is rather affected by such weather as this. It may make one a little more quiet than usual.
Maybe it's this ugly little house. Maybe it's the furniture or Mother's vases that upset you. Or was it Mother herself or Father?
Nothing upset me.
You say that because you're too kind or too conscientious or too embarrassed or anyhow too something to tell me. I wonder if they haven't done it after all.
I don't understand.
I wonder who has been talking about me to you after all. Isn't that it?
Well, not at all.
Oh, please don't say not at all again. You're not good at deceiving.
I'm not deceiving.
No, never mind. Do you remember saying that nothing anybody else could do would ever keep you from coming here? That if you left me, it would be because I drove you away myself.
Yes, it was true.
But I haven't driven you away. And you've gone.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, do you know, I have the strangest feeling. I feel as if I were going to be with you only about 5 minutes more in all the rest of my life.
Why, no. Of course I'm coming to see you often.
No. I've never had a feeling like this before. It's just so, that's all. You're never coming here again. Why, it's finished, isn't it? Why, it's all over, isn't it? Yes.
Alice, I'm afraid you're awfully tired and nervous. I really ought to be going.
Yes, of course you ought. There's nothing else for you to do. When anything's spoiled, people can't do anything else but run away from it. Goodbye.
Well, at least we'll only say goodnight.
Oh, Walter, you don't mean it.
Now, there's no use wailing about it. I couldn't help it, I tell you.
Walter. Don't look so startled, Mr. Russell. We have lots of little arguments in this house. It all comes under the heading of a happy family life.
Alice, listen.
Oh, please go, please. Don't make it any worse than it is. You know what I am. You know that everything I've said and everything I've done has been a lie. I'm just nothing, a nobody. I don't blame you for running away. I don't blame you.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In this intermission, before raising the curtain on the third act of Alice Adams, we hear from George Hurrell. Every picture studio has its own staff of portrait photographers, but when they want really exceptional portraits, they call in Hurrell. They've come to him in the past few weeks alone from MGM, Paramount, Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox, and Selznick International. In Hollywood, they say that Hurrell is to a portrait camera what Rembrandt was to paint and canvas.
Suppose, Mr. Harrell, someone like the Alice Adams of our play walks into your studio for a sitting. A girl who's a wallflower. What can you do to help such a girl?
Well, Mr. DeMille, let's forget the camera for a moment and get into a little elementary psychology. The difference between a wallflower and a girl who's always surrounded by admirers is a matter of personality. One is neutral, uninteresting. The other is vibrant, attractive. That's not news to anyone, but what may be news is the fact that a good photograph can take the wallflower type of girl and definitely bring out what she herself has failed to discover. It can make that neutral personality glamorous, alluring, beautiful.
Very nice words, George, but exactly how is this done?
Well, to begin with, Mr. DeMille, I'd spend a lot of time with an Alice Adams type of girl before placing her near a camera. I'd try to show her how to dress properly and attractively, how to wear her hair, how to walk, and how to stand. Little things that create grace and charm.
I can see that you who take pictures face the same problem as we who make pictures.
That's right, Mr. DeMille. And the similarity continues. Most of our picture stars are not technically perfect. Some will have a square jaw or a cleft chin, or any one of a dozen minor imperfections. But instead of denying them, they do just the opposite. Through proper makeup, clothes, and hairdress, they turn those little flaws into definite assets that spell individuality. In such a group, I'd place your own new star, Francesca Gall, Katharine Hepburn, Betty Davis, Marion Hopkins, and they are only a few. It's character, you see, that makes both a good portrait and a movie star. Character is intangible, but through the skillful use of three things available to every photographer, you can definitely make every portrait an interesting and compelling character study. Those three things are careful lighting, composition, and emphasis on skin texture. Skin that is properly photographed gives a lifelike effect that nothing else can duplicate. So you see, complexion is part of my business. I've asked many questions about it, and I can safely say that Lux soap is by far the favorite method used by Hollywood stars to keep their complexions in perfect condition. And I can recommend it to our listeners because I've had close contact with its splendid results during the 10 years I've been in Hollywood.
Well, we're grateful for your advice, George, but after all, you must have certain little tricks all your own that make your pictures so outstanding. Why don't you break down and tell us a couple of Harrell camera secrets?
Well, a photographer must learn exactly when to snap the button that takes the picture. He shouldn't be afraid to spend hours in experiment, and on the other hand, if he gets what he wants quickly, he should have enough confidence in himself to stop. I once took 72 pictures of Wallace Beery in 45 minutes. I've also found that music can be very helpful in establishing mood, again proving the importance of psychology. I have a phonograph playing all the time during sitting and during the time I'm taking a portrait. The music will range from hot jazz to a Beethoven symphony. Whatever happens to best fit the individual and bring out a quality that otherwise might not register. Then I do some really crazy things. I'll scream, whisper, kick a chair over, dance, fall on my face, almost anything to make the face of my subject come across with the exact expression I want. But I never let go of the bulb that snaps the picture. There's the method in my madness, and there you have it. If you don't mind making a fool of yourself, you're apt to get some pretty good results. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Good night. Back to Claudette Colbert, Fred McMurray, and Walter Connolly in Alice Adams. It's the same evening, just a few minutes later. Leaving Arthur on the porch, Alice ran back into the house, to the living room, where the family argument is still raging.
Oh, Walter, how could you do it?
Well, I asked Dad for the money last week, but he wouldn't give it to me.
Give it to you? Where was I going to get it?
Father, Mother, what's the matter? What's happened?
Walter's short in his accounts down at Lamb's.
He took $150.
$150? Why? What for?
Well, a guy, a friend of mine, he got in a jam, and he said he'd pay me back before the end of the month, but he didn't, and the auditor's already started on the books down at the office.
Oh, Walter, you can't go to jail. You can't.
Wait, Mother, don't be so upset. Perhaps Mr. Lamb won't prosecute.
Him not prosecute? Why, that's just what he's been waiting for all the time. He thinks I cheated him. He was just letting Walter walk right into a trap.
But if you raised the money and paid it back...
Oh, I'll pay him back all right. Every cent. Every last penny. I can raise it. I'll put a loan on my factory.
Well, I'm sorry, Dad.
Don't you talk to me, you little idiot.
Oh, don't, Virgil. Poor Virgil.
Poor Walter. And to have this come on the night of your sister's dinner. Oh, poor Alice.
Don't say poor Alice. I'm all right. Oh, no, Mother, hush. Please don't, dear.
The police.
What? Quiet. Shh. I'll answer it. Now, you stay right here, all of you, no matter what it is. I'll take care of this myself. Who is it?
This is J.A. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb?
Hello, Adams.
Hello, Mr. Lamb.
Well, can I come in?
Yes, sure. Come in.
I want to talk to you.
Yes, me too. Sit down.
I'll stand, thank you. I wouldn't even have set foot in this house except that I wanted to tell you to your face just how I felt. A fine family you turned out to be after all these years.
I'll pay you back every cent Walter took, Mr. Lamb, just as soon as I can get the money. I was just going down now to try and raise a loan on my glue works.
Your glue works? Huh. I always thought you had to show people some business prospects to raise a loan.
Naturally.
Well, you may find that just a little difficult, especially now that I'm starting a glue works of my own.
What's that?
Yes, indeed. And very convenient to your place, too. Fact is, it's right across the street. Twice as big and twice as modern.
You ruined me.
Well, what did you expect me to do, Virgil Adams? Let you walk off with that formula like swallowing a pat of butter? Oh, I know what you thought. You said to yourself, here's this old fool, J.A. Lamb. He's in his second childhood, and I can put this thing over on him.
I did not. I worked years on that formula. It was just as much mine as yours.
What's that?
And anyway, a lot you know about my feelings and what I said to myself. But there's one thing I want to say to you right now. I don't feel mean anymore about what I've done. Because there's a meaner man in the world than I am. And that man is you, Mr. Lamb. You've spiked my business, all right. Now I can't even raise the money to keep my son out of the penitentiary. That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Are you accusing me of...
Look at me. I worked all my life for you, and what I did when I quit didn't make 2 cents worth of difference in your life. And it looks like it'd mean all the difference in the world to my family. You think I did you a bad turn, and now you got me ruined for it, and my family ruined. And if anybody had told me last year that I'd have said such a thing, I'd have called him a danged liar. But I do say it, Mr. Lane. I do say it. You're a doggone mean man.
Father, stop, please. You'll be sick again.
No, I won't. I got to tell him what I think.
No, Father, please, go upstairs, darling. Go on.
No, let me go. It's all right. He's got me ruined, and all of us ruined.
If it has, it serves you right.
He's a doggone mean man.
Now, look here, you...
Mr. Lamb, please. Please, just a moment. I don't want you to leave thinking too badly of Father. He couldn't have meant what he said just now. I guess he's so overwrought that he just lost his head.
Overwrought? Well, I shouldn't wonder, that danged old fool.
Yes, I guess he is. An old fool.
What's that?
For listening to us. Mother and me. Oh, it's all my fault. This whole terrible mess. All my fault.
Now, look here, young woman. I guess maybe you're a bit overwrought yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm all right. I'm just talking the truth for once.
What are you talking about?
You see, Mr. Lamb, Mother was always after Father and after him to make more money for me so that I could have lovely things like other girls. Well, like your granddaughter, Henrietta, Mr. Lamb. I guess parents will make any sacrifice to see their children happy. And when Father saw how unhappy I was, he did what he did. Oh, he always wanted to go back to work for you. I guess he almost worshipped you, Mr. Lamb. And if he had, he could have kept an eye on Walter. And that's another thing, Mr. Lamb. Walter didn't steal that money. He just borrowed it.
Oh, he did?
Yes, to help a friend who was in trouble.
Well, I guess...
Mr. Lamb, if you'll give us just a little time, I'll get a job and pay you back what Walter owes you. Really, I will. I know I haven't had much experience, but I can do things. I was good at arithmetic and English in school. I won a prize in English once. And I'd make a good secretary for someone. I'm much more sensible about things now. And if you'll only give us a little time, will you, Mr. Lamb? Please.
Alice, that father of yours, he did me an injustice tonight. I never meant to hurt nobody, and he knows it.
Of course he does.
But I guess maybe I've been in the wrong, too. I lost my head. Never knew that glue formula meant so much to him. I wouldn't hurt nobody, Alice, and I never even thought of prosecuting Walter.
I know.
Why, your father and I, we've been together for a long time. Well, maybe we can come to some sort of an arrangement about the glue works. Yes, maybe a sort of a partnership.
Oh, Mr. Lamb.
Well, can I see him now?
Oh, yes, of course you can. And thank you so much.
Alice? Why, what are you doing down here in the dark?
Nothing.
Your father and Mr. Lamb just fixed everything, Alice.
I know, I'm glad. Everything will be all right now, won't it?
Everything except... Alice, what about Mr. Russell?
Oh, he left before anything happened. Everything's all right.
Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, my poor baby. He's gone, isn't he?
It doesn't matter.
And that dinner? Oh, Alice, can you ever forgive your poor mother?
Mother, there's nothing to forgive, darling. It's just the way things are. You know, it's all so clear to me now. You do thus and so, and you tell yourself, now, seeing me do thus and so, people will naturally think this and that. But in the end, they don't. They think something else. Usually just what you don't want them to. I suppose about the only good in pretending is the fun we get out of fooling ourselves that we fool somebody else.
Alice, I don't know what you...
No, you run on to bed now, darling. I'm going to sit out on the porch for a while.
All right, dear. Good night, Alice.
Good night, Mother.
Honey for your thoughts, Alice.
Arthur, you came back?
I didn't go. I've been out here all the time.
Why?
I was waiting for you.
But I thought... Oh, then you were here
Yes,
when...
I heard everything, and what's more...
You heard? Arthur.
Let me finish. I heard a great deal this afternoon, too, at Mildred's.
So they did talk about me.
Yes, and it's all opened my eyes to one thing. I love you, Alice.
What?
Didn't you hear me? I love you.
You love me? You love me?
Yes, darling.
Oh, gee whiz.
Goodbye to Alice Adams. But our stars return now for a brief reunion. I won't be surprised if later this month I hear that the French people have declared a national holiday. For Claudette Colbert is about to return to their shores. Taking her first real vacation in years, she leaves this week for a few months abroad. And so, Claudette, je vous souhaite un bon voyage sans mal de mer. Pretty good, eh?
That's marvelous.
Well, in case there's any doubt in your mind, I wish you a pleasant trip without seasickness. My intentions are better than my French.
Thank you very much, C.B. I haven't been back for 8 years, so you see I'm terribly excited about it. And it's not only a vacation. I'm going to school. I'm going straight to the Hans Schneider School in the Tyrolean Alps and learn how to ski. After that, if I'm still able to stand on my feet, I'm going to Paris and really have some fun. Now, I also want to thank the people who make Lux Soap and give us this program. You know, in pictures, one has to be especially careful about appearance. I know I am, and that's why I'm always glad to tell you that I think Lux Soap is about the most dependable complexion care in the world. It's so easy to use, and it does keep the complexion smooth and clear. Thank you again, C.B., and good night.
Good night, Claudette. Among the questions most frequently asked about Hollywood is what do the stars do in their spare time? With two such typical citizens as Fred McMurray and Walter Connolly to assist in the proceedings, perhaps we can find a few answers now. Fred, I suppose you're still clinging to the saxophone.
Well, no, C.B. I'm afraid the old horn is getting a little rusty these days. I've been following in your footsteps lately, and I've sort of taken a fancy for target shooting. In fact, I built a shooting gallery in the basement of my house. It's a little hard on the neighbors' ears, but...
Yes, but of the two noises, I dare say they prefer the bullets to the bullets.
Probably. They call me Three-Gun McMurray.
Why Three-Gun? The best shots in history seem satisfied with the title two-gun.
Well, you see, 2 guns aren't enough. I usually have to empty 3 before I hit the target. But what about you, Walter? What do you do to pass the time?
Well, for a couple of weeks, Fred, I'll be engaged in the most fascinating occupation in the world, doing nothing. I've just completed one picture, and the next one isn't quite ready. No lines to memorize, no makeup to worry about, no getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Just plain, unadulterated, delicious indolence. Apart from a rather regular attendance at Santa Anita track trying to pick the winners. But a bit more seriously, I've been startled and pleased, too, to see what some of our more exemplary Hollywood personalities do with their spare time and money. Victor McLaughlin is probably just as busy off the screen as he is on. He has a sports stadium, he drills and manages a troop of 2,000 horsemen, and sponsors a championship group of motorcycle riders.
Adrian, the designer, spends his leisure in an antique shop. Eddie Cantor owns a couple of gift stores. Charles Bickford has an interest in a beauty parlor. Charlie Ruggles is a dog fancier. And Reginald Denny designs and markets model airplanes.
And Fernand Gravé is probably one of the world's outstanding miniature fans. He likes French history and has made over 1,000 miniature hats copied from old patterns and has also molded some 15,000 toy soldiers, accurate replicas of old French regiments.
Then, of course, Adolphe Mandieu is noted for his stamp collection, Anne de Vorak for her walnut grove, and Jean Hersholt for his first editions.
Now, the tendency now is to divide their time between the racetrack and the soundtrack. With stars like Pat O'Brien, Bing Crosby, Barbara Stanwyck, and Joe E. Brown all teaching their horses to look well in a photo finish.
Well, don't forget Walter, CB. He's supporting a couple of bangtails himself, you know.
And they're just about eating me out of hay and oats, too. But they'll both get a chance to prove how much they love me a little later this season when they start at Santa Anita. In the meantime, Fred, if you and Mr. DeMille happen to miss the target and shoot a bunny, don't forget I'm always in the market for a good rabbit's foot. Good night.
Well, good night, CB.
Good night, Fred. Good night, Walter.
Thank you, Miss Colbert, Mr. McMurray, and Mr. Conway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Don't miss the announcement of next week's Stars and Play, which Mr. DeMille brings you in a moment. In tonight's cast were Winifred Harris as Mrs. Palmer, Lou Merrill as Mr. Lamb, Georgette Spelvin as Mildred Palmer, Grace Kern as Ella, Verna Felton as Mrs. Dresser, and Frank Nelson as an employment agent. Miss Colbert will be seen next in the Paramount picture Bluebeard's Eighth Wife. Benny Baker's current film is Hold'em Navy. Walter Connolly appeared through courtesy of Columbia Pictures. His new film is Penitentiary. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Love and Hisses. And now, here's Mr. DeMille.
One of the most magnificent singers in modern times comes to the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. From the concert stage, in opera, on the radio, and in motion pictures, her voice has thrilled the world. The voice of Grace Moore. Your endless requests bring her back to this stage, this time in a grand comedy which met with great favor on stage and screen. Enter Madame. Our leading man will be Melvyn Douglas, seen in several of the year's best pictures, most recently in Grace Moore's new film, and as a special guest, Mr. Edward Arnold. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Grace Moore and Melvyn Douglas in Enter Madame, with Edward Arnold as the evening's added personality. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Carol Lombard in My Man Godfrey, with Gail Patrick, Misha Auer, and David Niven.
Lux presents Hollywood. First, a word of thanks to you, our loyal listeners. It's because of your continued purchases of our products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, that we're able to bring you these programs every Monday night. Twice in recent weeks, we have made a special announcement at the end of our performance. The response to this announcement has been so enthusiastic that we are making it again tonight. You will hear it at the end of this program. Listen for it carefully, please. Our guests tonight include Miss Madeline Fields, Carol Lombard's close friend and personal business manager, and Mr. Eric Hatch, author of the novel and co-author of the picture script on which our play is based. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Women's National Radio Committee, which, representing 2 million members of women's clubs the country over, has just voted the Lux Radio Theater the best dramatic program on the air. And now, your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, I selected 2 Mack Sennett bathing beauties for my first talking picture, Dynamite. One of the girls was Madeline Fields, whom I thought had a future in pictures. The other was Jane Peters, whom I discharged for lack of talent. Today, Miss Peters, one of the screen's cleverest actresses, is known as Carol Lombard, and Miss Fields is Carol's personal business manager, which sometimes prompts even my best friends to tell me that I'm not the world's greatest talent scout. William Powell, who stars with Miss Lombard tonight, started his theatrical career as an usher in Kansas City for exactly nothing a week. He reached the stage because of a 23-page letter he wrote to an aunt in Pittsburgh. It must have been a remarkable letter because it obtained a $700 loan, which took young Mr. Powell to New York and dramatic school. Celebrated for his debonair drolleries, a master of the lifted eyebrow and the screen's #1 Beau Brummel, we hear him shortly in his great screen characterization, the title role in My Man Godfrey. Miss Lombard, our First Lady of Lunacy, is active again as that moonstruck maiden Irene Bullock. 3 more celebrities round out our star-studded cast. Miss Gail Patrick as Cornelia, Misha Auer as Carlo, and David Niven as Tommy Gray. It's curtain time, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Carol Lombard and William Powell in My Man Godfrey with Gail Patrick, Misha Auer, and David Niven. It's a gorgeous night on New York's waterfront. Softly the moonlight tips the majestic spires of the Queensboro Bridge with a silvery glow and comes gently to rest on a pile of refuse known as the city dump. In the center of this wasteland, a small fire is burning, and our man Godfrey, in tattered clothes with a 3-day growth of beard, sits on a packing case warming his hands. A 16-cylinder motor purrs softly into the scene and comes to a stop. 3 people alight. One of them, a young lady in evening clothes, steps gingerly toward the fire.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How'd you like to make $5?
How would I didn't quite catch what you said.
I said, how would you like to make $5?
Well, I don't want to seem inquisitive, but what would I have to do for it?
Oh, all you have to do is go to the Waldorf Ritz Hotel with me, and I'll show you to a few people, and then I'll send you right back.
May I inquire just why you would want to show me to people at the Waldorf Ritz?
Well, if you must know, it's a game, a scavenger hunt. If I find a forgotten man first, I win. Is that clear?
Yes, quite clear. Shall I wear my tails or come just as I am?
Now, you needn't be fresh. Do you want the $5 or don't you?
Madam, I can't tell you how flattered I am by your very generous offer.
What are you doing? Get away from me.
However, I'm afraid I'll have to take it up with my board of directors.
Don't you push me.
And no matter what my board of directors advise, I think you should be spanked.
Oh! Knock me down. You deliberately pushed me into that junk pile.
No, I didn't, but it suited you nicely.
George! George!
I saw that. I saw what you did. Are you in the habit of hitting ladies?
Maybe. I'm in the habit of hitting gentlemen also, if that would interest you.
Don't you touch me.
George, aren't you going to do anything?
I certainly am. I'm going to get a policeman. Come along.
George, come back here, George.
Get in, dear. I'll show you.
Oh, hello.
Hello? Who are you?
I'm Irene. Oh, that was my sister Cornelia you pushed in the ash pile.
How would you like to have me push Cornelia's sister into an ash pile?
Oh, I don't think I'd like it.
Wait a minute. Are you a member of this hunting party?
I was, but I'm not now. It's the funniest thing. I couldn't help but laugh. You know, I've wanted to do that ever since I was 6 years old.
You wanted to do what?
Oh, push push Cornelia in something. You know, a pile of ashes or something. Cornelia thought she was going to win, and you pushed her into a pile of ashes.
Look, do you think you could follow an intelligent conversation for just a moment?
I'll try.
Well, that's fine. Do you mind telling me just what a scavenger hunt is?
Well, a scavenger hunt is exactly like a treasure hunt, except that in a treasure hunt you find something you want, and in a scavenger hunt you try to find something that nobody wants. And the one that wins gets a prize, only there really isn't a prize, because all the money goes to charity. That is, if there's any money left over, but then there never is.
Well, that clears up the whole matter beautifully.
Oh, thank you. Well, I suppose I should be going, shouldn't I?
That's a good idea.
Oh, I want to see who won the game. I suppose it was Cornelia again. She's probably got another forgotten man by now.
You mean if you took me along with you, that you'd win the game? Is that the idea?
Well, I might if I got there first.
Let's beat Cornelia.
It wouldn't be asking too much?
Not at all. I'm very curious. I'd really like to see just what a scavenger hunt looks like.
Oh, but I just told you.
Yes, but I'm still curious.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please. Your attention, please. Miss Bullock has the forgotten man.
Well,
here he is. Would you mind stepping up on the platform,
yes,
please?
Get right up on the platform, Godfrey.
Doesn't he look funny?
Just stand over there, between the monkey and the goat. Now, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Fire away.
What is your address?
City Dump 32, East River. Sutton Place.
Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Is that your permanent address?
Well, the permanency is rather questionable. You see, the place is being rapidly filled in.
Do you mind? May I ask you a personal question?
If it isn't too personal.
Are those whiskers your own?
No one else has claimed them.
Thank you. Now, one more question. Are you wanted by the police?
That's just the trouble. Nobody wants me.
A very good answer.
Oh, splendid, Godfrey.
The committee is satisfied. Miss Irene Bullock wins the scavenger hunt for the forgotten man.
He's going to speak.
My purpose in coming here tonight was twofold. First, I wanted to aid this young lady. Second, I was curious to see how a bunch of empty-headed nitwits conducted themselves. My curiosity is satisfied. I assure you it will be a pleasure for me to go back to a society of really important people. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Godfrey, wait. Oh, Godfrey, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, I'd never brought you in there if I thought they were going to humiliate you. You know, I'm terribly grateful. It's the first time I've ever beaten Cornelia at anything, and you helped me do it. Oh, I wish I could do something for you.
Why?
Because you've done something for me, don't you see?
Well, I could use a job if you've got one lying around loose.
Can you buttle?
Buttle?
Yes, we're fresh out of Butler's, the one we had left this morning.
I'm afraid I wouldn't be much good at that.
Oh, yes, you would. You're going to make the best butler we ever had.
You really think so?
Oh, I do.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Good night, Godfrey.
Good night, Miss Bullock.
Good night.
Well?
I beg your pardon. I'm the...
Yes, you're the new butler. Well, I'm the old maid. Come in.
Oh, thank you. How did you know I was the new butler?
Oh, there's one every morning at this hour. They're dropping in and out all the time.
Is the family that exacting?
No, they're that nutty.
I see. Does the butler have quarters here in the house, or isn't it necessary?
You won't need any quarters. Just hang your hat near the door so you can get it quickly on your way out.
What's that?
That's the old battle axe. She usually rings about this time.
The old battle axe?
Yeah, Mrs. Bullock. She's the mother type. If she has the jitters, and she usually does, she'll ring again in a minute in no uncertain terms. Then, brother, you better grab her tomato juice and get going. Well, there she goes. Well, Cupid, this is your big opportunity.
Shall I take it to her?
Yeah, but you might as well know the worst, but I want to warn you. She, sees pixies.
Pixies?
Mm-hmm. You know, the little men.
Oh, those.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Where do I find her?
Upstairs. She's in the first cage on the right.
Well, wish me luck.
Happy landing.
Who is it?
Good morning, Mrs. Bullock.
Good morning. What day is it, Molly?
I'm not Molly.
Who isn't Molly?
I'm not.
Well, stop jumping up and down so I can see who you are.
I'm not jumping.
It's better. What's your name?
Godfrey.
Are you someone I know?
We met last night at the Waldorf Ritz. I'm the forgotten man.
Oh, so many people have such bad memories.
That's the truth. Will you drink this now?
What's that?
Pixie remover.
Oh, and you see them, too.
Yes, we're old friends.
Yes. But you mustn't step on them. I don't like them, but I don't like to see them stepped on.
I'll be very careful. I wouldn't hurt them for the world.
Thank you. Oh, you're a great help. Go away. Go away, little man. Go away. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Oh, there they go. You're very comforting, Godfrey. Oh, good night.
Good night. Good night.
Hello. Put your hat and valise at the foot of the stairs.
Well, I think I won the first round.
You mean you're still working here?
I haven't heard anything to the contrary.
Well, you just got by the cub. Now try the lioness.
Oh. Which is she?
Her name's Cornelia. She's a sweet-tempered little number.
Oh, yes. I met her last night.
Mm-hmm.
Let me have a tray.
Second door.
Thanks.
Who is that?
Good morning, Miss...
What do you mean by barging into my room? You...
But I...
Get out! Get out, you!
Oh, wait, you don't...
Get out! Get out, I said, and don't come back!
Hello?
Hello. I'm afraid I lost the second round.
Hey, Molly, cut out all the noise and bring me some breakfast.
Opportunity never stops knocking in this house. That's Irene. You want to try again?
Here goes.
Lots of luck.
Good morning. I brought you breakfast.
Oh, are you the new butler?
Don't you remember last night?
Well, what happened to Godfrey?
I'm Godfrey.
Oh, you look so different. What happened to those nice whiskers? Turn around and let me look at you. Oh, you're the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Thank you. Will there be anything else?
Yes. Sit down and talk. You know, I like to talk in the morning when your head is clear, especially when you've been somewhere the night before. Sit down.
Well, if you insist, but it doesn't seem very good form for a butler.
Oh, you're more than a butler. You're the first protege I ever had.
Protege?
You know, like Carlo.
Who is Carlo?
He's Mother's protege.
Oh.
You know, it's awfully nice, Carlo, having a sponsor, because then he doesn't have to work and he gets more time for his practicing. But then he never does, and that makes a difference.
Yes, I imagine it would.
Oh, it makes me feel so mature and grown up.
Oh, what does?
Having a protege. You're the first one I ever had, and it's terribly thrilling. Not only does it occupy my mind, but I think it's character building, too.
No, just what does a protege have to do?
Oh, you just go on butling and I sponsor you, don't you see?
It's getting clearer.
Well, it's really not much work, but it gives you something to think of. It's going to be such fun.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be heaps of fun. But you see, a protege has certain responsibilities also. For instance, if someone should ring for me now and I didn't answer, that would reflect upon you, because you're my sponsor, don't you see?
Yes, I suppose it would. I never thought of that. Oh, you don't know how nice it is having some intelligent person to talk to.
Yes, it's been very enlightening to me, too.
Oh, I just thought of something else. Do you know what you are?
I'm not quite sure.
You're my responsibility.
That's very nice.
Well, see you in church.
Yes. See you in church.
Goodbye, Godfrey.
Goodbye, miss.
Oh, Godfrey.
Yes, Miss Cornelia?
I see you're still with us, Godfrey.
Yes, miss?
I didn't think you'd last a full day.
Thank you, miss.
Do you like your place here? I mean, so far as you've gone.
I must admit it's more desirable than living in a packing case on a city dump.
Oh, that's where I met you. Yes, I remember now. You were very amusing.
I'm very sorry, miss.
Oh, I didn't mind at all. Have you a handkerchief? There's a spot on my shoe. Will you see what you can do about it?
Of course, miss.
I could have you fired, you know, but I like to see things wriggle. When I get through with you, you'll go back to your packing case on the city dump and relish it. I'll make your life so miserable
Hello,
that...
Godfrey.
Good evening, Miss Irene.
Oh, I like your new monkey suit.
Thank you for picking it out.
Oh, how do you like my new lounging pajamas?
I think they're very nice. Thank you.
I heard what you said to Godfrey.
So what?
So what? You leave him alone.
So who's going to make me leave him alone?
If you don't, you'll get a good sock from me.
Oh, the physical type.
What I say goes.
May I come in?
You're in, aren't you?
Good evening, Irene.
Hello, Carlo.
I've just been reading a very interesting book, The Greeks of the Middle Ages.
Irene would like that. You love the Middle Ages, don't you, dear?
Shut up.
Well, here we are.
Ah, Mrs. Bullock. Как вы поживаете?
Carlo, you're so continental. Oh, it's so nice to see you two girls having a pleasant chat. Or is it a pleasant chat?
Well, well, well. Imagine the Bullocks gathered together all in one room.
Don't forget Carlo, Alexander.
Oh, I'm not going to forget Carlo.
Oh, don't bother about me, Mr. Bullock. I feel one of the family.
And you don't mind if I discuss a few family matters, do you, Carlo, my boy?
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, Alexander, you're not going to bring up those sordid business matters again, I hope.
I've just been going over last month's bills, and I find that you people have confused me with the Treasury
Oh,
Department.
don't start that again, Dad.
I've got to stop it. The way you people are throwing my money around.
Money. That Frankenstein monster that destroys souls.
What? Say, listen.
Don't say anything more about it. You're upsetting Carlo.
Carlo. Who's the head of this house, Carlo or me?
Here's Godfrey.
The cocktails, sir.
Huh? What? Oh, thank you, Godfrey.
Not at all, sir. Miss Irene?
Oh, did you make them, Godfrey?
I helped.
Oh, they must be wonderful. I'd like to help sometime if you'll let me.
I'd feel honored.
While we're on the subject, how about this business of certain people picking up anybody they find on the city dump and dragging them into the house? For all we know, we might all be stabbed in the back some night and robbed.
Who's going to stab who, Cornelia?
Well, we don't know a thing about certain people.
You shut up.
I will not shut up. My life's precious to me.
Well, it won't be in a minute.
I think we should get our help from employment agencies.
Well, I don't know but what I agree with Cornelia.
Will you?
Alexander, you've upset Carlo, and now you're upsetting Irene. Don't you remember her breakdown last summer?
I do. That's why I'm not paying any attention to this.
Well, if Mother can sponsor Carlo, why can't I sponsor Godfrey?
Oh, Godfrey knows I'm not being personal, but after all, none of us would like to wake up some morning stabbed to death.
Now, Cornelia, you mustn't come between Irene and Godfrey. He's the only thing she's shown any affection for since a Pomeranian died last summer. Oh, now, Irene, you mustn't have a spell.
Oh, what is all this
Oh,
nonsense?
please be quiet. You never did understand women. Why don't you get the doctor?
I don't want a doctor.
Oh, do you want a nice bag?
No, I don't want an ice bag. I want to die.
Oh, you mustn't do that. Carlo, do the gorilla for Irene. It always amuses her.
I'm not in the mood.
Well, stop eating those hors d'oeuvres and get in the mood.
All right, I'll do it, but my heart won't be in it.
Irene, be a good girl, Miss Darling. Carlo's going to imitate a gorilla for you.
A gorilla? I'd rather see him imitate a man.
Alexander.
This is too much.
It certainly is. I'm getting out of this madhouse. I'll be at the club if you want me, and I hope you don't.
Well, I'm off for dinner. We must all get together again sometime. Goodbye, Irene.
Irene, are you feeling all right? Irene.
Where's Godfrey?
He's right here. Don't go away, Godfrey.
Angelica will be late for the concert.
I took my things. I'll be right with you. Godfrey's right here, darling.
Where?
Right here. Look, see, darling? Godfrey, say hello to Irene so she'll know who you are.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Godfrey.
And you've promised to stay on, haven't you, Godfrey?
If I'm wanted.
Oh, of course you'll want it, isn't he, Irene?
Yes, go away.
Yes, darling, I'm going. Goodbye, darling. Come along, Carlo.
Hurry. Always hurry.
Oh, Godfrey.
Yes, miss?
Oh, sit down, Godfrey. No, over here by me.
Oh, yes, thank you, miss.
Godfrey, would you mind kissing me?
Miss Irene, I hardly think...
Oh, Godfrey.
Here, now, wait. Please, miss, please, Miss Irene, you mustn't.
Oh, there.
Excuse me.
Oh, Godfrey, come back here. Where are you going?
I'm going to my room.
Oh, Godfrey, wait for me. Godfrey, open this door. Godfrey. Oh, there you are, Godfrey.
Please, Miss Irene, you can't come in here.
Why not? It's our house, isn't it? And after all, one room is just like any other room. Besides, I want to talk.
I'm terribly sorry, but we can't talk here.
Well, don't you think it's rather indecent of you to order me out after you kissed me?
After I kissed you.
Of course, Godfrey, don't you remember?
Miss Irene, hasn't anyone ever told you about certain proprieties?
Oh, you use such lovely big words. I like big words. What does it mean?
Well, you want me to remain on here as butler, don't you?
Oh, of course.
And I want to justify your faith in me by being a very good butler. And, in time, perhaps filling the void created by the death of your late lamented Pomeranian.
Oh, I've forgotten all about him. He had fleas anyway. Besides, you're different. You use big words and you're much cuter.
May I tell you a story?
I'd love it.
Well, once there was a very sentimental little girl with a very kind heart. And she helped a man who was very grateful. But then she became a nuisance and undid all the fine work she had done.
Oh, is it someone you know?
Her name is Irene Bullock. And if she were a smart little girl, she'd pick out some nice young chap in her own social set and marry him and live happily ever after. And never, never, never enter the butler's room again.
You mean I can never come in here again?
Never. Now, out you go.
Oh, Godfrey, stop.
This way, please.
No, I want to stay. Let me go.
Outside, please.
Will you be sorry?
And don't ever come in here again.
Will you be sorry?
My Man Godfrey. In a moment, our stars will be back for Act Two. Meantime, in our brief intermission, we present a song, one of America's greatest hit tunes, Tippy Tin, adapted, by permission, to our Lux story. Let's suppose that Rosita in Tippy Tin has suffered the embarrassment of a stocking run at the very moment she wishes to look her best. In our Lux version, we offer her a helpful suggestion.
One night the moon was so mellow, Rosita met young Manuelo. He begged for a kiss and heard a hiss from the young miss, this fellow. He said, why, what is so shocking? She hid the rum in her stocking. The date was no go, she suffered so, she had not luxed her stockings. Dip it in, dip it in, dip it in, dip it in. Avoid the cake soap rubbing, stockings take a drubbing, you're not satisfied. Dip it in, dip it in, dip it in, dip it in. Lux keeps stockings stronger so they last you longer, fewer runs to hide.
Yes, Lux Flakes do cut down on embarrassing stocking runs because they save stocking elasticity. Think how much your sheer stocking stretches every time you bend your knee. If it isn't elastic, it breaks. A run pops. So you can see the importance of preserving elasticity with Lux Flakes. Soaps with harmful alkali and cake soap rubbing weaken elasticity. To get longer wear from your stockings, always wash them with Lux. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement none of you will want to miss will come at the end of our performance tonight. Listen for it. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Once again, My Man Godfrey, starring William Powell and Carol Lombard, with Gail Patrick, Misha Auer, and David Niven. 2 days have passed, during which Irene has shown an all too evident affection for her man Godfrey. In the Bullock living room, a cocktail party is in progress. Irene, dressed in mourning, watches with tragic eyes as Godfrey moves among the guests.
Let me see, what did I bid? Spades? I never can tell the difference between spades and trumps.
Some hors d'oeuvres, Mrs. Bullock?
What? Oh, yes, thank you, Godfrey.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, look, it's Tommy Gray, the polo player. Tommy, come over here. Irene, Corey, look who she is here.
How are you, Angelica?
Fine. Godfrey, where are you going? Don't go away.
Oh, sorry.
Give Mr. Gray some hors d'oeuvres, Godfrey.
Very good, ma'am. Mr. Gray?
Thank you. Well, if it isn't Godfrey Park.
Smith, sir. Godfrey Smith.
Smith? What do you mean, Smith?
Do you know Godfrey, Tommy?
Know him. We went to Harvard together.
Imagine a butler with a college education.
A butler? Is this a gag?
Mr. Gray neglected to tell you that when we were in Harvard together, I was his valet.
Was he a good servant, Tommy?
Oh, excellent. What is all this, Godfrey?
I'll tell you later.
Strange you never gave Mr. Gray as a reference, Godfrey.
Well, you see, I left Mr. Gray under very unusual circumstances.
What circumstances?
I'd rather Mr. Gray told you about that.
Yes, go ahead, Tommy. Tell us.
Well, you see, Godfrey was working for us as a butler and so forth. And things were going along very well, but one day... You're sure you don't want to tell this, Godfrey?
Oh, I'd so much rather you would, Mr. Gray.
Oh, well, Godfrey was working for us for quite some time, and one day he came to me and said, Mr. Gray, he said, I trust my work has been satisfactory. And I said, why, of course. I said, I've never had more satisfactory work in all my life. And he said, thank you, sir. He was always very courteous, Godfrey was.
And then he left?
Yeah, he was. Yes. That's it. He decided he had to leave.
Why?
Well, he decided in favor of his wife and 5 children.
5 children? Godfrey, why didn't you tell me you had 5 children?
You never asked, Miss Irene.
Well, all I've got to say is if other people can have 5 children, so can other people. Well, listen, everybody, I want to make an announcement about something.
An announcement?
I want to announce my engagement. Congratulations, who's the lucky man, Irene? Not Johnny Van Rutten. Yes, that's who it is, Johnny Van Rutten. Johnny Van Rutten.
Godfrey, what is all this?
Meet me tomorrow, Waldorf Ritz Bar, 3 o'clock. I'll explain everything.
Isn't this engagement a little sudden, Irene? You shut up. Why don't you wish her luck, Godfrey?
Yes, come and congratulate Irene, Godfrey.
Well, certainly. May I congratulate you, Miss Irene? I wish you all the happiness in the world.
You wish you...
Irene! Well, isn't that funny? Crying at her own engagement party. Sometimes I don't think my daughters are all there.
Godfrey, over here.
Oh. Hello, Tommy.
I thought you said you'd meet me here at 3.
Sorry. It took me a little longer than usual to make the beds.
Oh, well, what are you drinking?
I'll have a rousing lemonade.
Are you sure you can handle it? 1 lemonade, 1 stinger, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's have it.
What?
The story. When I wander into a Fifth Avenue asylum and see one of the parks of Boston serving hors d'oeuvres, there must be a story.
Yes, there is. Tommy, you remember that little incident up in Boston?
Oh, you still have that woman on your mind?
No, not anymore. But I was pretty bitter at the time. So I gave her everything I had and just disappeared.
And?
Well, Tommy, it's surprising how fast you can go downhill when you begin to feel sorry for yourself. And boy, did I feel sorry for myself. I wandered down to the East River one night, thinking I'd just slide in and get it over with. But I met some fellows living there on the city dump. Fellows who were fighting it out and not complaining. I never got as far as the river.
And what happened?
I did all sorts of things, just to live. Then something happened. I got a chance to take this job, butling. A chance to rehabilitate myself. I took it.
And that's all?
That's all. But someday, Tommy, I'm going to do a little rehabilitating around that dump. And that's why I'm glad I met you.
Me?
You're going to help, too.
Excuse me, Mr. Gray.
Yes?
You're wanted on the phone, sir.
Oh. I'll be right back, Godfrey.
Righto.
Good afternoon, Godfrey.
Oh. Good afternoon, Miss Cornelia.
May I sit down? Well, the mystery's solved, isn't it?
The mystery, Miss Cornelia?
Yes. Now I know what a butler does on his day off. When you worked for Mr. Gray, were the two of you always this chummy?
You see, I worked for Mr. Gray a long time, and we got to be...
I see. Well, if you can be so chummy with the Grays, why can't you be chummy with the Bullocks?
I try to keep my place.
Why? You're very attractive, you know.
As a butler?
No, as a smith. You're a rotten butler.
Sorry?
Are we going to be friends?
I feel that on my day off, I should have the privilege of choosing my friends.
You can't go on like this forever. You really like me, and you're afraid to admit it, aren't you?
Do you want me to tell you what I really think of you?
Please do.
You won't hold it against me?
It's your day off.
Very well. Miss Cornelia, you belong to that unfortunate category I would call the Park Avenue brat. A spoiled child who's grown up in ease and luxury, who always had her own way, and whose misdirected energies are so childish that they hardly deserve the comment even of a butler on his off Thursday.
Thank you for a very lovely portrait. Goodbye for now. I'll see you down by the ash pile.
Waiter.
Yes, sir?
change that order. Make it 2 stingers. Double.
Molly.
Yes, Miss Irene? What are you doing? Sewing. Some buttons on a coat.
Oh, is it his coat?
Yes. The coat is his.
Oh, I'd like to sew on buttons sometime when they come off. I wouldn't mind at all. I could do it right down here in the kitchen.
He doesn't lose very many.
He's very tidy, isn't he?
Yes, he's very tidy.
Oh, what does he do on his day off?
He never tells me. Oh, he's probably sitting somewhere with some woman on his lap. He's the meanest man I know. I think he's very mean.
I suppose he's sitting somewhere with somebody on his lap that doesn't care for him at all.
As far as I know, maybe his children are there, too, calling him. Oh, I can't bear it. Oh, please don't.
You too?
Yes. Oh, Molly, I know exactly how you feel.
Good evening.
Godfrey.
How about a quartet? For tomorrow may bring sorrow, so tonight let us be gay. Hi, Toots.
Godfrey, look at you. Where have you been?
A friend of mine, drinking rousing lemonade.
Mother, Irene, everybody, come here quick.
What's the matter, Miss Cornelia?
Mother.
Yeah, what's the matter? What's going on around here now?
Father, my pearls.
What about your pearls?
They've been stolen.
Oh, that's terrible. What'll we do?
Well, we'll call the police. That's what we'll do.
That's the idea. Call the police. G-men.
Give me the phone.
You don't have to bother. I've already called them. And I think I know who did it. In fact, I'm almost sure. What do you say, Godfrey?
Hi, Toots.
One at a time. Wait a minute. One at a time. Wait a minute. Quiet. When did you miss the pearls, Miss Bullock?
This afternoon when I came home, I had put them in my jewel case this morning after breakfast.
She probably lost them. Last year she left them in a taxi.
Did anyone see you put the pearls in the case?
No. Oh, yes. Yes, Godfrey did. He was taking the tray out of my room. He saw me.
Godfrey, eh? Well, who's Godfrey?
That's me. Me.
Butler?
Yes, he's the best butler we ever
Oh,
had.
I'm sure Godfrey didn't do it. Although we don't know very much about him. My sister picked him up on the city dump.
Oh, I see.
Are you accusing Godfrey?
I'm not accusing anyone. I want my necklace.
Oh, it's silly to think of Godfrey wearing a pearl necklace.
Oh, yeah? Do you mind if we search your quarters, Godfrey?
Not at all. This way, everybody.
How can I find the pearls with everybody yelling? I can't find them anyhow.
Oh, where is my little doggone?
Oh, shut up, you. Miss Bullock, are you sure you lost your pearls?
Of course I'm sure.
Well, they're not in this room.
Look under the mattress.
What?
I said look under the mattress.
Yes, that's a good place.
Okay. No, they're not under here either.
Oh, but they must be there.
What?
Oh, nothing.
What made you so sure they'd be under the mattress, Cornelia?
Yeah. What made you so sure?
Yeah, what?
That's where people usually hide things, isn't it?
What are you up to?
There's something screwy around here.
Yes, and I think I know who.
Yes, and so do I. Yeah.
Officer, this whole thing looks like a mistake. Now, if you'll just forget it, I'll be very much obliged. My daughter is, she's a little, you know.
Yeah, I know. Only it ain't such a little.
Your coffee, sir?
Listen to this, Godfrey. Mrs. Bullock and her 2 daughters sailed yesterday for a holiday cruise around the world. It is rumored that the younger daughter, Irene, is trying to forget a broken engagement plus another heartthrob, which is the real reason for the trip. Oh, what do you think of that?
It is a little quieter, sir.
The socialite Mrs. Bullock and her 2 charming daughters relaxing on the beach at Deauville. They should relax. This is the first good rest I've had in 20 years. Expected home next week. Godfrey, they're coming home.
Yes, sir. Your breakfast, sir.
Never mind the breakfast. Just bring me a cup of coffee and 4 aspirins.
Hello, Godfrey.
Good evening, miss.
Doing the dishes?
Yes, it's the usual procedure after dinner.
It's nice to be home again, Godfrey.
It's nice to have you.
Did you mean it this afternoon when you said you missed me?
Yes, of course I did.
I mean, did you miss Cornelia or me or just me?
Oh, I may have missed you a little more than I did Cornelia. Why?
Oh, I'm glad, because if you missed Cornelia more, you probably would have missed me less. Oh, you look so cute in your apron. Oh, will you let me do something if I ask you?
Well, what do you want to do?
Wipe.
Oh, all right. And you can tell me all about your trip.
Oh, you won't get mad?
Why should I?
Because every place I went, everybody was Godfrey.
I don't want to seem dull, but I do seem to have a little trouble following you at times.
Well, for instance, whenever I'd go into a restaurant in Paris or any place, I'd close my eyes and I'd say, the waiter was Godfrey. And I'd say, I'm home and he's serving me dinner. Oh, it made everything taste better. And then we went to Venice, and one night I went for a ride in one of those rowboats that a man pushes with a stick. Not a matador, no, that was in Spain, but something like a matador.
Do you by any chance mean a gondola?
Oh, yes, that was the name of the boat, and the man that pushed it sang. He looked just like you. Oh, it was wonderful. I didn't even mind the smell.
Look, do you mind if I talk for a little bit while you catch your breath?
Oh, I'd love it.
Well, while you've been away, I've been doing some things also. I've been trying to do things that I thought would make you proud of me.
Oh, I was proud of you before I went away.
Yes, but I mean prouder still. You see, you helped me to find myself, and I'm very grateful.
Oh, you'd make a wonderful husband.
I'm afraid not. You're just grateful to me because I helped you beat Cornelia. And I'm grateful to you because you helped me to beat life. But that doesn't mean that we have to fall in love.
Well, if you don't want to, but I'd make a wonderful wife.
Well, not for me, I'm afraid. But we are friends, and I feel a certain responsibility to you. That's why I wanted to tell you first.
Tell me what?
Well, I thought it was about time I was moving on.
Oh, Godfrey.
Oh, now, please.
I won't cry, I promise.
That's fine. After all, I'm your protege, and you want me to improve myself, don't you?
Yes.
Well, that's very sweet.
Well, when are you leaving?
Oh, pretty soon. But I'll call you up every now and then. We'll have long chats. And I'll tell you how I'm getting along, and we'll have lots of fun.
Are you going back to her?
To whom?
Your wife.
Wife? Oh. Oh, she was just a fabrication.
Oh, then you aren't married.
Of course not.
And then there aren't any 5 children.
Well, there couldn't be very well.
Oh, Godfrey. Oh, Godfrey.
Did you ring, Miss Cornelia?
Come in, Godfrey. You needn't be so formal when we're alone.
Yes, miss?
There's a little matter I'd like to talk over with you. I met some people on the boat coming over, a Boston family. They know a great deal about a family called the Parks. Are you interested, Godfrey?
Slightly, yes.
Well, we can't talk here very well. Let's you and I take a long taxi ride out Van Cortlandt way.
I heard what you said.
Did you?
He's not going out with you.
Oh, yes, he is, if he knows what's good for him. I'll be waiting, Godfrey.
Well, he's not going. He's not Godfrey. You can't go with Cornelia.
But I didn't say I was going anyplace with Miss Cornelia.
I know, but you will. She always gets her own way. She makes everybody do just as she likes.
Why should you care whether or not I meet her?
I do care. That's why Cornelia's the one who doesn't care.
But I think I should decide those things for myself.
Oh, Godfrey, I don't want to be annoying, but
Oh, Miss Irene. Here, now, get up. Get up, open your eyes. Do you hear me? Open your eyes. Now, if you're faking another spell, you're on the wrong track. Are you faking? Oh, you're not, huh? All right. We'll soon find out. Now, up she goes. That's the girl. Now, I'll just carry her inside. Godfrey knows how to take care of little Irene when she faints. Godfrey will take care of everything. Right in here we go. Does Irene know where she is now? No, Irene has her eyes closed. She's fainted. But Godfrey will soon fix Irene. Just sit right there. That's the girl. Now, everything will be fine in just a moment. The best thing for the faints is a nice, cold shower bath. There, now, you'll feel fine in a minute.
Oh, Godfrey, come back here. Godfrey, where are you, Godfrey? I've been stuck running around all wet. Oh, Mother, he loves me. Godfrey loves me. Put me in the shower. Godfrey loves me. Godfrey, put me in the shower. Oh, Godfrey!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain falls on the second act of My Man Godfrey. Before Carol Lombard, William Powell, and our all-star cast return for Act 3, we bring you the young lady I mentioned earlier in this program, Madeline Fields, who made good in a DeMille picture when I failed to recognize Miss Lombard's talents. Miss Fields has also made good as Carol's personal business manager and best friend. To Miss Lombard, she's Fieldsy. Obviously, Fieldsy, you and Miss Lombard have never allowed business to interfere with friendship.
We settled that a long time ago, Mr. DeMille, by a very simple agreement. Carol can never write a check, and I can never sign one. It's strictly a collaboration.
Are you also in collaboration on that new home Carol's going to build out in the San Fernando Valley?
No, that's going to be entirely a Lombard production. She's designing it herself. A nice, rambling farmhouse. 10 acres, chickens, a barn, milk house, smokehouse, and a swell barbecue pit.
Well, tell me confidentially, is Carol off the screen anything like the Irene of our play?
Oh, far from it. Carol always goes around telling people she'd be lost without me. Well, I'm glad she thinks so, but she wouldn't be. She's got those 2 feet of hers planted squarely on the ground. She runs the house, does her own ordering, and a big time to Carol is having in a few friends for an evening of bridge. However, she did give me a real scare when we had that flood a few weeks back. She left bright and early one morning before I awakened and didn't come home until late that afternoon, covered with mud. When I asked her where she'd been, she said, oh, just out. Later, I learned that she'd taken her car, filled it with food and clothes, and rushed out to the flood area to do what she could. Carol's like that.
What can you tell our lady listeners about the Lombard wardrobe?
Well, only that she likes simple clothes, particularly sport things. And if she has a favorite color, it's white. She takes very good care of her clothes, too. Come up to the house sometime, Mr. DeMille, and I'll show you what we think of Lux Flakes. That big blue box is busy every day keeping her things fresh as a daisy.
That's an invitation I won't forget.
And if you want to make an impression, bring a tree.
A tree?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't we compromise on an acorn?
Not very well, Mr. DeMille. Carol, you see, is going to landscape the farm herself, and at the moment, any tree that will help make a good windbreak will be gratefully received.
Now, remember that at Christmas time.
Oh, but I can't wait that long. So from this point on, Carol will have to speak for herself. Thanks for having me.
Good night, Miss Fields. William Powell and Carol Lombard continue in My Man Godfrey with Gail Patrick, Misha Auer, and David Niven. It's the following afternoon. In the Bullock living room, Carlo strums idly on the piano, while Mrs. Bullock and Cornelia listen inattentively. Mr. Bullock, entering from the hall, surveys the scene gloomily.
Shut up.
What?
What did you say?
I told him to shut up.
Well, I never.
And you can shut up with him. And you too, Cornelia.
I didn't open my mouth.
Well, don't. Listen, and listen carefully, because it hurts me to repeat it. The Bullocks are broke.
What?
I am broke, you are broke, she is broke, and we're all broke. Not only that, but I've been using the company's money for the last month to speculate with. And I've lost. Do you hear that? I've lost. That means I'm an embezzler. Unless I get hold of a wad of money by the first of the month, I'm going to jail. Now, isn't that an interesting story?
Well, I certainly think it was very foolish of you.
You had no right to do it.
An embezzler. And to think that I've been a guest in your house. Is there nothing left?
Not a cent.
Ah, your food and drink have turned to dirt in my mouth.
What? That settles it. Carlo, Will you step into the hall for a moment?
What for?
Well, I want to speak to you as man to man.
You have found a way out?
Yes, for one of us, anyhow. This way, Carlo.
Excuse me, please. Well?
Alexander! What are you doing out there? Alexander! Cornelia, what are they doing? Alexander, come here. Come here. What did you say to Carlo?
I said goodbye.
Did he go?
Oh, yes, he left very hurriedly by the side window.
Alexander, you're cruel.
Did I hear something fall, sir?
Yes, you did.
Godfrey, come here. Carlo is gone.
Is he?
But you don't even seem surprised.
I think I've been expecting it. We all have to go, sooner or later.
Yes, that's true, isn't it? You're so smart, Godfrey. Maybe you can tell me why Mr. Bullock has to go to jail.
Mother.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Bullock doesn't have to go to jail.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, no, sir. You see, I've known for some time, sir, that the Bullock interests were in rather a bad way.
How did you know that?
Oh, I follow the market a bit. So I took the liberty of dabbling in some stock on my own account. Here, sir.
Well, what's this?
That is most of your stock. I knew it was being dumped on the market, so I sold short.
Short? You mean gentlemen?
Wait a minute. Do you mean that you've been making money when I was losing it?
I did it in your interest, sir. I felt I owed your family a debt. I hope I repaid it. And I may add, some of the money went into a project of my own. I hope you won't mind, sir.
You mean that you did all that on $150 a month?
Well, hardly. You see, with the aid of Tommy Gray and Miss Cornelia's pearls... Here, Miss Cornelia.
Oh, Godfrey. Then you did steal them after all.
Well, I
put the pearls under Godfrey's mattress.
Thank you, Miss Cornelia. I wanted you to say that.
Here, Godfrey. These pearls are rightfully yours.
Oh, no, thank you. I've repaid my debt, and I'm grateful to all of you.
If anyone's indebted, we are. After the way some of us have treated you.
Oh, I've been repaid in many ways. I learned patience from Mr. Bullock. I found Mrs. Bullock at all times, shall we say, amusing.
That's very complimentary of you, Godfrey.
What good did you find in me, if any?
A great deal. You taught me the fallacy of false pride. You taught me humility.
I don't understand you.
Miss Cornelia, there have been other spoiled children in the world. I happen to be one of them myself. You're a high-spirited girl. I only hope that you'll use those high spirits in a more constructive way. And so, goodbye.
Oh, dear.
There goes a great guy.
Hello.
Hello, Irene.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
What's the matter with her, Cornelia?
I don't know.
What's the matter with everybody? What's everybody crying about?
Godfrey's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
He didn't say.
Well, why didn't you stop him? Why didn't you hold him here? Well, he's not going to get away from me.
Where are you going?
To the city dump.
Well, this is it, Tommy. Tramp Inn, we call it. A palace of pleasure built on a foundation of tin cans and ashes. How do you like it?
Just a minute, Godfrey. Is this where my money went? Into a nightclub?
Some of yours, all of mine. Come into my office.
By the way, now, what happens to the profits from this place?
Well, we're giving food and shelter to 50 people in the winter and giving them employment in the summer. What more do you want?
Nothing. But you're the most peculiar butler that I've ever met.
Ex-butler.
Fired?
No, I quit. I felt that foolish feeling coming on again.
Oh, you mean Irene? Why don't you marry her?
Oh, no, thank you. Being her butler was tough enough.
Well, here. Hello.
Well, Godfrey, you have company.
Irene, what are you doing here?
Yes, what are you doing here? Don't let him off the hook, Irene.
I won't.
So long, Godfrey.
Oh, my, how you fixed this place up, Godfrey. It's much nicer than when I was here before.
Oh, you noticed that?
Are the Forgotten Men having a party?
Yes, it's their annual reunion.
Well, I saw the mayor out there. Is he one of them, too?
Yeah, he's the guest of honor.
Oh, it's a lovely view, the bridge and everything. Is the bridge always there?
Most always.
Oh, you have a kitchen. You know, I'm going to like this place. Oh, what's over here? Oh, is this where you sleep?
That's the general purpose of the room.
Oh.
Any observations?
I think it's very cute, but we'll have to change the wallpaper.
What do you mean we'll have to change the wallpaper?
Oh, I don't like green wallpaper. It makes me bilious.
Well, you won't have to look at it. You're going home right now.
But I can't go home. I can't, Godfrey.
Now, Irene, see here. You simply...
Oh, go on, lose your temper. I love it when you lose your temper.
Why can't you let me alone?
Because you're my responsibility, and someone has to take care of you.
I can take care of myself.
You can't look me in the eye and say that. You love me, and you know it. And you know there's no sense in struggling with a thing when it's got you. It's got you, and that's all there is to it. It's got you.
May I come in?
Oh, Mayor Cortland.
Mr. Gray said there were a couple of people in here who wanted to get married. Are you it?
Yes, we're it, Mayor Cortland.
Irene.
Well, can you marry us without a license?
Without a license? Well, it may get me into a lot of trouble, but I guess I've known your family long enough to take a chance. Does your father know about this?
Well, everybody knows about it except Godfrey. Come on, Godfrey, we're all set.
Join hands, please.
No, wait. Listen, Irene, we can't do it. You simply can't.
Shh. Just stand still, Godfrey. It'll all be over in a minute.
So ends My Man Godfrey. In a few moments, Melville Ruick brings you the important announcement referred to earlier tonight. And now, before William Powell, Carol Lombard, and Gail Patrick return for a curtain call, we hear from Mr. Eric Hatch, author of My Man Godfrey and the screen version of Topper. Tonight's story was turned down by nearly every studio in Hollywood. Finally produced by Universal, it became the first of the current cycle of comedy romances. It's also unique in that it was shot off the cuff, a Hollywood term which perhaps you'll explain to our audience, Mr. Hatch.
Well, shooting off the cuff, ladies and gentlemen, is shooting without benefit of the usual prepared script or scenario. The lines are made up on the set as the action progresses. The most eminent disciple of this system is Mr. Gregory LaCava, the terrific director with whom I was fortunate to work on My Man Godfrey. For 3 months before the actual shooting of the film, Greg and I accumulated 200 pages of rough notes and dialogue. These unassorted notes constituted all the script we had.
I've heard it said, Mr. Hatch, that the characters in My Man Godfrey were taken from life. Is that true?
Well, the only one taken from life was Mr. Bullock. I patterned him after a friend of mine, a banker. Lots of people have confided that they know exactly who he is, but oddly enough, no two persons have named the same man.
As one of those responsible for the current deluge of so-called crazy comedies, how long do you think their popularity is going to last?
Well, this may sound strange, Mr. DeMille, but Godfrey to me was never a crazy picture. Godfrey was a pretty serious man. And comedy, in my opinion, must have a certain serious touch if it's going to amount to anything. If the men who produce pictures happen to agree with me, then I believe this so-called trend will last indefinitely. You've done a great job with Godfrey tonight, and to Mr. Powell, Miss Lombard, and all the others who participated, my sincerest gratitude.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. And here, ladies and gentlemen, are William Powell, Carol Lombard, and Gail Patrick. And I'd like to know, Carol, what's all this talk about you and a farm? I can't quite picture the glamorous Lombard hoeing the potato patch.
Well, in the first place...
Yes, and Fieldsy said something about a smokehouse. You mean every time you want to light a cigarette, you've got to...
But, Gail, you don't understand. Now, a smoke...
Carol, are you going to have chickens?
Yes.
What kind are you going to raise? Jersey, Holstein, or Guernsey?
Well, whatever best, Father. Probably Holstein chickens.
Oh, splendid. What about some nice Plymouth Rock cows?
Look, I admit I don't know anything about farming, and I don't care what people think. I think it's a swell idea. What's more, I'm studying farming, and I'm taking a correspondence course from the University of California.
Carol, when you write for your next lesson, I wish you'd ask those college professors a question that's been puzzling me for some time.
So tell me you're turning farmer, too, Bill.
Oh, no. My question has nothing to do with farming, Gail. What I'd like to know is this. Now, in our play, Godfrey marries Irene.
Yes.
Now, do they or do they not live happily ever after? Does he change her? Does she change him? Or do they both stay as they are and make a go of it?
As the celebrated detective of the Thin Man films, what's your own deduction, Bill?
An absolute zero. I don't know.
Well, there's one way of finding out.
What's that, C.B.?
Make another picture. Let's ask our audience right now to drop a line to the Lux Radio Theater telling us whether they'd like to see more of Godfrey and Irene as Mr. and Mrs. Godfrey. If the answer's yes, I feel pretty certain that those letters will help bring another Godfrey film to the screen.
A grand idea, Mr. DeMille, and I hope you get lots of letters. And good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Carol. Good night, Gail. Good night, Gail.
In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with news of next Monday's show. Now comes the announcement I told you about earlier. Well, we certainly started something 2 weeks ago when we repeated our remarkable teaspoon offer. We have literally been swamped with requests, but we want to make good our promise of giving everybody a chance to get in on our souvenir offer. A half dozen extremely beautiful and serviceable, full-sized, original Rogers silver plate teaspoons, which, as you know, are guaranteed by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmith. To show you the kind of receptions the spoons are meeting with the country over, I want you to hear a few excerpts from typical letters that women are writing to us. Miss Mary Toomey of 25 Revere Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut, writes,
They are very beautiful, and I like the first 6 so well, I sent for another and showed them to my friends, who also sent for some.
And Mrs. Alder Nord at 511 Lakeview Avenue, Jamestown, New York, says,
I received my spoons today and want to tell you how pleased I am with them. They're perfectly lovely and worth so much more than I paid for them.
Truly, these spoons are very attractive and such a bargain. They have an extra heavy deposit of pure silver-reinforced plate on the part most often exposed to wear, and they are guaranteed in writing by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmith. Just let me read one sentence from the guarantee you will receive with your spoons. Every piece is guaranteed to give satisfaction in family use and will be replaced without charge at any time it doesn't conform to this guarantee. It is not hard to understand the enthusiasm of those who receive these spoons when you realize that you pay only a little over 8 cents apiece for them. But, of course, they are available only in half-dozen lots, 6 spoons for 50 cents. Now, here is the easy way to get these spoons. Simply send the top from a large package of Lux. Print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper. Wrap 50 cents in coin in the paper. Don't send stamps. And mail to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States.
Oh, Mr. Ruick, would you mind repeating that address, please?
Not at all, Miss Creighton. Simply send to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut.
Oh, I have it now. Lux, Meriden, 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 Connecticut.
I am sure that you will agree, once you have seen the spoons, that never before have you gotten a bargain like this. Of course, there is no advertising on the spoons in any way whatever, and they are not to be confused with inexpensive ordinary spoons. They are the kind of spoons that you buy carefully and thoughtfully, the sort of spoons that you intend to keep a lifetime. You really have to see these teaspoons to fully appreciate them. Be sure and mail your request promptly. You can have as many half-dozens as you want, but for each half-dozen spoons, send the top from a large-sized package of Lux and 50 cents in coin. Print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper, wrap the coin in the paper, and then mail to Lux, Meriden, 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 Connecticut, and you will receive your spoons promptly, postpaid. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Park Avenue and 10th Avenue never meet in New York, but they cross next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater when we bring you a romance successful on stage and screen, The Girl from 10th Avenue. In the title role, you'll hear the charming Loretta Young, and co-starred the popular George Brent. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and George Brent in The Girl from 10th Avenue. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Gail Patrick is from Paramount Studios, Misha Auer from New Universal, and David Niven from Samuel Golden Productions. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Kentucky Moonshine. Our stars were assisted tonight by Wallace Clark as Mr. Alexander Bullock, Elvia Allman as Angelica Bullock, Inez Seabury as Molly, Edwin Max as Mr. Guthrie, Frank Nelson as George, Lou Merrill as a detective, David Kerman as Clarence, Eddie Kane as Mayor Cortland, and Ernie Adams as a waiter. Heard on tonight's performance were Manhattan Serenade by Louis Alter and Just Let Me Look at You from Joy of Living. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play for tonight, Dark Victory, an inspiring play of a surgeon and a girl. Fate tried to separate them. Love brought them together forever. We want you to know how sincerely we appreciate your enthusiasm for this program and our products. Your purchases of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, which enable us to bring you these productions, tell us in the best way possible that you like the Lux Radio Theater. Headline tonight are Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory by George Brewer, Jr. and Bertram Bloch. Our guest is Miss Nina Roberts, hairstylist of Hollywood stars, and Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. Our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, is unable to be with us tonight. As guest producer, we're happy to welcome back, through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, one of the screen's outstanding celebrities. You've heard him before on this program in both this capacity and as a dramatic star. A great actor, a genial host, a splendid gentleman. We're proud to present Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Melville Roig, and good evening, everyone. I considered it one of the greatest compliments I ever extended me when last January I was invited to the Lux Radio Theater to take the place temporarily of Cecil B. DeMille. I feel still more flattered and grateful to have been given that honor again, though I sincerely regret the occasion of Mr. DeMille's absence. But illness overtakes even the best troopers now and then, and while I know my regret is one you all share, you'll be happy to learn that his illness is not serious and that DeMille will be back with us next week or the week after, producing the Lux Radio Theater as heretofore. I'm particularly happy working with two such charming and important people as Barbara Stanwyck and Melville Douglas. Miss Stanwyck may not know it, but she's assumed a major importance in the Arnold household, being the idol of my 13-year-old daughter, Jane. The love of my daughter's life happens to be horses, and ever since Miss Stanwyck acquired a ranch in the San Fernando Valley and began raising fine horses, Jane's invariable greeting when I come home is, "When are we going to get a ranch like Barbara Stanwyck's? Hello, Pop." When it comes to off-screen activities, I have a little more in common with Melvin Douglas. We're both pretty fond of good music, both have wives who are singers, and at present, Melvin and I are hard at work in a drive for the Symphony Society of Southern California. Miss Stanwyck comes to us from 20th Century Fox Studios, where her new picture is called Always Goodbye. Tonight we hear her as Judith Traherne. Mr. Douglas, who plays Dr. Frederick Steele, is a Columbia Studios and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star and is now at work with Louise Reiner in The Toy Wife. Our curtain goes up. The Lux Radio Theater presents another outstanding Broadway play, Dark Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. A country cottage on the north shore of Long Island. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. In the darkened living room, a telephone jangles wildly. From the hall comes Dr. Frederick Steele, a robe thrown hastily over his pajamas. He switches on a lamp over the desk and lifts the receiver.
Hello? Yes. This is Dr. Steele speaking. Who? But I'm a brain man. Well, I haven't been taking any calls down here. I'm on a vacation. Have you tried Dr. Parsons? Oh, I see. I thought he'd be back by now. Of course, I'll come if you think it's important. What's the name, please? What's the matter with her? She had it long? All right, I'll be there as soon as I can.
Did you get the doctor, Alice? No, Mr. Hearn, not Dr. Parsons. There's another one coming, Dr. Steele.
Steele? Who is he?
Judith, what kind of a hostess are you? Come and join the party.
Oh, Leslie, please, Martha's sick.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Well, I'm worried about her. Leslie, see if you can keep them quiet in there, will you? And for heaven's sake, turn off that radio.
I beg pardon, Mr. Hearn. Dr. Steele is here.
Thank you, Harvey. See what you can do, Leslie. Dr. Steele?
Good evening.
I'm glad you could come, Doctor.
Thanks. I've been wondering if I came to the right place.
Oh, you mustn't let the noise confuse you.
I'll try not to. Where's the patient, please?
It's Mrs. Blaine. My maid will show you to her room. This way, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'll be up in a few minutes.
And it just came on me all of a
sudden, Doctor. I had a pain here. Then I got dizzy just like that. And then I don't know what happened. I feel a little better now, though. But I'd feel terrible if I thought I couldn't ride tomorrow. We're having a hunt, you know.
Really?
Riding to hounds. Oh, you think I'll be all right, don't you?
Yes, I think you'll be all right. Excuse me.
But aren't you going to prescribe something?
I'll take care of it. Good night.
Well, Doctor,
Did I leave my hat in here?
are you going already? How is she?
Oh, she'll be all right with proper nourishment and care, and if my advice is followed to the T. I dare say she'll be able to ride to the hounds tomorrow.
I see. And what is your advice, Doctor?
Don't give her any more to drink.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Doctor, but I didn't know.
It's all right. She's like a lot of women of your class, stomachache cases. Does your right eye always twitch like that?
Only when I'm flirting with someone. Good night, Doctor.
Good night. Lots of luck tomorrow. I hope you catch the fox.
Judith, we're way off.
What's the difference?
Well, they've all gone down the road.
We'll cut across the field and meet them. I'll race you to the fence, Leslie.
It's a go.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
The rails are up. We can pass right through.
First one through the gate.
Keep to the left or you'll miss it.
Oh, stick to your riding, Leslie.
Over this way. Bear to the left.
I know where I'm going.
You're too far over. You missed the gate.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
Judith! Judith, for God's sake, you're going right for the fence.
Come on, come on.
Judith, look out for the fence. Look out, Judith. Judith! Judith, are you all right? Judith.
I asked you a question, Judith. Won't you answer me, please?
What is it, Doctor?
Did you take the medicine I prescribed?
Yes.
Did it do you any good?
Yes, I told you it did. Why do you keep after me all the time?
Because I'm not satisfied with your condition.
Well, I am. I'm all right, I tell you. I had a bad fall. It didn't kill me. I'll get over it.
You had that fall almost 4 months ago. You should be over it now.
Well, I might be if you'd stop feeding me pills for a few days.
Now, Judith, look at me. I saw you into this world, my dear. I only want to keep you in it, in health.
I'm sorry, Dr. Parsons.
Now, what about those headaches? Do you still have them?
At times.
When did you have the last one?
I don't know. Yesterday, I think. They're nothing. I've had them before.
Before? Before you had the fall?
Yes.
Judith, I want you to do a favor for me, will you?
Well, what is it?
Now, please don't refuse me. I want you to go into New York with me. I want you to see a man there. A doctor I have great faith in.
Oh, Dr. Parsons.
Now, please, Judith. I just want to satisfy myself that everything is all right. Now, will you do it? For me?
Very well, Doctor.
Good. I'll go and call him now. I won't be long. Hello? Hello? I want to put a call through to New York, please. Yes. To Dr. Frederick Steele.
I tell you, Parsons, I can't do it. I told you on the phone I couldn't do it.
No, but you've got to help me. It's important, Steele. This girl
I
is
don't
one...
care who she is. I can't see her. I quit New York practice. Closed my office yesterday. I'm leaving here in about 20 minutes. Why don't you get Findlay?
Findlay's in Europe.
All right, then get Park.
I don't want Park or any of the rest of them. I know better than I am. I want you.
Can't be done. I'm leaving for Vermont.
Very well. It's going to be a little embarrassing for you.
Embarrassing? Why?
Because she's out there in your waiting room. I brought her with me.
I see.
Now, Steele, you're always crying out about the sad lot of humanity. Well, there's humanity waiting for you in that room. You can't turn your back on it.
All right, Parsons, you win. I'll see your patient.
Good.
But I'm still leaving here in 20 minutes.
Come in, Judith. Judith, this is Dr. Steele.
Dr. Steele. How do you do, Doctor?
Oh. Mr. Hearn, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you know each other?
Slightly, yes.
Well, that simplifies matters considerably. I'll wait outside, Doctor.
Sit down, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you. I had no idea you were this, Dr. Steele.
I had no idea you were that, Mr. Hearn. Does it make any difference?
Not to me.
Fine. I know something of your case, Mr. Hearn. I understand you had a fall.
Yes.
I also understand you don't like to talk about your health.
I don't?
Why?
It bores me, that's all.
Most people love it. Is that light from the window too strong for you?
No.
But your right eye seems to.
It's Just the same little failing, Doctor.
Oh. How old are you, Mr. Hearn?
I'm 27 years old, an only child, an orphan since I was 20. I weigh 115 pounds. I've had mumps, measles, and whooping cough, all at the proper ages. Shall I go on?
Please.
I'm interested in horses. I take plenty of exercise. I smoke to excess, but seldom drink. I'm said to have a sense of humor.
Your headaches must interfere with that.
I see you have my case history.
They're pretty bad, aren't they? Those headaches.
I can stand them.
Mostly on the right side.
Yes.
How'd you happen to fall from your horse?
We were riding for the gate. I misjudged the distance and missed it. My horse didn't clear the fence.
How far to the right of the gate were you?
They tell me it was about 15... How did you know it was to the right?
I guessed it.
Clever of you, Doctor. About 15 feet. I suppose you think I got what I deserved.
How do you mean?
Oh, that night you came to the house, you had a great contempt for the pastimes of the idle rich.
Oh, I was a bit cranky that evening. You must make allowances for the hour.
But you have a contempt for them?
They don't appeal to me, that's all.
Well, it's the only thing I know. What does appeal to you? Just your practice, I suppose.
No, that least of all.
You seem to be doing pretty well.
Too well. It comes a little too easily, this feeding sugar pills to a Park Avenue clientele.
Oh, I know. Stomachache cases.
Yes, you can call it that.
It sounds awful.
It is.
Then why do you do it?
Because, like you, Mr. Hearn, I'm caught in the swim.
Oh, Doctor, what a relief to find out you're no better than I am.
But I'm leaving my practice. Clearing out.
Retiring?
No, just the contrary. I'm going back into medicine.
That's a little deep.
Well, I'm going to a remote village in northern Vermont to be a country doctor.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But why? And why Vermont?
I was born there.
Oh, it's just sentiment then.
If you like.
All the same, I think I envy you. It must be swell to believe in what you're doing.
Don't you?
No, not the way you do. Oh, I'm not complaining, take it all in all. They dealt me a very good hand. I'm young. I have no particular responsibilities. I won't cultivate them either. I'm freer without them. I'll probably marry someday. No hurry about that. And when I do, I'll build a house on a ridge I know with a glorious view. I'll have my horses, and with luck, I'll have, about 40 years of it. I think that's a pretty good setup.
Do you? That light is in your eyes, isn't it?
I wish you wouldn't keep harping on that. There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
But you're squinting.
I'm not squinting.
I'll pull down the shade. That's better.
Suit yourself. It's your office.
What did you do yesterday, Mr. Hearn?
What?
Yesterday, what did you do?
Why, I went to the theater in the afternoon. I played bridge in the evening.
But yesterday was Tuesday. There were no matinees. You're sure it wasn't the other way around?
Oh, yes, I guess it was.
What was the play?
I can't remember the title. It wasn't very good.
Too bad. How'd you come out at bridge?
Let me think.
Quickly.
Well, I can't remember.
You lost, didn't you?
Yes, I lost.
How much?
How can I remember? I play bridge every day.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Yes.
Playing badly?
I suppose so.
Forgetting what cards are out and what's been bid.
Why do you ask me all these silly questions?
I told Dr. Parsons I'd try to make a diagnosis.
Then all this talk... You've been examining me, haven't you? Watching everything I say, every move I make.
Yes. Do you mind?
I guess it's all right.
Thank you.
Well, what have you discovered?
I don't know. I'd like you to put yourself in my hands for a few hours to make a complete test. Will you do that? Will you?
Oh, I'm going to surprise myself. I'll do it.
Steele, I thought you'd never finish.
It took a little time, Doctor.
You've missed your train, of course.
Train? Oh, yes.
Well, how is she? Did you find anything?
She has everything to live for, hasn't she? Money, position, everything.
What's the matter? Well, don't stand there looking at me like that. What is it?
Glioma. Brain tumor.
Good God. Where?
Temporal and parietal lobes. She has a right visual defect.
Is it, can we operate?
Yes.
Will you do it?
Yes. Probably won't help much.
She'll be an invalid?
No, there'll be a recurrence in about 10 months. A short period of blindness. That'll be the signal.
The signal?
For the end.
Oh.
She'll die within 10 months.
Doc Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. In a few moments, our stars will return in Act Two. During our brief intermission, we are going to give you an opportunity to determine your movie IQ. That is, to find out how well you really know your movie stars. A young lady is going to read some sentences which don't seem to have much significance. But hidden in each is the name of a famous screen star. Just the last name. See if you can spot it. Listen carefully, and remember, it's only the last name you're to watch for. Let's go. First sentence.
She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. I'll repeat that. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial.
Did you get it? That's Joan Blondell. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. Oh, Mary, maybe you'd better read that just a little bit more slowly. I can see some people in the audience straining to think.
Surely, Mr. Ruick. Sentence 2. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Now, I'll say that again. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter.
That was easy. Claudette Colbert. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Sentence 3.
On payday, vistas of joy confront us. Here it is again. On payday, vistas of joy confront us.
Now, that's not quite so easy. Davis. Betty Davis. On payday, vistas of joy confront us. We named 3 of the loveliest, most charming women in Hollywood. Joan Blondell, Claudette Colbert, and Betty Davis. They each represent a different type of beauty. But about complexion care, they all agree and use Lux toilet soap regularly. And they give you another tip. We use Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too, they say. They find this soap with active lather a sure way to protect the daintiness that is so essential to feminine charm. Its active lather removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves the skin really fresh, perfumed with a delicate fragrance you'll love. And now, Edward Arnold.
We continue with Doc Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. With a strange willingness which she herself did not understand, Judith placed herself in Steele's hands and underwent the difficult operation. But she still doesn't know that her cure is only temporary, that certain death is waiting for her before a year is gone. In her hospital room, she's propped up in a wheelchair by the window, gazing up at Steele, who stands in front of her.
And I'm going home in a week, you promise?
I promise.
Oh, I'm glad. It'll be grand to be home again. There's so much I want to do.
You'll have to go easy,
Oh, I will. What about riding?
Well, not for a while.
But soon.
I hope so.
You'll come to see me, won't you? Of course you will. You're going to come often.
I'm surprised you want me.
Oh, I've forgiven you, Doctor. Everything you said. I'm feeling very noble just now.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. I guess everyone feels that way after flirting with death. Was I brave, Doctor?
You were very brave. You'll always be, I think.
Thank you. I like to believe I was, anyhow. I'd like you to feel I was worth the trouble.
Trouble?
Dr. Parsons told me you were planning to leave the morning I came to you.
Oh, that was nothing.
I just want you to know that I appreciate it, that I'm grateful to you. You know, it's funny, I never had faith in anyone before. Not real faith like I have in you. What have you done to me, Doctor, besides effecting a cure? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking you'd better go back to bed. You've got a lot of resting to do before you leave here. I'll drop in again in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Michael.
Yes, miss.
How are you, Martha?
I'm stunned. Is this really you?
Yes.
Well, Alice told me you were out riding. I thought she'd been drinking.
Did you just get here?
10 minutes ago.
Oh, you must be the first. Come inside. I've got a lot to tell you.
Who else is coming?
Oh, it's a big weekend. Harker, Les Clark, the Todds, Mabel, Jerry Levitt for you, and Dr. Parsons.
To lend a medical flavor.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Martha.
Anyone else?
Well, I mentioned Fred Steele, didn't I?
You very pointedly did not.
Well, he's coming, of course.
I've rather bitter memories of Dr. Steele. He's very rude.
Oh, he's not really. He's marvelous when you get to know him.
You seem to know him quite well.
I'm trying to.
You've been pretty hard hit, haven't you?
I'm in love with him.
And he? That's always the first question one asks.
I don't know. He's so hard to see into. Oh, he's conscious of me. I affect him pleasantly, and he may be in love with me. But if he is, he doesn't show it.
Why couldn't the Spaniards or the French have landed on Plymouth Rock instead of the Puritans?
Well, he enjoys being with me, I know that. And he's opened my eyes to a new world. He's the first thoroughly fine person I've ever come close to. What's the matter?
English is your common tongue. What else have you in common?
Oh, don't joke about this, Martha.
I'm not joking.
If I married him, I could teach him.
Well, my pet, get him if you can, and my blessings. Only, remember the man who went hunting with a butterfly net and routed out a panther.
A panther. Yes, that would be just the thing for my farm.
Farm? You have no farm.
Oh, but I might have one of these days in Vermont, darling. Come in. Oh, I didn't expect you until dinner time.
I thought I'd come early if you didn't mind.
Oh, I'm glad you did. We can have a talk before the crowd gets here. Sit down.
I'd like that. I may not see you again for quite a while.
Why, Fred? Oh, you mean you're going to Vermont?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
So soon?
It has to be sometime.
Of course.
How have you been, Judith?
What? Oh, fine.
Let's have a look at you. No headache?
None.
Been sleeping well?
Beautifully.
Appetite good?
Marvelous. You see? I know all the answers.
Good. Now stand with both feet together. Close your eyes. How's the balance?
Perfect.
I find nothing wrong.
There isn't. I rode today.
Oh. How'd it go?
How did it go? I wish I had a gift for words, Fred. For the first few minutes, I was tense. I couldn't forget that day when I crashed into the fence. I saw the whole thing happen again. And then my horse responded. I put him to a hedge. We cleared it beautifully. The fields lay clear and green before us. I was free. And what was better, I was myself again. Oh, Fred, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, don't let's talk of thanks.
I owe you so much.
I've been repaid 1,000 times for anything I've done. And I never want you to feel under any debt to me.
I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. Are you so generous to all your patients, Dr. Steele?
Judith, you know what I mean.
Oh, perhaps I do, and perhaps I don't. How much of what you say do you ever mean?
I mean that I care so much that I'll be ready to come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Is that better?
You sound so serious.
Well, it was a serious speech.
It had such finality to it. Fred, what's disturbing you?
Nothing.
Yes, there is. Why do you choose just those words whenever you call me?
I was trying to fit the role you picked for me.
Oh, you're not telling me the truth, but that's your privilege. I'll get it from you sometime. Perhaps later in the summer if I should see you.
What?
Well, you see, a real estate friend of mine told me last night that I ought to have a place in the mountains. And where do you think he suggested I buy a place? Vermont.
No, really?
Uh-huh. Maybe I'll buy it. And then I can come up once in a while and stand godmother to the babies you bring.
Well, I'll have to arrange for them to be born between your horse shows.
You think it's all nonsense, don't you? My interest in showing horses. But I love it, and I do it well. That's something, isn't it? Oh, I know. But what of the more serious side of life, my child? Oh, don't worry. That's coming, too, when I'm married.
Married?
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking seriously of getting married?
Why not? Is it unnatural? Look at me. Is it so hard to think of me in love? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Fred, what's happened?
Nothing has happened.
What are you hiding from me?
Judith, why should I hide anything from you?
Oh, don't evade. You're trying to protect me from what?
I tell you there's nothing.
That strange, solemn note that comes into your voice whenever we talk about me and my future. I've noticed it before.
You're imagining things.
Oh, don't lie, not to me. What's frightening you so?
Judith, you're frightening yourself.
Oh, I see. I see. This terrible thing in my brain is coming back. It is, isn't it? And this time it's going to... I'll die, won't I?
Judith.
I'm going to die. That's it, isn't it, Fred?
Oh, God, Judith. Please.
I'm all right. Just give me a minute. Light a cigarette for me, will you? Thanks. I'll have those headaches again and that awful confusion.
No, you're not going to suffer again. That's all behind you now.
How will it come?
Quietly. Peacefully.
God's last small mercy. I'll have no warning. No chance to be ready.
There may be a moment near the end when you won't be able to see quite as usual.
You mean I'll go blind first?
Just for a moment. Then you'll be perfectly all right again for a few hours.
Fred, how long have I? A year? 8 months? 6?
Possibly more. Judith.
I'd rather you didn't touch me just now. Do you mind? I think I'd like to be alone, Fred.
Why?
I won't do anything reckless.
I'd rather
I want to be alone, Fred.
Mr. Hearn, about...
Mr. Hearn can't see you now, Harvey.
Well, it's about dinner, sir.
There'll be no dinner tonight. Tell the guests that when
No,
they come.
no, don't tell them anything, Harvey. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yes,
Judith, you can't do this. You're in no condition
Oh,
to...
please, Fred, it can't make any difference one way or the other, and I want to do it this way.
Pretty gay, aren't they? What are you doing out here, Steele? You ought to be inside with the young people.
I'm doing the same thing you're doing, Parsons. Watching her.
Yes. Strange, isn't it? That girl in there, so full of life, so entitled to live, and a contemptible, meaningless organism puts a period to it. It's rather a bitter commentary on advanced medicine.
She'd be the first to tell you that. She's found out.
What?
She knows she's going to die.
Good God. How did she find out?
I told her this afternoon.
You told her? Oh, how could you?
We won't go into that. She caught me off guard. She was thanking me for saving her, talking so hopefully of her future.
How did she take it?
You know how she'd take it. Magnificently. But she's a lonely girl. She'll be lonelier now.
She has courage. Thank God for that. She has friends, many of them.
Friends? Those chattering fools in there, do you think they can help her? One word from me and they'd run from the house like rats.
Steele, you wouldn't.
No, I won't tell them.
Where are you going?
To be entertained, Dr. Parsons.
Oh, come in, Dr. Steele. You're just in time to hear the punchline.
Mother, stop it. You'll be sent home.
Without her supper?
Without her supper.
Because of one little story.
Oh, one of your little stories, yes.
Oh, you know, Judith, my suspicions of you are right. You're not sophisticated at all. Actually, you're a woman who's destined to be a mother, and you have loads of children. There is Oscar and Judith and Peter and little Frederick.
Why don't you shut up?
What?
Fred. It's all right, Martha.
It isn't all right. Judith isn't well.
I am. I'm all right, I tell you.
Will everyone please get out?
No one is getting out.
Judith, I want to speak to you.
Will you come outside, please?
I'll be right back, everyone.
Said anything like that, did you?
That was rotten of you, Fred.
It was the only intelligent thing I've done today. I'm not going to stand by while you put yourself through an ordeal like that.
What do you want me to do? Sit upstairs by myself and think how in 6 months...
This isn't the time to face people who expect you to be gay and happy.
I would have carried it off tonight if you hadn't interfered.
And then what?
Then? Nothing.
You're wrong, Judith. There is something. Something more important than you think. You can find peace.
Oh, he takes away my life and offers me peace. You left me too much for peace. 6 long months. Oh, God, how long they seem.
Now, give yourself a chance, Judith. Don't try to adjust yourself to this thing. All in a minute, you can't do it. You're only going to make it harder for yourself if you try. Judith, trust me. I'm your friend.
Too much, my friend. Oh, much, much too much. Oh, I'm talking in riddles. I dislike people who evade. But suppose I don't like myself. What of it? It'll be that much easier 6 months from now. Must be horrible to die loving oneself. I'm shocking you.
No.
Disappointing you, then.
No.
Well, why do you stand there and say nothing? Your eyes searching me, your mind, that beautiful scientific mind judging me. Well, what do you think of this exhibition? What do you think now of your calm, brave Judith who went into the operating room without a tremor?
What I've always thought of you. I only want you to have the same faith in yourself that I have in you.
Oh, you've never had faith in me. You thought there were too many bad spots. You dislike my world. You despise it. Well, thank heaven for that world now. At least my friends will help me cram my days and nights to overflowing.
You mustn't tell them, Judith. Don't ever do that.
Oh, I don't want sympathy. I want action. I want to move, to live. The night shall be filled with music. I'll put on a good show, believe me, and I'll be satisfied with that for my epitaph.
No, you won't be. You're too vital a person to be satisfied with that. There's the truth, and you've got to face it.
The truth is I'm going to die in 6 months. There is no other truth.
We all must die. The tragic difference is that you know when. And we don't. But the important thing is the same for all of us. To live our lives completely.
The doctor talks.
Because I know that you want so much more than your friends can possibly give you. Because I want you to find some measure of fulfillment.
Fulfillment. Haven't I been dreaming of fulfillment? Hoping and praying? Fulfillment. Oh, you fool, you poor fool. Can't you see? Don't you know? I'm in love with you.
Judith.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It was unfair of me.
Judith. I never dreamt.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Fred. It would have been much worse if you'd loved me, too. I know you don't think there's a place in your heart for love, and now I can never teach you. Never. Never, never. That's a terrible word, isn't it?
Judith, I'm taking you away with me.
Yes? Why?
Because you need my help.
Still my friend. Oh, go away and leave me alone. I can't rise to your height. I only wanted you to hold my hand. You can't even do that. You're no good to me. You're no good to me at all.
Sit down, Judith.
No, I'm not in your office now. You can't do that to me. Oh, don't you see? You'll only stop me living the few hours left to me. My friends can lift me out of this, but you mean defeat, futility, and death. Always and always that, and I won't have it. I won't let you spoil what's left.
Judith.
I want you to go away. I want you to go and stay away. I don't want to see you again. Ever.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With the second act of Dark Victory completed, and with the third act to come in a few moments, we go from the serious mood of our play into a lighter vein. We devote this brief intermission to a meeting with another backstage Hollywood personality who helps make motion pictures what they are. She is Nina Roberts, chief hairstylist of the United Artists Studios. Miss Roberts has been parting the hair of glamorous stars for 12 years, starting with Mary Pickford and Norma Talmadge. At the moment, she's working on the Walter Wanger production, Algiers. And the efforts of her 20 assistants are seen in such recent films as The Adventures of Marco Polo, Stella Dallas, Stand-In, and The Goldwyn Follies. In the latter film, Miss Roberts achieved the distinction of giving Master Charles McCarthy his first shampoo, Finger Waving Marcel.
And I've been picking splinters out of my fingers ever since, Mr. Arnold.
Didn't Charlie feel like a sissy getting his hair done?
Indeed not. He was a little scared that his scalp might warp. But apart from that, he didn't open his mouth.
Well, probably because Edgar Bergen wasn't around. But why, Miss Roberts, was it necessary to operate on Master McCarthy's curls for the movies?
Because the picture was done in Technicolor, Mr. Arnold, which demands much more attention to detail than black and white films. And here's a fact that might be particularly appropriate. Each star in a Technicolor picture uses special Technicolor makeup. Before this makeup is put on and when it is taken off, you will find that the stars make generous use of Lux toilet soap. They prefer it because its active lather makes it such a fine complexion soap. A soap that removes stale cosmetics thoroughly.
Well, we're glad to hear you say that, Miss Roberts. A fact like that should be interesting to the women in our audience who also use Lux soap. Now about hair. From my casual observations, the present mode seems to have come directly from the history books. The modern girl apparently wants to look more like a page boy.
Right you are, but the page boy bob is now at its peak, which means another style will soon replace it. The pompadour. You'll first see it in modified form, with the hair swept up the back of the head and curls on top in the form of paillettes or ringlets. Hair will be worn sleek and tight to the head, so it will really look bobbed, and women will once again reveal the fact that they have ears.
Well, there are many types of girls and faces in our audience, Miss Roberts. Would you make an attempt to distribute a little specific advice?
You name them, and I'll try.
Well, let's begin with the general classification of brunettes.
Good. Dark hair usually looks best when it's sleek and well-groomed, because dark hair around the face usually shows a definite hairline. Blonde hair doesn't show a definite hairline, and therefore usually looks better curled.
Very good. Now, what about the girl with a round face?
She should wear her hair drawn smoothly from the forehead in a soft knot in the back. In the evening, a high dress will subdue the roundness of the face.
Now, the girl whose nose is a trifle larger than she'd like it to be.
She should avoid both the high hairdress and a lot of waves on the top. She should keep a flat hairline in the head and fullness at the sides in the form of curls or waves.
And for those who wear glasses?
My suggestion is never wear the hair pulled away from the face. A softly waved hairdress with some fluffiness around the temples is most becoming. And speaking of fluffy hair, Mr. Arnold, did you know that Lux toilet soap makes the hair grand as shampoo? And we use it at the studio all the time. But getting back to girls with glasses, they should choose hats with widely flaring brims, never off-the-face hats or turbans. You'll find all these types on the screen. So watch the pictures not only to see specific examples, but also to learn what's new in style. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Roberts. Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory. It's late October. 4 months have passed, and Judith is living desperately, cramming a lifetime into a few short weeks. But she finds no satisfaction in her mad existence, no relief from the gnawing thought that her days are numbered. She's in a car now, on her way home from a late party.
Faster, Leslie. Oh, you can go faster than this, can't you?
Maybe I can, but I'm not going to try.
Well, what are you doing?
We're stopping. You might not care about your neck, but I'm very sentimental about mine. Don't you think we ought to turn for home, Judith? It's almost dawn.
Well?
You ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? Oh.
What's the matter with you? What are you doing to yourself? You can't go on this way much longer.
No, I can't.
Well, then why don't you stop? Everybody's talking about you.
Not you, Les.
Oh, not me, no. But I don't like to see you throwing yourself around. Not unless you throw yourself at me.
Would you like that, Les?
Judith,
What is this?
You can kiss me if you want.
Judith, I never knew you could be like this. What's got into you?
Oh, it's no good, Les.
Judith.
Let me go. Let me go, please. Oh, you were right. I can't go on this way. I can't die like this.
Die? What are you talking about?
I'm going to die in 2 months, Leslie.
What?
It's as certain as the night is passing now. You're practically holding a dead woman in your arms. Does that frighten you? It is rather repulsive, isn't
Judith,
it? That's why I've been living as I have, so cheaply, so stupidly. But it's over now. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Where, Judith?
Oh, away from all this, as far as I can get. The stars are so bright, aren't they? It's been a grand autumn, with all the colors. The old year puts on a fine show near the end. That's what I have to do. I have to learn how to die. I'll go home now, Leslie.
Good evening, Jenny.
You're late tonight, Dr. Steele.
Yes, I had to stay at the Fraser's house longer than I expected.
It's after 9 o'clock.
I know. I saw the train pull out as I came by the station.
You're tired, aren't you?
I hadn't thought about it. Maybe I am.
Well, I don't like your looking so tired.
Oh, don't worry about me, Jenny, and don't fuss. Remember, I'm not in the second grade any longer.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, so am I, Jenny. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm all right.
Oh, I thought coming back here it'd make everything different. It hasn't. You're not contented here, are you?
No, nothing's ever complete, Jenny. There's no such thing as perfection. I've learned that.
Now, you didn't used to think so.
But I've learned. You see, I came very close to it once, Jenny. Almost to the thing itself. I held it in my hand. But there was a little flaw, and because I couldn't compromise, I lost it.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Good night, Jenny.
Good night.
Who is it? Who's there? Judith. Judith, darling. Darling, it's cold. Come in.
I came to you, Fred. I came to you after all.
Oh, Judith, darling. Here, sit down. Are you all right?
Yes.
Give me your coat. How'd you get here?
I walked.
You walked from the station?
There wasn't any taxi. Fred, I've got to speak to you.
No, not tonight. Let it wait until tomorrow.
No, I've got to tell you now. I've come a long way. You'd better hear me.
All right, go on.
I've done what I said I would, Fred.
Yes.
Everything. It was no good. It didn't work, Fred.
I was afraid it wouldn't. I should have brought you with me. I failed you, Judith.
No, I failed myself. But last night I reached the end, so I've come. I won't demand much. Your strength can help me face myself.
Oh, darling, I'll give you so much more than that.
I don't want more. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Now.
I love you, Judith. I want you to marry me.
Fred.
I want you to marry me, Judith.
You do. You really do. Oh, that's very precious.
I'm lonely, too. I need your companionship and your love to make me whole again.
Oh, darling, be careful. We mustn't make it harder for ourselves.
No, you're still afraid that I'm just your friend.
No, I'm not. You do love me, and I'm grateful. But it's too late. A shadow's fallen on my earth. It mustn't fall on yours.
But, darling, it's been falling since time began. Even as we speak, the earth is shouldering eastward. Come here, darling. Between now and now, there's been birth and the passing of life, sunset and dawn, weariness and answering sleep. And your shadow's mine, and your victory over it. That's mine, too.
I must never interfere with your being a doctor. Your kind of a doctor. You must promise me that. It must be part of our bargain together. Oh, I want to help you. I must give you something of me that will live on in your work after I've gone. When I've done that, I shall have done everything.
I understand. I promise, darling.
Jenny, we have a deficit for the month of $43.17.
That's splendid, Mrs. Steele. As I recall, it was over 100 last month.
At this rate, we'll soon be living within our income.
No, don't tell the doctor. He won't even mail out his bills.
Oh, Jenny, who did collect the bills before I came?
The patients collected.
And still doing it, some of them. Here's John Hunter with a bill of $8 rendered 4 months ago.
My dear, if John Hunter ever paid a bill, the entire country would rock on its foundation.
I know, and he's such a kind man. He looks just like a horse. I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Montreal? Well, Dr. Steele isn't here. Is it person to person? I see. Well, he ought to be home soon. All right. An emergency call. I don't like that. Oh, Jenny, they wouldn't call him to Montreal, would they?
It's possible. You mustn't fret every time he goes out of the house.
I know. I grudge every minute he's away, every second.
Well, then you shouldn't have married a doctor.
Oh, please don't say that.
Oh, I didn't mean it, ma'am.
Jenny, what was he like when he was a little boy?
Who?
Dr. Steele. Was he a nice little boy?
He was not. He was nasty. All little boys are nasty.
Oh, he wasn't.
Oh, very well, then, just as you wish.
Oh, dear, I wish it wouldn't cloud up like this.
What?
I don't like it getting overcast so suddenly. It means a storm.
Storm? But the sun's out. Well, it's bright out today.
Oh, it was, you mean. It's getting dimmer every second. It's getting so dark, Jenny.
What is it? What is it, Mrs. Steele?
Nothing. I'm just dizzy.
Well, sit down here. Yeah, sit down here. There. Is it all right?
Yes. Yes, it's all right now, Jenny.
Oh, you frightened me, ma'am.
Oh, it was nothing. And Jenny.
Yes?
You mustn't tell the doctor. You mustn't. Do you hear?
Oh, but...
Do you hear, Jenny?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Montreal? Hello, I'm waiting for a call from Montreal. All right. Hello, Platt? Steele speaking. Do you want me? Oh. Yes. Is the skull fractured?
Fred.
Shh, Montreal. Well, what are the chances? Well, no one very sick at the moment, but anything might happen. No, not from what you say. No chance unless you operate. Yes, it is. Very delicate. Yes, I've had good results, but I...
Oh, you must, Fred. You've got to go.
Wait a minute. But, darling, it means at least 3 days.
But you must. You can save a life up there, Fred. Tell him you'll go.
Hello. How about the trains? Yes, I can make that one. All right. Goodbye. There's a train at 6 a.m. But I don't like this, Judith.
It's all right, Fred. Believe me. Almost time, darling.
I know. Decent of you to sit up with me. I'll have to leave in a few minutes.
Yes.
I don't see why Platt can't get someone else up there. There are plenty of doctors in Montreal.
But none like you, darling. I was going over your books last night.
Yeah. What'd you find?
Oh, certain debts owing my husband that cannot be paid.
Not one that you haven't repaid 1,000 times.
Have I really been a good wife?
You've been a wonderful wife.
Oh, I've loved it so every minute. How can I make you understand? Fred, look out there. Out of the window. Somehow it's been like that. Shining and quiet.
It's deep winter.
Deep winter. And behold, snow was upon the earth in silence. And all things had been fulfilled that were to be. And there was no emptiness under heaven.
Judith, dear. If anything should happen... Oh, my God, Judith.
Shh, darling. I walked to the mill dam yesterday.
I haven't been there lately.
Oh, we must go soon.
Yes.
There's snow on the evergreens.
Is there?
Fred, I found out at last.
What?
What it means to live up here. Why you wanted to come back. You must never leave here, Fred. You must go on living here. Always. You'd better go now, darling.
I'm not going, Judith. I'll call Platt and tell him.
Oh, darling, come here.
No, I thought I could, but I can't.
Fred, remember our bargain.
No, words, that's all. I didn't know what they meant. I didn't know what I was to lose. It's my life now. Mine, this little time in all my life, and then to have it taken away from me. My wife, whom I love. I can't stand it. There's a limit to what a man can bear.
Fred, we have just 1 minute together. Look at me. I was never to fail you or keep you from your best. We've had our love, and we're complete. Nothing can hurt us now, for what we've had can never be destroyed. That's our victory. Our victory over the dark. And it is a victory because we're not afraid.
Thank you, darling.
And you'll never, never look back?
Never.
Hold me close, darling.
Oh, God, I'll hold you this way forever.
Forever is now. Isn't it?
Yes. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Good luck. My
Good luck.
darling.
Mrs. Steele, is the doctor gone?
Yes.
He left this piece of paper with me. It has the address where he's going to be. He said in case you needed him.
Give it to me, Jenny.
Yes, ma'am. But, Mrs. Steele, you're tearing it.
I'm not going to need him, Jenny. Because someone else needs him more.
Who? Who needs him more?
Someone who's going to live.
Slowly the curtain falls and our play, Dark Victory, is ended. And now let me observe one of the happiest customs of the Lux Radio Theater by bringing back for a curtain call Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas as themselves.
There are two things in particular, Eddie, for which I want to thank the Luxo people. Dark Victory is certainly one of them. It's such a grand play to me because it presents a down-to-earth problem that might confront any of us. But more than that, it proves that a kind of happiness can be found apart from the usual boy-gets-girl variety. It also shows that when you're faced with a situation which you're helpless to change, that you can be happy through honest acceptance of facts and by making the best of circumstances.
That's an admirable philosophy, Barbara. I'd like to add just a little to what you've said. A word about doctors.
Oh, you should be able to do that, Melvin. You came pretty near to becoming one yourself.
Well, the nearest I came at it was to serve for a while in the Army Medical Corps. There are times, as Dark Victory's pointed out, when surgeons and doctors are quite helpless to aid materially certain conditions. But they're constantly seeking, and little by little, they're constantly finding. For all we know, in some obscure laboratory, a doctor at this very moment may be making a tremendous discovery. Believe me, it's rather heartening to realize that in these troubled times, there are men who forget color and race and creed in a battle for all humanity. But, Barbara, you said there were two things for which you were grateful.
Yes. I want to go on record once again for the product behind this program. I'm sure if all our listeners could come to Hollywood and see how popular Lux soap is in all the big studios, they'd realize how much we depend upon it as it keeps our complexions exactly right for the camera. I always use Lux soap at home, too, for the very excellent reason that, to me, it's the finest complexion care in the world.
Coming from you, Barbara, we're especially glad to hear that.
And now, Eddie, what about giving us another one of your recipes? I understand that poem of yours on how to make sauerbraten was quite a sensation.
Oh, I can do other things besides cook.
Really?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I've been doing a bit of vocalizing, singing.
Well, I know you're just begging to be asked, so go ahead.
Well,
what are you going to sing?
Won't exactly be singing. It's a sort of a recitative,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it was written by Franklin P. Adams and set to music by my friend Richard Hageman. He's the noted musician, composer of Kapensaki, and former conductor of the Metropolitan. It's called Rich Man, and Mr. Hageman was brave enough to come here tonight to play it for me. Are you ready, Maestro? The rich man has his motor car, his country and his town estate. He smokes 50-cent cigars and jeers at fate. He fribbles through the livelong day. He knows not poverty, a pinch. His lot seems light. His heart seems gay. He has a cinch. Yet though my lamp burns low and dim, though I must slave for livelihood, think you that I would change with him? Ha! You bet I would.
Actor, poet, musician, Eddie, you're wonderful. Good night.
Actor, poet, Oh, well, what's the use? Good night, Eddie.
The play you will hear next Monday night is The Drama of a Hunted Girl, our radio adaptation of that highly successful film, Mary Burns' Fugitive. Filled with excitement and romance, it's the story of a small-town girl who thinks she's in love with a man who later turns out to be a ruthless gangster. How real love and sanctuary finally come to Mary Burns provides an hour of great radio entertainment, especially when our stars will be three such superb and popular performers as Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan in Mary Burns' Fugitive. This is Edward Arnold wishing you all good night.
Currently seen in the MGM picture Arsène Lupin Returns. And in the Columbia film, There's Always a Woman. Mr. Arnold begins work shortly on the Columbia film You Can't Take It With You. The screenplay, Dark Victory, is owned by Selznick International Studios, producers of the recent Technicolor picture, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Shirley Temple's new picture, Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the National Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps.
Lux presents Hollywood. For your loyalty to our products, Lux says thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and brings you another hour of entertainment direct from the film capital. Tonight, we star Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Gene Lockhart, with Major C.E. Russell, formerly of the United States Intelligence Service, as the evening's special guest. Louis Silvers conducts the orchestra. And here beside me, our producer and your host. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The 39 steps lead an old friend and a newcomer, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. Since here last, Robert Montgomery's been rushing back and forth between two lots. One is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio, where with Rosalind Russell he's completed Live, Love, and Learn. The other is a lot in Beverly Hills, on which Bob has just finished building a new home with a beautiful library. And Bob is a man who really uses his library, for he's constantly seeking new screen material. President of the Screen Actors Guild, Bob devotes at least 3 nights a week to that organization. So this fall, he took time off to go to his farm in New York State for a few weeks of partridge and pheasant hunting. His favorite Hollywood sport is tennis, in which activity he's expert enough to be the frequent opponent of Sidney Wood, the ex-Davis Cup player. Bob is heard tonight as Richard Hannay in The 39 Steps, adapted from the Gaumont British film, which in turn was taken from the novel by John Buchan. Gaumont British will shortly release The Girl Was Young, starring Nova Pilbeam, and Derek DeMarney, directed by Alfred Hitchcock. Ida Lupino is a girl I've watched very closely and suggest that you do the same. For every Lupino seems destined for greatness in the theater. To American film audiences, she's the best-known representative of perhaps the oldest stage family in the world. 350 years ago, when acting was considered a crime in Italy, Alfredo Lupino, acrobat and troubadour, fled from Naples, turned gypsy, and eventually found welcome and fame in England. Ever since then, Lupinos have added to the excellence of England's entertainment. Ida's father is Stanley Lupino, among London's most popular comedians. She has a sister, 2 cousins, 3 uncles, and 5 aunts, all noted performers. While her mother is Connie Emerald, once a celebrated dancer. Along with 3.5 centuries of tradition, Ida has inherited a turned-up nose, violet eyes, and blonde hair. She's an excellent musician and painter, can speak the language of the deaf and dumb, whistles as well as a farm boy, likes to wear sneakers, and is a prize mimic. A highly entertaining miss, you meet her tonight in the role of Pamela. Isabel Jewell, featured in such hit films as Lost Horizon and Marked Woman, is heard as Annabella. And Gene Lockhart, top-flight character actor, back from the New York stage, is Mr. Memory. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps with Isabel Jewell and Gene Lockhart. A London music hall. The evening performance is on, and the theater is jammed to the doors. The audience is sat comfortably through the acrobats, the singers, and the whirlwind dancers. But now they're restless. The manager appears on the stage to announce the feature act. His hand is raised for silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory. Thank you. Every day this remarkable mentality commits 50 new facts to memory. 50, ladies and gentlemen. Facts from history, geography, newspapers, scientific books. Millions and millions of them. And he remembers them all. Test him, ladies and gentlemen, test him. Ask him any questions you like, and he will answer fully and freely. Mr. Memory. Thank you. Thank you. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, a question, please. A question from anyone in the audience.
Who won the Derby in 1921?
Mr. Jack Jewell's Humanist. Steve Donahue up, won by a length, odds 6-1. Am I right, sir? Thank you very much. Thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Another question, please.
Who was the last British heavyweight champion?
Bob Fitzsimmons. He defeated Jim Corbett, heavyweight champion of America, at Carson City, Nevada, in October 1897. He was then 34 years of age. Am I right, sir?
Mr. Memory. Mr. Memory. Who won the football cup in 1926?
Would you mind repeating that question again, young man?
Who won the football cup in 1926?
Bolton Wanderers defeated Manchester City at Wembley by 3-1 in the presence of His Majesty the King. Am I right, sir? Thank you. Another question, please.
Hey, where's my old man been since last Tuesday?
Madam, he's been where you can't ask him silly questions. Will the lady in the gallery please confine her questions to those of a more serious nature? Thank you very much.
Emily, what's the idea? Who killed Cock Robin?
Gentlemen, no fighting. No fighting, please, gentlemen. Keep your seats. Everybody, keep your seats. Don't crowd the aisle. Orchestra, play something. Quick, play something.
Please let me out of here.
Let the lady through there. Will you stand back, please?
Oh, Henry, please.
Hold on to my arm, miss. I'll get you out of this. Get back there. Clear the aisle there, will you? This way, miss. This way. Come on. There you are, miss. Take a good deep breath.
Oh, thank you.
You all right?
Yes, sir. I had to get out of that theater, that's all.
A lot of people had that idea.
Oh, it wasn't the panic that frightened me. It was something else.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm in terrible trouble. Will you help me?
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
I can't tell you here. Can we go someplace and talk?
Well, my flat is nearby.
Oh, let's go there. But hurry, please.
Go in, miss.
Thank you.
Now, if I can find this light switch.
Oh, no. Don't turn on the lights.
What?
Don't turn them on. It will be safer.
I'm afraid I don't...
Will you pull down the blinds, please?
Very well. This just puts me doubly in the dark. My name's Richard Hannay. Any objections to telling me yours?
No, it's Annabella Smith.
Smith? Not really.
Is there anything wrong with it?
No, just an unusual name. What's this all about? You said you were in trouble.
You don't believe me, do you?
I believe you're slightly hysterical.
If I am, I have good reason. I was the one who fired those shots in that theater tonight.
You? Why?
I had to do something to create a disturbance. I had to get away from there. There were 2 men in that theater who wanted to kill me.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
now.
you've got to believe me.
But why should anyone want to kill you?
Because I'm what you would call a professional spy.
A spy? Whom do you spy for?
Anyone who pays me.
I suppose you're here to dig up some big state secret.
No. I'm here to save a secret. For England.
Oh. Go on, please.
The agent of a certain foreign power is on the point of obtaining a secret vital to your air defense. I tracked 2 of his men to that music hall. Unfortunately, they recognized me. That's why they're after me now. You still don't believe me, do you?
No. Frankly, I don't, Annabella.
Very well. If you will look out of that window, you will see 2 men standing across the street. Look, please do.
All right. I'll play your game a bit further.
Oh, don't let them see you. Well?
By Jove, you're right. 2 of them. They seem to be looking up here.
Come away, please. Do you believe me now?
Well, I suppose I must.
I'm going to tell you something that's not very healthy to know. But now that they've followed me here, you're in it as much as I am.
Yeah, so it seems.
Have you ever heard of the 39 steps?
39 steps? No, what are they?
Never mind, but this much you must know. If those men are not stopped, it's only a matter of days, perhaps hours, before the secret is out of the country.
Why not call the police?
Because they wouldn't believe me any more than you did. And if they did believe me, how long do you think it would take them to get going? Those men are acting quickly. You don't know how clever their chief is. Clever and ruthless.
Well, what's his name?
He has a dozen names, and he can look like 100 people. But there's one thing he can't disguise. The top of the little finger on his right hand is missing.
Oh. Come on now, you're trembling.
I'm frightened.
Well, you needn't be. You're safe here, you know. What you need is a good night's rest.
Oh, yes, I do.
You can have my bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch here in the living room.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Sleeping on the couch? Well, I've done it dozens of times.
No. I mean, being in danger.
I'm not quite convinced of that yet. Is there anything I can get you?
Yes. Have you a map of Scotland, please?
A map of Scotland. I have an atlas over here somewhere. If I could... Oh, yes, here it is. You, going deer stalking or just plain hiking?
There's a man in Scotland I must see next if there is anything to be done.
I see. Are the
Are there 39 steps in Scotland?
Perhaps I'll tell you tomorrow. Good night, Mr. Henning. Thank you.
Good night, Annabella. Pleasant dreams. Annabella. Annabella, was that you? Annabella, open that door. Will you open that door, or do I have to break it down? Annabella, where are you?
Oh,
Here, look at me. What's happened? What's the matter?
They came through the window. One of them had a knife.
Knife?
Oh, don't touch me.
But you're hurt. You're bleeding. Here, I'll call a doctor.
Oh, no, it's no use. Listen. You've got to stop those men. In a few days, they'll have the secret out of the country.
But how will I stop them?
Kenrich. The professor.
Kenrich?
Kenrich. Scotland.
What's there? Who is this professor? What's in Kenrich?
Clear up. They'll get you just like they did me.
Annabella. Annabella. Good God.
Aberdeen Express, Edinburgh, Kirkcaldy, Dundee, Aberdeen Express.
Take it to Kenrich, please.
One, sir?
Yes, one. Hurry, please.
One to Kinreach, Scotland. Here you are, sir.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Not by us, it ain't. Sit down, young fella.
Thank you.
I said, Jess, who won the 2 o'clock at Epsom?
Here it is. Bachelor Button, odd 7 to 4.
Ah, Bachelor Button, eh?
Hello, look at this. Another woman murdered in a West End flat.
Murdered, eh? Who was she?
A well-dressed woman of about 25 was found with a knife in her back. The tenant, Richard Hannay, is missing.
Why, if that ain't the blasted limit. Missing, eh?
The police are hot on the trail and watching with careful eye all points of departure from London.
Oh, so that was what they was a-doing, eh?
Who?
Scotland Yard. 2 plainclothes bobbies. I seen them get on this train. Asking plenty of questions they was, too.
Look here. Here's a picture of that Hannay chap.
Let's have a squint at him. Rum-looking lot, ain't he?
Excuse me.
Here, young fella, where you going? Don't you like that seat?
Oh, thank you. I just remembered.
In a bit of a hurry, wasn't he?
He was that. I say.
What?
I say.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is a private compartment.
Oh, is it?
Yes, and it happens to be occupied.
Yeah, so I see. Very charmingly, too.
Well, what do you want, please?
Your hospitality for a short while.
Really? Well, I'm not interested. Now, will you please go?
I can't.
What?
It isn't safe.
Listen, are you going or shall I call the conductor?
No, don't do that.
Stop, you're hurting my wrist.
I'm sorry. Listen to me. I want your help.
My help?
I'm Richard Hannay.
Hannay? Why, you're the man the police...
Yes, but I'm innocent. I swear I'm innocent. Listen, you've got to help me. It's terribly important that I be free for the next few days. You will help me, won't you?
Yes. Yes, of course I will.
That's fine. I'm sorry if I hurt your wrist.
Oh, that's all right. You say the police are on this train looking for you?
Yes, that's why I forced my way in here.
Oh, I see. And just how am I supposed to help you?
Well, they're looking for a man traveling alone. If I stay here with you, they'll think we're together. We'll pose as man and wife, and they won't pay any attention to us. They'll just pass us by.
How clever you are.
You'll do it?
Yes, of course.
Say, you're all right. What's your name?
What's that got to do with it?
Nothing. I just wanted to know who my benefactress was, that's all.
No, I'm Pamela Stewart.
Pamela. Oh, that's rather pretty. Suits you.
Thank you.
There they are now. Remember, I'll sit here and pretend to read. You do the talking.
All right. Come in.
Excuse me. Have either of you seen a man pass here? Young fella, smooth-shaven?
Why, no. Wait, are you the police?
That's right, miss.
Then this is the man you want. He forced his way in here and told me his name was Richard Hannay.
Why, did I? Come here, you.
Let go of me.
Are you Richard Hannay? Well, speak up.
Yes. Thank you very much, Miss Stewart.
Well, you didn't expect me to harbor a murderer, did you?
Unfortunately, I did. And I am not a murderer.
We'll see about that. Come on, Hannay.
Certainly, gentlemen. I'll go with you willingly. In fact, I'll lead the way.
Grab him. He's gone. Here, get after him. Open that door. I can't. He's holding it from the other side. Here, let me try. Together now. 1, 2, 3. Get out of the way. Where is he? Where did he go? Here he is, down the passageway. Stop him. Grab him before he gets to the vestibule. Come back here, you. Come back, you. Stop, stop. Have you got him? No, he's gone. What? He jumped. He jumped off the train. The fool. He's probably lying dead in a ditch. No. The last I seen of him, he was on his 2 feet and running like a rabbit.
During our first intermission, and while waiting for Act 2 of the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, we'd like you to go with us to one of the millions of homes where Christmas secrets are in the air and listen in on a very interesting conversation.
Aunt Sally, come here. I want to see you alone.
More secrets, Betty? Well, the house is full of them.
Now the door's closed, we can talk. Aunt Sally, what can I give Mother for Christmas?
Did you ask her, dear?
Yes, and she just says all she wants from me is love and kisses.
Well, I did hear her say she needed more stockings. How about getting her some of the lovely sheer ones we saw in the store today?
But she always says sheer stockings are extravagant.
Not necessarily, dear. They wear very well if you're careful about washing. Just dip them in Lux suds every day. Lux keeps the silk nice and springy, so it doesn't break so easily into runs.
Then I'll tell you what. I'll buy some and tell Mother I'll Lux them for her every time she wears them. I'll buy a big box of Lux and give it to her with the stockings.
Now, that's a real Christmas gift, Betty.
Okay, I'll get some Lux Flakes right away.
And be sure to use nothing but Lux Flakes, dear. You know, rubbing stockings with a cake of soap is bad for them. And some soaps are strong, too harsh for delicate silk things.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Sally. You're an angel to help me. Mother's the most perplexing person on my list.
Stockings for Christmas and Lux Flakes for stockings. A perfect combination. We return now to Mr. DeMille and our play.
Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Jean Lockhart continue with the 39 Steps. 2 days have passed, and Richard Hannay, wanted for a murder he did not commit, is still at large. Determined to discover the secret of the 39 Steps, he's made his way to Scotland. The driver of a donkey cart has given him a lift, and he's now on the last leg of the journey, the outskirts of the village of Kinreach.
Are you going to stay long in Kinreach, laddie?
Well, it all depends. I'm looking for work. You suppose I could find something?
I hae me doubts, laddie. Kinreach is a mighty small town. What do you do?
I'm a chauffeur.
Well, I'm thinking you'd better try somewhere else, then. What folks as need chauffeurs in Kinreach has had them for years.
Oh, I see. But, aren't there any newcomers? I mean, somebody told me about...
Now, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I did hear something. About a retired professor moving into the big house on the edge of the moor.
A professor? Yes. Yes, that's it. I can try it anyhow.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see the master, please.
What name shall I say?
He doesn't know my name, but you might ask him if he knows Annabella Smith.
Yes, sir. Will you mind waiting in
Is
the...
there someone for me, George?
Oh, yes, Professor.
How do you do?
How do you do? My name is Hammond. I've come from London. From Annabella Smith.
Oh. Well, do come in, please. You must be tired. We can talk in the library. My daughter's having an engagement party. I'd rather not disturb her.
Yes, of course.
Go right in, please.
Thank you.
Sit down. Will you have a drink?
No, thank you.
Well, now what did you want to see me about, Mr. Hannay?
Hannay? You know me?
Yes. I suppose it's safe to call you by your right name now. What about our mutual friend, Annabella?
She's been murdered.
I know. Poor girl. The police are looking for you.
Yes, but I didn't do it.
Oh, of course you didn't. But why come all this way to Scotland to tell me about it?
Well, I believe she hoped to come to see you about some air ministry secret. She was killed by a foreign agent who was trying to steal it.
Oh. Did she tell you what this foreign agent looked like?
No, she hadn't time. Oh, yes. There was one thing. She told me the top of his little finger is missing.
On which hand, Mr. Hannay?
On the left, I believe.
Are you sure it wasn't on the right?
It might have been.
Like on my hand, Mr. Hannay?
Good Lord. Then you're the one she...
The one she was trying to warn you against. The chief. You misunderstood her. She meant for you to kill me, not to bring me information.
Yes. Well, what are we going to do about it?
Ah, that's just the point. What are we going to do? You see, I live here as a respectable citizen. I should hate to have it known that I am not what I seem to be. You understand my position.
Oh, yes, quite.
What makes it doubly important that I shouldn't let you go is that I'm just about to transfer some very vital information out of the country.
What?
Oh, yes. I've got it already. I'm afraid poor Annabella would have been too late in any case.
Well, that's that, I suppose.
Yes. Well, what about it, Mr. Hannay?
What about what?
Yourself. It seems to me there's only one way out.
And what's that?
I've a small revolver here. Pretty little thing, isn't it? Supposing I left you alone with this. The newspapers could then announce tomorrow morning that the murderer had taken his own life.
You want me to kill myself?
Yes.
You're mad. I won't do it.
Then I'm afraid you leave me no alternative. You should have stayed in London, my friend. Oh, George.
Yes, Professor?
I want your help, please. There's a little job for us inside.
Hannay?
Yes. We'll carry him to the garage. When it gets dark, we can drop him off on the road somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Where is he, sir?
Behind that table.
Here, sir?
Yes. Pick him up and...
I'm sorry, sir, but there's no one here.
What?
Well, you can see for yourself.
But I shot him. The body was lying there on the floor.
The body, sir, seems to have disappeared.
Get out of the road, please. What do you mean by standing in front of my car? You might have been killed.
Sorry, lady. I just wanted a lift. Would you mind... Well, Miss Stewart, how do you do?
You? Well, what are you doing
Richard
here?
Hannay is my name. I believe we've met. On a train, wasn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yes. If I remember correctly, you handed me over to the police. You did, didn't you?
Oh, get away from me.
No, don't worry. I don't hold it against you, really.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Yes, isn't it? What are you doing in Kinreach?
I live here.
It's a charming place, isn't it? You know where the local police station is?
Oh, of course I do.
Will you take me there?
What?
The police station, in a hurry, please.
Certainly. Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Oh, yes. You see, I know who killed Annabella Smith.
Is that so?
The same man who shot me a few minutes ago.
Shot you?
Yes.
Where?
Right in the cigarette case. See? There's a hole in one side of it. Handy little thing, cigarette cases. If I hadn't been carrying it about in my vest pocket, the hole would have been in my chest.
And who was this arch villain?
Gentleman called the professor.
Professor? Oh, now, you don't mean Professor Bartlett.
I didn't stop to inquire his last name.
Oh, that's very
come
funny.
now. It isn't as funny as that.
Do you actually mean you're going to the police with this story? That Professor Bartlett shot you? That he's the one who killed Annabella Smith?
Of course, why not?
Oh, and you expect them to believe it, I suppose.
Well, you don't, evidently.
No, and neither will they. Professor Bartlett, a murderer. Why, he's one of the best-liked men in the village and a very good friend of the sheriff's. I'm sure the sheriff will be interested in your story, Mr. Hannay.
Yes, I see your point. Hadn't occurred to me that... Stop the car, please. I'm getting out.
Oh, no, you're not.
Stop this car.
You said you wanted to go to the police. Well, that's just where you're going. And if you touch me or make a move to jump, I'll turn this car into a ditch.
Well, aren't you the sweet little thing?
Now, you just sit tight, Mr. Hannay, and don't make any sudden gestures. We're going rather fast.
You haven't the nerve, of course.
Haven't I? Just try me.
All right, I will.
Don't touch that brake.
Hang on. Where are you? You all right?
Quite all right, thank you.
You little fool, we might have been killed.
Hello there!
There's someone coming. Keep down.
Let go of me.
Hello!
Shut up.
Over here, Richard Hannay!
Why, you...
Richard!
There they are. Grab that man.
All right, Hannay, we've got you. And don't try any funny business. Stand up.
Yes, of course.
Are you the police?
We've been looking for you, honey. Put the bracelets on him, Joe.
Right you are. Put out your hand. There we are.
Now put out the other one on the girl.
Here, what are you doing?
We are handcuffing you to your friend here. Any objections?
Now see what you've done.
Oh, shut up. Listen, you can't do this. I don't even know this man.
You ride around the country with him in a car, but you don't know him. Of course you don't.
Yes, but I'm telling you,
Keep
I
your
don't.
mouth shut. All right, Joe. Take him to our car. It's a good day's work for us.
Will you please move over?
You talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Very well.
Ow, my wrist.
Well, you asked me to move, and if I move, you move with me. It's a scientific fact that when two people are handcuffed together...
Officer, must I be chained to this man?
Aye, you must. And keep quiet about it.
Wait a moment. Where are you taking us? This isn't the way to the sheriff's office.
Well, we're not exactly going to the sheriff's office. Eh, Joe?
Not exactly, no.
Well, where are we going?
Well, it's the real head we are going to see. The sheriff principal. Eh, Joe?
Aye, the sheriff principal.
I don't understand.
Would you like to have a small bet with me, Pamela Stewart?
Now, what do you mean?
I'll bet you 100 to 1 that the man they call the sheriff principal has the top joint of his little finger missing. Am I right, gentlemen?
You shut your mouth, young fellow, or I'll shut it for you. For good.
You see, Pamela? I win. They're taking us to your old friend, the professor. Charming gentleman, the professor. Best-liked man in the village and a personal friend.
Oh, be quiet, will you?
What are we stopping for?
Sheep. A whole flock of them across the road.
Well, blow your horn. Maybe that'll scare them.
Stubborn beast, they won't move an inch.
Well, come on. We'll have to get out and shoo them off.
Here, get on there, Shoo. Get on there.
Go on. Get out of the way. Go on.
Now's our chance. We'll make a run for it.
Run? How can we?
Come on, when I say jump, jump and run for your life.
Yes, but they'll catch us.
Go on, jump.
Hey, look, they're getting away.
Stand where you are.
There they go.
Give it to him.
They're shooting. They'll
Come
kill
on,
us.
you little fool, run for it.
Please, don't go so fast. You're hurting my wrist.
Shut up.
Oh, I can't go any further. I've lost my shoe.
Where?
Oh, back there.
Well, forget it. All right. Sit down. Sit down for a while.
Do you think we've lost those men?
Now, it's as black as pitch on this moor. They'll never find us now.
You know this is all very silly. You can't escape. What chance have you got handcuffed to me?
Keep that question for your husband when you get one. Meanwhile, I'll admit that you're the white man's burden.
Oh, yes, I know, and I can't tell you how it comforts me. Oh, why don't you give yourself up?
To whom?
Oh, give yourself up to Scotland Yard.
Thank you, but it's a little impractical at the moment. Listen to me. I told you the truth on the train, and I'm telling it to you now. There's a dangerous conspiracy against this country, and I'm the only man who can stop it.
Ha-ha, I don't believe you.
All right, very well, then. I'm just a plain, common murderer who stabbed an innocent, defenseless woman in the back in Portland Place, London. I don't know how innocent you may be, but you're a woman, you're defenseless, and you're alone on a desolate moor in the dark. And you're manacled to a murderer who would stop at nothing to get you off his hands. If that's the story you prefer, have it, my lovely, and welcome.
Well, I'm not afraid of you.
Why not? For all you know, I murdered a woman. You listen to a bit of advice. From now on, you do everything I tell you to do, and do it quickly.
Oh, you wretched boy.
I admire your pluck, but you keep a civil tongue in your head. Otherwise, I might feel the next killing was a bit overdue. All right, on your feet now.
Well, where are we going?
I see some lights over that way. We'll do a little investigating.
Well, I won't go. I'm going to stay right here.
Pamela, are you forgetting I murdered a woman? Well?
Don't you strike me. I'll go. Hey, what kind of a place do you think this is?
I don't know. Looks like an inn. Now, remember what I said. A civil tongue or else. And you back me up in everything I say or do. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Stay close to me and hold my hand. It'll hide the handcuffs. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to King's Head Tavern. And what can I do for you and the lady?
We had an accident with our car a few miles back.
Hey, that's too bad now. You want to stay the night, I suppose?
Yes, we do.
And will it be 2 separate rooms or one?
Oh, 2 separate
rooms. One room, please. One.
Well, which?
One, thank you.
Oh, one. And what's the name?
Hawkinson. Hawkinson, yes. Henry Hawkinson and Mrs. Hawkinson.
Well, come along, Mr. Hawkinson. The rooms are at the top of the landing.
Thank you. Nice place you have here.
It'll do. Here's the room.
Oh, thank you.
Well, good night to you.
Oh, wait. Now, wait, please, you mustn't go.
What's the matter, lass? Is there anything wrong?
Yes,
of course there's nothing wrong. She wants to tell you something, that's all.
Yes, I wanted
to... You see, we're a runaway couple.
Ah, you know.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we've been running all night. If anyone inquires for us, you won't give us up, will you?
That I won't. I was young myself once. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Inside, Pamela.
Of all the outrageous things. Listen, you don't think I'm going to spend the night in this room with you?
Personally, I don't see how you can help yourself.
Stop jerking my arm.
I'm so sorry. I want to take my shoes off. My feet are tired. You better stand here by the fire and get warm. You'll be catching cold.
And if I did?
Stand by the fire.
Don't yell at me like that. I didn't ask to come with you.
And I didn't invite you. But here we are.
Well, aren't you afraid the men will find us?
I'm not thinking of that so much as some way to get out of these handcuffs.
Oh, I have a nail file in my pocket. Maybe that'll help.
That would be dandy. If you file 24 hours a day, 10 years from now, we might be free. Imagine, tied to you for 10 years. It's a horrible thought.
I've had enough of your insults. I'm going to tell the innkeeper the whole story.
You want me to hang for a murder I didn't commit?
As long as you hang, I don't care whether you committed it or not.
What a bloodthirsty creature you are. Haven't you any pity?
Nope.
Ow! What are you up to now?
I'm merely trying to file the handcuffs.
Well, don't jab me in the wrist that way. I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
You're going about it in a very amateurish fashion anyway. I can see you know nothing about filing handcuffs.
I'm sure you do. Tell me, how did you start being a criminal?
So you want the story of my life. It's really very interesting.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I was born a poor orphan boy. From the beginning, I hadn't a chance. Ouch!
I'm sorry it slipped.
Accidentally?
Accidentally. Go on, please.
I started by pilfering pennies out of other children's lockers at school. And a little pocket picking and car pinching. And at last, my efforts were rewarded, and I graduated into straight burglary.
With diploma?
With diploma.
Oh.
I killed my first man when I was 19. It scared me at first, but I soon got hardened to it. Lady, you wouldn't believe me if I told
you. It was your fault. The whole thing was your fault.
My fault? How do you make that out?
If you hadn't stopped the car for those blasted sheep, we'd have had the two of them in the professor's parlor right now.
We'd better have them there as soon as what I say. The professor was anxious about Hanny. Knows too much, he said. Get him.
Get him? We had him. And the girl, too.
You don't suppose they'd head in somewhere, do you? Stop at a tavern, I mean.
They might, in this weather.
There's a place about 4 miles back. King's Head Tavern, it's called.
King's Head Tavern. That'd be somewhere near where they gave us the slip. Turn around. You'll find out.
Right.
And if we see him again, blast you. Shoot straight.
I will, all right. You can depend upon that.
And then little by little, and year by year, I sunk lower and lower.
And you got better and better.
That's right. You might have read about me in the papers. They call me Hannay, the Cornish Bluebeard. And that, milady, is the horrible story of my life.
Dear, dear, and you have such a nice face. How many people have you killed altogether?
9. If you don't watch the point on that nail file, it may be 10. Ouch!
At least I'm trying to do something.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to try and get some sleep. I haven't had a wink for 48 hours.
Well, I'm not in the least bit tired. Besides, I have to stay by the fire and get dry.
All right. You don't mind if I stretch out in the chair, do you?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this. I said I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this.
I'm hardened to it. That's all. Hardened criminal will sleep any time.
Listen, did you hear that? There's a car out there. It just drove up, a car.
It's your imagination.
It's not my imagination. I heard a car. Oh, all right, if you don't care.
Don't care. Just don't care.
Oh, don't do that. What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You mustn't get frightened, Pamela. I have awful nightmares. I guess it's my conscience bothering me. Good night.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We pause now between the scenes of the 39 Steps. Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino will be back shortly when we raise the curtain on Act 3 in this play about spies. Spies may be roughly divided into two classes. There are the mercenary spies who traffic in state secrets, selling them for cash to the highest bidder. And there are patriots who risk their lives solely for the protection of their country, who receive the smallest monetary rewards, and whose names never get into the newspapers. The Richard Hannay of our play belongs to this second group, and so does tonight's guest, Major C.E. Russell of the United States Army, retired. Before this country entered the World War, Major Russell temporarily loaned his services to Scotland Yard as one of their American operatives. Back in the United States Army during the war, he served on a special staff in France. He later instructed our Army officers in the art of espionage and is the author of a standard military textbook on this subject. With such a background, Major, there should be no better authority to answer the question, just what are the qualifications that make a valuable spy?
The qualifications today, Mr. DeMille, are exactly the same as in biblical times, and the instructions which are taught follow very closely those which Moses gave to his men when he sent them forth to spy out the land of Canaan, to learn what the land contained, the strength of the enemy, if the people were content, and how strong were the walls. Then, as today, spies had to have powers of observation, of memory, and description. These are the three traits that must be developed in a capable espionage agent, and are the least developed of all human traits. In addition, he must have common sense, a good general education, an ability to take orders, and preferably a knowledge of foreign languages.
I've noticed that the opinion held of a spy varies greatly. Some people have only the greatest respect and admiration for a spy. Others consider them vicious, double-dealing scoundrels who stop at nothing to attain their end.
How well do I know that? But I think these people would change their minds if they only realized that spies are one of the greatest forces for world peace. I am, of course, referring to patriotic spies, not mercenaries. I believe that a patriotic spy, by keeping his country informed of military activity in other lands, enables his own nation to properly prepare itself, and a properly prepared nation is a nation seldom attacked. The war that they are ready for rarely comes.
If what I've observed is true, you soldiers who fight with your brains instead of bayonets are finding more and more women as your co-workers. How does a woman compare with a man as a spy?
Very favorably, up to one point. A woman's heart will rule her head much more quickly than a man's. Today, there is probably one woman to every 2 men in the world's espionage service. We've learned that if you want to make a man talk, send a pretty woman. And when we want to make a woman talk, we make her jealous. Both theories work amazingly well.
It would appear to me that spying is one activity which provides little or no room for modernization. Along with qualifications, I presume that methods have changed little since the days of Moses.
That's very true, Mr. DeMille. They remain essentially unchanged. But there have been radical technical changes in carrying out those essentials. For instance, there's a machine recently developed in this country so delicate and so accurate that it can etch an invisible secret message on a surface no larger than a grain of corn. Or, to employ a commodity with which perhaps you're more familiar, it could etch the map of an entire country on a single Lux flake. And that's probably the finest, thinnest, and most fragile thing I can think of for the moment.
I know that you can read through a flake of Lux, Major. It's actually only 2/1000th of an inch thick.
I see. Almost as amazing as this machine I'm speaking of. Lux flakes remind me of women. And women, in turn, recall an amazing spy story I encountered during the World War. It concerns a Swiss opera singer who volunteered in the French Red Cross as an entertainer. For 2 years, she made periodic visits to a home in Switzerland, each time using the same route over the French border. One day, she started to cross and found a new officer in charge. He took a good look at her and immediately ordered his women assistants to search her. They returned with the petticoat of this famous singer. Suspecting that it might contain invisible writing, the lieutenant called for hot irons and himself applied them to the petticoat. The heat revealed what had been invisibly written in lemon juice, the complete working drawings of a new French war tank. The reason the lieutenant had suspected Madame was that before the war, he had been a style designer in Paris. One of the first things he observed about the singer was that while she was dressed in the height of fashion, she wore a starched petticoat, and starched petticoats had been out of style for 10 years.
And to me, one of the truest utterances of the great French General Marshal Foch was his statement to a group of his espionage agents. "You will die 1,000 deaths," he told them, "before oblivion comes, while the man in the trenches dies but once."
And no better example can be found, Mr. DeMille, than that patriot of Revolutionary War, John Honeyman. Too old to carry arms, he became a confidential spy at Washington's urgent request and posed as a Tory. Despised by his wife and family, ostracized by his friends, he became a cattle buyer for the British Army. American soldiers were ordered to shoot him on sight, but John Honeyman kept his promise never to disclose his real identity. Once he allowed himself to be captured, knowing he might be shot, but there was a chance of being brought before Washington first. This fortunately happened, and Honeyman was able to disclose to Washington how some of his own men were on the verge of assassinating him by placing poison in the general's food. And it was John Honeyman who, on Christmas Eve, crossed the Delaware alone, entered Trenton, discovered the condition of the Hessian troops, and reported back to Washington on the other side. On Honeyman's unsupported testimony, Washington made his celebrated crossing, won his celebrated victory that turned the tide. Honeyman returned to his New Jersey home after the war, still an outcast, still an object of hate and scorn. His magnificent services were never announced until Washington himself made a special trip to Hackensack and publicly proclaimed him one of the greatest heroes of the American Revolution. His example will always remain a shining light to Americans who seek to serve in the silent, secret, and sometimes inglorious ways of espionage. I thank you.
Thank you, Major. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Once again, the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, with Isabel Jewell and Jean Lockhart. It's early the following morning. Richard Hannay stirs restlessly in the armchair and rubs his eyes sleepily. Suddenly, he jumps from the chair and stands in the middle of the room, staring down at the handcuffs which are dangling from his wrist. Pamela Stewart, on the other side of the room, smiles cheerily.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkinson. Looking rather dazed this morning.
How did you get free?
Oh, very simple. A little matter of work while you had your nightmares.
I suppose you filed the handcuffs.
No, darling, I picked the lock. I was trying to do the same for you, but the file broke.
Say, what's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing that I know of. Oh, you mean my shoes? Yes, they're rather large, aren't they? I borrowed them from the innkeeper's wife.
Oh, no. It's not the shoes. Why are you being so nice? You don't feel ill or anything, do you?
No, why should I?
Why didn't you leave? You were very anxious, too, if I remember correctly.
Well, something happened last night that convinced me you've been telling the truth.
May I ask what earthquake caused your mind to work at last?
When I got free, I went downstairs. That car you said I imagined belonged to our pursuers. They were sitting downstairs when I got there.
Did they see you?
No, I hid behind the counter. But they asked the innkeeper about us.
What did he say?
Said he hadn't seen us. Then they ordered something to eat. And while they were eating, they talked a lot about the 39 steps.
39 steps.
Oh, don't ask me what it means because I don't know.
Anything else?
Well, they said the professor was clearing out of the country.
Then he has got the secret. Did they say how soon he was leaving?
No, but they did say that he was going to London first to pick up someone at a music hall.
39 steps. London Music Hall. It doesn't make any sense. Which room are these men in?
Oh, they left.
When?
Oh, about 4 or 5 hours ago.
And you let them go after hearing what they said? Oh, you button-headed little idiot, you.
Don't you speak to me like that.
My dear girl, I'm accused of murder. The only way I can clear myself is to expose those spies.
Then why don't you go to Scotland Yard?
What's the use? You said yourself that no one would believe me.
Well, then why don't I go to Scotland Yard?
Why not? They'd listen to you.
Of course they would.
Come on, we'll get the next train for London.
You wish to order now, sir?
No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone.
I beg your pardon, sir. Your face looks familiar. Are you in the cinema?
No, I'm not. Bring me a bottle of ale, will you?
Very good, sir.
Oh, make that 2, please.
Yes, miss.
Pamela, sit down.
Did you think I was never coming?
Not exactly, but I was getting nervous waiting. Well, what happened? Did you go to Scotland Yard?
Yes.
Well?
Prepare yourself for a shock.
Why?
They've checked every possible channel. The Air Ministry are positive that no papers are missing that would be of any possible use to spies.
But that's incredible. Are you sure?
Well, that's exactly what they said.
I don't know what to make of it.
I think you've been tricked.
Well, certainly is all very bewildering.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. Really, I am. Look, I think you better go now.
Go where?
Oh, any place. Leave the country. I'll help you.
You?
Oh, I know it sounds funny, but somehow I couldn't bear the thought of them catching you again.
Why, Pamela?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I've just changed my mind about you, that's all. Of course, you're as vain as a peacock, and I couldn't stand you for any length of time, but you're not so bad.
Well, you're not so bad either. If I weren't in this jam, I'd...
What?
Nothing. Come on, let's get out of here.
No, you better stay. I'll run and get you a ticket for Liverpool. There ought to be a boat train
Pamela.
soon. Well, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Look out the window. Do you see that billboard across the street?
Yes, is there anything strange about it?
A list of acts playing this week at the Palladium. The feature attraction is Mr. Memory.
But I don't understand.
Come on, we're going to get out of here.
Well, where are we going
to the
now?
Palladium.
But why?
I don't know, but we're going just the same.
Here are your seats, sir. First 2 on the aisle.
Thank you. Sit down, Pamela.
This is silly. In the first place, the show's almost over. If anyone sees you here, what are you looking for?
Be quiet. I'm just playing a hunch, that's all.
Well, you're playing a fool if you ask me.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission and attention, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory.
Pamela.
What?
Look at that right-hand box nearest the stage. You see that small man sitting in front?
Why, yes,
It's the professor himself.
You better get out of here before they see you.
No. Sit down. Listen.
Every day he commits to memory 50 new facts, and he remembers every one of them. Facts from history, from geography, from newspapers, from scientific textbooks.
Pamela,
Yes,
I've got it. I've got it.
What?
Don't you see the details of this Air Ministry secret have been borrowed, memorized by Mr. Memory, and then put back again before anyone could know?
Why, that's it. Of course it is.
Pardon me, sir, but there's a gentleman who would like to speak to you.
Who, me?
You, Richard Anne?
Well,
You're under arrest.
Wait, officer. Listen, there's something here you ought to know.
That'll keep, Anne. Come along to
Yes,
us.
but you must listen to him. That man on the stage can...
Come on, we don't want any excitement here.
All right, I'll go quietly.
Richard, you're not.
Distance from
Pamela.
Montreal, 1,424 miles. Am I right? Thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Your question, please.
Wait a minute. Mr. Memory, what are the 39 steps? Come on, answer up. What are the 39 steps?
The 39 steps. The 39 steps is a secret organization headed by Professor...
There's your man up there in the box. He's the one who shot him.
Stop that man.
Stop that man. Stop him. Stop him. I want to see Mr. Memory, please. Where's his dressing room?
Number 5, but you can't go in now.
Well, I'm afraid we have to. Detective, have you a pencil and a piece of paper?
Yes.
I want you to write down everything you hear.
But listen here, I
Do as he tells you, please.
I'm going to prove to you that the man who shot Memory is the murderer of Annabella Smith.
What is it?
We want to see Mr. Memory. How is he, Doctor?
Very bad. Did they get the man who shot him?
Yeah, we got him all right. He'll hang for it, too.
Oh, Mr. Memory. Mr. Memory, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Memory, there's something I'd like you to tell us, please.
Yes.
What was the secret formula you were taking abroad?
Will it be all right, my telling you? It was a big job learning it. The biggest I've ever tackled. I don't want to throw it away, sir.
It will be quite all right.
The first feature of the new engine is its greatly increased ratio of compression, represented by the formula 1 minus 1/r to the power of gamma minus 1, where R represents the ratio of compression and gamma dimensions of cylinders diameter. This device renders the engine completely silent. The exhaust gases impinging on a series, entirely eliminating all sound. Am I right? Am I right, sir?
That's quite right, old chap.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad it's off my mind. At last.
Memory. Mr. Memory.
Richard, what is it?
The Air Ministry's secret will never leave England.
This way, please. We can pick up the police car on the corner.
The police car? Where are you taking us?
The Scotland Yard, of course.
Scotland Yard?
But you can't do that. You heard what that man said. He didn't kill anybody.
Easy now, easy. He'll be all right. All we want is to put the story on the record.
Oh, that's better.
You've nothing to worry about at all. He'll be a free man in her now, Mrs. Hannay.
Hannay? Well, what are you talking about?
Well,
Mrs.
I'm
Hannay?
sorry. I thought...
That would be just fine, that would. We were together for one day, and we fought for 24 hours.
20? You were asleep 4 hours.
Can you imagine what it would be like? Fight for breakfast, fight for lunch, fight for dinner. One long, drawn-out battle for the next 30 or 40 years.
Oh, 30 or 40 years. Do you think we could keep it up that long? I mean, really.
Well, we could try.
Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino have completed the 39 steps, but they'll take a 40th when they return later to the microphone. First, a word from Melville Ruick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Just a moment for a suggestion to the women who begin, when winter comes, to be bothered by rough, chapped hands. Perhaps they don't realize that the trouble may start in the simple daily task of washing the dishes. Here's the reason. There are oils in your skin which give it a protective coating against cold weather outdoors and steam heat indoors. If you use a strong soap in the dishpan, these oils are dried up. Your skin gets rough and red. To protect these beauty oils, simply change from your harsh soap to Lux Flakes. Women find the difference between Lux and ordinary soaps for dishes almost unbelievable. They feel it the moment they put their hands in the dishpan. There is no sting in the very gentle, soothing Lux suds. Almost at once, your hands will begin to look smoother and whiter. Begin tomorrow to keep your hands lovely by washing dishes with Lux Flakes. I turn you back now to Mr. DeMille.
At the moment, both our stars, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, are having a breathing spell between pictures. Bob is back after 6 weeks in the East. And Ida's been indulging in her favorite avocation, composing music.
And not just simple little ballads, Mr. DeMille, but the real thing. Not so long ago, the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra played Ida's Symphony, Aladdin and the Lamp.
Oh, thanks for the nice boost, Bob. You know, composing's really very exciting, although I had no thought of attempting it until 2 years ago. It was just about this time of year. I was riding in a taxicab down Hollywood Boulevard. The street was crowded with Christmas traffic, and all of a sudden the noise seemed to take the form and tempo of a melody. Well, I rushed right home, worked straight through till morning, and there it was, and I've been at it ever since.
What's your latest composition?
Something I've just sent to London, a score and book for a musical comedy. Look, I hope no one's going to get the impression that I think I'm a great musician. In fact, I know so little that I often use a code to take the place of notes and musical symbols until I've time to figure out what I'm trying to do. I use the letters of the alphabet for a code. If you ever saw one of my scores, you'd think someone had spilled alphabet soup on an orchestration sheet. But I think our listeners are a lot more interested in what Bob's next picture is going to be than in my music. So, Bob, suppose you tell them.
Well, if I knew, I'd be glad to. I'm having story difficulties at the moment.
Don't we all? Can't you find the right one?
Well, the trouble is I found the right two. And MGM and I can't make up our minds which will make the better picture. Number one is a light comedy, the type of story that audiences have been favoring so much lately. Plenty of laughs and sophistication. Number two, also a modern story, presents a definite problem of living that any one of us might have to face. A very interesting story for an actor. But the question is, will it interest an audience?
And in the meantime, you're perched on a fence, eh?
Exactly. And since that's not a very comfortable spot to be in, perhaps the Lux Radio Theater audience will help me out. I'd really be very grateful if you'd drop a card or a note to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, to me, or the Lux Radio Theater, and let us know which of these two types of pictures you prefer to see. A light comedy or a story with a social problem. In the meantime, my thanks and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Ida. Good night, Bob.
Thank you, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns in just a moment with news of next week's play and stars. In our cast tonight were Leonard Mudie as Professor Bartlett, Reginald Sheffield, Herbert Evans, and Keith Kenneth as detectives, Lionel Belmore as innkeeper, Vernon Steele as cart driver, Edgar Norton as manager of the music hall, Eric Wilton and Raymond Lawrence as Cockney travelers, Ward Lane as butler, Eric Snowden and Norman Ainsley as Scotchmen, Sybil Harris as a rowdy, and Phyllis Coughlin as a woman. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Love and Hisses. And now, our producer.
One of the most glamorous beauties of the screen that the screen has ever known appears in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Marlene Dietrich. Our play is taken from the highly successful motion picture in which Miss Dietrich starred, The Song of Songs, the love story of a Viennese girl and the three men who tried to win her. Miss Dietrich will be surrounded by an all-star cast headed by Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwell. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and Lionel Atwell in The Song of Songs. The special guest of the evening will be the creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies, Mr. Walt Disney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeline Carroll and Brian Ahern in Beloved Enemy.
Lux presents Hollywood. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap appreciate the loyalty that you have shown for this fine beauty care. Loyalty which enables them to bring you the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. This evening, you will hear Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, C. Aubrey Smith, and Donald Crisp. As guests, Ted Lesser, head of Paramount's talent department, and Walter Hoffman, creator of special battle effects you see in films. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, across the vast dominion of Canada, countless families are enjoying the Lux Radio Theater for the first time. For tonight, 26 stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation have joined our great network. We're indeed happy to welcome these new stations and their listeners. We sincerely trust that every one of our new friends will enjoy these Monday evenings in the Lux Radio Theater. A great many years ago in England, the wife of a Birmingham architect, agreeing with friends that it would be very nice for their city to have an amateur theatrical group, became the chief organizer of the Birmingham Repertoire Company. The good woman's enterprise later launched two of her fellow townsmen toward the pinnacles of international stardom. One was her son, Brian. The other was Madeline Carroll. When Madeline was attending the University of Birmingham, where her father was a professor, she was offered a contract by the Repertoire Company. To please her father, the offer was forgotten, and Madeline became a schoolteacher. But it was that unsigned contract that later inspired her with the determination to become an actress. You heard Brian Ahern here only a few weeks ago, but when Samuel Goldwyn gave us permission to bring Beloved Enemy to the air, we persuaded Brian to interrupt his work and be with us again tonight. We were equally fortunate to secure Madeline, for she returned to Hollywood only recently from abroad. Madeline's presence here is something of an anniversary. Those of you who were listening in at this time last December will recall her brilliant performance for us in Cavalcade, presented exactly 1 year ago. Tonight, she becomes Helen Athley, and Mr. Ahern is Dennis Reardon. Two great character actors will be heard in leading roles, C. Aubrey Smith as Lord Athley and Donald Crisp as Burke. Mr. Smith's current film is Prisoner of Zenda. And Mr. Smith's current film is Prisoner of Zenda. Mr. Crisp is next seen in Jezebel. And now, the Lux Radio Theater salutes the new year with Beloved Enemy, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll with C. Aubrey Smith and Donald Crisp. Ireland, in the year 1921. The fog-filled streets of Dublin echo to the martial sound of British troops, arriving under cover of night to stem the tide of Irish rebellion. On the side of Ireland, a young man fights blindly for his country's independence. A leader of the cause, he's unknown to the British, but known and loved by the Irish.
He's our man, Dennis. If the British ever catch him, the British will know he'll stick with Dennis Reardon. Aye, Dennis is our man. Dennis Reardon.
In the cold gray light of morning, after a night of terror, Dennis Reardon stands in a doorway, his hand raised to knock. He hesitates for a moment. Behind that door is a young wife, now a widow. He knocks quietly, and the door is opened.
Dennis, come in. What is it, Dennis? What's wrong?
Kathleen,
Where is Sean? Where is my husband?
he's gone, Kathleen. Along with Donegal and Murphy. They did it themselves at headquarters.
They did it?
Aye, they blew up the place.
Oh.
They had to, Kathleen. It was a raid. They were raided by the British. If the records were found, it would have meant more lives than 3. And perhaps the end of the cause.
Where is he? Can I see him?
No, Kathleen.
They were crazy.
No, they were brave men.
And you're crazy too, Dennis Reardon. Oh, can't you understand? He was my husband. I loved him.
Quiet, girl.
Oh, what do you know about love? You've never let it come near you. You're ready to a cause. What good is that cause to me when he's dead? He's dead.
Mother?
Take hold of yourself, Kathleen O'Brien.
What was the great noise, Mother?
It's over now, boy. Go back to sleep. It's all over now.
Is me father home, Mother?
No, Father.
Then can I sleep in the big bed till he comes?
Yes.
Yes, Father.
I'll have to be going now. There's a meeting of the committee. We'll not be forgetting him, Kathleen.
Nor will I.
Bombs. That's what it takes, gentlemen. Bombs talk loud and long. Tomorrow night, Lord Athley will be here from London. I vote we make a demonstration that will blow his lordship from the face of the earth and rock the very foundations of Ireland.
It would, that, Mr. Burke, and that's why we'll not do it.
And who's to pay for the loss of O'Brien and his boys?
For 400 years, Ireland has been paying for the mistakes our forefathers made. The kind of mistake we must not make tomorrow. We are not a handful of conspirators meeting in a dark room, but the government of a free people. Remember that. It is not for us to make war on the diplomatic representative of another government. Lord Athley comes with clean hands, and we'll receive him with clean hands.
I agree with Dennis. We'd be buying trouble and shame if we blow up an innocent man. And who's to say he's innocent?
The decision's been made, Burke.
And who made it?
As Chief of Staff, I made it, and it stands. Lord Athley and his daughter will arrive tomorrow in peace, and I'll be there to see to it.
You'll be there? With £10,000 on your head? Are you mad, Dennis?
I'm not so mad as to think there's any good will come of wanton murder. On Lord Athley's boat, however, there is also a shipment of munitions.
Munitions, is it? Then we'll blow the...
No, Burke, control yourself. Jerry, what plans have you made for them?
Oh, a little reception at the north wall. Now, I figured this. A cart backs out of the alley and rams the...
I'd feel a lot better, Lord Athley, if you and Helen were in the armored car back there.
Nonsense, Colonel, nonsense.
But riding up here, sir, with munitions, it's not safe.
I've never ridden in an armored car in my life. I'm not going to start now. How do you feel about it, Helen?
They always looked a bit stuffy to me, Father. There doesn't seem to be much cause for alarm. Where are all the people in Ireland? I don't believe I've seen one yet.
We've cleared the streets, Lady Helen. Precautionary measures.
That sounds like open warfare, Colonel Loder.
It amounts to that. Martial law, you know.
And I regret it. Can't deal with people until they have their civil rights. I'm here to see they get them.
Ireland and England. One nation and one people. Divided by a strip of water and the hatreds that men build.
Nonsense, nonsense. All one empire.
Driver. Yes, sir. Watch out for that cart. In the alley there. Watch out! Clear the street there. Sergeant, put a guard around Lord Athley.
Yes, sir. All right, sir, there's nothing wrong. It's just an accident. There won't be any disturbance. There's nothing wrong, sir.
What's that?
I say it's just an accident. There won't be any disturbance.
What makes you so sure? Sergeant, arrest this man.
Yes, sir.
Bring him to headquarters. I want to see him there at once. And there you have it, Lord Athley. May have been an accident. Then again, you never know. Armored cars may be stuffy, but they're safe.
My apologies, Colonel Loder.
Our apologies, Colonel Loder.
Here's the prisoner, sir.
Bring him in.
Go on. Stand over there.
What's your name?
Dennis Reardon.
What? You're taking a dangerous name, young man.
The best is none too good for me.
Did you find anything on him, Sergeant?
Just these letters.
What
No
did they
arms,
say?
sir.
Thomas Casey, medical student. Well, Mr. Casey, what were you doing back there?
Well, I was riding my pusher. And,
Pusher? A bicycle, my lord. Go on.
Well, I was riding my pusher, peaceful as you please, when all of a sudden I heard a crash. Brakes screaming and cars stopping. So I stopped. And then, would you believe it, I was whisked into a lorry, pusher and all, brought up here and asked what I was doing back there.
You see, Lord Athley, you can't get a thing out of them. I'll let him go.
All right, outside. Go on. Go on home.
Oh, wait. Don't you think you ought to give him back his pusher?
Oh, thank you, miss.
All right, give it back to him, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, miss. That's very kind of you.
Go on now. Go on, you kids. Get away from this car. Get away.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
These kids, Lady Ellen, they're riding with chalk on the car. I've been chasing them all the time you was shopping. Get off that car. Get off you.
Sergeant, that little one fell. Pick him up.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
It's all right. We ain't gonna hurt you.
I'll take care of him.
Go on now. Up it. Go away, the rest of you.
Did you hurt yourself badly? Let me see. It's your knee, isn't it?
Don't you touch me.
I was a Red Cross nurse once, and even the other side didn't mind when we helped. Let me see. Yes, it's just a wrench. I'll take you home. Where do you live? Well, would you tell me your name?
My name is Father O'Brien. I hate you.
You hate me? Why? I suppose you have a reason.
My father's dead because of you.
Because of me?
Well, because of your people anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're quite a soldier for all your size. Are you sure you don't want to cry? Grown-up men do sometimes. It helps. Go on. Go ahead, Father. Is this the house, Father?
It is.
Carry him in, Sergeant.
Yes, milady.
Who's there?
Are you Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes, I am. But you... Father is hurt.
Don't be alarmed. He fell and wrenched his knee. Put him down, Sergeant, and wait outside in the car.
Thank you for bringing him home.
Would you like to have a doctor see him?
Thank you. We can manage ourselves. She's nice, Mother. She has a nice smell.
You should be very proud of him, Mrs. O'Brien.
Oh, he's like his father.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. O'Brien. Could I be of any assistance? Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
They told me that Father was hurt. Have you called a doctor, Kathleen?
I should think a medical student like you could do well enough with a bruised knee.
No one can understand English jokes but the English. Now, let me see it. Oh, Father, I feel that you will live. Madam, I'm afraid this is the wrong section of Dublin for you.
We both seem to have a habit of popping up in the wrong sections of Dublin. Mr. Dennis Reardon, isn't it?
What?
You have a frightening memory for names, milady.
I wasn't apt to forget that one, Mr. Casey. Is there anything I can do?
Aye, you can keep your benevolence to yourself. You shouldn't have come here at all.
I brought Father home because he was hurt. Of course you think it was all a trick to get into this house so that I could spy on Father's family for my father. We especially hate little children whose fathers have just been killed. If you will try to understand us...
I do understand you. You hate nothing and you love nothing. You live in your stuffy heads where no feeling ever enters. You people think you can kill us and still be our friends. It's an amazing kind of people you are, with ice in your hearts. Now go.
If you mean I'm not an unreasoning maniac like yourself, I'm glad I'm not. I came here because I wanted to help these people. But you wouldn't understand that because you're blind.
Oh, calm yourself, Lady Helen.
Fighting until you're all dead.
You needn't be so hot about it. Well, I imagine that's the first time in history that the Irish had to ask the English to calm down.
What is it, Sergeant?
Big pardon, milady, but there's a crowd collecting around the car outside. I'll have to hurry to a garage or I won't get there at all.
Oh. May I wait here, Mrs. O'Brien?
You may.
Thank you, milady.
A crowd, is it? Kathleen, will you let Lady Helen take your bicycle?
Yes. It's in the alley.
Can you ride a bicycle, Lady Helen?
Yes. Must I?
Well, we don't like crowds in front of our houses. I'll show you your road. Will you come this way? Well, if I were you, I'd concentrate on riding and not on the bell.
Let me alone. I like it.
Are you tired?
No, not very.
But you don't mind if we stop while I fill my pipe, eh?
Oh, no, not a bit. You said you were just going to show me the road.
Well, that's what I've been doing.
You showed me a good deal of it. I imagine I can find the way now.
Oh, I don't think so. You'd never get back to Dublin.
Back to Dublin? Then this isn't Phoenix Park.
All Ireland is a park.
I don't understand why I have to cycle all over Ireland to get to my home.
I shall explain. From Kathleen O'Brien's house, there were two roads. The first were men cycling through city streets. And with your kind of cycling, you'd have been killed for certain by an Irish lamppost. And this is by far the most pleasant road.
I see.
And it's only 10 miles longer. Well, you're not angry with me, are you?
No, of course not.
Ah, that's right, too. Are you hungry?
No, thank you.
Well, I am, and there's not a place for tea for a mile. You wouldn't care for a hatful of berries, would you?
No, Well, all right.
Good. There's a place by a stream, not far, where they grow so... Will you have some more berries?
Thanks, I've had enough, I think. What do you do besides going to medical school and riding around the country on a bicycle?
Would you really want to know?
No. On second thoughts, I don't believe I would.
Suppose I tell you instead what I'd like to do.
As if I could stop you.
It's a farm in County Galway I'd like, with some fine pigs and horses belonging to it. And a fine, spirited woman in the house, making a great clamour all the day. And the children driving me crazy with their goings-on. In County Galway, where they've never heard of the Troubles. What are you thinking?
I'm trying to picture your farm, and you on it. You belong there somehow, away from all this hate and bitterness, where men sing about dying for a cause, forgetting that it means they must kill for it. You're not like that. Not deep inside. When a man wants peace as much as you do, there's no room in his heart for hate.
I'm Irish. There's room for all.
Is there? I wish you had that farm. I hope you'll have it soon.
Do you now? Then tomorrow, maybe, you'll meet me at the Dublin market. I'll be buying the first pig. Will you help me pick him out?
No.
Why?
I can't.
Why not?
I can't.
Oh.
I have to go now. Is it straight down the road?
Yes, I'm sorry I can't go all the way with you. Business takes me elsewhere.
Thank you. And goodbye.
And you won't meet me at the market tomorrow?
No. Oh, how will I return the bicycle to Kathleen O'Brien?
Well, why not ride it back tomorrow?
All right, I will. Thank you. And goodbye.
And you won't meet me at the market tomorrow?
No. Oh, if I ride the bicycle in tomorrow, how will I get back again?
Ride it back.
But how will...
I have it. You take mine and I'll ride it back.
But how will I get yours back?
Meet me at the market tomorrow.
Never mind. I'll take it back now. Goodbye.
At 4 o'clock by the pig stalls. I'll be waiting.
Hello? Father, are you up and around already? How's your leg?
Oh, 'tis fine.
Look, I brought you something.
A present. Oh, thank you. But, I don't know if I should take it from an Englishwoman.
Oh, that's all right. We're all friends now. Look, Father, tell your mother I brought back her bicycle. I had a lovely ride with
With who?
Well, I don't know what you call him. I call him Dennis Reardon.
Oh, but Mother says we're never to call him that anymore.
What?
Never. She says we're not to call him by his right name.
Then we won't. We won't, Father.
You have just heard Act One of Beloved Enemy. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act Two of our play, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theater. While we're waiting for Act Two, we want you to listen in on Betty, who just got home from her job as a salesgirl in a popular Hollywood department store.
Child, you look all in. Was it a bad day? Oh, you know, Mom, what the first week after Christmas is. Nobody ever guesses right about anybody else's size. And everybody comes back to the store to exchange what they got for what fits. Oh, my feet.
Why don't you take a short nap, dear? I'll have dinner ready in half an hour.
Oh, I'm too tired to even do that. Oh, there's the phone. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, Bob. The Trocadero? I'd love it. In an hour. Goodbye.
Oh, Betty, you're not going dancing when you're so tired.
Now, Mother, don't worry about me. I'll just pop in a Lux toilet soap bath and I'll be out a new woman.
Well, I suppose if you must, you must.
Now, don't worry, Mother. When I relax in a nice warm tub full of Lux toilet soap lather, I can just feel all the aches and pains fading away. I'll be fresh as a daisy in no time, and dainty, too.
And later at the Trocadero,
Look, Bob, there's Joan Blondell. Isn't she gorgeous?
You're gorgeous enough for me. Oh, gee, Betty, you're swell to dance with. You're always so fresh and lovely, and your skin is so sweet.
Yes, and smart girls all over the country follow Betty's example. But now, let's return to our producer, our stars, and play. Mr. DeMille?
We continue with Beloved Enemy, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll, with C. Aubrey Smith and Donald Crisp. It's later the same evening. Helen has arrived at home, tired and dispirited, knowing that the young Irishman who asked for her friendship is Dennis Reardon. She's met at the door by a servant who tells her that Lord Athley has been taken ill. She runs to his room and throws open the door.
Father,
Come in, dear.
are you all right, Father?
All right, dear, yes. A little tired, that's all. And discouraged.
Discouraged? You?
Yes. This is the most hopeless position I've ever been in. I can't conceive a more dreadful situation.
War's a filthy job, Father. You know that.
War? It's Dennis Reardon. He's our war. Dennis Reardon, who strikes in the night and disappears like smoke in the fog.
Father, you mustn't excite yourself.
We've got to find him. If anything is to be done, we've got to bring that man to justice.
Father, how can you hate so much? He's one man, one out of millions. And he believes he's right, just as you believe it.
You've a rather compelling way of presenting the Irish side of it, Helen.
I can't hate them. I can't hate Dennis Reardon.
But you can love England.
And I do, but does that mean we have to hound one man? Does it mean we have to sneak upon him in some alley, bring him to his knees with a bullet in his heart?
Yes, Helen, yes. Because the lives of thousands depend upon it. Because men are dying all over Ireland. Because of him.
Then you mean if Dennis Reardon were captured, there'd be an end to all this trouble?
I firmly believe it. Men would go back to their homes, back to their wives and children.
Love of England, love for people, it demands things of you, doesn't it?
Helen.
Father, I think I know where Dennis Reardon will be tomorrow.
Dennis Reardon in the marketplace he was. They almost had him that time. Not Dennis. He slipped right through their hands like a seal in the water. Got away, he did. Slipped through their fingers. Right through their fingers. Slipped through their fingers. Right through their fingers.
And that's the program, gentlemen. Any other business? Meeting adjourned. Good night, Burke.
Dennis, how can you find time to be ambling about Gregory Street Market? You have a great responsibility, Dennis. You should be more careful. Good night to you.
Well, Jerry?
Now, about that marketplace, Dennis.
What about it?
I wonder if you were wondering what I'm wondering.
What is it, Jerry?
That was no ordinary roundup, as I looked at it.
Well, Jerry?
Well, I was wondering if anybody besides you and myself knew you were going to be there. I was thinking there must have been somebody.
There was somebody. But I'd pledged my life she had nothing to do with it.
She's English.
You're right, Jerry. Everything tells me that she didn't. But I've got to know. And there's only one person who can tell me.
Herself?
Herself.
Well?
Oh, is Mr. Casey here?
Come in, miss. Lady here to see you, Mr. Casey.
All right, Jerry. Wait downstairs.
All right.
I didn't think you'd come.
I shouldn't have come, but I had to. I got your note.
Oh, I'm glad to see you here, Lady Helen.
Are you?
Well, you don't seem very glad about being here.
No, I can't pretend to be. If you hadn't written that note, I should never have seen you again.
Why not?
I know you're Dennis Reardon.
Ah.
Father told me without knowing it. That's how they knew you'd be at the market. Through me. I can't apologize. That wouldn't mean anything. Because I'm not your friend. I'm your enemy.
Did you tell them you were meeting me here today?
No.
Did you look to see if anybody followed you?
There was no one. I haven't betrayed you. Today.
Why did you come here at all?
I thought it would be honorable to come and explain why I did it. But now that I am here, I don't feel very honorable about it. I can't explain it at all. Except that what made me do it was stronger than I was.
Inform on a man, and then tell him about it. You're a strange woman.
Please, try not to hate me.
Oh, it's not you I hate. It's everything outside this room. All the things that have done this. No, don't go.
I must. Because even if you don't hate me, what I did proves that we could never be friends. That we must never see each other again. You know that now, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know it now. But all the years after you've gone from me, I'll be thinking of what might have been. And maybe it would be good to know if we both thought of it the same way.
Maybe it would.
Every evening for a month, I'd have asked you to meet me at the hilltop. What would you have said when I asked you?
I'd have said thank you.
And all through the summer evenings, we'd have walked in the hills, side by side, not talking much. Wouldn't we have?
Yes.
And then one evening, I'd have put my arm around you, and us walking alone in the moonlight. What would you have said then?
I don't think I'd have said anything.
And then we'd have walked slower and slower and stopped. And I'd have said, it's an honest and a beautiful woman you are.
Please, you must.
Oh, but I must. And I'd have said, I love you. I love you. And after we were married, we'd be on the farm in County Galway, riding fine horses together, and us laughing crazy all the day.
Please don't.
And at evening, us sitting down in our own cool house, with the country tablecloth on the table, and the white bread, and the strong red tea in our cups.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, darling, God help us both.
Helen. Oh, Helen. My darling.
Don't stand near the window, Dennis.
It's not a street in Dublin anymore. It doesn't look like any street in the world.
Come here. There isn't any Ireland or England. There isn't any world outside this room.
Aye. That's what I was feeling, too. Only my imagination's not working very good. It's a bit staggered, maybe. It's because I never dared dream of you all my life. Ireland was the only woman I ever knew. Ireland was my mother, and my sister, and my wife.
Oh, Dennis.
In your slow English way. Are you ready to say it now?
Yes.
Say it then.
I love you. I love you. And Dennis, whatever happens, I'll want to be with you always. When peace comes...
When peace comes, aye. I'll begrudge every minute of every hour and every clock in the world until it comes.
But when it does, and we're together again, we'll throw time out into the street and shut our windows on it. Forever.
Well, Jerry?
Have a look at the street.
What is it? Dennis?
Why, it's almost empty. There's 2 men in the doorway across the street, 2 on the corner. I don't like it. Jerry, go down and take a look at the back.
They're in the back, too.
Dennis!
You brought them with you. You betrayed him this time just as you did.
No!
Pull down the blinds, Jerry.
I tell you it was...
Will you do as you're told?
He's done it properly this time.
Dennis, I'm frightened. I'm frightened, Dennis.
It's a raid. They may not be coming here.
They couldn't have followed me.
It's all right, darling. It may be nothing at all.
There's more of them now. Soldiers. They're setting up a gun on the corner.
And we talked of peace.
Alleys are plugged up. There's soldiers coming down Donegal Street. We've got to move.
Back window, Jerry. We'll take to the roofs and hope we can reach the corner. Open it.
Go ahead.
Dennis, wait. Hold me. Once more, darling. Hold me close to you. Just once. Just once.
Oh, this can't be the last time, darling. It can't be. Go on, Jerry.
Deep down, coming out.
Dennis.
Oh, darling. It's a funny place to be saying goodbye, isn't it?
Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, darling. Keep down, Dennis. They're all over the street. They'll be waiting for us at every corner. Look out! We'll never make it. We'll run into them at every turn.
No, we won't. Do you see that chimney? The big one over there?
Yes.
Well, when I give the word, make a break for it. We can climb down it and hang on the inside. Can you do it?
I can.
You ready then? Now!
Suppose it's all right to climb out now.
Aye.
Oh, I'm that stiff in my joints. If I die before you, Dennis, will you do me a favor? Will you make sure that I'm not buried hanging up? Faith, that was a near thing, Dennis. 'Twas a wonder we weren't killed entirely. The chimneys was quick thinking, and I'm grateful to you. But on the other hand, come to think of it, neither you nor I should have been in this neighborhood at all in the first place. You know I'd die for you, Dennis, if I was dying for the cause, too. Have you forgotten the cause, Dennis? Have you forgotten O'Brien? He died for you, Dennis. And Donegal and Murphy and the 18 lads at Duneen and the ones before them. Have you forgotten them all? Have you, Dennis?
Jerry, on my honor, I'll never see her again.
Ah, your word is good enough for me.
And you have it. I'll never see her again.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Madeline Carroll and Brian Ahern return to us shortly in the third act of Beloved Enemy. But now, during intermission time, let's take a glimpse behind the scenes of Hollywood and learn something about a little-known phase of picture making. Standing watch in the crow's nest of every studio, like the lookout man on a whaling ship, is the talent department, scanning a sea of new faces, hopefully waiting to capture another prize with a well-aimed contract. The head harpoon man at Paramount was once a New York attorney whose name is Ted Lesser. He says a newspaper, 100 years old, brought him to Hollywood. How'd that happen, Ted?
About a year and a half ago, C.B., I had occasion to go to Philadelphia. There I found that old newspaper with the record of an amazing trial. It gave me an idea for a story. Very shortly thereafter, I met William LeBaron, head of production for Paramount. He agreed it would make a great picture and suggested that I write it. I called it Souls at Sea.
Well, writers have turned from stories to executive positions in every branch of the industry. In fact, many years ago, Bill LeBaron, whom you just mentioned, used to write vaudeville acts with me for Jesse Lasky. So I suppose you went from writer to head of the talent department. Huh?
Correct. And when I told Mr. Zucker that among my legal clients had been Jack Benny, Burns and Allen, the Easy Aces, George Jessel, Fred Allen, and a number of other radio favorites, he suggested that I find some more favorites for Paramount. But this is the first time I've ever been asked to talk about it on the air.
You picked the right program.
You bet. It didn't take me long to discover that Lux and Talent had been keeping company in Hollywood for a long time. Talent knows the importance of a fine complexion, and Lux toilet soap knows how to protect it.
Now, apart from appearance, Ted, just what do you look for in a newcomer?
Well, a certain amount of individuality, always coupled with determination. As soon as they come to Paramount, we start them in our school, where they learn dramatics, voice, and dancing. If we're right, it doesn't take long before our young cubs show particular talent in one of these departments. A case in point is Olymp Bradner. Olymp came to us as a dancer, but her ability as a dramatic actress so far outshone her dancing that we cast her opposite George Raft in Souls at Sea.
Well, two things are certain every Friday at Paramount. Fish on the menu and your weekly auditions.
Yes, they're both institutions. The purpose of the auditions being to acquaint producers and directors with the merits of new talent. We present the boys and girls we've selected from all sorts of sources: radio, vaudeville, stock companies, little theaters, and some plain home folk who are brought to our attention. Our producers have been most generous about giving these young players opportunities. And you, CB, your willingness to give a newcomer a chance is proverbial in Hollywood. For example, 3 weeks ago, you gave a little girl named Jane Dewey a chance to appear in our auditions, with the result that she'll have a role in the forthcoming picture.
Proving that all producers and directors are on the alert for new personalities. And by the way, that was a very interesting couple we heard last Friday.
Quite a combination, weren't they? Particularly when you know their history. The girl, Terry Ray, was discovered serving sandwiches at one of our local drive-in restaurants. The young man who played the love scene with her is, on the lot, Michael Brooke. At home in England, he is the Earl of Warwick, who got his first acting chance in The Buccaneer. A democratic place, Hollywood, where a little waitress plays a scene with a British peer, each hoping to get a part in a picture. Thank you, C.B.
Thank you, Ted. Madeline Carroll, Brian Ahern, C. Aubrey Smith, and Donald Crisp in Beloved Enemy. Despairing of peace in Ireland, Lord Athley's returning to England with a recommendation for drastic military action. The boat plows heavily through Dublin Bay. At the rail, Helen sadly watches the lights of the city disappearing in the fog. Her father comes from his cabin and stands beside her. There's a long silence. Then he takes her hand in his.
Helen, dear, you mustn't take it like this. I want you to know that my decision to return home had nothing to do with you, with your friendship for Dennis Reardon. Although I can't pretend that the whole incident hasn't been a shocking nightmare to me. It's quite beyond my understanding.
There's no need for you to understand it now.
You mean by that it won't happen again?
Yes.
Good. Best of us go off the track now and then. The main thing is to get back.
Father, don't talk to me as if I were a child. I've done nothing I regret. Nothing compared to what you've done.
Helen.
Maybe I did go off the track. But at worst, it was only a matter of wrecking myself. With you, it's wrecking 4 million people.
Helen, what are you talking about?
You came to Ireland to make peace. And now you're going back with a recommendation of war. Drastic military measures, you said. Bullets in their bodies and grenades in their faces. Is that a way to stop bloodshed? You've tried it for years and failed. Why can't you try something else?
Helen, control yourself. You're not talking sense.
Is it sense to think you can mow down the young men of two countries, theirs and ours too, and not leave a hatred that will last 1,000 years? It's you who have gone mad, not I. Why can't you treat them as human beings? War. Can't you see what it will mean? Can't you see?
Helen. Helen.
Good evening, Lady Helen. Won't you come in?
Is my father still in the council room, Preston?
Yes, they've been in there all day.
He telephoned me to meet him here. Father.
Good evening, my dear.
Is there any news?
Very good so far. The commission has agreed to talk it over with the Irish delegates.
You've done it. That's wonderful.
Now, don't be too optimistic, my dear. It'll only be a temporary truce. Nothing may come of it. We've merely guaranteed them a safe conduct if they'll come here for conferences.
But they must.
If they do come, we'll have a reception for them at the house.
Our house?
Yes. He'll be with them, Helen. Dennis Reardon. I shall hold you to your promise.
Duchess of Newcastle, the Portuguese ambassador and Madame Zamora, Lord and Lady Bell.
Well, Lord Athley, any word of our friends, the Irish?
None, except that they arrived this morning.
Rather late. Awkward if they don't come. You know, I never thought that...
But tell me, is this Reardon really coming, Dennis Reardon?
I suppose so. Nobody's seen him yet.
Harry, look. There they are at the door. All 6 of them.
Yes, the tall ones, red. They've come. Well, that's something anyway.
Are we all together, gentlemen? Well, let's go through with it. And call it history we are making.
Names, please.
What? What names shall I announce?
Liam Durek, Seamus Flaherty, Cahill McGarhall, Thomas Braga, Michal Cahalan, Donna Rehaden.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Liam Durek, Seamus Flaherty, Cahill McGarhall.
Never mind. Just announce the delegates of the Irish Republic.
That's the fine spirit.
The delegates of the Irish Republic.
Republic? Delegates of a republic? What infernal cheek. Republic, indeed.
Helen, dear.
Don't look at me. Pretend you're watching the crowd. Welcome to England, Dennis.
Ah, you're so beautiful. Oh, darling, if I could just touch your hand.
Darling, if only you could.
We can't see each other alone. I gave my oath.
I had to do something like that, too.
Do you want me to leave?
No, please.
Oh, it's torture, seeing you like this.
It's better than not seeing you at all.
Darling, what things in your life happened in this room?
Over there's where I played the harp when I was 14, in a pink dress.
And in that room?
My mother's sitting room. I used to say my prayers in there before she died. Then, for 10 years, I never went into it once. Till now.
And do you pray there now? For peace?
And for you. I pray there for you. Oh, Dennis.
Reardon.
Aye?
We've made our appearance here, and they've all had a chance to stare at us. I'm thinking if we're having a meeting tomorrow, it's time to go home.
Very well.
Good night, Lady Helen.
Good night, Mr. Burke.
Good night, Lady Helen.
Good night, Mr. Reardon.
And in our efforts to find a satisfactory arrangement, I claim the Irish delegates are reaching for the moon.
The moon, is it? We ask for a republic and you tell us it's the moon.
You've granted us minor concessions, yes. But you've continually avoided consideration of what we came for. You knew what was in our minds when we came. We hoped it was in yours.
In the face of this deadlock, I urge the leniency of our friends and beg the continuation of this conference tomorrow.
I can hold out little hope that anything further can be accomplished. But before we all take an irrevocable step, we consent to one more meeting.
Sit down, Dennis. There's nothing to be gained but pulling a long face. They sent their best against us and we didn't flinch.
What I want to know is, are we going to compromise with them?
We're not. There's half of us wants it and there's half of us doesn't. Dennis Reardon has the deciding vote, and we know his feelings. Am I right? Dennis, here, where are you going?
I'm going for a walk.
At this hour of the night?
I've been cooped up in rooms with people for 4 days. I want to get out by myself.
A word with you, Dennis. Come here. Maybe I don't know your mind. Maybe you're willing to sign that treaty. But remember this, you took an oath. And if you break that oath, you'll be a dead man the minute you set foot in Ireland.
Ah, get out of my way.
Dennis,
What are you doing here?
I've been looking for you. The clerk of the hotel said you'd gone out, across the bridge.
You shouldn't have come, Helen.
I had to speak to you. I was afraid to call.
But I've sworn not to see you.
And I've sworn too. But why shouldn't we? We're two small people in a very large world. They can't begrudge us this. Dennis, what's going to happen tomorrow? Are you going to accept England's terms? It's war if you don't.
I know. It's my vote that will decide it.
Yours? Then vote for peace, Dennis. Vote to sign the treaty.
And lose half of what we've asked for?
Don't think of the loss. Think of the half you've gained.
I can't forget the lads who've died.
Remember those who want to live. One of us must be big enough to compromise. Don't you see that? Dennis, sign the treaty.
You don't know what you're asking, Helen. I've sworn to support my people.
I'm only saying what your people would say if they could.
It's a hopeless argument. You're talking in a teacup.
I'm talking like a human being. Remember what you said. That you begrudge every minute of every hour on every clock in the world until peace comes. Well, it's here. Peace is here, Dennis, if you'll just say the word.
Don't let me alone, Helen.
Dennis.
Oh, darling. Oh, forgive me.
All of this means so little. We're nothing, you and I. It's the right of a whole people to live and to be happy. Help them, Dennis. Help them. Good night, Dennis. Good night, my darling.
In the paper. Irish agree to sign treaty. Dennis Reardon signs treaty today.
England will sign first. The pen, Lord Athley.
Thank you. I really don't know what my party will say to this. It's political suicide for me, Mr. Riordan. Perhaps for both of us.
Did you say political, Lord Athley? The pen, please.
Then he stood up in the meeting. It's peace that Ireland wants, he said. We'll take the treaty home with us tonight.
And then he signed?
I've come to respect that man, Helen. The bravest man I've ever known. Heaven help him.
Father, what's wrong?
When he signed the treaty, he admitted he was signing his own death warrant.
Death warrant?
He's going home to great danger.
No.
The fanatics of his own party, Burke perhaps, they'll turn against him as a traitor.
They can't do that. He's not a traitor. He only wanted peace. Father, you've got to help him.
How can I, Helen? What can I do?
Then I'll help him. I'll tell them why he did it. I'll see the leaders of his party myself.
Helen!
Let me alone. I'm going to Ireland. I'm going to Dennis.
Him signed the treaty. And a good thing, too. There's peace in Ireland. There's some don't think so. He's speaking tonight. A meeting in the square, speaking to the crowd. Aye, if a bullet don't stop him. A bullet? Aye, a bullet.
Friends, there's little more to say. We're a free state and a free people. The glory that is Ireland's now, we owe to those no longer here. The glory that will be Ireland's rests with you. We look to the future, to the youth of Ireland. For our land and our ideals are their inheritance.
Dennis Reardon, he's shot. Take him to the hospital. Hey, to the hospital. Come on, to the hospital.
Dennis.
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
Now shut your eyes and be very quiet.
It's such a little time to see you. It's always such a little time. Our love's been like Solomon Grundy's life. Born on Monday, married on Wednesday, and on Sunday. Huh. It's been a funny kind of love.
A funny kind of love.
We knew in the beginning. We never had a chance.
We're going to have our chance now. Oh, Dennis, we're going to live with each other the way other young people live. Oh, my darling, when you're well, we'll never talk about anything important again.
Your hair is such a fine color. I never had the time to tell you.
You will.
And that's a pretty dress you're wearing. I like your dresses.
Just wait and see the dresses I'll wear for you.
And I like the way you walk. Not looking where you're going. Someday you'll fall down and break your lovely neck.
Oh, darling, does it hurt?
No. It's funny. We said goodbye to each other every time we've met.
It's not goodbye. We'll always be with each other. Always.
That's right. We'll never say goodbye. Because we'll always meet again somewhere. Won't we, darling?
Yes. We'll never say goodbye. We'll always be together. Somewhere.
And so, Beloved Enemy joins the long procession of Lux Radio Theater productions. Later, we'll hear again from Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll. The next time you see a film with war scenes, such as Beloved Enemy, bear in mind that you're witnessing the most dangerous and realistic phase of motion pictures, a phase in which our next guest is unsurpassed. The explosions that occur in the midst of actors that apparently blow them to pieces are not trick explosions. They're caused by those deadly instruments of destruction, dynamite, flash powder, and black powder. And the fact that no one's actually harmed is to the everlasting credit of men like our guest, Walter J. Hoffman. In his grimy, powder-stained hands have rested literally the lives of 100,000 actors. For 27 years, he's devoted himself to death and disaster. He's started battle after battle, wiped out countless armies, discharged enough ammunition for a dozen wars, and has actually destroyed millions of dollars in property. Yet he has the amazing record of never injuring a soul, never causing an accident. He created the battle scenes in The Birth of a Nation and helped me in one of the first pictures I ever made, The Warrens of Virginia. And so I've gone to him ever since. In the old days, we called him Slim Hoffman, and he bore the title of Powder Monkey.
But today they call me Mr. Hoffman and tell me I'm a special effects man.
Apart from the safety of our actors, which is always the first consideration in our minds, we've also learned to depend on you, Slim, to do a technically perfect job the first time. Retakes in your line could easily cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yes, once a building or a battlefield is blown up, it usually stays blown up. There's not much you can do about it.
To show how great an expense is involved, suppose you tell our audience what a good battle scene will cost.
Well, here's an idea of the amount of money I blew up in All Quiet on the Western Front. 61 tons of dynamite at $340 a ton, 20 tons of gunpowder at $800 a ton, and 16 tons of smoke powder at $2,000 a ton. And that doesn't begin to show the value of what those explosives blew up.
When you get orders to prepare a battlefield for battle, how do you go about the big blowout or blow-up?
I do exactly what I did for you in the Buccaneer. You told me how many long shots you wanted and how many close-ups. And then I planted the charges of explosives accordingly.
Well, the fact that several times you see Frederick March actually shaken by the concussions of explosions near him is evidence of how effectively you planted them. Also, the fact that we blew a boat containing 8 men several feet out of water without scratching a man. I suppose we can thank the accuracy of the instrument on which you play your symphonies of destruction, the switchboard that sets off the explosions.
The switchboard resembles a keyboard of a piano, and each charge buried in the ground is connected by a wire to the switchboard and set off by electricity. Each individual switch must be thrown exactly the right second. If I throw it too late or too soon, some actor who is charging in that direction would be blown to pieces by the concussion.
Yet if they carry out instructions, actors can stand within a few feet of a terrific charge of explosives and not harm so much as the crease of their uniforms. How's that possible, Slim?
It's all in the way the explosion is planted or buried. If I want to charge a burst to the right of an actor, I'll plant the powder in a wedge-shaped hole. The side of the hole nearest the actor will go straight in the ground. The other side will slope into the ground at an angle. The angle is what aims the direction of the explosion. As long as the actor stays where he belongs, he's absolutely safe. We can't mark the location of the explosive because the mark would show up in the film. This means that sometimes I have to memorize the exact locations of as many as 20 different explosions, knowing that a mistake in timing or location will mean death. I guess that's why I take my work pretty seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Slim, for a bang-up performance. And now, Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll.
Last time I was here, Mr. DeMille, I played an Englishman to an Irish girl, but tonight I'm quite on the other side of the fence. I feel especially glad to have had the opportunity of playing my old part in Beloved Enemy this Christmas, because in a world which lies in the shadow of wars and threats of wars, it's a story which reaffirms the Christmas message of the necessity for peace and goodwill among men. I would like to wish you, Mr. DeMille, and everybody in the Lux Radio Theater tonight, and all those who may be listening in, a very happy New Year.
Thank you, Brian. And now, after 4 months abroad, Miss Carroll, you should have a lot to tell us.
Before I do that, I want to say that while it's been just 1 year since I was here last, I haven't forgotten this program or the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. I'm sincerely glad of the opportunity of telling you how much I enjoy using it. And as for the trip abroad, I was greatly impressed by one thing. Wherever I went, I was always asked the same question. What do the American people think of us? I realized then as never before what a responsibility we of the films have. In our small way, we can be ambassadors of goodwill, not only for Hollywood, but for America. And I did my best to tell them how eager this nation is for friendship and harmony. Yes, this year of 1937 has had its grim aspects. But let us fervently hope that as the old year fades, it will carry away with it doubts and distrust, that the new year will bring the world a new outlook of peace and understanding. Good night.
Good night, Miss Carroll.
Miss Carroll appeared through courtesy of Walter Ranger Productions. Mr. Ahern is now making Merrily We Live at Hal Roach Studios. C. Aubrey Smith is from Selznick International Studios and Donald Crisp from Warner Brothers. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios and was in charge of music for their new picture, Love and Hisses. Back again to Mr. DeMille.
The Lux Radio Theater starts its new year with a flourish next Monday night, when we bring you Claudette Colbert, Fred McMurray, and Walter Connolly. The drama in which you'll hear them was originally written as a novel by that master Booth Tarkington, and later became a hit film. A simple, tender romance of universal appeal. The story of a small-town girl who tried so hard to be worthy of the man she loved. Its title, Alice Adams. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in Alice Adams with Walter Connolly. They join me also in saying thanks to you for your support of their products, which enabled them to bring you this program throughout 1937. With your help, they'll make 1938 the greatest year in the history of the Lux Radio Theater, a program dedicated to your entertainment. It's the sincere hope of all of us who work continually here in the Lux Radio Theater with this weekly presentation that the new year will bring all of you the things you most desire, the things closest to your hearts. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The musical selection, A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody, is from the Ziegfeld Follies of 1919. Your announcer's been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeline Carroll and Herbert Marshall in Romance.
Lux presents Hollywood and extends thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your purchases of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. It is your loyalty to these fine products that enables us to bring you the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. This evening, our cast is headed by Herbert Marshall and Madeline Carroll, starring in Romance with Ralph Morgan and Claire Dodd. Walter Wanger, Hollywood's eminent producer, will be heard as special guest. Our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. And now, your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For me, as perhaps it does for some of you, tonight's play holds many golden memories and brings me back to the Broadway of exactly 25 years ago, to a season of theatrical grandeur seldom seen before or since. It was in February 1913 that this eternally young play, Romance, by Edward Sheldon, opened its remarkable run with Doris Keene and William Courtney at the Maxine Elliott Theater. And it was during that run that Jesse Lasky, Samuel Goldwyn, and I met at the old Claridge Grill on Broadway and decided to take Horace Greeley's advice and start making pictures in a little town called Hollywood. We wondered if we could persuade Dustin Farnham, then playing in a melodrama called Arizona, to take a chance and star for us in our first motion picture. It was a season that saw Jane Cowell in Within the Law, George M. Cohan in Broadway Jones, Lorette Taylor in Peg of My Heart. At 69, Sarah Bernhardt was playing Vaudeville at the Palace. George Arliss was starring in Disraeli. Billy Burke, Nazimova, and Maud Adams were there. And so were William Faversham and Tyrone Power, father of the present star of that name. At the same time, a young man named Douglas Fairbanks was bounding through a piece called Hawthorne of the USA. And 25 years ago, as today, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was playing to packed houses. Only the star then was Marguerite Clark. And so tonight, on its 25th anniversary, we bring back Romance, a drama as ageless as love itself. Twice a motion picture, our radio play stars one of the loveliest ladies of the screen, Madeleine Carroll, as Margarita Cavallini, and Herbert Marshall in the role of Thomas Armstrong, whom we meet for the first after he had become Bishop Armstrong. Miss Carroll is now engaged in filming The River is Blue, a Walter Wanger production, and Mr. Marshall has just completed Mad About Music for Universal Studios. As Cornelius Van Tuyl, we welcome that veteran performer, Ralph Morgan, while Claire Dodd will be heard as Susan. The Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Madeleine Carroll in Romance. Christmas Eve in New York. In the library of a pleasant old house on Washington Square, Bishop Thomas Armstrong rests comfortably in his favorite chair beside the fire. Out of the corner of his eye, he watches his grandson, Gerald, who stands looking out of the window, a worried frown on his face. The silence is broken only by the ticking of the clock. The old bishop lights his pipe and blows a reflective ring at the high ceiling and speaks casually.
Who is she, Gerald?
What's that?
I said, who is she?
Who is? Who?
The young lady who's causing you so much anxiety.
Why, how did you know?
When a young man comes to visit his grandfather on Christmas Eve and devotes the entire evening to cracking his knuckles and looking at his watch, I jump to the obvious conclusion. Who is she, Gerald?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is someone. I was just debating whether to tell you about it. I'd like your advice, Grandfather.
Thank you. A great many people have come to me for that, Gerald. It usually turns out, though, that what they were looking for was a sympathetic listener.
Well, that's part of it, too. You see, I can't speak to Mother about it. Not yet, anyway, and, well, you'd better prepare yourself for a shock. You see, I'm going to be married.
When?
You're not surprised?
No, not very. It's quite an old custom, you know. What's her name?
Lucille Anderson. I don't think you've ever heard of her, but she's an actress.
I see.
That does surprise you.
Just a little. She's very beautiful, I suppose?
Yes, she is. And clever, too, and sweet. I never met anyone like her before. When you come right down to it, she's 10 times too good for me. She's wonderful, really.
Of course she is, of course. Go on, Gerald.
Well, things have been pretty tough for her lately. You see, she has no folks, and jobs are scarce, and... Well, she's living all alone in a rotten little boarding house up in the 50s. And that's why I think I ought to marry her now, right away. You think I'm right, don't you? Well,
I don't know, Gerald. You're pretty young, of course.
Yes, but...
And your life's just beginning. You'll change. And there may come a time when you'll need more than any little actress can ever give you. You've got to be very sure, Gerald.
But I am sure. Oh, I might have known I couldn't make you understand. You changed the minute you heard she was on the stage.
No, I didn't, my boy. I didn't change. I only remembered. And I do understand, Gerald. Believe me.
I don't see how you could very well. When you were my age, things were different. You were a minister.
And ministers don't have emotions, is that it?
Well, I didn't mean it that way.
I know. Sit down, Gerald. I want to tell you something. Something I've never told to anyone before. I used to think I never would.
Well, what is it?
Something that happened to me when I was just about your age, nearly 50 years ago. I was rector of St. Giles then. That was before I married your grandmother. Well, one night, in November it was, November 1888, I went to an evening party at old Cornelius Van Tile's house. It was a party in honor of Rita Cavallini, the Italian opera star. She was a beautiful woman, Cavallini. Beautiful and fascinating. The whole town had turned out to meet her, and the old house was blazing with lights. As I came up the front steps, I could hear the laughter and the music.
Good evening, Mr. Armstrong.
Evening, Joseph. Am I late?
A bit, sir. Mr. Van Tile's been asking for you.
Tom, where have you been?
Oh, Susan.
I thought you'd never get here. Uncle Cornelius has been pestering me to send a carriage around after you and... Tom.
What?
What's the matter with your eye?
Eye?
Your right eye. It's all red.
Oh, that. Well, the regular Wednesday evening boxing class met in the gymnasium of the church. One of my pupils is on the way to becoming a master.
Oh, Tom. And you know you're supposed to lend dignity to the party.
And dignity it shall be. I'll present her to the left side of my face.
Where is he? In the hall, sir.
There's Uncle Cornelius.
Good evening, Mr. Van Tile.
Tom, I've been looking for you. How are you, my boy?
Splendid, thank you.
Well, have you met her yet?
Cavallini, no.
Well, you must, of course. I'll see if I can pry her loose from her admirers. I'll be back in a moment.
Well, shall we get some supper?
Cavallini first, supper afterwards.
Business before pleasure. You're not very keen on this, are you?
What?
Being presented to the great Cavallini.
Well, it's a little out of my line, if that's what you meant.
Well, I'm glad you're here, even if you aren't. You can help put the gossip brigade in their places. They've started already.
On Cavallini?
Yes, they've been whispering all sorts of things about her. Tom, I want you to be very nice to her. You will, won't you?
Of course I will.
Well, come along then and have some supper. It'll be hours before Uncle Cornelius gets her away.
Oh, my cat dance, Madame Cavallini. I remember distinctly.
But Madame Cavallini promised it to me.
Per carità, signori. I have done so very much tonight.
Gentlemen, if you please. Madame Cavallini is tired. If she's to sing again tonight, I think she ought to rest.
Si, I really think so. Thank you so much, signori. Take me away, Cornelius. Quickly, please.
Come along. Excuse us, please. This way, Madame Cavallini. Sit down, Rita. Here.
Oh, I thought you would never rescue me, Cornelius. Oh, those young men. Oh, Dio, they are so enthusiastic.
Oh, well, you'll be safe up here.
But no more people tonight, please.
Just one or two. There's a young fellow here, rector of St. Giles.
Oh, Cornelius.
Do you mind?
I am very angry with you.
Why?
You invite me to your house. Bene. I am happy to come. But I find I'm invited as an artista, not as a friend.
Oh, Rita, don't be absurd.
It was not like this in France, in Millefleurs. I was not just a singer from the opera then. You have not forgotten?
Do you think I ever could?
Do you remember the night I sing to you, when you walk up and down below the window, and how we watched the sea? Il bellissimo mare. Side by side in the moonlight.
I remember. And other evenings, too. It makes me sad a little.
But why?
Because I also remember That I'm growing old, Rita.
Oh, you will forget that in Millefleur when we go there again.
If we ever do.
What do you mean?
Time doesn't stand still, Rita. You're young. You've everything before you. And I... Well...
Well...
Rita, why don't you marry?
Marry? Me? Oh, Dio mio.
I'm serious. Haven't you ever loved anyone?
You ask me that?
No, you know what I mean. Hasn't there ever been anyone who...
I am happy now. It is enough.
I'm thinking of the years to come. It isn't good to be alone then. I know. What will you do?
I will turn my face to the world and I will say, I am Rita Cavallini. I have lived as I wanted to live and I have been happy. I am happy now. Sono felice. Then, if I must cry a little, I will turn away so no one will see me.
Just as you do now.
Oh, go away, Cornelius. You are much too clever for me. And you make me sad. I will not be sad.
All right, dear. You'd better rest anyway.
Are you, sure Mr. Van Tile isn't in the drawing room, Joseph?
Quite sure, Mr. Armstrong.
I'd like to see him before I leave, but... Oh, well, I'll wait.
If you'd like a quiet place, sir, you might try the library upstairs.
Thank you, Joseph.
Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was here. The butler told me that I could...
No, go, please.
I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just looking for a quiet place.
I am not disturbed. I shall only be here for a moment anyway. Please, you sit down.
Thank you.
You don't like parties, huh?
Well, I wish you hadn't asked me quite so directly.
I know. I don't like them either.
I don't believe we've met. My name is Armstrong, Tom Armstrong. I'm rector of St. Giles's Church.
Rector? Che vuol dire?
The minister, clergyman.
Oh, I see. Peccato. How very sad.
I beg your pardon?
You are too young.
No, not really. I mean, ministers aren't always old. Any more than opera singers are always robust.
You think they are not?
Well, I don't know. From what they tell me of this Madame Cavallini...
Oh, then you have never seen her?
No, I don't care very much for the opera.
Ah, ecco. Well, you have not missed much when you miss La Cavallini.
Really? Do you know her?
Oh, si. We are very, intimate.
Is she as beautiful as they say?
Do they say that?
Well, of course.
Well, she is not. She is really very ugly. But people do not know she is ugly because they cannot see beneath her makeup.
Oh, I'm sure you must be mistaken. I'm talking of Rita Cavallini.
Yes, I am too, but you have never seen her.
No, I merely bow to public opinion.
That is very dangerous. If you believe the rumors of her beauty, you must also believe the stories of her past. That is public opinione, too.
I haven't heard any stories.
Shall I tell you some?
I'd rather you didn't.
As you wish.
Thank you.
What are you thinking?
I was thinking that you aren't being very charitable. Of all the people who are willing to carry tales, a friend should be the last.
Of all the people who know her, I am the one who knows her best. She will not mind what I say about her.
I should like to have her word for that.
You are defending her. That is most unusual. There are very few people to defend Rita Cavallini.
Then please count me as one of them. You see, I preach goodwill and brotherly love from my pulpit every Sunday. It's only right that I should practice it myself on Monday.
And you would like me to practice it, too?
That's the general idea.
Then you have my word, Mr. Armstrong. Never again will I speak badly of Rita Cavallini.
You made a very sudden reformation.
Very sudden, Poverina.
They're ready, dear. Oh, you here, Tom?
Yes,
Is it time, Cornelius?
The guests are waiting. I told them you were going to sing your aria from La Singara.
But I sing La Singara tomorrow.
Well, should we call this a rehearsal, then?
Si. You will excuse me, Mr. Armstrong? Grazie.
Tom, shall we go down? I'd like you to hear this. I'm sure you'll enjoy her singing. Tom, Tom, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong?
Mr. Van Tuyl, I feel very, very silly.
Vanucci.
Madame, you are the visitor?
Good evening.
Oh, Mr. Armstrong.
Hope you don't mind my coming back here.
Oh, no, certo no.
I felt I owed you an apology. For last night, I mean. I must have sounded rather pompous.
Oh, we will forget last night. It was my fault. I should have told you who I was.
I should have known without your telling me.
But you had never seen me.
I've corrected that. I heard you sing tonight. You were wonderful.
Oh, grazie, mille grazie.
Well,
You are not going so soon.
I live downtown, you know. It takes quite a while to...
My hotel is there. I will drive you in my carriage.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Will you wait? I shall only be a moment.
It's really more than just being a minister. You see, our parish is rather large, and we have more than our share of slums.
Slums? Those are the poor?
Yes.
And they are in your care, too?
Well, we try to help them as much as we can. It's all part of the job.
I see. Would it help sometime if we were to give a concert?
To raise money?
Si. I would be glad to sing if you would like it.
Would you? Really? You are good.
It is not goodness. I was poor once, too. I know what it is like. So, we will work together then. It will be nice.
I can't tell you what it will mean.
St. Giles Rectory. Was that it, madam?
Yes. Good night, Mr. Armstrong.
Good night, Madame Cavallini. And thank you.
You kiss my hand? Mine?
Because you are kind. And because you are lovely. Good night.
Good night. Drive on, please. Quickly.
Tonight, in our brief intermission, I want to introduce a man who's been creating quite a little stir around here. Just between us, I mean among the ladies. He's dark, handsome, and mysterious. Who are you anyway, stranger?
I'm the charm man.
So I've noticed. But do you think you ought to boast about it?
I don't mean what you think. I mean I tell the ladies how to rate their charm.
Rate it?
Yes. Figure up how much they have in actual percentages.
No wonder you interest the fair sex. Can you tell the ladies in our audience how to do that?
Yes, I can. They can rate themselves or have someone else do it. They'll need pencils.
Pencils? All right. Are you ready, ladies? Go ahead, Mr. Charm Man.
A perfect charm score would add up to 100%. Ready? I'll give you the top percentage allowed for any one charm, and then you give yourself as much of that as you think you deserve. Ready now? A really beautiful figure rates 40%. Mark down what you deserve. Got it? All right. Smooth, well-kept hair rates 15%. Got your percent? Exceptionally nice eyes rate 15%. Good teeth rate 15%. Smooth white hands, 15%.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Charm Man. That adds up to 100%, and you haven't even mentioned a lovely complexion. You've got to remember this is a Lux toilet soap broadcast, and we think a lovely complexion's the most important charm of all.
Well, don't get excited, Mr. Ruick. I agree with you perfectly. There's a very good reason why I don't put clear, smooth skin on my chart.
Yes? What is it?
You see, Mr. Ruick, the point is that unless a girl has clear, smooth skin, there's just nothing I can do for her. I have to call this whole charm rating thing off.
Thank you, Mr. Charmman, but I'm sure that isn't going to frighten the lovely ladies in this audience. They know how to keep skin soft, smooth, attractive, how to guard against the choked pores that cause cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. They remove dust and dirt, stale rouge, and powder thoroughly with Lux Toilet Soap's active lather before they put on fresh makeup and always at bedtime. You see, they know Lux Toilet Soap is the mild, pure white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use to guard their million-dollar complexions. And the ladies in this audience are pretty and wise. We return now to Mr. DeMille and our play.
We continue with Romance, starring Madeline Carroll and Herbert Marshall with Ralph Morgan. The fire in the bishop's library burns to a red glow. The old man has paused in his story, looking thoughtfully into the flames. Now he turns to his grandson, and in a low voice picks up the thread of his old romance.
And so we planned the concert together, Rita Cavallini and I, almost 50 years ago. We saw a good deal of each other for a few weeks. We became very good friends. It was more than friendship, but I didn't know it then. One evening, a few days before Christmas, Susan came here to the rectory to speak to me about some church affairs. She was sitting near the fireplace, almost where you are sitting
now. These are decorations for the church. Mrs. Vander is taking care of those. I think that's all, except for the midnight service on Christmas Eve. Have you decided about that, Tom? Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say, Susan?
About the midnight service on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yes, I thought I'd arrange for the choir to sing carols and a procession to the church. We could start over on West Broadway.
Is there anything I can do for you on that?
Oh, thanks. I'll take care of it myself.
Well, I suppose that's all.
Yes, for now, anyway. Please let me help you with your coat.
We don't see very much of you these days, Tom.
I know. I've been pretty busy. Madame Cavallini's concert took a lot of time.
That was over last week.
Well, there were other things, too, Susan.
Yes. Did you enjoy Mignon the other night? I thought I saw you there.
I enjoyed it very much.
She was very lovely, wasn't she?
I liked her even better in La Boheme. And I thought her Violetta was superb. I've been quite often, you see.
I didn't mean it that way, Tom.
It was in your mind, though?
There's nothing in my mind except, well, what people have been saying.
The gossip brigade. Have they been talking about me?
Oh, you know how they are. They've got to have something. I've been doing my best to keep them quiet, but...
I don't need a champion, Susan. I don't need anyone to defend me.
Tom, I'm not going to quarrel with you. We've been friends too long to let a thing like this come between us. I just thought you should know. That's all I have to say, Tom.
I'm sorry. I've been on edge lately. Please forgive me.
Of course. And you'll come to see us again, won't you? When you find time?
Yes. Good night, Susan.
Overture. Ready, madam. Overture.
Presto. We must hurry, madame. Overture, the boys say.
I am ready, cara. My scarf, please.
The scarf. Where is it? Go away. It is too late. Go away.
No. Open the door, Vanucci.
But, madame.
Open the door, please.
Hello.
Cornelius. I thought you... Come in, avanti.
Well, you seem a little disappointed. Were you expecting someone else, Rita?
Perhaps. Sit down.
I'd like to speak to you alone for a moment. May I?
Vanucci, will you wait outside, please?
Oui, madame.
Could you not come to my hotel, Cornelius?
I could have, yes. But I may be wrong. I had an idea I might not be received there.
Maybe you are not so wrong.
Then you know why I've come, Rita.
I think so.
Rita, I have always had a very fond hope that someday Susan and Tom Armstrong would be married.
Yes?
A month ago, I took it for granted. Right now, I'm not so sure. Has Tom asked you to marry him yet?
No,
And if he should?
I would refuse him.
I'm glad of that, Rita. For both of you. But why do you lead him on, then? Is it just that you're amusing yourself at his expense?
See, it is very amusing, Cornelius, to feel your heart torn in two, to lie tossing each night in the darkness, waiting for sleep which never comes, to want with all your heart what your heart forbids your having, to know that tomorrow will be empty as today, and every day, long, long into the years. It is very amusing, Cornelius.
You love him that much?
I, who have been so wise. It is very funny, isn't it?
What will you do, Rita?
I have my passage. I sail for England Thursday.
Does he know?
I have not told him yet. I have promised to see him again the day before Christmas.
Overture's almost over, Madam Cavallini.
You will excuse me?
Wait. If you sail Thursday, that's Christmas Day. You can't sail on Christmas, Rita.
They are the same, Cornelius. All days are the same.
Was it the rectory you wanted, madam?
Please, you may stop here.
Yes, madam. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You want me to wait?
What is that singing?
Comes from the church. St. Giles' Choir, I guess.
Oh. Yes, wait. Please.
Will the altos come in stronger on this section, please? A little more.
Mr. Armstrong.
Yes?
There's a lady just came in the back of the church.
Someone to see. Oh. Will you take the rest of the rehearsal?
Yes, sir.
Rita, I didn't expect you so soon.
You must not let me disturb you.
Oh. No, it's quite all right. Shall we go into the rectory?
If you want.
We can cut across the garden. This way, Rita. We're rehearsing for the procession tonight. Do you think you'll be able to watch it?
Perhaps. I am usually tired after the theater.
Oh, well, you'll probably be able to hear it from your hotel. There we are, Rita.
Thank you.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, Kate?
Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Van Tile is here. And the ladies from the Mother's Aid Committee have been waiting since 4 o'clock.
Oh. Do you suppose they'd mind waiting another half hour, Kate?
I don't think so. They seem to be using their time very well. They're getting a donation from Mr. Van Tile.
Good. I'll be in the library, Kate.
Yes, sir.
Go in, Rita. Here. Sit over here by the fire. You must be cold.
I'm not really.
You'll have some tea?
Thank you. I cannot stay very long, Tom.
Oh, but you've got to.
I think perhaps I feel a little out of place here.
Oh, nonsense. You've got to come often. My sister's coming down from Boston next week. I want you to meet her. You'll...
Tom.
What?
I will not be able to meet your sister. I will not be here next week.
Why?
Tonight is the last performance. I am sailing tomorrow.
Rita, you can't.
I must, Tom.
When did you decide this? It must have been very sudden.
No.
And you didn't tell me.
I didn't want anything to spoil these last few weeks. I don't want anything to spoil them now.
Rita, you mustn't go. Stay just a little while. Stay until spring.
Non posso. I must sing in Roma next month. In Aprile, I go to La Scala in Milano and...
Rita, listen to me. You're not going to leave. You've never given me a chance to tell you how I really feel about you. I'm going to tell you now. I love you, Rita. I want you to stay here. I want you to marry me. Will you, Rita? Why do you look at me like that? Didn't you know it, Rita? Didn't you know that someday I'd tell you?
I was afraid you would. You are very foolish to love me, Tom.
I don't believe that.
I must make you believe it.
You can't. Because I think you love me too, Rita.
No.
Then what have all these weeks meant to you? Have they meant nothing?
A little light in all the darkness, no more. A little warmth in the cold. A little flame that burns not long, and then goes out.
No, Rita, you don't mean that. You can't, Rita.
No, please.
Rita.
Let me go.
Tell me I'm right. Tell me you love me.
I love you, Tom.
Rita.
I love you. Caro, I love you. There is nothing in this world but you and me.
Nothing.
This is our moment. Our little moment. That will never come again. Hold me close, Tom. Close to you. And then let me go away.
I'll never let you go. Do you understand? Never. You're going to marry me, Rita.
No, no.
What's the matter? What's wrong, darling?
I cannot marry you. Non posso. Don't ask me again, Tom. Please, carissimo. Please don't ask me.
Why? Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't you marry me?
Oh, Tom, you poor blind fool. Don't you know what I am? Don't you know what I've been? Cannot you see it in men's eyes? The men who crowd around me with their knowing little smirks. Ask your friends why you cannot marry me. And your churchgoers. Ask your friend, Cornelius Van Tuyl. He'll tell you.
I don't believe you. You're lying. There's something else.
Ask him.
Very well, I will. Come in.
Mr. Armstrong, the ladies are all
Will
ready
you,
to...
Kate, ask Mr. Van Tuyl to come here, please?
But the committee...
Ask him to come here.
Yes.
Sit down, Rita.
I think I had better leave.
Please. You said he'd tell me. Well, I'm willing to ask him, and you should be willing to stay. I know it's not true, and if he says it isn't, you're going to marry me, Rita.
Oh, Tom, dear. Why do you torture yourself? Let me go now. Forget everything we've said.
Do you think I could? Come in.
Oh, Tom, Well, hello, Rita.
Cornelius.
Kate said you wanted to see me, Tom.
Yes. Mr. Van Tuyl, I've just asked Rita to marry me.
Have you, Tom?
She insists that there's a reason why she can't. Do you know? Do you know what that reason is?
I? Why, of course not. Why should I know?
Would you approve of our marriage? You're a friend. She said I was to ask my friends. Would you approve?
Yes, Tom.
Thank you.
But if Rita has reasons of her own...
We were to take your word.
I see. Well?
Well?
My congratulations to you both.
Rita, I knew you'd lie to me. Why did you lie?
It was the truth, Tom.
You said you loved me.
I do, and that's why I told you the truth. That's why I'll tell it to you now. You believe Cornelius when he says he knew no reason. Don't you see he's only being kind to me? Don't you see that he's the one who's lying? Ask him about Milfleur. He was there. I was there. Ask him. I spoke to you about the look in men's eyes. Ask him about that. He was one of those men.
Rita!
Yes. Is this true?
I
Is it true?
wish I could make you understand, Tom. I'd have given anything in the world to have spared you this.
I don't want your pity. Let me alone. Get out. Both of you.
Oh, Tom, if only you had listened to me first. Why did you make me tell you? We would have said goodbye. Everything would have been so sweet. Now there is nothing but pain and bitterness. Goodbye, Tom. And thank you for having loved me.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Madeline Carroll and Herbert Marshall return shortly for the third act of romance. Next to a good friend, give me an honest enemy. Or if I'm to have both, give me Walter Wanger. Today, like Samuel Goldwyn and David O. Selznick, Mr. Wanger is an independent producer, a picture term for a man with sufficient fortitude and capital to compete with the major studios. A man who makes his own films under his own roof and has his own stars under contract. Distinguished for three things, his pipes, his polo, and his pictures, Mr. Wanger brings to the screen a youthful vigor and originality that's won him the admiration of his contemporaries and the gratitude of the public. For 15 years, he's been alternately my business ally and competitor. But however the tides of business may have swung us, we've managed to remain the best of friends. And you can now prove the quality of your friendship, Walter, by giving me the $120 you owe me.
I'm terribly sorry, C.B., but I didn't quite hear you.
Now, perhaps your ears will prove a little sharper if I ask you to remember a certain night in New York some years ago when you and 10 other gentlemen tended me a dinner party.
Oh, that's better. Of course I remember. And if I may say so, it was all my idea. You had entertained us so lavishly at your ranch that we just thought it'd be nice to reciprocate.
And after dinner, you all went to a prize fight, but I had a cold and had to go to bed?
Oh, yes. How is your cold?
Oh, much better, thank you. And all of you left in such a hurry that I found myself in the unique position of having to pay for a dinner party given in my honor. The bill was $120, and if you don't mind, I would...
Nobody can hear a word you're saying, C.B. I must say, as a producer, your diction doesn't set a very good example.
And you can prove how good a producer you are by producing $120. Oh, well, never mind. I suppose you are my guest. What would you like to talk about?
Well, as a rule, producers always talk about how good they've been. Let's you and me be different and talk about how bad we've been, at times.
Walter, you're always a leader in new ideas, but I think that idea is terrible.
Oh, you do? Speaking of poor ideas, did you happen to see a picture quite a few years ago called Four Frightened People?
Who made it?
You did.
Oh, did I? Oh, so I did. That was very funny. After making it, I thought of changing the title to Five Frightened People. I was the fifth. But what about that super colossal idea you made, the President Vanishes?
That was also an artistic success. After seeing it, I packed my bags and left a note telling them to change it to Wanger Vanishes. But seriously, C.B., I only hope that by the time I've spent 25 years trying to pull them out of the hat, that my record of hits will be half as brilliant as yours.
Thank you, Walter. And I meant what I said about your being the top new idea man. The industry will never get enough of your courage and foresight.
Thanks. And speaking of ideas, apparently you had a great one in The Buccaneer.
Oh, have you seen it?
Of course not.
Oh.
Do you think I'll stand in line for 3 hours? You can't get near the box office.
Well, Lafitte was a great pirate. You might get some ideas. Tell me, what pictures are you working on now?
Well, by this time next year, I hope to have completed 8. Among them, a story on modern Spain called The River is Blue, starring Madeline Carroll and Henry Fonda. Then there will be a screen version of Vincent Sheehan's autobiography, Personal History. Another one with Charles Boyer and The Arabian Nights.
They sound fascinating, Walter. But a couple of those pictures may not be so well received abroad. Does censorship scare you? Do you think pictures would be better if regulations were stricter or more lenient?
I've no particular complaint along those lines at all, C.B., except that I must say I feel we deserve the same freedom as the press. But certainly crudeness and vulgarity have no place in motion pictures.
I agree with you 200%.
Besides, with so much Lux soap around my studio, how could our product be anything but clean?
That's right, Walter. Give credit where credit is due.
Well, I just wanted you to know that Lux soap is part of our official equipment. But getting back to pictures, what are we going to do, C.B., when it seems that the greatest stars of the moment are the Seven Dwarfs and a woodpecker's pantry called Charlie McCarthy?
Well, we'll do what we've always done, Walter. Find new stars, like those you're now cultivating. Louise Platt, Tim Holt, Marla Shelton.
But doesn't it take more than a producer to make a star? It's the public who really makes them. And you who are listening now can help Mr. DeMille and me and every other producer if you'll do simply this. When you see a newcomer on the screen, or someone who isn't so new but whom you think should be given more of an opportunity, just let your theater manager know your opinion or send it to us direct. You don't want to see mediocre pictures, and we don't want to make them. You'll minimize them by letting us know what type of pictures you want to see and the people you want to see in them. Thank you.
Good luck to your 8 pictures, Walter. And I'll forget the $120. Our play, starring Herbert Marshall and Madeline Carroll with Ralph Morgan, continues. On Christmas Eve of the present day, the old bishop relives the scenes of his youth. His grandson leans forward, with eyes intent on the old man's face.
And here, on that night, 50 years ago, the whole world suddenly seemed to fall away from me. They left, Rita and Ventile, and I sat here alone with my thoughts and the broken pieces of my life. And then suddenly I was on the street, walking blindly through the snow. I must have walked for hours, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, only the dim echo of Rita's voice ringing in my brain. I remember people on the street, stopping me, staring at me. I remember thinking how like those...
Good evening, Mr. Armstrong.
Good evening, Mr. Armstrong.
Good evening, Mr. Armstrong.
Good evening, Mr. Armstrong. Out without a coat in this weather, you'll get your death of coldness.
You poor blind fool. Don't you know what I am? Don't you know what I feel? Can't you see it in men's eyes?
Blind fool. Blind fool.
Good evening, Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong, they've been looking for you at the rectory. Procession almost ready to start.
I love you.
Mr. Armstrong.
I love you. Carissimo, I love you.
Mr. Armstrong, where are you going? The procession starts over this way. Mr. Armstrong.
Ask him about Hitler. He was there. I was there. Ask him.
Blind fool. Blind fool.
Good evening, Mr. Armstrong.
Fool.
Good evening.
Let me take your coat, Rita. Here, sit down, dear. You must be tired out.
It is good to be home again.
I left a message at the desk that you were not to be disturbed. You were magnificent tonight, Rita. Did you hear them cheer? 20 minutes. My ears are ringing yet. It was a great triumph, Rita. The greatest of your whole career. Did you know that?
A great triumpho. Tomorrow they will have someone else to worship. A month from now, they will not even remember my name. Si, un gran triunfo.
Rita, you didn't always feel this way.
Things were different then. Something happened to me this afternoon, Cornelius. Something went dead inside of me. I'll never really live again.
You will, Rita. Don't think I'm being hard, but time has its own way of healing wounds.
I know time heals everything. But will it take that look from his eyes when I told him, Cornelius? Can time give him his youth again, his smile, his light heart?
Even that, Rita, believe me. And for you, there's work. And perhaps in Millefleur, perhaps we can find that magic again, Rita. You and I.
No, Cornelius.
Why not? Why can't we try?
Don't you know? That part of my life, it's over. It's finished, Cornelius. Oh, I know you're trying to be kind, but is it kindness? In these last few weeks, I learned something all new and beautiful. The goodness of the world. It come like some great light that burn and blind and strike me to the ground. For the first time, I see myself as I am, and it hurts me so. I cannot go back now, Cornelius.
But if you could only forget.
I do not want to forget. I want to remember. Every day, every hour, every minuto, I want to remember. Because he'll remember too. And perhaps, someday, he'll know how much I really loved him.
Madame Cavallini, it is almost midnight. You are going to sit up more.
Ivanucci.
But if we are to sail tomorrow...
I am not tired, Cara.
No, madame. Io sono stanca.
Have you finished with the packing?
Almost.
Then go to bed. I will not need you any... Tom, why did you come here? Vanucci.
Si, madame.
Tom, what is it? Why do you stare at me? Your hair is wet. Have you been walking in this snow?
Yes. Yes, I've been walking. I was thinking about you and praying for you. Praying for you in the twilight, in the evening, in the black night.
Praying for me?
In my prayers, I felt a hand here on my arm. Someone stopping me to speak. And I looked down, and it was you.
Tom.
I heard you crying as I ran away. Ran I don't know where. Till I saw lights and people. And then a beggar woman standing at the curb held up her hand. I gave her something. She thanked me. With your voice.
Tom, you mustn't.
I saw you walking by me in the streets and looking at me out of windows. I couldn't move. You were so thick and close around me. Then it began to snow, and I thanked God, hoping it would blot you from my sight. But each snowflake was a tiny face. Your face. Thousands and thousands of you swirling in your devil's dance by the glare of the street lamps. And not one spoke. You looked at me imploring, speechless. Then suddenly I knew. You were begging me to bring your soul to God before it was too late.
Tom, you frighten me.
Everything is over between us, seared away. But I am still a minister of God, and you are a woman who needs my help. Our love is gone. But I offer you another. The love I bring you tonight is God's alone.
Don't, please. You don't know what you're saying.
Hold out your arms to him. Open your heart to him. For though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. For you come out of great tribulation and have washed your robes in the blood of the Lamb. Open your heart to him. And no longer shall you hunger. No longer shall you thirst. For he will lead you to the living waters and the tree of life. And you shall be a bride. A bride.
Oh, Tom. Tom, my darling. Have I hurt you so much? So much that you cannot even pray for me? No, let me hurt you, Tom. Please, no, let me hurt you. We were not meant to love each other. I know that now. We are brought together, you and I, only that you might help me. And you have. You come tonight to bring my soul to God. But your work was over. Long ago. That night in the carriage. Do you remember, Tom? You kissed my hand. It was then your work was done. Now go away, dear. Va via. And forget.
No. I've lied to you. I've lied to myself. I thought I came here tonight to save my soul. I didn't. I came because I love you.
No.
I love you. I don't care what you are or what you've been. Do you understand that I don't care? I want you. I want to marry you.
You don't know what you're saying.
I do. We could be married tomorrow. We could go away together.
Go away, yes. Go away and hide. That's what we'd be doing. Oh, Tom, listen. Listen to me, please. For the first time in my life, I know what it is to be strong. Let me keep that strength. Let me be a little proud and hold my head up high. Don't make me ashamed again. You have your church, your work.
You're more to me than that. You're more to me than life.
Tom. Am I more to you than God himself? You prayed for me before. Now let me pray for you.
Rita.
Please go. Now. Before it is too late. Listen. You hear? That's your world. That's where you belong. Go back to it, Tom. Go back to God.
Rita.
Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus,
Rita.
Et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus. Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostris.
That is how I remember her. Standing there with her eyes closed, her head thrown back, praying for me. I never saw her again. Some years after, I married Susan, your grandmother. She made me very happy, Gerald, all my life.
And Madame Cavallini, where is she now?
She went back to Europe that Christmas Day in 1888. She sang for a few years more in Berlin, in Paris, in Italy, and then she died. She was a great woman, Gerald.
I think you were pretty fine, too.
Nonsense. But I hope you understand now that I haven't quite forgotten what it feels like to be young.
Grandfather, I've been a fool, but your stories helped a lot. I know now what I'm going to do.
Do you?
I'm going to marry Lucille just as soon as I can get hold of a license.
What? Oh, but that wasn't why I told you the story.
I know. But I hope you don't mind.
No, Gerald, I don't mind.
Thanks. Good night, Grandfather, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, my boy.
Slowly the curtain falls, and our evening's romance is over. Not since a year ago last December, when we presented Cavalcade, have we had the pleasure of hearing from Madeline Carroll and Herbert Marshall together and as themselves. To their native England, Hollywood owes a great debt for giving us not only two superb performers, but two very charming people, Miss Carroll and Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, Hollywood is the most amazing place in the world.
Are you speaking for the Chamber of Commerce, Madeline, or for yourself?
For myself. Last fall, I left Hollywood to visit my place in Spain. I traveled 6,000 miles, only to find that the better part of valor was to keep out of Spain. Then I came back to Hollywood, and before I had a chance to catch my breath, I found myself in Spain.
Just one moment, Madeline. Would you mind starting again at the beginning? I'm afraid that...
Well, it's just as startling as it sounded, Bart. This picture I'm making, The River is Blue, is as Spanish as a bullfight or a hot tamale. And if you'd like to see what Spain really looks like, just come along to the location set Mr. Wanger has built down the coast, some 30 miles from here. I can't show you my house, but I can show you a Spanish seaport to the life.
Speaking of Mr. Wanger, Madeline, do you suppose he was being, well, just polite when he complimented Lux Soap?
I'll have you know that Walter Wanger is never just polite. Don't expect a compliment from him unless you've really earned it. I know. I work for him. Believe me, Mr. DeMille, there's no chance of anyone getting conceited working for Walter Wanger. Now, if you still want his statement verified, well, I'm the one to do it. Lux Soap is always in my dressing room at Wanger Studios. And that's most accommodating, for then I don't have to bring it from home. From that, Mr. DeMille, you may gather that I'm one of the most faithful users of your product.
Thank you, Madeline, I do. And by the way, I understand an important birthday will be observed this week.
Of course, Mr. DeMille. Washington's birthday. Tomorrow.
I should have said two important birthdays. Washington's and yours. I'm a bit early, but many happy returns from all of us.
Thank you, sir. But if that surprised look on your face is the result of my remembering Washington's birthday, then be informed, please, that you're talking to an ex-school teacher.
Madeline, with a teacher as beautiful as you at the blackboard, I'll bet you got a carload of red apples a year.
That I wouldn't know. My career as a schoolmarm lasted only 3 months. But that was long enough to find out, Mr. DeMille, that your old hometown of Washington, North Carolina, was the first town in the United States to be named after Washington, way back in 1775.
I hardly blame them for changing the original name, Madeline. The town was first called Forks in the Tar River. As for you, Mr. Marshall, well, I know you never taught school. I'm sure your impressions of a man like Washington would be interesting to all of us.
Well, C.B., you see, when I first came to this country, I felt rather sorry for myself. It was all so new to me, so strange and different. But as I became acquainted with America, with its vigorous, romantic background, I was able to see it as I think so few Americans are privileged to see it. To so many Americans, it's an old, taken-for-granted story. Valley Forge is an old story. Something to be learned in grade school and then filed away in the distant cabinets of youthful learning. May I suggest in all humility that someday all of you dust it off and read it again. The story of a solemn man torn with pity for a starving, ragged rabble of freezing skeletons once dignified by the name of army. A man heckled and tormented and abused by those who had given him a command he had not sought. A man facing enormous odds, robbed by defeat of everything but a dream, a vision of a new land. Washington turned that dream into a truth, and in so doing, lifted his name to immortality. And now, C.B., my thanks and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Madeline. Good night, Bart. That was finally said. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new picture, The Baroness and the Butler. Mr. Marshall's latest RKO film is Breakfast for Two. And now, here's our producer. Like tonight's story, the play we bring you next Monday evening comes to the radio, backed by an enviable record of success on stage and screen. Its title, Forsaking All Others, the romance of a modern girl jilted on her wedding day. The girl will be played by one of the most talented dramatic actresses in Hollywood, Miss Betty Davis. And co-starred with her will be Joel McCrea. And resuming the part he played in the Broadway production, Anderson Lawler. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis and Joel McCrea in Forsaking All Others. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Waltz D. Schönbrunner, heard tonight, is from the collection Waltzes of Vienna. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, Mary Astor, and an all-star cast in These Three.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program tonight is your program, made possible, ladies and gentlemen, by your purchases of Lux Toilet Soap. You will hear Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, Mary Astor, Constance Collier, Alma Kruger, Marcia May Jones, and Helen Parrish, enacting Samuel Goldwyn's great screenplay, These Three, while our special guests are those young writers, the three Abbey children, and their mother. The Lux Radio Theater Orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers, and your host and producer is Hollywood's pioneer director. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A wedding in the film capital is often front-page news, but there was one the other day which completely escaped the headlines, and properly so, for you never heard of the bride nor the groom, and perhaps you never will. The groom, in fact, is a stable boy, and the scene of the ceremony was the bunkhouse where he and the hired hands lived. But I doubt if Hollywood ever witnessed a happier wedding, because one of our most distinguished stars supplied the wedding feast. And she herself attended, danced with everyone, made them all forget that she's the groom's boss, and that her name is Barbara Stanwyck. That's the true character of the girl who returns to our stage tonight, starring for us as Martha Doby in These Three. Errol Flynn, the Dublin-born globetrotter who came to Hollywood after a daring career in the South Seas, plays Dr. Joseph Cardin. Errol these days is twanging the longbow on the Warner Brothers lot, where he starred in The Adventures of Robin Hood. Mary Astor, whom you've seen this year in Dodsworth, Prisoner of Zenda, and Hurricane, makes her debut tonight in the Lux Radio Theater, where you hear her as Karen Wright. From the cast of the film are Alma Kruger as Mrs. Tilford and Marcia May Jones as Rosalie. Helen Parrish plays the part of Mary Tilford. And I'm delighted to announce the presence of Constance Collier, veteran of the stage and films, whom we welcome in the role of Aunt Lily. Time won't allow me to say all I'd like to about these 7 important personalities, so we let them speak for themselves as the Lux Radio Theater presents These Three, starring Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, and Mary Astor. Graduation day at a women's college in New England. In the fading light of a May afternoon, students stroll aimlessly about the campus, many of them for the last time. On the edge of the college grounds, 2 girls in the robes of graduating students sit quietly beneath a tree, listening to the distant song. They've been silent for some time. At last, one of them speaks.
What train are you taking, Karen?
I don't know. I don't know what time my train goes or where it's going to. Funny. I always thought graduation would be a happy day. It isn't.
What was it the dean said? Let me see. Starting a new life may sometimes be a lonely business.
What are you going to do, Martha?
Oh, I don't know. Teach somewhere, I guess. If I can get a job. I'd hate to tag along with Aunt Lily, and she's the only relation I've got.
That's just one more than I have. Do you think I could teach?
Maybe we could find someplace together. 2 well-educated young women, all so neat and clean, wish positions.
Martha?
What?
Martha, I've got a farm. It's about all I have got. My grandmother left it to me. I haven't seen it in years, but I used to spend my summers there when I was a little girl. We could go there. We could work there.
Teaching the farm?
No, there's no one there anymore. Hasn't been for years. Martha, do you know, we might start a school, something of our own. It'd be fun, and we'd be good at it, too.
Yes, but it isn't practical, Karen.
We can't just sit here. We've got to do something.
Yes, but...
We can get a train tonight. Oh, Martha, take a chance with me and come.
A chance. It is a chance, but... Well, it might be worth it.
Of course it is. Now, look, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Well, here you are, girls.
Oh, but is this the old Wright place? Are you sure?
This is it. $2, please.
I have it, Karen. Here, driver.
Thanks, lady.
Oh, Martha. Just look at it. It's a shack.
Well, it's a large shack.
It's ready to fall down. Oh, Martha.
It doesn't matter, Karen.
It matters a great deal. I remember it as it was when I was a kid. Very dangerous, Martha, remembering things that way.
You know, maybe it wouldn't cost too much to fix it up.
No, not much. I should guess about $2 million would do it. What's that?
Somebody hammering.
It's over this way. Come on.
There, up on the roof.
Up on the... Martha, do you see what I see?
Well, I don't know what you see, but it looks to me like a man.
Well, what's he doing up there anyway? Say, you! Hey, you up there on the roof!
Hello.
Would you mind coming down here, please?
Not at all. Look out below. How are you?
We're all right, thank you. We were a little worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I was up there getting at some honey under the roof, but I didn't get stung once.
That isn't what we were worrying about. You see, this is a house. And while it isn't the best I've ever seen, it belongs to me, and I'd rather not have its roof knocked off.
Oh, no. I really wasn't doing any harm. I'm very fond of this old place, and I come over here whenever I have a day off from the hospital.
Oh, the hospital. I see. You been there a while?
Oh, in a way. I'm a doctor. Will you have some honey?
No, thank you.
It's yours, you know. Very good, too. Better take it.
We won't be needing it. We're not staying here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why aren't you staying here? This is a lovely old house.
It's old, all right.
Are you afraid of work?
No, we're not afraid of work.
Then there you are. You know, my place wasn't nearly as nice as this, and it needed much more fixing, too. It doesn't cost much less than you think, and it's fun doing it. So much fun that I'd like to start all over again.
Well, anything you could do, we could undoubtedly do.
Well, sure, that's just what I said.
We wouldn't starve, Karen. We'd have free honey.
And free help. I'm a good carpenter, a good house painter, a good plumber.
Why are we talking to this man this way, as if we'd known him all our lives?
Well, that sometimes happens. Now, the first thing I'd do is to knock down this old fence.
Here, stop that. You're knocking the whole thing down.
Oh, think nothing of that. Then when the ground's all cleared, we can start working on the inside, you see, and, There you are. Hey, Karen, is this picture hanging straight?
It's beautiful, Joe. Joe Carden and his little hammer. How could we ever have done without you?
Oh, you couldn't. Hold that step ladder, will you, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
There we are, all fixed up. Now all you need's a couple of students.
Oh, we have one, you know.
What?
Mary Tilford. She's old Mrs. Tilford's granddaughter.
Say, that's all right. Mrs. Tilford's the works around these parts. How'd you come to get the kid?
Well, I think she's been thrown out of the last 3 schools.
She's a little bratty, but she ought to bring in business.
Martha!
Uh-oh.
Martha, darling, how are you?
Aunt Lily.
Martha, I'm so glad to see you.
Where do you want these grips, lady?
Oh, just put them down any place, any place. No, wait. Take them upstairs, please.
All right.
Martha, how well you look. Almost pretty.
Thank you, Aunt Lily.
And Karen, prettier than ever.
How are you, Mrs. Morton?
Aunt Lily, I thought you were still in the play.
I was. But the theater isn't what it used to be. Now, who's this young gentleman? Your assistant?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
This is Dr. Carden, a friend of ours.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Glad to meet you.
Aunt Lily, is this a visit? You see, we're not very well equipped here now. We've been having a hard time.
Oh, I know, dear. And I know all about the school, too. That's why I'm here. I've come to put my shoulder to the wheel with you. I knew you needed an elocution teacher and a general supervisor. That's why I came.
But, Aunt Lily, this is Karen's house.
But I came here to help you both. And until you're started, I shall take only the smallest fee for my services.
It's all right, Martha.
Now I'll go upstairs and unpack, and then I'll come right down and help you arrange the furniture. I shall have to rest for an hour or two. Martha, will you come and show me to my room?
In a moment.
Hurry, dear.
Well.
The, Duchess?
The Duchess.
Yes, the Duchess. Gosh, I better stop her before she takes one of our rooms.
Mrs. Mortar is an actress.
Oh, I gathered that.
I suppose we'll just have to put up with her.
Well, not all the time. What about dinner tonight, Karen?
Well, I guess I could manage it, but...
Swell. I'll pick you up about 6:30. See you later. Oh, and give my love to the Duchess.
Well, I was right.
About what?
She picked your room. Where's Joe?
He'll be back later.
For dinner?
Well, no. He asked me last week about having dinner in town, and you don't mind, do you? I've been feeling a little guilty about leaving you alone at night.
Oh, don't be silly, Karen. You have all the fun you can. It won't be so easy when the term begins, and Joe, well, he's a grand fella.
He is, isn't he?
Yes. And, of course, I won't be alone.
What?
Don't tell me you've forgotten Aunt Lily.
Oh.
Will you translate that, please, Rosalie?
Yes, ma'am. But pious, Aeneas, when the last right pay, were paid.
Very good. Mary, will you take the next few lines? Mary? Mary Tilford.
Yes, ma'am.
Closely they skirt the shores of Circe's land, where the rich daughter of the sun held sway.
That's a lovely translation, Mary. It was just as lovely when Professor Hobson of Harvard published it about 10 years ago.
I did it myself.
That will do, Mary. All right, girls, it's a fine day for your hockey game. Run along now.
Gee, Miss Dobie certainly caught you that time.
You shut up, Rosalie.
I didn't.
Never
say-
mind. Maybe someday other people will be caught doing other things.
What?
Maybe someday Miss Dobie will find out who stole Helen Burton's bracelet.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. I think I'll borrow your sweater this afternoon, Rosalie.
Well, all right.
Come on.
Well, Martha, everything going all right?
Oh, the Tilford kid's been cutting up again. Nothing very serious.
She's a vixen, that child. If she were mine...
But she isn't, Aunt Lily.
Where's Karen?
She went out.
Where?
Oh, Aunt Lily, please. She went out with Joe. She went to the fair with him. What difference does it make?
Oh, very well, very well.
Joe, this is marvelous. I love merry-go-rounds. How did you know?
I like 'em too, but 5 times round's enough. Let's get off this thing.
What?
I want to tell you something.
Can't hear you.
Listen, Karen. Listen, darling.
What?
I want to tell you something. Get off this thing.
The brass ring? I'll get it the next time around.
Listen, will you? This is important.
Oh, that was grand.
I'm glad you think so.
What was it you were saying before? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, never mind.
What's the matter with you? You're an awful grouch.
Well, this is what's the matter with me. I'm in love with you. I've been trying to tell you for an hour, and now I'm tired out, see, and I can't tell you.
Oh, Joe.
I can't ever tell you. I won't be able to. There aren't words enough to tell you with. But I love you. I love you with all my heart, Karen.
And I love you, Joe, with all my heart.
Karen? Karen, where are you?
Shh, Joe, be quiet.
Oh, hello, Martha. Karen upstairs there?
No, come on up and help me paint a table.
Sure.
In here, Joe.
Oh, is this your room, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Sit down. Karen forgot something, and she had to go back into town. How's the hospital?
Oh, just the same. No money, bad lab, everybody growling at everybody else. Quiet here. Is it late?
No, only 10:30. But the girls are in bed, and Aunt Lily is worn out from doing nothing. Oh, hand me that paintbrush, will you?
Yeah. Karen tells me your aunt was showing the girls how to play King Lear the other day. You know, that's going to come in handy later on in their lives.
Oh, wait until she does Portia standing on a chair.
Ooh.
Sir Henry taught her to do it that way. Said it was the test of a great actress.
You must have had a fine childhood, Martha.
Oh, I did indeed.
I lived with Aunt Lily from the time I was 5. I went to 16 schools altogether. And every time the stock company would move, I'd move with it. But school wasn't the worst part. It was after school and never anything but hotel bedrooms to go home to. And then in the evening, I'd have to do my homework sitting on a dirty box backstage and jump up to help Aunt Lily change from one blousy costume to an even blousier one. Oh, I used to be so alone and so sorry that I couldn't have what other kids had. You know, I think that's really why I wanted to teach. Being young is awfully hard, and when I grew up, I sort of wanted to make it easier for other kids. Say, I'm running out of paint. Do you want a glass of milk? Joe, I said, are you asleep, Joe? Joe? Oh, darling Joe.
Hey!
Do you always wake up so violently?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that I knocked out?
Oh, just the milk. I thought you'd like a glass before you left.
Oh, well, thanks, Mother. Oh, how long have I been asleep?
An hour or so. Maybe a little more.
Martha, what was that crash I heard? Oh,
It was me, Mrs. Morther. I was wrestling with myself.
aren't you rather a lazy little Dr. Carter?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I've been here for 4 days. I was hiding in your trunk. Good night, Martha.
Oh, don't go. Karen will be home any minute.
Oh, no, ma'am. I gotta get home now. And warn Karen that when we're married, she'll have to stay at home and watch me knock over milk glasses. Good night.
Good night.
I hope I'm not hurrying you away.
No, not any more than usual.
Joe's so in love with Karen, isn't he? I do hope they'll have the wedding in the spring. We could stage it so well in the garden. Of course, when they're married, it'll be rather hard on you. But Karen says she intends to go right on with the school.
There's never been any question of that.
And it really won't be so lonely for you because you'll be seeing her all the time. And you'll be seeing Joe, too. Perhaps you'll be seeing more of him than usual. You'll like that, won't you?
Oh, that's enough, Aunt Lily.
Good night, darling. Oh, God.
We've just heard Act One of these three. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act Two of our plays, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, and Mary Astor. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theater. While we are waiting for Act Two, we want you to go with us to Beverly Hills. There we meet a lovely young Deb and her co-ed sister.
Mary, darling, may I borrow one of your dresses? I'm going out with a senior at Stanford, and I don't want to look too utterly childish.
So baby sister's growing up, is she? Well, let's go and see what's in the closet. Oh, let's see now. Well, this black one's a little too sophisticated. Now, what are you doing at my dressing table?
Just putting on some fresh makeup. It's pretty late, you know, and I've got to start getting ready.
I don't care how late it is. Don't ever let me catch you putting on makeup without first using Lux toilet soap.
But my face isn't dirty.
You may not think so, but if you want to guard against cosmetic skin...
Oh, heavens, yes. It would be horrible to have those little blemishes and enlarged pores.
You're right, dear. Cosmetic skin is horrid. That's why you ought to use Lux toilet soap always before you put on fresh makeup.
And that will keep my skin really lovely.
Oh, please don't be flippant, dear. You know it's true. It's the active lather in Lux toilet soap that removes dust and dirt and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Prevents pores from getting choked.
Well, even if you are my own sister, I must say it's obvious you practice what you preach. Because your skin is swell.
Never mind my skin. Just look at the screen stars. 9 out of 10 of them use Lux toilet soap.
And with that good advice, we return now to Mr. DeMille and our play.
Our curtain goes up on the second act of these three, starring Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, and Mary Astor. Several weeks have passed. For Karen and Joe, happy in the thought of their approaching marriage, time has slipped by almost unnoticed. For Martha, watching their happiness with hopeless yearning, the weeks have seemed like years. In the library of the farmhouse, Mrs. Mortar is conducting her class in elocution. A girl in pigtails recites in sing-song rhythm.
The quality of mercy is not strange. It falleth as the gentle rain from heaven. Upon the place beneath it is twice blessed.
Good morning, girls.
Good morning, Miss Wright.
Everything all right, Mrs. Mortar?
Yes. Aren't these flowers beautiful? Mary Tilford just gave them to me. Aren't they lovely?
Yes. Where did you get the flowers, Mary?
She picked them just for me. The first wild flowers of the season.
But not the very first. Where did you get them, Mary?
Near Conway's cornfield.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't necessary to go so far, Mary. There was a bunch exactly like that in the garbage can this morning.
Oh, what a nasty thing to do, Mary.
All right, children. Mary, will you come outside with me, please? Mary.
What?
Mary, why do you do these things? Why do you lie to us so often?
I'm not lying.
If you have to do things, come and tell us about it. We'll try to understand. We'll try to help you. But this kind of lying is so bad for everybody.
I got the flowers near Conway's cornfield.
All right, Mary. You'll have to be punished. No horseback riding, no hockey. Don't leave the school grounds for any reason.
But you said I could go to the boat races Saturday.
I'm sorry, you can't go.
I'll tell my grandmother. I'll tell her how I get treated here and how you punish me for everything. I'll tell her.
Mary, go upstairs.
I don't feel well. I've got a pain. I've had it all morning. It hurts here. It's a bad pain. I've never had it before. My heart, it's my heart. It's something or something. I can't breathe. I can't. Oh!
Mary, get up off the floor. Mary.
Raise her head up just a little.
What do you think, Joe?
Can't tell much yet. Hand me my stethoscope.
Oh, this is terrible. Perhaps if we put our feet up and our head down. Or is it just the opposite?
Oh, Aunt Lily, Dr. Carden knows.
Well, that's what I did in the theater once when Delia Graham fainted.
And did this Delia survive?
Oh, yes, I saved her.
Then perhaps you'd like to take charge here.
Oh, if that's how you feel.
I think she's annoyed.
Oh, I'll take care of her. Aunt Lily.
That's a nice thing. That man in there practically turned me out of the room.
Oh, Aunt Lily, be quiet.
Then you don't object your aunt being snubbed and humiliated. I, who worked my fingers to the bone here.
Don't tell yourself that too often, Aunt Lily. You'll come to believe it.
To the bone, to the very bone.
Aunt Lily, you've wanted to go to London for a long time. You can go now. I can spare the money and...
Oh, you want to get rid of me? Turning me out at my...
Oh, how can anybody deal with you? You've been talking about going for years, and now when you can go, you...
Don't raise your voice, please. I decline to be shipped off to England. Next year, I'm going back to the theater.
No, I'd like you to go sooner. The truth is, the school isn't quite the place for you.
The truth is, I ought to have known enough to stay out of your way when he was here.
When who was here?
You don't think you can fool me, my dear. I wasn't born yesterday. I know what I know, and I know what you feel about him. You don't want them to be married, and I know why.
Be still.
I know what's going on here. You were never very clever at hiding things, Martha. You're in love with him.
Be still, Aunt Lily. Be still. These lies
can't close people's eyes. The way you rush over to him on the slightest pretext. And that night when he was coming out of your room late, I saw...
Aunt Lily, there's been no trouble in this house, and I won't let you do your usual job of starting any. I want you to leave as quickly as... There's someone at the hall door. Wait a minute.
Oh!
Rosalie. Helen. What were you doing outside this door?
We just came down to see how Mary was, Miss Dobie. Yes, Miss Dobie, that's all.
Did you deliberately listen?
Eavesdropping is something nice young ladies just don't do.
Oh, you girls never used to do things like this. I'm afraid we'll have to separate you. Mary, Tilford, and Rosalie. Go on up to your rooms now. Miss Wright will speak to you later.
Yes, Miss Dobie.
Oh, Aunt Lily, it's very bad having the children hear the things you say. There's money in the bank for you. I'd like you to leave as soon as it's convenient.
Do you think I'd take your money? I'd rather scrub floors first. I'll be out of here before it's dark.
Whoops. Excuse me.
Excuse me, Joseph.
The Duchess coming up again?
Oh, yes, she's particularly good today. What about Mary?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I could have managed a more convincing faint when I was 6 years old.
We've reached the end of our rope with her. I don't know what we're going to do.
Martha, what's wrong? Aren't you taking this kid too seriously?
Oh, yes. I'm taking everything too seriously. Everything.
Are your things ready to move, Rosalie?
Yes, Miss Wright, almost.
Mary?
I'm getting them as fast as I can. I'm awfully sorry, Miss Wright.
I am too, Rosalie. But I think it would be better if you and Mary are separated.
And it's all because I had a pain. You're always mean to me. I get blamed and punished and picked on for everything that happens around here.
Go on with your moving, Rosalie.
Rosalie, what were you and Helen doing outside the door down there? We heard Miss Dobie and Mrs. Mortar having an awful fight. A fight? What were they fighting about? Well, Miss Dobie wants Mortar to go to England, and Mortar got sore at that and said she knew why they wanted to get rid of her. Go on. Why did Miss Dobie want to get rid of Mortar? Because Miss Dobie is in love with Dr. Carden. Oh, so that's it. And Mortar knows about it. And then she said an awful lot of funny things about them. And all about how one night Dr. Carden was up in Miss Dobie's room, late or something.
Did she say that?
Yes, why?
I'm going home.
Home? You can't do that.
Can't I? You just wait and see, and you're coming with me. You got any money?
No.
Don't lie. You've got $2.45 in your drawer. Get it.
Why, no, I won't.
Then I'll get it myself.
Get away from me.
Well, where did you get this bracelet?
It's mine.
It is not. It's Helen Burton's. Now, will you give me the money?
I can give you part of it if you won't.
Get it and get your hat and coat. We're going to my grandmother's.
Mary, look at me. Do you mean you left school without permission?
I couldn't help it, Grandma. I couldn't help it. I got Rosalie to come with me, and I ran away. I had to.
That was a very bad thing to do. Now, you're going right back, both of you. Where is Rosalie?
No, Grandma, don't do that. Please don't do that. Grandma, please, they'll kill me.
Mary.
I can't go back. I can't. They'll kill me, Grandma. They will. They will.
Mary, stop it. What makes you say such awful things?
They're true, honest. I fainted today.
Fainted?
Yes, I did. My heart. I had a pain in my heart, and Dr. Carden said I didn't have any pain, and I'm scared, Grandma. I'm scared. They've got something against me, and they punish me for everything. Today they even said I couldn't go to the boat races.
Oh.
But it wasn't that. It's things. Funny things.
What nonsense are you talking?
They've got secrets, Grandma. Funny secrets. All about Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden, and Mrs. Mortar told Miss Dobie that she knew what was going on, and...
What?
That she knew what was going on, and she always had known what was going on.
Stop using that silly phrase, Mary.
But that's what she kept using, Grandma. Miss Dobie said she'd have to get out of the house. And that's why we have to remove our room, I'll bet, because they're frightened that we'll hear things, too. Like we did that awful night.
What awful night?
Well, Dr. Carden was in Miss Dobie's room late, and other times when things happen, too, and... I can't say them out loud, Grandma. I've got to whisper.
Oh, nonsense. Why must you whisper?
Because I just got to, because it's bad. It's late at night, and Miss Dobie's room is right next to ours. And then Miss Dobie...
Oh.
And just about that time...
Mary! Do you know what you're saying? Are you telling me the truth?
Honest. And then later on...
Oh.
There's Dr. Carden. Mary, where were you so long?
Keep quiet. I was talking to my grandmother.
Well, what's going to happen? Aren't we going back to school tonight?
Maybe I'm never going back. Maybe none of us will.
Well, I want to go back. Why shouldn't we go back?
Oh, you'll find out.
You're always pretending you know everything. Anyway, I don't want anything to do with your silly secret.
No? Suppose I told you that maybe you're in on the silly secret. Suppose I told you that I may have said you told me about it.
Why, Mary Tilford, I didn't tell you anything. I'm going right into your grandmother and tell her I didn't tell you anything, whatever it is. You're just trying to get me into trouble.
Wait a minute. I'll go in with you. I've got something to tell her, too. About Helen Burton's bracelet.
What about it?
Just that you stole it from her, that's all.
Shut up. I didn't do any such thing. I borrowed it and I was going to put it back and I forgot it. I never meant to keep it.
Oh, nobody will ever believe that. I guess I ought to go and tell Grandma anyway. And she can call the police.
No.
And you'll spend the rest of your life in one of those solitary prisons, and you'll get older and older, and when you're very old, they'll let you out. Maybe with a sign on your back saying you're a thief. And you won't have any place to go, and you'll beg on the street.
No, please.
Stop bawling.
You won't tell. Say you won't tell, please.
Maybe, if you'll take the oath. Say, from now on, I, Rosalie Wells, am the vassal of Mary Tilford, and will do and say whatever she tells me under the solemn oath of a knight.
I won't say that. I won't. That's the worst oath there is.
All right, then.
No, Mary, please don't tell
Will you
her.
swear it?
But then you can tell me to do it.
And you'll have to do it. Say it quick.
I'll say it.
From now on, I, Rosalie Wells, am the vassal of Mary Tilford, and will do and say whatever she tells me under the solemn oath of a knight.
Good afternoon.
What is it, please?
Miss Wright, Miss Dobie, and Dr. Carden. We'd like to see Mrs. Tilford, please.
I'm sorry, but Mrs. Tilford...
We want to see her.
Who is it, Agatha? If it's anything... Oh,
Good afternoon, Mrs. Tilford.
good afternoon. You may go, Agatha.
Yes, madam.
We want to see you, please. You know what it's about.
We've lost 10 students since yesterday evening. The rest are leaving today.
You know why, I assume?
We heard why. From Mrs. Burton's chauffeur when he came to take Helen home.
I don't think you should have come here. I was coming to see you tomorrow to explain my position in all this and to ask you to explain yours. I'm sorry this had to happen.
I think we'd better understand each other. There is nothing for us to explain, and I very much dislike your sympathy.
So you don't think we should have come? Then what were we expected to do, Mrs. Tilford? Lie down and grin until you'd finish kicking us around with these lies?
No amount of words that we can throw at each other, Dr. Carden, can do any of us any good now.
Do any of us any good? Listen, Mrs. Tilford, you're not playing with paper dolls. We're human beings. It's our lives you're fooling with, our lives. That's serious business for us. Can you understand that?
I understand that. And I understand a lot more. You've been playing with a lot of children's lives, and that's why I stopped you. I think I know how you must feel, Miss Rice.
You don't know anything about how I feel. You can't know how any of us feel. You get lost trying to fight alive, very lost.
I did what I had to do. I had to tell those mothers. Whatever went on in your school may possibly be your own business. But it becomes a great deal more than that when children are involved.
But it's not true. Not a word of it is true.
I'm sorry that I can't believe that.
But you can believe this. We happen to be people who've worked hard for what we've got. That school meant things to us. It meant self-respect and bread and butter and honest work. And now it's gone.
There must be something we can do to you. Something that will make you feel the way we do tonight. Don't think we'll let you whisper this lie. You made it, and you'll come out with it in a courtroom. Tomorrow, Mrs. Tilford, you will have a slander suit on your hands.
That will be very unwise. It was wrong of you to brazen it out here tonight. It would be criminally foolish for you to brazen it out in public.
It's already quite public, Mrs. Tilford. Yesterday, we had our lives decently to ourselves. Now we've nothing left but the dirt you've made of us.
Or the dirt you've made for yourself. Clean your house, Miss Wright, and in time count yourself very lucky.
You have understood nothing. Nothing. These are my friends. When we clean house, the three of us will clean it together.
Mrs. Tilford, perhaps we should clean your house for you. Where's Mary, Mrs. Tilford?
Under no circumstances. I would not allow that.
So that's where you really got it. We couldn't believe it. She's a bad girl, your Mary. She always has been.
She's hated us for a long time.
I won't have any more of this. You've been in my house long enough. Get out.
The wicked very young and the wicked very old. Let's go home.
Wait. Mrs. Tilford, when three people come to you with their lives spread on a table for you to cut to pieces, then the only honest thing to do is to give them one last chance to come out alive. We'd like that last chance. If you're honest, you'll give it to us.
Very well. Will you come this way, please?
Thank you.
She's in the library. Oh, Mary.
Yes, Grandma?
Come here, dear. Dr. Carden wants to ask you a few questions.
Hello, Mary.
Well?
Sit down, Mary. I want to tell you something first. Everybody lies all the time. Sometimes they have to, sometimes they don't. I've lied for a lot of different reasons myself. But there was never a time when if I hadn't had a second chance, I wouldn't have taken back the lie and told the truth. You're a lucky girl, Mary, because we're giving you that second chance. Were you telling your grandmother the exact truth about us?
Why, yes, Dr. Carden.
Remember, you're not going to be punished. You didn't make a mistake, did you?
No, Dr. Carden.
There you are.
We're not finished, Mrs. Tilford. Why don't you like Miss Wright and Miss Doby, Mary?
Oh, I do like them. They just don't like me. They're always punishing me for everything.
Just tell your grandmother why you were punished yesterday.
Just because Rosalie and Evelyn heard things, and you took it out on me.
That's not the reason you were punished.
Heard what things, Mary?
Mrs. Mortar was telling Miss Dobie that she knew what was going on, and that she knew what Miss Dobie felt about you, and things that happened.
Mrs. Tilford, my aunt is a stupid woman. What she said wasn't pleasant. It was said to annoy me. It meant no more than that.
What do you think Mrs. Mortar meant by all that, Mary?
I don't know, but funny things did happen. She said things about the times when you'd come at night and we'd listen. I'd get frightened.
Be still.
No. You don't want her to be still now. What did you hear? What did you see?
I don't know. There was just things.
What things?
I don't know, but I saw plenty of things. We all did. And one night, Dr. Carden was up in Miss Dobie's room late, and I was listening.
Why did you think it was wrong for me to be in Miss Dobie's room?
Because it was at night, and I was leaning down by the keyhole, and I saw things, and I got scared. And then you left him.
Ask her again how she could see us.
I was leaning down by the keyhole, and
There is no keyhole on my door.
What?
There is no keyhole on my door.
It wasn't her room, Grandma. It was the other room. I guess it was Miss Wright's room. She was out in
And how did you know anybody was in Miss Wright's room?
I told you, because we heard you. I heard you.
My room is on the first floor at the other end of the house. It is impossible to hear anything from there.
Mary, what is this?
Everybody is yelling at me. I don't know what I'm saying with everybody mixing me all up. I did see them.
I want the truth now. All the truth, whatever it is.
We're finished here, Mrs. Tilford. We've cleaned your house. You can go home now.
No, please. Mary. Oh, stop that crying. I want the truth.
All right.
What is the truth?
It was Rosalie who saw them. I just said it was me so I wouldn't have to tattle on Rosalie. You ask Rosalie. You just ask her. She's here. She told me all about it.
Ask her, Mrs. Tilford.
Very well. Rosalie. Rosalie.
Mrs. Tilford, you deserve whatever you get.
I don't know.
Did you call me Mrs. Tilford?
Yes, Rosalie. Rosalie, Mary tells me that there's been a lot of talk in the school about Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden. Is that true?
I don't know what you mean.
What was the talk about?
Don't be frightened, Rosalie.
I don't know what Mrs. Tilford means, Miss Wright.
Rosalie, Mary has told her grandmother that certain things at school have been puzzling you girls. You particularly.
History puzzles me. I guess I'm not very good at history, and Helen...
No, that's not what she meant. She said that you saw certain things between Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden that weren't right.
Oh, no. I didn't. I never said such a thing. I never saw any such thing. Oh, yes, you did, too. You told me what you saw. You're just trying to get out of it. I remember when you said it. I remember it because it was the day Helen Burton's bracelet... I never did! It was the day Helen Burton's bracelet was stolen, and nobody knew who did it. And Helen said that if her mother found out, she'd have the thief put in jail. Oh, no!
There's nothing to say about Rosalie. You must help us by telling the truth.
Yes, the truth.
Well, Rosalie?
Grandma, there's something I've got to tell you. It's about Helen Burton's bracelet. Yes! Yes! I did this! I saw Mary when Mary said was right! I said it! I said it! I said it!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, and Mary Astor return to us shortly in the third act of our play. Since a child figures so conspicuously in these three, I thought it appropriate to invite here three youngsters who last year startled the literary world by writing the bestseller Around the World in 11 Years. They are Patience, Richard, and Johnny Abbey. And knowing them, I can assure you they're nothing like the Mary Tilford of these three. Their mother is here with them on our stage. Their father, James Abbey, is the noted newspaper photographer who liked to have his children near him during his assignments in Europe. A few months ago, the Abbey children came to Hollywood to gather material for another book. They called this one Of All Places. Published in October, it already has reached a sale of 20,000 copies and contains some of the shrewdest observations on Hollywood I've ever encountered. Patience is 13, Richard is 11, And Johnny, I'd say you're about 10, aren't you?
I, Johnny, am 10 years old, and Mom here is 38.
And and I, Cecil, don't believe Mama wants you broadcasting her age.
I, Johnny, like Mr. DeMille because he has a nice bald head like Papa's. I, Richard, think Papa's head is balder and bumpier.
And I think we should change the subject. Richard, the phrases I, Patience, I, Johnny, and I, Richard have become so well known that it might be a good idea for you to explain how you happen to refer to yourselves in that manner.
Well, when we were children, living in Paris, Mama would be downstairs a lot of the time, and we would be upstairs playing. Mama would say, "Which one of you is making all that noise up there?"
And I would say, "It is I, Patience, if it was I."
So we got in the habit of saying, "I, Patience, I, Richard, or I, Johnny."
Very sensible. Now tell us about your new home in Colorado. Don't you miss tall buildings and exciting things that happen in the city?
I, Richard, like tall mountains better than tall buildings. And there is nothing more exciting than building a new home out of logs, which we are doing now on our ranch. I, Johnny, would just as soon keep on taking a bath in a tin tub in front of the fire like we have to do in our present house. Our present house is not very high class.
I, Patience, think one of the nicest things about taking a bath is the Lux toilet soap we use.
I, Richard, think you are trying to make an impression with Mr. DeMille.
But it's so, Mr. DeMille, as Mama can tell you.
That's quite true, Mr. DeMille. The children have liked Lux soap for a long time. Even while we were living abroad, we could get Lux toilet soap almost any time and any place. When we were in Hollywood this summer, we visited the homes of any number of stars. And it was really quite amazing to see how popular Lux toilet soap is with picture stars.
I, Johnny, like Hollywood very much. The stars let us swim in their swimming pools and didn't mind if we stayed till 10 o'clock.
Who are some of the stars who entertained you?
I, Patience, remember Bing Crosby especially. He's like a nice farmer. His eyes are blue and very beautiful.
They may call him a crooner, but as far as we're concerned, Bing Crosby is a fine man. Cary Grant is a wonderful man with black eyes and fine teeth that are not false.
I, Patience, think Hollywood is one of the most beautiful places in the world. At night it is like the Arabian Nights, full of jewels. And as you can forgive anything, if there is anything to forgive, when you see a city that is such a sight as that at night, and figure that it would not look that way if there was anything wrong with it.
And I, Richard, think we have talked long enough and would rather sit down and hear the play, so let's beat it.
If you had any manners, you say thank you first to Mr. DeMille. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille.
You're very welcome. Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, Mary Astor, and an all-star cast resume our play, These Three. More weeks have gone by. Weeks which have dragged interminably through a trial for slander, ending in a judgment against the two girls. At the deserted farmhouse, Karen stands near the window, looking out at the bleak countryside. Martha comes from the hall and throws her coat on a chair.
Oh, it's getting cold. Thought you were going out for a walk. I thought so, too. I think so every day, but I can't stand being stared at anymore. I know. It's raining again. I used to like it here when it rained. When this house and this room were full of girls and our life was full. All kinds of weather seemed good then. Oh, you'll be getting married soon. Things will be all right then. Yes. Karen, there mustn't be anything wrong between you and Joe. Never. Nothing's wrong. Nothing.
Boo, girl.
What? Oh, Aunt Lily, she's come back. That's nice.
Here I am. Hello, Martha. Karen, darling, how are you?
What about these bags, lady?
Upstairs, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, the Duchess. Returned at long last. We're delighted to see you.
And I'm so glad to see you both. I'm so glad to see the dear old place again. Dreadful weather. How's everything?
Everything's fine. We're splendid, thank you.
That's good.
Where have you been?
Around and around. I've had a most interesting time.
Why didn't you answer our telegrams?
Things have changed in the theater drastically, I may say.
Why didn't you answer our telegrams?
Oh, Martha, there's your temper again.
Don't bother about my temper. Answer me.
Well, I was moving around a great deal.
Was that why you refused to come back and testify for us?
Oh, that's not the way to look at it. I didn't refuse.
Listen, Aunt Lily. We've been trying for months to defend ourselves in a courtroom against the lies of a child called Mary Tilford.
Oh, what a dreadful girl that is.
A great part of the Tilford case was based on remarks made by Lily Morter, actress, against her niece. That's me. And a greater part of the case rested on the telling fact that Mrs. Morter would not appear in court to deny or explain those remarks. As you probably read in the papers, we lost the case.
But it couldn't have done any good for all of us to be mixed up in that unpleasantness. And now that I'm here, I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I'm going to help.
There's a train at 6 o'clock. Get on it.
Martha!
You've come back to pick the bones dry. Well, there aren't even bones anymore.
When you wish to apologize, I shall be temporarily in my room.
Please see that it is only temporary.
Joe, please sit down. You've been pacing the floor ever since you got here.
Sorry, Karen. I've got something on my mind. I'd like to get rid of it.
Yes? Well?
Karen, we're going away. You and I. We're going to Vienna.
You mean you're leaving the hospital? Why?
Well, I think it'll be better. I've cabled Dr. Fisher. He says I can have my old place back. It'll be nice seeing Vienna again.
You don't want to go to Vienna?
No, I don't. But we can't stay here. We've got to start all over again, with all this behind us.
Yes, what you've done, you've done.
What I've done? Karen, what do you mean, what I've done?
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Joe.
Karen, what's the matter with us? Everything we say to each other seems to mean something else. Look at me. Your face is the way it was that last day in court, ashamed. And sad at being ashamed. What is it, darling?
I don't know. I just don't know whether people can start again.
Are you telling me that you believe what that child said? That Martha and I
No,
were...
Joe, I don't. I don't know anymore.
Karen, Martha and I have never even thought of each other. Do you believe that?
People don't believe just because other people ask them to believe.
Oh.
It's that I'd never know, really know.
Well, that child certainly did a fine job on the three of us, didn't she?
If we could only take back these months, take them back and forget them, but we can't. Joe, go to Vienna. Go alone. I can't go with you now.
Karen,
No.
darling.
Words aren't any good. They won't help us anymore.
Karen, I'll always love you. If ever you can believe in me again, I'll be there for you. Goodbye, Karen.
Goodbye. I love.
Well, dinner's almost ready. Oh, where's Joe?
Gone.
Gone where?
Out, away, to Vienna.
Vienna? Oh, Karen, what's the matter? What's happened?
I told him that I believed you and...
Oh, no. No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have thought that. Didn't he tell you it wasn't true?
Yes, he told me.
You don't believe him?
I don't know what I believe anymore.
Oh, things can't be like this, Karen. It isn't true. You can't think that...
Oh, no, it's beyond that now. Don't talk about it anymore.
You've thought that all these months, and yet you stood by it. Oh, Karen, you've been a good friend. Karen, that woman said, clean our house. Well, then, let's finish cleaning it. It makes no difference now. We might as well pull all the pieces down. I do love Joe. I have loved him. He never knew about it, and he never even thought about me. I think I've loved him since the first day we came here. There it is, Karen. That's all of it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the three of us.
And can't you believe me now?
Strange. He asked me the same thing.
I see.
Martha? Martha, I'm ready to leave now. You hear, Martha?
Yes, wait a few minutes. I'll be leaving with you.
Well, the whole thing was most unpleasant. You're well out of it, if you ask me. Martha, I tell you, when I read what those children said about you...
Oh, I don't want to talk about it, Aunt Lily, now or ever.
I know, but you'll be thinking about it. I know. I knew that girl from the first. She never took me in. I saw through her at once, deceiving me with those flowers and bullying the other girls. Why, she had that little Rosalie right under her thumb.
Oh, Aunt Lily, let's not go into this anymore.
She made that child do dreadful things. I never thought about it at the time. But you know, I've thought for months that she made Rosalie steal Helen Burton's bracelet.
What?
Well, it was the day they left to go to Mrs. Tilford's. Of course, I didn't know they were leaving. I heard them in their room. They were talking about a bracelet, and I'll bet...
Conductor!
Yes, ma'am?
What's the next stop?
Glendale.
Why, Martha, what on earth you...
I'm getting off. I want to see Rosalie, and I want to see Mary Tilford. I want to see them together.
This is a rather unusual request, Miss Toby.
Yes, but the girls are here, Mrs. Tilford. You sent for Rosalie?
Yes. Oh, come in, Rosalie.
Miss Dobie.
Good afternoon, Rosalie.
Come in, Mary.
What does she want?
Rosalie, I want to speak to you.
Me, Miss Dobie?
Yes, Rosalie. I want to ask you about Helen Burton's bracelet.
Oh, please. Please, Miss Dobie. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to take it.
Then you did take it.
Yes, but I meant to give it back. I did. Honest.
All right, dear, all right. No one's going to punish you. But now, tell me one thing more. Those stories about me and Dr. Carden, they weren't true, were they?
No, ma'am.
Then why did you say they were?
She made me. Mary made me. She knew I had the bracelet. She was going to tell. She said I'd go to prison.
Oh.
She made me do it. I didn't want to. She made me.
Grandma, don't believe her. Don't believe a word she says. She's just trying to get out of it. She's making it all up. She lies all the time. Everybody knows she does. Grandma, don't believe her. You heard what she said that day. You heard her say about it.
Quiet. All my life, the mistakes I've made have been honorable ones. You made me make the first that was dishonorable. Go upstairs to your room, Mary. And Rosalie, you wait inside, please. Well, Miss Dobie, there's no use pretending that I know any way to take back what I've done. But whatever little there is to do, a public apology, the damage suit paid in full.
A public apology and money. You think that fixes everything? That's very neat, Mrs. Tilford. If we were puppets on a string whose hearts could be put together again, but... Well, that's not the way things ever happen.
Oh, but let me try to help you. Let me do what little I can.
Help me? No. But I'd like you to take the message to Karen. Tell her everything that's happened today, and then tell her to go to Joe, wherever he is. Tell her I said that. Tell her I want her to go.
She said, tell Karen to go to Joe, wherever he is. Tell her when that happens, I'll be all right. She said you'd know what she meant, Miss Wright.
Yes, I know what she meant. I know so well. You'll excuse me, won't you, Mrs. Tilford? I've got to pack. I'm leaving tonight for Vienna.
The music swells, the audience applauds. The curtain slowly falls, bringing our play to its happy conclusion. Checking up on the current doings of our principals, I learned that this first week of December finds Mary Astor just finishing a new film at MGM. Barbara Stanwyck is casting a proud eye on the racehorses at her San Fernando Valley ranch, preparing for the Santa Anita track opening. While Errol Flynn, as I mentioned before, is swinging the quarterstaff and wearing Lincoln green as Robin Hood. I hope, Errol, that your picture is as big a hit as when Douglas Fairbanks played the role just 15 years ago.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille. I hope so, too. I remember the old version distinctly. I was at school in Ireland at the time and sneaked out of classes and spent my lunch money for a ticket. By the way, what else were you people in Hollywood turning out those days?
Well, many of our listeners will recall Orphans of the Storm with the Gish sisters, produced by D.W. Griffith. I tried to rival it with Fool's Paradise and Manslaughter. My big stars were Dorothy Dalton, Conrad Nagel, Thomas Meehan, and Beatrice Joy. Sound pictures were 4 years away, and Rudolph Valentino was silently elevating the blood pressure of the feminine world. Barbara Stanwyck, in her very early teens, was already dancing in a New York chorus. And Mary Astor... Well, Mary, what does 1922 mean to you?
Well, for one thing, it brings back the hours I spent in my father's room playing with a contraption he'd just built. It consisted of a wire coil, a pair of earphones, a piece of crystal, and a couple of inches of wire known as a cat's whisker. I think Dad called it a radio.
It was the year that The Sheep was no kind of a book for any respectable girl to read. And did we eat it up? And the whole country was humming a tune called April Showers, written by the musical director of this program, Lou Silvers.
Yes, and girls began bobbing their hair, and some of them got fired from their jobs for doing it. Not long afterwards, Lux toilet soap came along, and I hear it made the same fine impression on the Hollywood stars of the 20s as it does today. To me, it's the finest complexion care in the world, and I think Barbara will back me up.
Of course I will, Mary, because I use Lux toilet soap every day in the year, and I think that's the best recommendation I could give. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for another grand evening, and to all our listeners, good night.
And may I add just one word of gratitude to the members of our cast, Alma Kruger, Constance Collier, Marcia May Jones, Helen Parrish, and all the others who helped us so splendidly.
Let me thank you for them, Errol. We look forward to having you, Mary, and Barbara with us again during the new year.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Another gala program awaits you next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater, and Mr. DeMille returns shortly to tell you about it. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Tonight's cast included Dorothy Gray as Helen, Helena Grant as Agatha, Lou Merrill as taxi driver, and Frank Nelson as conductor. Barbara Stanwyck is currently seen in the RKO film Breakfast for Two. Marcia May Jones and Helen Parrish are making Mad About Music at the new Universal Studios. And now, here's your producer, Mr. DeMille.
It's a play of melodrama, romance, and strange, dark happenings that awaits you in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. A play that carries you from the fog-bound streets of London to the bleak and misty moors of Scotland. Its title, The 39 Steps. Filmed by Gaumont British, it's one of the most successful modern mystery stories ever brought to the screen. As the polished adventurer, caught in the web of violence and intrigue, we star Robert Montgomery. And at the other end of the romantic seesaw, one of the cleverest of our rising young stars, Miss Ida Lupino. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell in She Loves Me Not with Nan Gray.
Lux presents Hollywood. These programs, ladies and gentlemen, are made possible through your purchases of our products and are the means our sponsors take of showing you their appreciation. Tonight finds us headlining Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley in that great stage and screen success, She Loves Me Not. As guests, Molly Merrick, noted author and movie reporter, and Miss Una McClelland of the University of Southern California. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. We turn our program over now to the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, your host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Back in 1925, at just about this time of year, a footsore young man tramped into Los Angeles with assets consisting of a drum, a voice with a husk in it, a knack of phrasing songs that was entirely new, and $15 in cash. He'd driven from Spokane, Washington, but his automobile had expired several miles back on the edge of the San Fernando Valley. His name was Harry, but he was heard first at the Coconut Grove in Los Angeles under his nickname, Bing. Later, he toured with Paul Whiteman's orchestra. Then radio catapulted him into national fame and Hollywood. Bing Crosby today is one of the biggest box office attractions in motion pictures. His voice and personality lure millions to their loudspeakers weekly. His phonograph records are bestsellers the world over. Few names in sports are more respected than Bing's. He owns a large stable of racehorses, plays championship golf, and is actively concerned in football and prize fighting. In spite of these multiple interests, you're very likely on a Sunday morning to find the screen's #1 crooner singing in a choir of a small church near Hollywood. Recipient of countless honors, his latest is the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Music, bestowed a few weeks ago by Gonzaga College, where Bing once studied law. Tonight, he becomes a college student once again, as he reenacts the role of Paul Lawton, which he played on the screen for Paramount in Howard Lindsay's rich comedy, She Loves Me Not. Starred with Bing is the ever-delightful Joan Blondell as Curly Flagg. Daughter of a vaudeville comedian, Joan has been on the stage in all parts of the world since childhood. Few stars in Hollywood have worked so hard for success or deserve it more. Discovered on Broadway by Warner Brothers, her talent in both comedy and drama has been established in a score of hit films. And we look forward to seeing Joan next in The Perfect Specimen. From the new Universal Studios comes Nan Gray, a discovery whom Hollywood has been watching very closely since her splendid performance in Three Smart Girls. Nan's next film is called More Than Love, and tonight she's heard as Midge Mercer. Barbara Weeks plays Frances, Sterling Holloway is Buzz Jones, and William Frawley of Paramount Studio is Gus McNeil. Now for the brighter side of higher education. The Lux Radio Theater presents She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray. It's Monday night in the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. On the dance floor, Curly Flagg, a vivacious little blonde, is in the middle of her first number.
You're gonna lose your gal. You're gonna lose your gal.
In a dimly lighted corner of the club, a gangster sits alone over a cup of coffee. Another gangster threads his way through the tables and stands behind him. Suddenly, there's a shot.
Curly, what's the matter out there? Tess, I just saw a man get shot. I heard it here in the dressing room. Yeah, right in the middle of my number. A guy pulls out a gun and... You see him? Sure. It all happened right in front of me. Oh, where's my coat? Where's my coat? I gotta get out of here. Why? You think I want to get mixed up in this? The cops will grab me for a witness and throw me in the jug for months. But Curly, you ain't even taken off your costume. Well, I ain't got time. So long, Tess. Curly, where you going? I don't know, but I gotta get out of here fast.
Papy, gangster shot in Hilarity Club. Police hunt singer Curly Flagg. Papy.
Hey, Girlie, this is as far as I go.
Thanks. I'll get out here then. Would you mind telling me the name of this place?
This is Purnell, Girlie, and them buildings over there is dormitories, part of Purnell University.
Oh, a college, huh?
Yep.
Well, thanks for the lift, mister.
So, all right. Night.
Night.
This period of English literature to the year 106 is called Old English or Anglo-Saxon. Come in.
Hello.
What? Hey, wait, you can't come in here. Women aren't allowed in the dormitories.
Well, there ain't no signs up that I can see. Hey, are you one of these college students?
Yes, but I won't be if you...
I've been watching you through the window, and when I saw you eating that piece of cake, well, I just couldn't help it.
Oh, is that what you wanted? A piece of cake? Well, here. That's a cinch.
Oh, thanks.
What, you want a glass of water?
Uh-huh. Yes.
You feel better now?
Oh, I was awful hungry.
What's the matter? You broke?
Uh-huh.
You don't mean you're actually starving.
Well, I don't suppose you really starved for about a week or 10 days, do you?
Oh, well, here. We'll go on down to a restaurant and get you fed right.
I can't.
Why not?
The police are after me.
Police?
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
It's a murder case.
Murder?
Yeah, but I didn't do it. They want me for a material witness.
You mean you actually saw somebody get murdered?
Yeah, but I didn't know who the guy that done it. I only saw the back of his head. You see, I was doing my number at the time.
Number?
Yeah, at the Hilarity Club where I work. I didn't even take time to change.
Well, look, if you didn't do it...
Say, I knew a girl once that got mixed up in a murder. Perfectly innocent, you understand? And they held her in jail for 4 months. I ain't going to sit in no jail for 4 months, I'll tell you those.
Gee. Can they really do that to you?
Sure, if you can't put up no bond.
That's a darn shame. Say, look, my allowance doesn't come until next week, but I can let you have...
That's no use. This is a big-time murder. They'll be watching for me everywhere. It's no good taking your money and walking right into a cop's arms, you know.
No. Well, there must be something we can do.
Hey, you boys get a pretty good break here. It's nice. Can I have a cigarette?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I looked in your window a long time before I got my nerve up. You look like somebody that might help a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Say, that sounds like somebody doing taps.
Huh?
Listen.
Oh, that's, up there, that's Buzz Jones. He's got the room over this. He's a swell tap dancer.
Yeah?
You see, I think I'll go up and talk to Buzz a minute. You stay here, huh?
Oh, well, you'll be back, won't you?
Oh, sure. We'll think of some way to help you out of this. Hey, Buzz.
Hiya, Paul.
Cut that out, will you? Now, listen, what do you think I got downstairs in my room?
I'm on the wagon till after commencement.
No kidding, Buzz. It's a girl, a chorus girl, right out of a nightclub.
Yeah? Just lift up my typewriter over there, will you? You'll find the Queen of Sheba.
No, listen, Buzz, this is on the level.
You mean you got a girl in your room? A female girl?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. A nightclub chorus girl, boy.
Oh, and only 2 weeks before you graduate. Listen, Paul, it's not worth it. You better chase her out of here so darn fast.
Well, I can't. She's wanted by the police. She's mixed up in a murder.
Look, will you just quietly get on out of here? I got to study.
No, Buzz, honest, it's true. She's down there. She didn't do the murder. She just saw it done, and the police want her for a witness. Say they can keep her in jail for 6 months or a year until the case comes to trial, if it ever does. She's in trouble, Buzz, and we got to help her.
You get in the darndest messes. How do you do it?
Well, you're in on this one, too, now. I declared you in.
Oh, just fell, huh? You know how it's going to look if we get caught?
Yes, but... Well, if one man were caught hiding a girl in the dormitory, it might look bad. Very bad, but 2 men? No.
No, 2 men makes it fine.
Well, look, come on downstairs, will you? Come on, I want you to meet her.
Oh, that'll be just ducky.
Say, it's a good thing the other fellas in this entry are out tonight, huh?
Yes, indeed, but we're taking plenty of risks as it is.
Well, go on, go ahead in.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello.
This is, Buzz Jones.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Curly Flagg.
Miss Flagg, I salute you.
Buzz and I are going to take care of you.
Oh, yes?
Well, now, look, we'll just hide her here until the whole thing blows over, huh? We can dress her up in boys' clothes.
Hey, wait a minute.
Buzz, you're a genius. We'll have to cut her hair, of course.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Paul, did you ever cut anybody's hair?
No, but I used to mow the front lawn when I was a sprout.
That's the same thing. Come on.
I got some nail scissors here someplace.
Wait a minute. I'm not so crazy about this.
Now, my dear young woman, I must ask you, please, not to interrupt. Now, would you rather we trimmed your hair or turned you over to the cops?
Well, do you think I ought to pull?
Sure.
Okay.
Get the scissors.
Right here.
It'll grow out again in jail, I suppose.
You're not going to jail. You ready, Buzz?
Sure.
Ready, Curly?
I guess so.
All set? Go.
Next. Shine, manicure, next.
Listen, take it easy.
Oh, hold still, will you? How can I cut your hair if you're going to jump around?
How
like
about a
that?
nice shampoo?
You might spoil my looks, you know. Ain't you done yet? I'll be bald-headed in a minute.
Oh, look out, will you? Now, that was your fault.
What'd you do?
Well, I just went a little deeper than I had figured.
Oh.
How's it look, Buzz?
Well, it looks kind of chewed, but could be worse.
Well, let me see. Where's the mirror?
Right over there.
Oh, yeah. Say, I make a pretty good-looking boy at that, don't I? Sis boom bar. Yeah, college.
Hey, shut up. You know, if they catch her, Paul, you're going to graduate awful sudden.
Yeah, I know. Where's she going to sleep?
Well, look, I tell you, I'll run up to New York tonight and tackle the old man about a job for her. So she can stay in my room, huh?
Who is your old man, Buzz?
He's president of Super Sound Pictures. Why?
You mean you're going to get me in the movies? Oh, boy.
Here, pipe down, will you? Look, I think I'll write some friends about some more work for her, huh? You know, I might even wire my dad in Detroit.
Oh,
my
yeah.
uncle, huh?
Yeah, but I wouldn't wire Francis if I were you. She might not like it so much.
Why not? Who's Francis?
His fiancée.
Oh, he's got one of those, huh?
Yeah, now look, come on, Curly. Upstairs to my room. We'll get you those boys' clothes and lock you in for the night.
Well. So long, Paul.
Good night. Now, remember, if you need anything, just tap on the floor. I'll hear you.
Oh, tap on the floor, huh? Sure. Well, see you later, my old college chum.
Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter up here? Stop that.
Oh, why didn't you let me finish it? I was doing a dance for you.
You're doing a dance?
Yeah, I just routine a swell comedy dance. I wanted to show it to you.
Well, this is no time to be showing me a dance. Now, why don't you go to bed? Gee, you must be dead.
No, I'm feeling great. You boys have been so good to me. Especially you. Gee, you're a swell kid.
Thanks. But I've got a 9 o'clock lecture. I think I better get some sleep.
Oh, don't walk out on me. Let's have a cigarette together, huh?
No, I can't.
Sure you can. Now sit down over there. I get scared up here all alone. I get awful scared.
Well, it sort of scares me, too.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I'm not kidding. This is serious. You know, we're trying to help you, but we're taking awful chances to do it.
I know it.
You got to be careful. You got to help us all you can.
Sure I will. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Give us a kiss, Polly Wolly.
What? Say, listen.
Good.
Get off my lap.
Hey, what's the idea? I ain't no sack of potatoes. Who do you think you're tossing around? Fresh.
Now, you listen to me, Curly Flag, and get this through your head. I got no more of that kind of interest in you than I have in the congressional record. No more than I'd have in a horse if I saw a man beating him and made him stop. That wouldn't mean I wanted to have a schmoozling party with the horse, would it?
Oh, you...
Now, don't you ever do anything like that to me again.
Oh, you get out of here. You get out, you see? Don't ever come back.
Good night.
Good night, you rotten barber.
And that's the story, Dad. I figured you might be able to help her out. Paul Lawton's got her hidden in my room. We got to keep it quiet, of course.
Of course.
Then you'll help her, Dad?
Certainly I will. Now, if you'll just step outside a minute, Buzz, I'm pretty busy.
Okay, now, but don't forget, keep it quiet.
So long, Buzz. Hello? Give me the publicity department, quick. Hello, publicity. This you, Gus? Well, listen, Gus, Super Sound Pictures has a new star. Yeah, her name is Curly Flag. Don't ask me what she looks like. I don't know. But it's the biggest publicity story of the year.
Mother, just look at this.
Yes, Francis?
What is it, Francis? It's Paul. He's involved with a nightclub girl, a murderess.
Paul Lawton?
There's a picture in the paper. I'm going to break our engagement.
Oh, my dear, don't do anything hasty.
Hasty? I'm going down to Purnell this minute.
Take a telegram, Miss Higley.
Yes, Mr. Lawton?
The Dean, Purnell University. My nephew, Paul Lawton, senior class, wires me he has met, quote, deserving chorus girl.
unquote. Most unfortunate to expose him to dangerous associates. Suggest you investigate and advise me of situation. Charles N. Lawton. That's all. Oh, wait a moment. Take another one. Paul Lawton, 54 Anderson Hall, Purnell. Astounded and uneasy, contents your wire. Stop. Insist you drop a fare immediately. Stop. There is no such thing as a deserving chorus girl.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Paul Lawton. I'd like to see Dean Mercer, please. Is he home?
He should be here any minute. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
Who is it, Martha?
A young man to see your father, Miss Mercer.
Have him come in.
Will you go in, please?
Thanks. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? I'm Dean Mercer's daughter, Midge Mercer.
His daughter?
Yes.
Well, I'm Paul Lawton, senior class.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I didn't know Dean Mercer had a daughter.
Well, I've only been home from Paris a little while. I've been living over there studying.
Music?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, you must be the Paul Lawton that wrote the music for the last Triangle show.
That's right.
I've been running over some of it. It's delightful.
Thank you.
As long as you're here, you can start on this one.
All right.
Don't spare the voice, Mr. Lawton. Sing it.
Well, you asked for it. All through the day I'm nervous, I'm restless, I'm fidgety, waiting for the day to hurry by. I kinda like the evening, give me a crimson sky, when the sun is low. I'm riding high, I'm humming, 'cause my daily work is through, and I know that night is coming, and the night'll find me arm in arm with you. I'm whistling, looking at that lovely moon. When the stars above are glistening, I'm just as tickled as a baby with a toy balloon. La, 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 I'm singing, happy as a boy can be, 'cause I see you right there waiting, underneath that usual 3-4-2. Now if you wonder why I'm humming, and if you wonder why I'm whistling, if you wonder why I'm singing, well, I'm singing and I'm humming and I'm whistling all the day, 'cause I'm on my way to you.
That's lovely.
Thanks. Well...
Oh, you're not through yet. Sit down.
See, I'm really here on some serious business.
What have you been doing?
Doing?
Well, when a student calls on Father, he's generally been up to mischief.
Well, you're more or less right.
What have you done?
Well, it's,
Oh, come on. Confession's good for the soul.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's rather foolish and complicated. You wouldn't care for it.
You have a story to tell Father. Don't you think you might better rehearse it on me?
Come, Lawton. What have you to say for yourself?
Well, I have a sneaking idea your father got a telegram about me.
Oh, one just came. There it is on the table.
Yes.
Can you divine what it says?
Something probably about explaining how it happens that a respectable university allows me to get myself involved with chorus girls.
I'm fascinated. Then you're involved with chorus girls.
No, that's why it's all so silly. I'm not.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
How do you mean?
Well, wouldn't you like to be?
No. Now that I've met you, I got trouble enough.
Well spoken, sir. But if there isn't any chorus girl, why should...
But there is.
Make up your mind.
Her name is Curly Flagg.
Well?
Well, Buzz Jones. Buzz is about the best friend I got in college, I guess. We met this girl, and she was hungry and had no place to sleep.
Yes?
And she said she'd been a chorus girl in a nightclub in Philadelphia. There'd been some trouble, so she ran away. And, well, we took her name and her address.
Her address?
Yes, sure, so we could let her know what turned up, you see.
Oh. She didn't have any place to sleep, but she had an address. Care of the Ritz, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, she knew where she could get a room.
Oh. It's a fine story, but I wouldn't try it on Father. Will you answer one question truthfully? Is she the girl the police are looking for in connection with that nightclub shooting business in Philadelphia?
What?
Yes or no?
Well, where did you get such an idea?
You used her right name, Curly Flagg, and it's been in all the papers.
Hmm.
It's all right, really. I'll never tell a soul.
Now, if you'll tell me the truth, we'll see what can be done to help you. Where is she now?
In Buzz Jones's room.
What?
We cut her hair.
You did what?
We cut her hair with the nail scissors, and we filed her away. She's dressed up like a boy.
Oh, I must see her.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Now, see here, Mr. Lawton. I'll get you out of your trouble, but under certain conditions. I must meet Curly Flag.
No, can't be done.
If you'll promise to let me see that haircut, I'll open this telegram. If it's the one you're expecting, I'll tear it up. Father will never see it.
You'll do that?
If I can meet Curly Flag. When is everyone likely to be out of the dormitories?
Well, nearly everybody goes to dinner within, a few minutes after 6, I think.
Say 6:10 then?
Yeah.
I'll be there at 6:10. What's the address?
54 Anderson. But what about that telegram?
Here it is, and here it goes.
Hey, that's really swell of you. For a while this morning, I thought I was going to get into some trouble.
Midge?
Look out. And here, Father.
Oh, hello, Midge, dear. Oh, Lawton, isn't it?
Yes, sir. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Lawton wrote this music. You know, the Triangle Show, so he came over to play it for me.
Oh, yes, very creditable. Please go on.
Sing that last one again, Mr. Lawton.
Yes, of course. I'm humming when my daily work is through.
Very nice. Oh, Midge.
Yes, Father?
Midge, is there a telegram here for me?
Why, no, Father.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure.
Well, that's strange. The telegraph office called me and said they delivered one here.
Oh, well, you know how those things happen.
Well, it's not so important, really. You see, they read it to me over the phone.
In a few moments, we'll go on with Act Two of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray. Meantime, let's look in at the Brown Derby, that famous Hollywood restaurant. We're sure to find it filled with movie people, perhaps several of the beautiful women whose names are known to film goers the world over. But tonight, we're interested in the conversation of two little waitresses. One of them has just come to Hollywood. Naturally, she's impressed.
Gee, I can't believe it. Me being so close to Clark Gable, I could reach out and touch him. And, I nearly dropped my tray. Isn't that Claudette Colbert over there?
It sure is. Stunning, isn't she?
I'll say. What a complexion. Oh, what wouldn't I give to know how she keeps it so gorgeous?
You mean to say you don't know? You are a greenie.
Oh, well, anyway, knowing won't do me any good. Look at the money they have to spend.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something. 9 out of 10 of these swell-looking screen stars use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather that guards against cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin?
Sure. Cosmetic skins are the little blemishes and enlarged pores that develop when you let your pores get choked with dust and stale cosmetics, when you don't remove them thoroughly.
Do you use Lux toilet soap?
I sure do. Whenever I put on fresh makeup and every night before I go to bed.
Gee, I'm learning things. I'll buy some Lux toilet soap on my way home tonight.
I can see you're the kind that learns fast. You'll get along.
Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley. The same evening, a few minutes before 6, in Buzz Jones' room, Curly Flag stands in front of the mirror admiring her boy's costume, which consists of rather baggy trousers and an old windbreaker. Gus McNeil, publicity director for Super Sound Pictures, knocks quietly at the door. Curly turns quickly, putting on her very heaviest male voice.
Who is it?
Hiya.
Hello. Bud Jones is out of town. I'm his cousin.
Well, I'll be a ring-tailed baboon.
All right. Go ahead and be it someplace else.
Hey, that's a good performance. I've seen dames play little boys before, but... Hey, let's see you walk.
Let's see you walk. Just turn around and walk out.
Now listen, Curly.
I don't know what you're talking about or who you are, but you better get out of here before I call my cousin.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now listen, my name's McNeil. Gus McNeil. Here's my card. Now read it and take it all back.
Oh, you're from Super Sound Pictures.
Well, if you see it on my card, it must be so.
How do I know you're really from Super Sound?
Oh, now look, Curly, we're wasting time. May we, speak freely?
I guess so.
Well, very well. To begin with, How'd you like to be featured in your first picture?
Wow.
Be quiet. When I want an answer, I'll ask for it. Now, to continue, Mr. J. Thorvald Jones has an impression that Supersound may be able to use you, and he's delegated me to decide. There are several things to be settled. Your age, your figure, your salary, and you may have to go to a hospital for a few days to get your voice cut out of your nose and grafted into your throat.
Say, listen.
You listen. I'll do all the talking. If Supersound gives you a contract, they'll post any necessary bonds with the police for your appearance. Your legal troubles will be finished. Would you like that?
I certainly would.
All right. Now, I have a cameraman downstairs. We're going to take a bunch of photographs. Tomorrow, we'll do a newsreel. You're to work under my absolute orders, understand?
But look at...
You look at... Now, here's the gag. We've got a college picture on the fire now, but it's terrible. Beatrice Yvonne is starred, but we're going to fire her, and you'll take her place.
Wow.
Quiet, quiet. I'm going downstairs and help Andy get the camera ready. Then I'm going over to the hotel and see if Joe Arkle from the United Press has got in yet. Baby, we're going to plaster your name on the front page of every newspaper from here to Seattle and back.
Oh, Mr. McNeil.
Midge!
Is this Mr. Lawton's room?
Oh, come on in, Midge.
Hello, Paul.
I've been expecting you.
I hope no one saw me coming.
Oh, there's not much danger of that at this hour.
Nice room you've got here. Except for those steins.
Those steins? Well, I'll positively break them all the first thing in the morning. Now, what did your father say after I left?
Nothing, which usually means trouble.
Well, he asked me to go to his office tomorrow morning. What am I going to tell him?
We'll decide that after I see Curly. Where is our heroine?
Upstairs. She'll wait.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I thought we might talk a little.
All right, let's talk.
Yes, let's talk. Well, I'm not so good at talking.
Oh, is this the piano the maestro uses when he writes his operas?
That's it. I've been here all afternoon, cut 2 lectures and a lab session, just to write something extra special for this occasion.
How interesting. I've had poems written to me, but never songs. Is this it?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
For you. Listen.
I could sing your praises with eloquent phrases, describe you and bribe you with wonderful speeches. I could sing your praises with grand repartee. But, darling, I desire to confess my love, express my love this way. I know the words that I use are simple and not very smart. But what I say to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Others may sing the spring. To them making love is an art. But when I sing to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Who cares if others may laugh, if as a lover I am green? Who cares? Let them all laugh, as long as you know just what I mean. It's old as the hills, it's true, to whisper I love you, I do. But when I say I love you, I do. And when I pray that we'll never part, it's straight from the shoulder, right from the heart to you.
That's a lot better than talking. Are you going to devote your life to music?
Oh, no. Surgery. And you?
Well, surgeons come in handy at times. May I keep this?
Well, you're the one it was written for. Midge.
Please don't.
Midge, listen, Midge.
Stop it, please. Why did you do that?
What?
I suppose I should have expected something like this. Coming here, You were no more than polite.
Oh, no. Now, please,
Oh, I'm always getting into idiotic situations. I quite understand how you got the impression that this would be my idea of a perfect way to pass the time.
Oh, no, please. I didn't think anything of the kind. I didn't mean to kiss you.
Then why did you?
Well, because I'm in love with you.
Well, I'm not in love with you. At least...
At least what, Midge?
I'm not sure what.
Oh, Midge,
Well, good evening.
Francis, well...
Come in, Mother. Francis, dear. I thought I'd find the lady friend in this room. How nice.
Well, what are you doing here?
Surprised, aren't you? And as for you cheap chorus girl.
Francis, you...
Who is this girl, anyway?
Well, we're engaged to be married.
We were engaged to be married.
My dear.
Oh, that's all very well, Mother. But if you think I'm going to walk into my fiancé's room and find him with this woman and say nothing about it...
I'm afraid this is all a little over my head. I suppose it means something, but I don't know what. Paul might have explained it to me, but he didn't. Thank you all for a most entertaining performance.
Now you've fixed it. That was Miss Mercer, the dean's daughter.
Oh, the dean's daughter. In the first place, I don't believe it. In the second place, what was she doing in your room, whoever she was?
Now, you keep quiet. I'd like to know who asked you to come into my room, sneaking in, trying to catch me at something.
Children, really.
Mother, we're going to have this out.
Yes, you bet we are.
Francis, dear, I won't allow it. I can't.
Where's your dear, sweet, deserving chorus girl, then? Or are you afraid I'd offend her, too?
Well, you offend me, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I do?
Yes, you do.
Children.
I'm not a complete fool.
Yes, you are. You'd wait till I get a chance to explain.
I'll wait for nothing. Come, Mother.
Now, listen.
No, I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. And I wouldn't marry you if you had twice as much money.
Hello there, buddy.
Who you? This is Buzz Jones' room, and he's out of town.
Oh, that's all right, fella. I ain't looking for no Buzz Jones. I got a date with a dame in this here college somewhere.
You can't hang around in here. Beat it.
I ain't going to hurt nobody, kid. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to catch me breath.
Well, catch your breath outside.
Now, look at here, guy.
If you don't get out of here, I'll send for some of the boys downstairs.
Say, wait a minute. Come here, let's take a good look at you. Hey, you go to school here, kid?
No, I just come down to visit my cousin.
You're just here on a visit, huh?
Yeah, going back home tomorrow.
Yeah, back to the hilarity.
Huh?
Hello, Curly.
Oh, what do you mean?
The boys down at the hilarity asked me to look you up. They all said, give my regards to Curly Flagg.
I'm not Curly Flagg. I'm not Curly Flagg.
Oh, so you ain't Curly
No,
Flagg?
no, I'm not.
You know why I'm here, Curly? The Bull's just looking for you as a witness. You might tell them what you seen that night.
I didn't see anything. I tell you, I didn't.
Yeah, but supposing the Bulls went to work on you with a rubber hose.
Oh, I didn't see anything. I tell you.
We ain't taking no chances. You and me is going for a ride.
Oh, you keep away
it
from me.
It ain't no use, Curly. Let's get going.
No.
Shut up. You hear? I'll bump you in the push.
Help!
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Oh, Paul.
Hey, what are you doing now? Get away from her.
Get away yourself.
Look out, he's got a gun. No. Oh, boy. You knocked him out cold, Paul. Golly, I was so scared.
Who is he?
He's a gangster from the Hilarity Club. He wanted to take me away from here so the cops couldn't get at me.
You mean he came here to take...
Yes, to rub me out. Gee, you saved my life.
Good Lord.
I'll bet he's got his whole gang with him.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You see? There. Now, what did I tell you?
He's coming in.
Well, sock him. Sock him hard.
Hey, what's all the rumpus about?
Ow. Oh, what you hit him for?
Shut that door. Who's he?
That's Mr. McNeil, the best friend I got.
Well, how did I know that?
He's going to get me in the movies. You just went and ruined my whole career.
Now, look here, Curly.
I'll bet he's dead. Oh, dear.
Maybe that's one of them. Now, grab that vase on the table and stand behind the door. When I open the door, let him have it.
All right, I got it.
Lawton, what's the meaning of all this?
Oh. Will you look at what you've done?
Dear, I blew him out like a light. Who is it?
That was only Mercer, the dean of the college.
Well, that makes us even.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
While waiting for Act 3 of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray, we'll have an interlude with a real student from a real college. Many people have the idea that a modern college consists of a football field surrounded by pretty girls and a few classrooms. But while the University of Southern California has its share of gridiron heroes and dazzling co-eds, it's also one of the finest schools on the West Coast, and I believe the only university in the world offering a complete course in cinematography. Cinematography is a college word meaning the art of making motion pictures. To tell us what Hollywood in a classroom is like, I've chosen one of the students at random. She's turned out to be Miss Una McClelland. And if beauty is a requirement in cinematography, I'd say Miss McClelland must be on the honor roll.
That's all very nice, Mr. DeMille, but it may lead some people to believe that all we're interested in is in becoming stars. Actually, we haven't any illusions about becoming Garbos or Gables. We simply realize that motion pictures are one of the greatest forces in modern life, and we think it's a good idea to know something about them. By this, I mean a knowledge of such things as costuming, makeup, writing, producing, directing, and photography. These are some of the subjects we study, and while our work can't be compared with what you do in a real studio, we can and do start from scratch and turn out pretty good motion pictures.
With the university only a few miles from Hollywood, our studios ought to be of some help to you.
They certainly are. Without their help, our course couldn't be nearly as interesting or successful. They aid in many ways. First, they let us use their studios and laboratories for experiments. Then they've been very generous in lending us stage settings and costumes. And every year when our varsity club puts on its stage show, they help us out in coaching. Famous actors and personalities like Adrian, the designer, lecture to us from time to time. And here's something else I've learned from our contacts with the studios, that practically every movie star uses Lux toilet soap and has used it for years. I've heard them tell about it right on this program. Of course, I'm not a movie star, and I don't ever expect to be one, but you may still be interested in my opinion. I use Lux toilet soap regularly, and I'm sincerely enthusiastic about it as a beauty care, and a lot of my friends use it, too. Now let me see. How else have the studios helped us? Oh, yes, one of the greatest things they've done for us is to use students as extras. They've aided many boys and girls to pay their way through school. USC students may be seen in several current pictures. Among them, Wells Fargo, Navy Blue and Gold, and Life Begins in College.
And the university helps Hollywood. Your campus and buildings have come in very handily for some of our new college pictures like Yank at Oxford and Hold'em Navy. Tell me, do the students still regard it as an event to have a movie company photographing on the campus?
Of course, it always gives us a big thrill, even if the stars remain very professional, as they always do. After a visit from Robert Taylor, the school might just as well close down for a few days as far as the girls are concerned. It takes us quite a while before we're able to do much concentrating again.
Among USC alumni who've made splendid connections with studios, I can think of Lawrence Tibbett, Buster Crabbe, John Wayne, and Cotton Warburton. But I can't think of any girl graduates who found jobs.
Well, after all, I guess the girls are more interested in finding a husband with a job than in finding a job for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss McClellan. Once more, Bing Crosby, Joan Blundell, Nan Gray, and our all-star cast in She Loves Me Not. Playing the Good Samaritan to the lone little chorus girl has turned out an expensive gesture. To date, it has netted our hero one broken engagement, one blasted romance, and a splitting headache. In his room, Paul walks the floor, nervously biting his nails. Curly enters in the very highest spirits.
Oh, Paul, you missed it.
I missed what?
You should have stayed upstairs. Mr. McNeil came too and we took pictures. Of course, the dean wasn't conscious yet, but just wait till he sees them.
Just wait.
Then I posed with the gangster boy. Come on upstairs. I'll let him take one of you.
No.
Oh, come on, Paulie Wally.
Will you listen to me a minute? Thanks to you, I've just written a letter resigning from college. And thanks to you, I've just socked a man on the jaw who's the father of the only girl
Well, forget it. Now, listen. They're going to star me in the movies. Won't you be proud of me?
Oh, Listen, will you get out of here?
All right, but listen. You'll be sorry when you see my picture in the paper.
I'll be sorry if I ever see your picture anyplace. Goodbye.
How do you feel, Father?
Oh, terrible.
Drink your coffee, dear. Didn't you tell them who you were as soon as you became conscious?
No, not immediately.
But why not?
Well, I couldn't believe I was conscious. When finally I did break loose, they kept snapping their cameras at me. And that picture of me kissing the chorus girl is fake.
You don't need to tell me that, Father. Father, must both of those boys be dropped?
Are you preparing to defend them? Your friend, Mr. Lawton, for instance?
I have no defense for Mr. Lawton. Not now. Not any longer.
Oh, Miss Mercer.
Yes, Martha?
There's someone on the phone for you.
Oh, I'll take it in the office. Excuse me, Father.
Don't be long, Midge.
Hello? Hello?
Goodbye, Midge.
What?
This is Paul. I said goodbye. That's the toughest part, so I want to get it over first.
Oh, goodbye and good luck.
Well, wait. Don't hang over.
Goodbyes are over.
Well, couldn't we talk our way backwards to...
There's nothing to talk about.
You think I was trying to play two girls at once, huh?
I counted 3 one day. That is, if I was included in your calculations.
Well, if I told you that I've never been in love with any girl in the world except you, would you believe me, Midge? Would you?
No, I wouldn't. Maybe your fiancé will believe it, but I don't.
Well, I didn't think you would, but it's true anyhow. I'm leaving Purnell today for good.
Hello.
What?
You started by saying goodbye. Well, I suppose hello is the end.
Well, wait, don't hang up. Please don't. Are you crying?
No, I'm not.
Midge,
Yes?
I'd like to have you listen to something, if you would. It's another song for you. You hold the phone, Midge?
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't a tree. It's love in bloom. Can it be the spring that seems to bring the stars right into this room? Oh, no, it isn't the spring. It's love in bloom. My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream. It's love in bloom. My heart was a desert, and you planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream. It's love in bloom.
Hello. Hello, Midge. Did you hear it? Well, that's how I feel, Midge. That's really what I think of you, darling. You're listening, aren't you, Midge? Hello? Hello, Midge. Are you there? Midge.
What number are you calling, please?
Oh.
Jones and Lawton suspended. College students suspended.
Neighbor, Purnell student rally and demonstration. Demand reinstatement of Jones and Lawton.
Senator Gray takes firm stand. Country rises to defense of Purnell students.
Super Sound Newsreel brings you Senator Gray, who comments on the situation raging at Purnell University. Senator Gray.
I am not a graduate of Purnell University. My university was that of hard knocks.
But if the newspapers of this great country have reported correctly the recent events at Purnell, I feel very strongly that a grave injustice is being visited upon the students involved.
The girl of the hour, Curly Flagg, tells her story.
It was a dreadful experience for a girl like me. I was dancing at the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. I love dancing so much that where I dance don't matter. I'm above my surroundings. The Purnell boys who took me in and sheltered me were just wonderful to me. Just wonderful. I'll never forget them. Never. They'll always be just my boys.
Buzz Jones, one of the boys who was dropped.
We students who were dropped by Purnell University have no complaint to make against the college authorities. And if the faculty still feels that we no longer deserve to be graduated from Purnell, then all I can say is that whether on the football field or in life, Purnell men can take it.
Can I help you with your trunk, Buzz?
Oh, this just about finishes it. I got the books packed. You nearly ready?
Mm-hmm. We can make the 9:10, huh?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Purnell.
Oh, cheer up.
Yeah.
10 years from now, we'll laugh at being busted out and everything. Paul, did you ever think if we hadn't come to Purnell, you and I couldn't have gotten acquainted?
Well, that would have been a swell break for you, boy. What's that?
I don't know. They ought to have these windows cleaned. They're cheering for somebody.
Let me see, Buzz. Hey, look who it is. They're back.
Who?
Curly Flagg and that press agent of your father.
Oh, haven't they caused enough trouble around here?
Hello, Buzz. How are you, Mr. Lawton? I'm glad to find you together. Miss Flagg has come all the way from New York to thank you, boys. Come in, Miss Flagg.
My boys.
Skip it, will you? And shut that door.
Oh, boys. Don't feel so bad about being canned out of college. We're working on that, and we just...
Sure. Let's be friends. Let's all be friends. Now, I've got a camera set up outside, and I want to get a picture of you two boys and Miss Flagg together.
Forget it, McNeil. It can't be done. We're already suspended now, and all we need is one more flashlight with her, and we're going to get hanged.
Look, I think that you and Miss Flagg had better go back to New York.
Not before we get a picture.
Well, you're not going to get one. Now, what do you know about that?
Any bets?
I'll bet you a poke in the nose if you try.
Yeah, you and who else?
Nix, Curly, Nix.
Oh, Mr. McNeil. These boys are just too young to appreciate what it means.
Come in.
Lawton? Jones?
It's the Dean. Hiya, Dean.
Shut up. Yes, Dean Mercer?
The faculty meeting has just been adjourned.
Yes, sir?
The deliberate propaganda and official pressure brought to bear on the faculty in favor of you boys have had nothing whatever to do with their decision to reinstate you.
You mean we're in?
Yes, you're in.
You! Pardon me.
Oh, boy. Give us a kiss, will you, Deanie?
No, take her out of here, will you, McNeil?
Come on, Curly. We got some pictures to shoot yet. I want to get one of you jumping out the second-story window.
Well, so long, fellas. And don't forget, even though I'm a star, I'll always think of you as...
Get out.
My boys.
Well, she's gone.
Yes.
Oh, Lawton.
Yes, sir?
I think there's someone waiting outside for you.
She is?
Yes.
Oh, say, thanks, Dean. I'll see you later, Buzz.
Three for Lawton! Lawton! Lawton!
Wait a minute. Thanks, fellas. Thanks very much. You'll excuse me a minute, won't you? I'm looking for... Oh, Midge, let's get out of this. I got to speak to you.
Oh, Paul. And do you forgive me for hanging up on you?
Oh, sure. Would you forgive me if I kissed you?
You didn't take the trouble to ask me the last time.
Oh, Midge.
So why bother now?
Oh, honey.
Oh, Midge, hey, listen.
Go away, Buzz.
Say, listen, they just took a picture of Curly jumping out of the window.
Does it matter?
Well, it does to your father. She landed on his head.
On his head?
Yeah, oh, gee. Hey, what's the matter with you two?
Go away, Buzz. Go away.
My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower this hour of sweet fulfillment? Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream. It's love in bloom.
Days are over. We say goodbye to old Purnell, but we'll have Bing and Joan back for a valedictory speech before we say goodbye to you. Next to getting into the movies, most girls, it seems, would like nothing better than to be newspaper reporters. I can't blame them. Women reporters such as Molly Merrick lead lives of color, drama, and excitement. Miss Merrick has been a feature writer at home and abroad for the San Francisco Examiner, has doctored screen stories and written both novels and plays. But she's best known for the syndicated column, Hollywood in Person, which she created some years ago.
Just 10 years ago, Mr. DeMille, to be exact. It makes my visit here something of an anniversary celebration.
Well, then let's talk about the Hollywood of 10 years ago. About the days when actors weren't forced to hide behind dark glasses because crowds then were content just to stand and look. But today...
Well, they want to come away with a tangible souvenir of the encounter. Anything from an autograph to the suit of clothes the actor may be wearing.
Perhaps in 1927, the players sought attention with almost as much intensity as they avoid it now.
How true. Tom Mix was one of the big stars when I came here. He drove down Hollywood Boulevard in a snow-white car. It was upholstered in scarlet leather. He had his name on the doors and a huge set of steer's horns on the radiator cap. And baby Mary Osborne, the Shirley Temple of 1927, had a pale blue limousine that no one could miss, with a large blue ribbon bow on the wheel. Today, baby Marie is still a young girl. She's making her comeback at RKO. Now, last winter when I was in New York, I caught sight of a pair of stockingless ankles at one of the fashionable hotels. It was a bitter cold day, so naturally I was interested in seeing who had such hardihood. It was Nita Naldi, the great vamp of silent films. She was the first actress to dare appear without stockings. She wore the first backless sundress.
What were some of our present stars doing in 1927?
Well, a quiet little red-haired girl was playing Oriental types most successfully. It was Myrna Loy. Even then, she had ideas of her own as to her proper type. And finally, she fought her way to high comedy roles in stardom. Bill Powell was a heavy villain a decade ago. And Francesca Gall, the leading lady of Mr. DeMille's latest film, The Buccaneer, was entering the Hungarian State Stage Academy, from which she was later dropped, for lack of talent, of all things. But eventually, she amazed everyone by becoming the favorite actress of most Europeans. Gary Cooper was then a tall, rangy chap who played cowboy parts. Very small parts, by the way. He didn't care about a contract, he said. He expected to make as much as $100 a week someday as a newspaper cartoonist. In 1927, the first picture with dialogue, The Jazz Singer, sent the whole colony into a frenzy. Douglas Fairbanks Sr. fearlessly prophesied that talking pictures would be a failure, and if producers insisted on making them, would eventually ruin the industry. Norma Shearer was less emphatic, but thought they would be a dismal flop. She little dreamed she would one day play Noel Coward's sophisticated characters or do Romeo and Juliet with Leslie Howard, a name then unknown in the motion picture profession. Since I've shown this evening how Hollywood prophets have come to grief with their prophecies, I think it's only fair that I should lead with my chin and say that pictures in the near future will be entirely in color. In all honesty, I must admit that I thought producer Walter Wanger was a little touched in the head when he told me that 5 years ago. I can very safely make another prophecy. I'm not leading with my chin at all this time. Lux toilet soap will be as popular with the Hollywood stars of 10 years from now as it is today, and as it has been during the decade I have spent among them. Year by year, new stars take their places in the Hollywood firmament. We no longer write about Phyllis Haver or Billy Dove or Sue Carroll, of Leatrice Joy or Mary Philbin. We write now of Claudette Colbert and Simone Simon, of Louise Reiner and Joan Blondell, and a score of others who were unknown to movies a decade ago. But the men who began picture making, the great producers, never retire from their work because they fully understand the limitless future of this industry. I can think of nobody who exemplifies this statement more truly than our producer on this program, Cecil B. DeMille. I thank you.
Very generous of you, Molly. We'll now let Bing Crosby have a voice in the proceedings, accompanied by Joan Blundell.
What would you like for an obligato, Bing?
Oh, something about soap.
I'm forever blowing bubbles. How about it, Joan?
Burns here?
Well, this much about Lux. I think that Lux toilet soap is the finest soap in the world for for keeping complexions lovely and healthy and smooth. And in case there's any doubt in your mind, let me tell you right now, Mr. DeMille, that I use Lux soap every single day at home and at the studio.
You know, I've heard reports about that, too.
Speaking of reports, Mr. C, where'd you get that first name of yours? That sounds like one to me.
Well, I tell you, back in the knee breeches days when I was a wee little tyke, a mere broth of a lad, as we say in Spokane, I used to totter around the streets with a gun on each hip. My favorite after-school pastime was a game known as cops and robbers, and I didn't care which side I was on. When a cop or a robber came in view, I would haul out my trusty 6-shooters, made of wood, and loudly exclaim, "Bing, bing." As my luckless victim fell, clutching his side, I would shout, "Bing, bing," and I'd let him have it again. Then as his friends came to his rescue, shooting as they came, I would shout, "Bing, da bing, 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 bing."
I'm surprised they didn't call you Killer Crosby. Now tell me another story, Grandpa.
No, so help me, that's the truth. Ask Mr. DeMille.
I'll vouch for it, Bing. Aren't you making your next picture another cops and robbers story?
Yeah, that's right. It's from the O. Henry yarn, The Badge of Policeman O'Roon. So here am I, playing cops and robbers again after all these years. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Bing, 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 bing,
I think you
bing.
got him, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Joan.
Our plans for your entertainment next Monday night are announced presently by Mr. DeMille. We dedicated our program tonight to the American Red Cross, for by the Red Cross we mean you, the people of America, who are the sinew and heart of this magnificent organization. It was you, the volunteer workers and givers, who went to the aid of 1 million sufferers when winter floods devastated the Ohio River Basin. You nursed, clothed, and rebuilt, and provided for widows and orphans. There will be future disasters whose effects you must forestall. Victims of 1938 may be any of us. Guarantee them help now. Join the Red Cross through your local chapter. The roll is being called. Answer with your name. Give your support. Mr. Crosby appeared through courtesy of the Kraft Music Hall and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox Studios, where he's in charge of music for the new Shirley Temple film, Heidi. Mr. Frawley's new picture is Blossoms on Broadway. I return you now to Mr. DeMille.
A few weeks ago, we presented a play based on one of the first great dramas of Edna Ferber, Cimarron. A week from tonight, we present our radio adaptation of one of her most recent triumphs, Come and Get It. An exciting story of the colorful timberlands, of a man who carved an empire, and of a girl he could never forget. Our play is the occasion for bringing you one of the greatest casts ever assembled on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's headed by the same superb actor you saw in the film, Edward Arnold. And sharing stellar honors, Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold in Come and Get It with Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis and Joel McCrea in Forsaking All Others.
Lux presents Hollywood. We're always glad, ladies and gentlemen, to hear how you like our program. We enjoy your letters, and when you tell us of your purchases of Lux toilet soap as an indication of your appreciation, we're delighted. It is your enthusiasm for our products that makes this program possible. Starred tonight are Betty Davis, Joel McCrea, Anderson Lawler, and Leona Miracle. Miss Kathleen Coghlan of Paramount Studios is also here to tell us about fan magazines and the stars. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And opening our program is your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Her mother called her Ruth Elizabeth. Her childhood companions called her clothes hanger, and the world calls her Bet, but should call her Betty Davis. One of the most engaging and talented dramatic actresses in pictures, she has large blue eyes, blonde hair, and weighs 105 pounds. She likes to knit and has been a wizard in the kitchen ever since she won first prize for her coconut cookies in a contest sponsored by the New York Public Schools. Given her first opportunity on the stage, she almost ruined her chances by catching measles. But Hollywood sent for her in haste and dropped her in haste. Then, when she was actually leaving for New York, recalled her and gave her another chance. For Warner Brothers, she made one of the oddest screen tests on record. She had to show the studio how she could handle a fervent kissing scene, but they wouldn't furnish a man for demonstration purposes. So she kissed the air with such sincerity that it won her the part. She's played a Southern girl before, on both stage and screen, but she learned the accent all over again, this time with the Louisiana flavor, for her new film, Jezebel, in which, for the first time in pictures, she sings. To her, a good part is more important than a sympathetic one. Tonight we present this distinguished young actress in another fine role, that of Mary Clay in Forsaking All Others, the stage and screen hit by Edward Roberts and Frank Cavett. Co-starred with Miss Davis is Joel McCrea, whose latest hit is the current Paramount picture, Wells Fargo. In the film, Joel rides the mail. In real life, he rides the range. Joel's home is far out in the San Fernando Valley, a 1,000-acre tract where, with his wife, Frances D., he spends his time between pictures raising cattle and horses. Joel is no pseudo-cowboy. Drive by his ranch, and you'll see him in dusty overalls rounding up the dogies with as much precision as the sombreroed horsemen who call him boss. Joel lays aside his chaps and spurs, however, and comes to us tonight in the role of Jefferson Tingle. Anderson Lawler, who created the part on Broadway, is Dylan Todd, and Leona Maracle plays Constance Barnes. Now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis and Joel McCrea in Forsaking All Others. Park Avenue in New York City. A taxicab darts in and out of the afternoon traffic, clicks hubcaps with a parked limousine, and swerves to a screeching stop in front of a red light. Jeff Tingle, in the back seat of the taxicab, leans forward and taps politely on the window.
Oh, driver.
Yeah?
You know, I didn't think you were going to make that.
I didn't need it for a minute. Pretty good brakes on these here cabs, though.
They always work, I suppose.
Oh, sure. Hey, you ain't nervous, are you?
Oh, no, I wouldn't care for myself. But there's a lady back here who's going to be married tomorrow. If it's all the same to you, she'd like to be married without splints.
I get it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very neatly put, Mr. Tingle.
I thought so myself.
I'm sure the driver thinks it's you I'm marrying.
No.
Of course he does.
Maybe I'd better tell him.
Do you think he could stand it?
I don't know. Probably better than I can.
Jeff, you haven't a secret sorrow, have you? Tell me about it.
Well, I'm the old-fashioned type, I guess, but I don't believe in the groom's best friend going shopping with the bride-to-be. You know, I've always felt that the best man shouldn't even see the bride until they meet at the altar.
Is that all? I thought you were going to confess you've been hiding a secret love for me.
No, I couldn't do that.
Have a secret love for me?
That's a leading question I refuse to answer.
I'm disappointed. Think how dramatic it would be. Mary, I have been silent long enough, but now on the eve of your wedding to Dylan Todd, I must tell you, I love you.
And I hope you'll be very, very happy.
Oh, Jeff Tingle, why didn't you speak sooner?
I couldn't. I had laryngitis.
You're happy, aren't you, Mary?
Very.
Good girl. Well, this is it.
You're coming up, aren't you?
Well, I thought I might get back to the office.
Oh, come on. Everybody will be there. I invited the whole crowd.
All right, go ahead. I'll see you upstairs.
I'll leave the door open for you.
What's the tariff, Chief?
It's $1.20. Lady sure looks happy, don't she?
Uh-huh.
Great stuff, this here marriage business. I got 2 kids myself.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. You sure got a nice girl.
Well, that's nice of you to say so. Lonesome Tingle, they call me. Always a best man, but never a groom.
What's it, huh?
You can keep the change.
What is the guy's school?
Hello? Hello, is this? Oh, hello, Miss Kramer. This is Mr. Tingle. Everything all right down at the office? Ah, it's fine. Say, did anybody I know buy or sell anything today? Oh, well. Thanks, Miss Kramer. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Jeff.
Just a minute, Paula.
You take care of the flowers.
What? All right, Miss Kramer. Goodbye. What's the matter, Paula?
What about the flowers for the church?
It's all attended to. You worry too much.
Well, I can't help it. No one else around here seems to bother about a thing. I was a friend of Mary's mother. I'm just trying to do my duty to her as if she were my own little girl.
Who, Mary's mother?
Why not? Oh, some people, Jeff Tingle, make a wedding very difficult to manage.
Well, personally, I like the way Mary's managing her wedding. I think I'll let her manage mine.
Jeff, look at this.
Hello, Dottie.
In the newspaper, look. It's Constance Barnes.
What?
What about it?
Anything wrong? What's the matter, Dottie?
Constance Barnes. She's back from Europe. Listen. Also included in the first cabin list were the so-and-sos, the Umtipum, and Miss Constance Barnes. She docked this morning.
Well, the woman has a right to come and go. You needn't get so excited about Constance Barnes.
Mary might.
Mary knows all about her.
Who is she?
Nobody. Take my word for it.
She's somebody. Take my word for it.
Well, hardly a person to consider at this particular time. Everybody knows that little story is ended. Ended happily with no hard feelings. Now, I think we needn't say anything to Mary about it.
Say what, Paula?
Well, nothing, Mary.
No, nothing. She'll probably find out anyway.
Oh, Dottie Winters, I'll wring your neck.
What'll I find out? What you talking about, Jeff?
Connie Barnes is back.
Got in today. It's in the paper.
My rival. The dark lady in Dylan Todd's life.
Well, I don't think it's so funny.
Oh, Paula, you poor dear. Why, I'm very proud of her.
Oh, you're not fooling me, Mary. You don't like her. You can't.
I don't know her. But she is a definite proof of Dill's importance. If Dill had to be led around by his distinguished nose for a while, I'm glad the lady was as elegant as she is.
Now, you make Dill toe the line. And no more nonsense about admiring women who steal other women's husbands.
I hope you men see what weak, miserable creatures you are.
Yeah, I'm beginning to. How about you, Jeff?
Oh, I always knew.
Miss Mary, these flowers just arrived for you.
2 boxes at once. Thank you, Dent.
Yes, Miss Mary.
Open one, will you, Shep?
Sure.
Look, Jeff. Orchids.
Orchids. A fortune in weeds just to cover up a lady's collarbone.
What's in the other one, Shep?
I don't know. Here, what do you call them?
Oh, they're cornflowers. How sweet of Dill to remember.
Shep, you and I are intruding on a sacred moment. Cornflowers must have a special meaning for
Oh, they're my favorite. Do you mind if I'm a little sentimental? He did remember, you know.
Uh-huh.
Wear one for me. Here, Shep.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. And one for you, Mr. Tingle.
No, too bad, Mary, but flowers wither on me in an instant.
I know. Just one brief, blinding flame.
That's it.
Hello, everybody.
Behold the bridegroom.
Hello, Mary.
Dill, you finally got here?
Miss me?
Terribly.
Hello, Jeff. How are you?
Hi. Say, Shep, aren't you hungry?
Not me.
It's all right, Jeff.
They have swell food in the pantry. Come on, let's get some.
I just said I wasn't hungry.
Then haven't you any tact? Come on.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, don't bother, Shep. We're leaving ourselves. Come on, Dill. I want to speak to you.
See you later, Jeff.
Uh-huh.
Alone at last.
I love you, Dill.
Swell. I wish it were this time tomorrow.
Darling, if you'd rather, we'll get married by a policeman tonight.
Oh, no. We'll do it right and proper. Excited, darling?
A little.
What?
A lot.
You know, the first time I ever kissed you was in this room. Wasn't it?
Was it?
Well, good Lord, I thought it was. Maybe it wasn't.
Well, I don't remember either. But I love you for trying to remember.
I do remember. Everywhere I look, I seem to see a Mary doing something or other.
Sort of like spots in front of your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mary, age 15, making everything about Latin very clear.
But I couldn't do it now.
Mary is Juliet, age 17.
16? Paula made me be Juliet. I think I would have been much better as Queen Elizabeth.
Still, I rather like Juliet, especially in the solarium, sneaking a cigarette.
Oh, Dill, thanks for the flowers.
They got here all right?
Especially the cornflowers.
I didn't send any cornflowers.
I wouldn't admit it either if I were you.
Admit what?
Jeff will hound you to your dying day, sending your bride cornflowers.
I thought I sent orchids. I give up.
Hello.
Connie,
How are you, Dill? Dottie said I'd find you in here.
I thought you were in Paris, Connie.
Yes, I was a week ago.
Oh, yes.
Well, I can't keep you in the dark any longer, Miss Barnes. I'm Mary Clay.
I knew you were the minute I looked at you. I must apologize for breaking in like this.
Oh, no, we're delighted. It's open house. Besides, I feel Dill owes many of his friends an apology. You know, for marrying a strange woman they know nothing about. Won't you take off your things?
Oh, I can only stay a minute. I've so wanted to meet you, Miss Clay, but it seems as though you travel as much as I do.
Well, I've come and gone. I returned last month for my wedding.
Yes, I heard about it in Paris. You're a clever girl, Miss Clay, for putting Dill through his paces. He always said he hated big weddings. The experience will do him good.
Oh, it's just me, dear. Only 2 bridesmaids and Paula, my maid of honor.
Well, can I do anything to help?
Yes, come and see it tomorrow. Well, will you two excuse me a minute?
Certainly. Well, Dill, here we are.
When did you get back, Connie?
This morning. Perfectly heavenly crossing. I think we broke a record or something.
Staying a while?
Oh, perhaps. I haven't made any real plans. I just decided all of a sudden to sail, so I sailed. How are you, Dill?
You shouldn't have come here, Connie. You know that.
I came because I wanted to see you. To get, shall I say, one last glimpse. And I thought there might be a bare chance that you would like to see me.
Well, I don't want to see you.
Why, Dill, you're cruel.
Stop it. It doesn't matter to you. Nothing has ever mattered to you.
You did, Dill.
You never meant it. Any of it.
Not even Sorrento?
Not even Sorrento.
Dill.
Yes?
I did mean it at Sorrento. And in Switzerland, too. Remember that divine little village in the Alps?
I really think you'd better go.
Just as you say. Dill,
Yes?
are you in love?
Utterly?
Happy?
For the first time in my life.
Honeymooning?
Of course.
Continent?
No, London.
Oh, dear, but why London? It's so cold and so gray.
I like London. Mary likes London.
Well, I guess it's London. But if you should happen to get over to Italy...
We won't.
But just in case London does seem a little too gray and too cold, and you wanted to see what sunshine was like, and you suddenly found yourself in Italy, would you do something for me?
What?
Would you look across that beautiful bay and up at the smoke plumes of Vesuvius and think of me? Of you? Of us? Just once?
But we are not going to Sorrento.
Well, that's that. Goodbye, Dill. No hard feelings and bon voyage.
Goodbye, Connie.
Must you go so soon, Miss Bond?
Oh, I'm sorry. I really can't stay. And you must have at least a dozen things to do.
At least. But they can wait.
Oh, no, I've really got to run. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, dear, why don't you drop Miss Bonds off?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of it. I'll be all right. Goodbye, Dill.
Well, that was a little unexpected. Do you mind?
Why, of course I don't, darling. Why should I?
Oh, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on in, Jeff.
I just wanted to tell you that everybody's gone. I'm on my way now.
Oh, don't go. Let's sit around and talk. The 3 of us.
No, I can't, Mary. I don't know about you, but I've got a big day ahead of me tomorrow.
Oh.
Well, see you in church, Miss Clay.
See you in church, Mr. Tingle.
Rain. Wouldn't you just know it? Rain for a wedding.
Oh, stop crying, Paula. Rain's lucky for me. The side door driver.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, look at the crowd going into church.
All for me. Oh, Paula, in all my life, I've never had such a fuss made over me. I love it. Hurry up, driver. Hello, everybody.
Oh, Mary, we thought you'd never arrive. It's a fine way to treat your bride.
Calm down, darlings. Take your cue from Mary. Hello, Jeff.
Oh, you're here.
What's the matter? Wasn't I supposed to come today? How's Dill feeling?
Well, I don't know.
What? The best man doesn't
Just
know.
don't get excited. I'll be right back.
What's wrong with him?
Well, why don't we start? What is that woman singing for? They ought to be playing the wedding march.
The sweetest story ever told. Paula, did you tell that soprano to sing the sweetest story ever told?
No, dear.
Well, neither did I, and I loathed it.
Oh, may I sit down?
No. Quick, everybody. Who goes Paula? Paula, am I all right? Do I look all right? Listen.
Well, here we go.
I'm weak. My knees are buckling.
Left foot isn't it?
Starty, start. Goodbye, everybody.
Wait. Mary, don't go out there yet.
Why, Jeff, are you crazy?
Mary, Who told him to start that thing? Tell him to stop. Stop the music.
Why, Jeff, is it Dill? Is he sick?
No, he's married.
No. What? Did you say married, Jeff?
Yes, Mary.
Married to whom?
Connie Bonds.
To Connie Bonds?
Yes.
Oh, shut up, everybody.
Well,
Jeff,
steady, Mary.
Oh, it's all right. I'm not going to faint. Tell me.
It's true, Mary. Dill wired my house. The boy just brought it. I had the woman sing to stall for time.
The sweetest story ever told.
Mary.
It said he was sorry, didn't it?
Oh, yes.
You poor darling. Oh, yes, I'm sure he's sorry. So am I. It's one of those things you'd like to see happen to somebody else. Like a fat lady on a banana peeling.
Oh, Mary, I'm so sorry for you.
Well, we're leaving at once. Tell the papers that. Tell them that Mary Clay decided at the last minute she didn't wish to marry.
Jeff, put these lilies in water for me. I might want to get married again sometime. Will someone get Jeff a pitcher or a bucket? There's plenty of water outdoors.
Let's go, Mary. They're sending the crowd away. Let's get ahead of it.
Wait. The benediction. Hold open the door so I can hear.
No, please.
Well, then I'll hold it open myself.
And the ceremony will be indefinitely postponed. Miss Mary Clay will not be married to Mr. Dillon Todd today.
Miss Mary Clay will not be married to Mr. Dillon Todd today. Sounds funny, doesn't it? And I always thought that rain was lucky for me.
That ends Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, Forsaking All Others, with Betty Davis and Joel McCrae. We go on to Act Two in a moment. Meanwhile, during our intermission, we have a new game we'd like you to play with us. It's called Last Word Up. Here's how it's played. We've asked a young lady to read a piece to you. The game is that you pick out the last word in every sentence she reads, like this.
I am very anxious to stay beautiful.
The last word in that sentence was beautiful. Remember, pick out the last word in every sentence. Place them together in the order in which they appear, and you'll find they themselves make a complete sentence. See what that sentence is. Ready? Let's go. Sentence 1.
You will notice the most popular girls are always dainty.
Sentence 2.
Daintiness, the most appealing charm of all, should be on the beauty program of all girls.
Sentence 3.
It's a charm they all can have, and one they can keep through the years. In fact, always.
Sentence 4.
It's romance women really want, and the girls who are dainty usually win.
Sentence 5.
But remember, the girl who neglects this charm loses out.
And that's all. Now let's see if we have the right last words up. My little pad reads, dainty girls always win out. Famous screen stars will tell you that's the truth. For instance, here's what the lovely Loretta Young says. No smart girl neglects daintiness. Unless a girl has it, no other charm counts. Use Lux toilet soap as a beauty bath. Its active lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet, delicately fragrant, too. It's the best way I know to ensure daintiness. You'll love it. And thousands of girls everywhere have found from experience that what Loretta Young says is true. It pays to be exquisitely dainty with gentle, fragrant Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Forsaking All Others, starring Betty Davis and Joel McCrae. It's the following afternoon. Trying bravely to hide her real feelings, Mary is entertaining again at her home, passing the whole affair off as a joke on herself. But there's desperation in her bravery and bitterness in her laughter. Jeff Tingle has just arrived at the house. Still wearing his coat, he stands at the telephone, speaking to his secretary.
Hello. Miss Kramer? Mr. Tingle. Is everything all right down there? It's fine. Now, just between you and me, is there any use of my coming down to the office today? Or tomorrow? I didn't think so either. Goodbye. Oh, Dent.
Yes, sir?
When that gentleman arrives, you'll...
I'll show him to the library.
Good.
Yes, sir. Shall I take your coat, sir? Miss Clay is in the sitting room.
Jeff, darling, come and join the party. We're celebrating my sudden release from matrimony.
You're looking very lovely, Mary.
Thank you. The frock is from my trousseau. I had it fumigated. Sit down.
I called you late last night. Why didn't you answer?
Because I wanted to unpack my trunks and get settled. Oh, then I was tired, so I went to bed after writing a few checks for the monthly bills, and I read myself to sleep on a book that Dill and I received as a wedding present. Being very careful about finger marks, of course, since back it goes. Finally, I put the book down and went to sleep.
Did you have a good sleep?
Best in years.
Must have been a good book.
It was rather nice. I'm going to buy it someday.
I'd like to speak to you, Mary. May I?
Of course. We can go in the library. my ambassadors of goodwill in there, Jeff. They all came to see what a jilted lady looks like.
You're putting on a good show.
Thanks.
Well, they're married, all right.
How romantic.
Justice of the peace, 11 o'clock yesterday
Oh,
morning.
don't spare a thing, Jefferson. What did the bride wear?
I don't know, but knowing Connie Barnes, I'd say something clinging and trailing.
Yes, I imagine so. Oh, Jeff, why did he do it?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out.
I have too, all night, all morning.
You're doing swell, Mary.
Jeff, do you hate being told to move on? If you're in some place that you think is all right for you to be, and somebody comes up very roughly and tells you to move on, that's how I feel. Ordered to take my little picnic basket in hand and get out of somebody's private property. I want to go away. I want to go away and hide. But I'm not going to. I'm going to stay and have a big time as if nothing had happened. Jeff, never again as long as I live will I laugh when the gentleman kicks the lady comedian. What is it, Dent?
For Mr. Tingle, Miss Mary. The gentleman.
Oh, all right then. Thank you.
Yes, sir?
What was that all about?
Mary, Bill's here.
What?
You've got to see him.
Who says so?
I do.
What does he want?
I'll let him tell you. I only spoke to him on the phone, but I promised I'd fix it so you'd see him. Your whole life may depend on this.
How can it possibly?
Please, Mary, for me. I'll send him in.
All right, Bill. Go ahead. Yes, thanks. Mary,
Yes, I'm still Mary. Remember me?
it's hard to explain what I did, but
Why do you try? What makes you think I want an explanation?
I must make some attempt to...
Justify what you did.
No, that isn't possible.
Or perhaps you want to be forgiven. All right, I forgive you. So what?
Jeff said you'd see me. Allow me to talk.
Well, you're talking. Go on.
Mary, you've always been a reasonable person.
Have I?
You've always been fair and just.
And generous. That's a good word, too.
Please, these aren't just words. Believe me, I know. I appreciate what I've done. I played you the meanest trick. I know all that. I only want to tell you it was my loss, too.
Two? Who else has lost? Have I? Oh, I was humiliated, embarrassed, naturally. But think when I escaped. Why, I almost married you. Oh, that's something to be grateful for. You know, like missing a train that was wrecked.
You don't mean that.
Don't I?
You can't, no matter what I've done. I know, and you may laugh at me for saying so, but I love you. I've never stopped loving you.
Love? All right, maybe you do love me. What's that got to do with it? Perhaps I love you, too. Yes, I think I do. I think I am in love with you. That doesn't mean I want to be. If I stay in a dark room and do as the doctor says and take plenty of nourishment, I'll get over it.
Mary, listen to me. I haven't slept. All night long I've walked the streets. I don't want... Oh, I know this is a rotten thing to say, but I need you. It's you I want, not Connie.
Oh, Dill. Can't you be loyal with anyone?
What do you mean?
Well, you're married to her, aren't you? Now I think you'd better go.
All right. All right, Mary.
Doesn't want Connie. What's a fine time to think of that. Keeping me waiting at a church all day and... Oh, no.
Mary. Here, have a cigarette. Light?
Thanks. Well, why don't you ask me what happened?
I don't have to. I saw Dill's face on the way out.
You know, Jefferson, I can almost tolerate myself again. I've said things that I didn't know I could. Horrible, mean things. And it felt so good. And you know, you're going to take me out to dinner tonight, Jefferson. I want a good dinner and I want to dance.
Dinner?
Mm-hmm. With you and Shep and Paula and anyone else who'd like to come.
I see. I'm Papa.
I'll wear my new white evening dress.
Who are you trying to make jealous?
Oh, Jefferson, now girls don't do that sort of thing anymore. But you can send me flowers if you like. Heaps and heaps of them.
No. Nothing doing. I sent them already.
Jefferson Tingle, you never sent me flowers in all your born days.
No? Well, it so happens that the day before yesterday I sent you some cornflowers. But you've probably forgotten. Well, I'll see you tonight.
Why, Jefferson Tingle.
I tried to get her to come. I said, Mary wants you to come, Paula. But what she said. She was just too upset.
There. What do you think of that, Jeff? I'm jilted at the altar, and Paula is so upset she can't come.
Iron nerves, Mary. What do you say we have something to eat? I'm hungry.
Don't be common, Mr. Tingle.
What about a steak all around?
And what else do they have?
Steak.
I'll have a steak, please, Mr. Tingle.
Very good, Miss Clay. Anything else you'd like?
Yes, a smile, Mr. Tingle.
A smile? How's this?
Gruesome.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the best I can do.
So what's the matter with you, Jeff? We're supposed to be on a party.
Yes, whoopee! We ought to have noisemakers.
Mary, you're beautiful tonight.
Thank you, sir.
If you ask me, Mr. Dillon Todd is a dope.
Who asked you?
Well, don't you think he was a dope?
I try never to think about anything.
Yeah, well, that's nice. That's loyalty.
Yeah,
I
Stop
still think
it!
he's a dope. So
Stop
do
it!
you.
I won't have you men quarreling over Carlotta, the dance hall girl. She isn't good enough.
Well, I'll have my steak rare. What about you, Mary?
That guy is hopeless, Mary. That's all. He's hopeless.
Good evening, Miss Barnes.
Oh, good evening, Alfred.
We haven't seen you for a long time,
No,
Miss Barnes.
I've been away. Is Mr. Todd here tonight?
No, I haven't seen him, but will you wait?
Yes, give me a table, please. A quiet one, Alfred.
Right this way, Miss Barnes.
Jeff, you're marvelous. I'm glad you brought him, Jeff.
Just Papa, that's all.
Look,
What's the matter, Mary?
am I hysterical, or is that really Connie Barnes coming through that door?
It's Connie, all right.
Connie Barnes. She's heading right for us.
Oh, let's get out of here. I don't want to see her.
We can go upstairs. Come on.
No, I won't. I haven't done a thing to be ashamed of. Sit tight, Mary.
Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble.
Why, Connie, how do you do?
Oh, good evening.
Well, hello, Connie.
Hello, Connie.
Hello, I was looking for... I told Dill I'd meet him here.
We've just ordered. Won't you join us?
Why...
Oh, we'd love to have you, wouldn't we, Jeff?
What? Oh, yes, delighted.
We're celebrating. Paula couldn't come, so you can have Chef Connie.
Well, thank you. That's very sweet.
Sit down, won't you? Sit down, Chef. Sit down, Jeff. You're not going to stand up all evening, are you?
We'll clear the ring when we hear the gong.
Oh, shut up. Sit down.
Well, if you think it's safe, have a seat near the door, Chef.
Thanks.
I know what you all must be thinking.
Yeah? You're good.
Jeff, please.
Miss Clay, I'm glad we had this chance meeting. I feel there's some sort of explanation, do you?
Explanation?
Yes, it was really unfortunate. I mean that our marriage should have to be at such a time.
Yes, it was a bit inopportuno.
I'm so sorry. I really blame Dill. He knew how it was with us.
And just forgot for a time.
Yes. And you are attractive, Mary. May I call you Mary? I can imagine Dill found you hard to resist.
Hard, but not impossible.
But it's not Dill I'm concerned about.
No.
After all, you're the one
Who lost?
Well, it amounts to just that, doesn't it?
Really, you're not flattering me, Mrs. Todd.
Now, that's it, Shep. Outside the ropes.
Let's go.
Can't we look at this thing impersonally?
Oh, of course. I'll be Exhibit A.
I like your saying that. To carry out the idea, I'll be Exhibit B.
And Dill, Exhibit C.
It's the new World's Fair, Shep. I'll sell you the popcorn concession.
Oh, Jeff.
I know you grew up with Dill. You were taking your marriage as a matter of course, just one of those things.
A love match.
I don't doubt your sincerity, Mary. But I should have married Dill a year ago.
Oh, what's a year, more or less?
When I heard he was going to marry you, I knew suddenly that I had to see Dill again. To know once and for all if he was important to me. Any woman would have done the same.
But not so successfully.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm?
Oh, not a bit. Oh, you have my best wishes. And so has the bridegroom.
Thank you. I wish you'd say that to Dill yourself. Heaven knows I want you to be friends with Dill. I know you can be. I think you're good for certain things in his disposition. Dill is accustomed to going to you. He needs you.
Well, he said he needed me.
Yes?
Yes, he said he needed me this afternoon.
This afternoon? Dill saw you this afternoon?
Yes, for the very thing you said, because he needed me.
Well, you two had a lot to talk about if Dill went to you.
Oh, I think he stopped by the church first to see if she was still waiting.
I see. It's not pleasant to be left waiting.
You should know, Mrs. Todd.
Really, should I?
When did you see Dill last?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, shortly after the wedding, wasn't it? Nearly 2 days. It's a long time for a bride of 2 hours.
How do you know that?
Dill told me.
You've seen? You know where he is? Where is he?
My house.
Where's that?
I've moved.
Answer me. Jeff, what have you planned, all of you? What have you planned?
It's not pleasant to be kept waiting.
Are you insinuating that
Oh, Connie, Jeff, please now don't quarrel for my sake. Fighting in a restaurant, it's vulgar.
What have you and Dillon planned?
Nothing.
Good. Because Dill and I understand each other. Why, this will all blow over. I know all about your childhood sweetheart, but now he's mine.
He's nobody's. He belongs to himself like any decent human being.
I think I can speak for Dill in that matter.
I resent that. I resent it for Dill.
You might ask him how much he resented what I said night before last.
Oh, you can't hurt me, Connie. Tell me what you said. Or shall I tell you? She'll make you such a good wife. That's what you said. A sweet girl. Go on, marry her, Dill. Forget me and better not think of the things that might have been. That's what you said, Connie. Well, probably not as plain as that, but with the same meaning. Hail and farewell, you said. No, don't kiss me, Dill. Remember Mary, poor dear Mary. And you swept him in with your tenderness. Oh, how beautifully you do it. And once again, the world was lost for love.
And it always will be. You'd better learn that.
Rose or pink at your wedding, Connie? Which did you wear? Or blue or green or black or white?
Whatever I wore, it suited the occasion. A grown-up occasion and not for little girls. Good night, Miss Clay.
Good night to you, Mrs. Todd.
Well, you won.
Yes. Yes, I won. But for some reason, it tastes a little bitter. Shall we dance, Mr. Tingle?
Delighted, Miss Clay. Excuse us, will you, Chef?
Have a good time, children.
Jeff, tell me, is it true what you said before? She hasn't seen Dill?
Not since
He told you?
he went to my house when he left you.
Then at least he meant what he said to me.
Oh, he's been miserable, Mary.
Oh, has he? Are you going to tell me that...
Nothing. He deserves it.
Oh, let's stop, shall we? I don't feel like dancing.
Come on back to the table.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess I'm just all of it.
Mary.
Dill, what are you doing here?
Mary, I couldn't stay away. I've got to speak to you.
Did you tell him to come here, Jeff?
Well, I told him you'd be here.
Why?
Well, he asked me and I told him, that's all.
Well, I guess I'd better wait outside.
No, Shep, stay where you are. You too, Jeff. He can talk as much as he likes. Well.
Thanks. I won't take long, and I'll try not to embarrass anybody. It's just that I've got to say this.
Yes?
It started a year ago.
With Connie?
Yes, in Europe. I saw her for months. Then, as suddenly as she came into my life, she went out of it. I felt disloyal to you even then. You see, I'd never thought of anyone but you since I was a kid. But something happened to me. I was fascinated, I guess. When I left for home, I promised her that... Mary, try to understand me. I was insanely in love with her. It didn't last. When I saw you again, my love for her seemed... well, it was unreal. That's all.
That's all. Is that the story you wanted to tell?
Wait a minute, Jeff.
She called me the night before our wedding. She was a little hysterical. She said she had to see me right away. I said I couldn't see her, that I wouldn't. Then I got to worrying. I thought I'd better go. Finally, I took her for a long drive up the Hudson. We talked and talked until morning. Just at dawn, we stopped and watched the sun come up from the Palisades. She told me she loved me over and over again. She was crying a little. I was confused and bewildered. And having her so near, well, I lost my head. I'm not asking you to forgive me, Mary, but I had to tell you the truth.
Well, your truth comes a little late, doesn't it?
Jeff.
You lost your head, huh? Getting married's a pretty deliberate action.
Jeff, this is my affair.
Take it easy, Jeff.
We did get married. Then for the first time, I realized what I'd done. We left the Justice of the Peace office, and it seemed to me like I was just coming out of a dream. I left her.
You left her? Then?
Yes, in the car. I took the train. I was crazy, Mary.
You left her. Then?
Mary, you do believe me, don't you? Say you do, please. I can't spend another night like last night.
You can't. Well, what about her?
Never mind about me.
Never mind you. Good Lord, Mary, there's a limit.
Yes, and there's a limit to what I can stand. He's sorry, isn't he? You heard him say that.
Oh, yes, I know.
Well, that's enough. I don't care what he's done. I love him, do you hear? And he loves me.
I do, Mary. Believe me.
What if he did let me down?
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. I love you, Dill. I love you.
Oh, Mary.
Well, that's that. Shep, may I have the honor of this dance?
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We have finished the second act of Forsaking All Others. And now, before going into Act 3, we observe our custom of bringing you one of the backstage personalities of motion pictures. Among other things, Hollywood is noted for providing more strange occupations than any other town in the world. On our payroll are cobweb spinners, echo testers, fly chasers, professional screamers, and telephone cord untwisters. We meet one of these odd jobbers now. Her name is Kathleen Coghlan, and we call her our fan magazine contact. Kathleen gets paid for digging up unusual facts and ideas about the stars to be used in various screen magazines.
In other words, Mr. DeMille, my job is to find new angles on Paramount personalities, new slants that are news.
From the women's point of view?
Oh, no, from the man's point of view, too. Almost half our fan mail comes from men. That's why the fan magazines print so many success stories. That's the type the men like to read. And then there are those which appeal to both men and women, stories with what we call a problem slant. For example, the personal handicaps which many stars have had to overcome.
Meaning whom, Miss Coghlan?
Meaning Fred McMurray. To see Fred today on the set of Coconut Grove, you would never suspect that he used to be so shy he'd go into a panic every time he had to meet people. He cured himself by centering his attention on other people and so developed his present easy manner. How he did it furnishes an interesting story.
Still, I presume that today, as since the dawn of time, the type of story that interests a woman is a love story.
Correct. But she's interested in the love stories of the stars for much more than a curiosity angle. You see, that woman has a Robert Taylor or a Clark Gable or a Tyrone Power of her own. Someone she wants to fascinate and keep enchanted. And so we found that a reader's main interest in the love story of an actress is to learn the means by which that actress succeeded in her Hollywood romance. Hollywood, you see, has become a school, teaching a widely diversified list of subjects, and with all the world as its pupils. It's become a sort of national proving grounds, and that's why I think the sponsors of this program are to be congratulated on their product. The fact that Lux toilet soap is so popular with the stars can be taken by every girl as adequate proof that it must be about the finest complexion care obtainable. I've seen Lux soap in the dressing rooms and homes of any number of stars, actresses who could afford to spend almost any amount of money.
Thanks for telling us that, Kathleen. But your job is to get good ideas for fan magazines. The 14 of them that appear every month have a combined circulation of 10 million. Each one prints about 10 articles, which means that out of somewhere must arise 140 ideas every 30 days. Where do they come from?
Well, take that recent article called The Story of Claudette Colbert's Second Honeymoon, which appeared in Photoplay magazine while Claudette was making Bluebeard's eighth wife. In reality, that story outlines her plans for a trip she's now on in Europe. That in itself wouldn't make what we'd call hot copy, but it suddenly became warm when Miss Colbert dropped a stray remark that she hadn't had a honeymoon because she'd been so busy making pictures. Then and there we had the basis for an article that would interest thousands, again because it could be applied to themselves. All brides, of course, don't have to hurry back home to make motion pictures, but all of them in their hearts want the romance of a honeymoon, even if it's only a 2-week vacation. That's why such a story is so successful.
But do our leading stars welcome interviews of that nature?
Every star will give a good interview if the conditions are right. Conditions are right for Fred McMurray when he comes into my office, drops down in my chair, and props his feet up on the desk. Carol Lombard is highly conversational in a noisy atmosphere and talks most on the set between scenes. Irene Dunn prefers to wait until her picture is finished and then will entertain graciously at home for the interviewer. Gary Cooper is most uncomfortable when an interview has been planned for him. He's much more helpful if you can arrange to just bump into him. In fact, Gary gave the finest interview of his career, basking in the sun on a pile of old lumber. There's a little tip for the next time Gary appears in the Lux Radio Theater. Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for interviewing an interviewer.
Thanks for the starlight, Kathleen. Betty Davis and Joel McCrea return to us in Forsaking All Others. 1 month has passed, and Dylan Todd is in Mexico to free himself from Connie. Jeff, always the good friend, has gone along to keep him company and stands by the window of their hotel room, looking across the little town.
Well, tomorrow's the day. Hey, Jeff, I said tomorrow's the day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Are you sure?
That lawyer said positively. Final papers and everything. Lord, I'll be glad to get out of here.
Why, it's not such a bad place.
What are you talking about? You've been beefing about it for a month. Now we're going home, you suddenly take a liking to it. Just the same, we're catching that train tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I'll tell you what, dear. Would you mind very much if you went alone? I think I'd like to stay on here for a while.
What for?
Well, just for a few weeks. I think I'd like it.
You're crazy. Why, if you stay... You won't even make the wedding. Mary would kill you.
No, I'll make it all right.
You'd better. You're still best man, you know.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I thought maybe you'd pick Shep.
What's the matter? Don't you want to be best man?
Well, if it's all the same to you, Dill, I think everything ought to be, different. You mind?
No. No, of course not. I guess I know what you mean. It will be different, too.
Sure it will.
Well, I think I'll shoot an airmail to Mary. Shall I give her your love?
Oh, yes, do that, will you? Hello, Dent.
Mr. Tingle, welcome back, sir.
Thanks. Am I expected?
Oh, yes, sir. I heard Mr. Todd say you'd probably be here today.
Jeff!
Hello, Mary.
Jeff, you finally got here. I was ready to kill you. Do you know I'm getting married tomorrow?
Same place, same piano, same crowd, same wedding.
Same Jeff.
It's good to be back.
Come on, I want to speak to you. Now tell me all about yourself.
No, there's nothing much to tell.
How was Mexico? How are you?
Feeble.
Let me look at you. Jeff, you're thinner.
No, I got too much sleep down there.
Well, you didn't dare sleep before you reported here.
No, I tried to, but I couldn't, so I leapt out of bed and fixed myself up cute and rushed right over.
Oh, you did? Well, you can go right back home again. Oh, I got your wretched little postcard.
Did I send you a postcard?
Just too sweet for words. Where is it? Oh, yes. Yes, here it is. A whole month away in one postcard. At least I had the sense not to write to you.
Oh, I read your letters to Dill. It's good the judge didn't know he was getting letters from a giddy young girl. Is that my postcard you're tearing up? The pretty picture of the lake?
That's what I think of your pretty picture?
Well, at least you waited until I got here.
Just for the stamp.
Oh, well, I've got something to tear up, too.
What's that?
Your last letter to Dill. He gave it to me for my stamp collection. Too bad I hadn't read it yet.
Jefferson Tingle, I ought to slap your insufferable face.
Well, you better not. I've been down in a country where a slap in the face means business. Say, where's Dill?
Oh, he's around. We're both trying not to look self-conscious, so we steer clear of each other in front of company. Oh, it's good to see you, Jeff. It makes me feel good.
Dr. Tingle at your service. How are you, really?
Feeble, Moss Tingle, feeble.
No, I don't believe it. What'd you do while I was away?
Well, I caught up with my classical reading. I went shopping and didn't buy anything. Shep and I tore up the town. We became famous far and wide. That pale, interesting woman and that very young-looking boy.
Is he the best man?
Yes.
Too bad I won't be here.
What?
Well, now, don't yell. I've got to eat. I've got a job, and the boss suggests I work at it a bit now and then. He's sending me out of town tonight.
We'll delay the wedding.
I'm flattered, but you won't.
Oh, but I won't seem married unless you're there.
Oh, I'm a jinx. If I stay away, everything will go all right.
Will it? I wonder.
What's the matter?
Are you good at diagnosis, Dr. Tingle?
Very. What are your symptoms?
A sort of unsatisfactory few weeks I've had. I've straightened out every dresser drawer and every closet in this house. I don't suppose that means anything to you, does it?
Well, certainly you're a neat woman. Go on. You probably counted the linen, too.
Oh, a lot of the good old stuff Mother had was mildewed. I was so mad I cried.
And then one rainy day up in the attic?
You'd be mortified to know that I did spend such an afternoon. I sat in the middle of my ancestral trunks and balls.
Oh, what over?
Just told you. Over the fact that life was far from satisfactory.
Didn't you feel better afterward?
No.
Well, what's the sticker, Mary?
Whether or not I should marry Dill.
What? Well, have you said anything to Dill?
No, what is the to say until I've made up my mind one way or another?
Well, you haven't much time, less than 24 hours. Make up your mind. Either you are or you aren't. You ought to know.
Yes, Papa.
Say, are you one of these women who worry themselves into a fever trying to decide between pink and green? Haven't you got enough strength of character to know what it is you want and ask for it for a loud, clear voice?
A loud, clear voice. That's easy to say. Because you know what to ask for and I don't. That's the difference, Jefferson. Your life seems very simple to me.
Well, that's because I'm a very complex person. I see more than floats on the surface. I've practiced holding my breath for 3 minutes and walking around on the bottom with my eyes open. And you can do it, too. I've always considered you a person who knew the passwords. I've watched you out of the corner of my eye. You're shocked by the right things, stupidity and glitter and cheap sophistication. But this marriage business has you all mixed up. One of your little pet illusions cracked up about a month ago, and it's got you down. Well, you've got to patch it up again. You've got to keep your pet illusions, and you've got to make them shatterproof.
Wait till I get my copybook and I'll write all this down.
No. Either you know it or you don't. You don't get it by writing it down, and you don't get it out of books either.
Then how is a poor girl to get it?
Listen, you know what I'm talking about, and if you didn't, you wouldn't be trying to joke about it. You'd be cussing me out because you'd think I was saying you weren't sophisticated. And in this day and age, to say that to a person is to insult him to his non-existent soul.
Well, I know the truly wise is simple. But it doesn't necessarily follow that the simple are truly wise.
You're not being simple now. You've got to make up your mind. Do you want Dill or don't you?
I told you I don't know.
Mary, what is this? You're not trying to get even with Dill.
I thought you knew me better than that.
Oh, I do. You're above that.
Thanks. If I weren't and I found out that I didn't love him, the best way to get even would be to marry him, wouldn't it?
No, but you wouldn't do that.
Of course I wouldn't.
Mary, I don't know what this is all about.
Neither do I. I told you I didn't.
Well, have you spoken to anyone else?
Oh, I couldn't. Still, I can speak about it to you. It's funny, isn't it?
Well, we're old friends.
Oh, that must be it.
Well,
What's
your problem, Mary? And it's a big one. You haven't much time to decide.
The minister's coming in a few minutes to make the final arrangement.
Well, whatever you do decide, it'll be right. I know that.
Thank you, Jeff.
Goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Well, where to now?
Go around the park again.
Okay. Well, that makes 4 trips around.
Go on. You're getting paid for it. I got all day and all week, and I'm not in a hurry.
Okay, Lonesome.
What?
Remember me? I remember you.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, Lonesome Dingle. All the time a best man. I picked you up on Park Avenue once, remember?
Oh, yes.
Lonesome Dingle. That killed me. I thought you were screwed.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Turn around.
Huh?
Go back to the house where you picked me up and step on it.
But I thought you said about...
Go on.
Okay.
Oh, why, Mr. Tingle.
Oh, where's Miss Mary, Dent?
She's in the library.
Thanks. Mary.
Well, glad to see you back, Mr. Tingle. We've got your old room ready for you.
Oh, well, thanks. The conductor said 30 minutes for lunch, so I thought I'd get off and talk to the pretty waitress.
That's nice. Sit down.
Listen, Mary, I've been thinking, and I want to ask you something. Well, if you want to laugh at me when it's all over, I'll laugh with you, because maybe it's hilarious, only I don't think so now.
Go on.
Well, when I left here before, I realized I'd turn tail and run from the most important thing I'd ever had to make up my mind about.
Is it made up now?
Yes, it is. The taxi driver did it. He called me Lonesome Dingo, and that's what I am. And you know why. Because I never took my own advice. I never yelled out for what I wanted in a loud, clear voice. Well, I'm doing it now. Listen, Mary, if you do change your mind about Dill, if you aren't going to marry him, sometime after a decent interval, only I hope the interval won't be too long or too decent, would it ever occur to you to marry me?
Yes, Jefferson, it would.
Of course it would. Why not? Jefferson Tingle, that charming old fellow. Wouldn't it be amusing to think of being married to him at some time or other? Well, all right, Mary. Let me know. My office will give you my address any time in the next 3 weeks.
So you didn't mean it?
Did you?
Yes.
I did mean it.
So did I.
Mary.
Jeff.
What's happened?
I don't know. Have I always loved you? I must have.
Oh, we've got to find Dill and tell him.
He's still here. We'll tell him together.
Wait. Let me have a look at you. That Tingle chap fell into a pretty good thing.
So did that Clay girl.
Mary, where in heaven's name have you been?
Here, dear, why?
Well, you might have let me know. Your friend Paula's been on my trail all day, bawling me out for I don't know what. What is this mysterious thing known as my duty to you? Just what have you suffered that I don't know about? Don't you think I've had a little private suffering of my own?
Well, I didn't sick Paula onto you, dear. You know how she loves to manage destinies. I thought you knew it was best to seem devoutly grateful and then go your own little way. You haven't any duty to me, and I've forgotten that I've ever had a single pang.
Well, all right, Mary. You mustn't mind my getting all steamed up. Sorry to let you in for all this, Jeff, but after all, you were in from the start, and you have a right to be in at the finish. Please excuse me, Mary.
And you must try to excuse me. Dill, I don't know how to put it, except that I'm not going to marry you tomorrow.
What? Oh, well, that's all right, Mary. If you want to wait a little while, I understand.
No, Dill, I'm not going to marry you at all.
Why not? Why not, Mary?
Dill, Mary's going to marry me.
You and... All right, children.
It's not a joke.
Not one of Jeff's ideas?
It's both our ideas.
I don't believe it. I'll never believe it. You're kidding.
Wait a minute, Dill.
Cut it out, Jeff. Do you mean it, Mary?
Yes, Dill.
Then I am a complete fool. Congratulations on making me one.
Oh, Dill, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't say that. You can't be sorry. Not if you're marrying that fine chap, that true friend, Jefferson Tingle. What I can't understand, Jeff, is why you went all the way to Mexico to get me free.
Wait a minute, Dill. This has happened to Jeff and me in the last half hour. We haven't had time to tell you.
Yes, but you were going to tell me. How considerate. Perhaps you can tell me something I can tell my friends.
Oh, Dill, don't say such things. We've always had so much fun together. Dill, that's it. We were getting married on the strength of the past.
So I'm just a friend. Is that it? Just a friend that stuck his hand in the buzzsaw for you to find out if it was sharp. So you want to marry Jeff Tingle instead of me. Is that it?
That's it, Dill.
All right. But promise me this. Don't ever talk about me. And give me time to get out of town.
There goes Dylan Todd.
I'm sorry. You know, Jeff, he didn't think of me at all. I'm glad of that.
Why?
Because then I won't have to sit up nights worrying about him.
I think he took it nobly.
Don't you think I took it kind of nobly when he let me down?
As far as I'm concerned, I think you take everything nobly.
Jeff, you're not going to start complimenting me at this late date.
Well, Miss Clay, my position is slightly altered. As a bridegroom, I hardly know what to say.
Darling.
Miss Mary, Reverend Duncan is calling about plans for tomorrow.
Oh, the minister. Jeff, kiss me.
Good afternoon, Miss Clay.
Good afternoon, Reverend Duncan.
And this is Mr. Dylan Todd?
Well, not exactly.
What?
I mean, there's been a slight substitution. Mr. Tingle for Mr. Todd.
We take leave of our play, forsaking all others, and devote the next 2 or 3 moments to a meeting with our stars, Betty Davis and Joel McCrea. A couple of weeks ago, Miss Davis, the Hollywood columnist Jimmy Starr reported on this microphone that you've just moved into your new home.
Good work, CB, but don't stop there.
Don't whisper, Joel. Speak up if there's anything on your mind.
Oh, no, not a thing.
Well, you know, Joel here is in the cattle business, and after all, Betty, what is home without a cow?
Now, Mr. DeMille, what would I want with a cow?
I'm sure I don't know, Betty. I'm only trying to help Joel out. He said that if...
Well, Betty, a cow... Well, you see, a cow is... Why, well, anyway, they're swell. They're quiet and restful, and they have big brown eyes, and I'm sure if you saw the one
Joel, I don't wish to buy a cow.
Oh, you don't wish to buy a cow?
No.
Oh. Well, how about a horse?
No.
Well, can I at least sell you a load of hay?
It's very good hay, Betty.
You two aren't partners by any chance.
No, not exactly. You see, I own a herd of deer.
But I don't want any deer either.
No, but they eat so much hay that Joel said he'd give me all I need if I helped him sell you a cow.
Oh. I see. Just a couple of boys in the movie business.
Maybe we'd better change the subject, Mr. DeMille.
No, wait a minute, Joel. Since you and I have formed a sort of mutual admiration society for our friend Willie Wyler, why don't you send a cow to him as a token of your esteem?
Excuse me, Betty, but Mr. Wyler has interrupted his picture directing and is now in Sun Valley, Idaho.
Yes, far, far away from Hollywood with nothing to do but ski and ice skate and toboggan. Poor man. That's why I think a cow might be just the thing to keep his spirits up.
Tell me, Betty, is it true that after directing you in Jezebel, poor Mr. Wyler had to go away for a rest?
Oh, don't be silly, Joel. I'm the one who had to have the rest. You've worked with Willie, you should know.
My secret agents informed me, Betty, that the real reason you worked night and day was to enable your co-star, Henry Fonda, to dash to New York and be there at the time he became a papa.
That's quite true. And in appreciation of our efforts, Henry promised to name the baby Jezebel. But he double-crossed us and named her Jane Seymour Fonda instead. I don't know, I suppose that's better. Jane's really kind of nicer than Jezzy.
By the way, didn't Henry play in Forsaking All Others on Broadway?
That's right, Joel. He was hardly more than an extra then. And now, 5 short years later, he's right up among our leading men. But getting back to you. Now, just what is all this about your ranch?
Well, the best way to find out is to come up and have a look for yourself.
A real ranchman? Corrals and roundups and wooden bathtubs, too, I suppose.
Well, not quite that authentic, Betty. I'll own up to one small swimming pool.
Well, speaking of bathtubs...
And goodness knows you're the one to speak of bathtubs, Mr. DeMille.
Well, anyway, I was about to remark that the first bathtub in this country almost caused a minor revolution. Its presence in the home of a Cincinnati gentleman in the 1840s brought forth a storm of protest from politicians, newspapers, and the medical profession. It was denounced as an Epicurean innovation designed to corrupt the democratic simplicity of the Republic. Not long after, the Philadelphia Common Council went into a turmoil over a proposed ordinance prohibiting bathing between November 1st and March 15th. It failed to become a law by only 2 votes.
That's lucky for you, sir. This is the 20th century. Lux soap would have found it rather rough sledding back there in the unscrubbed 40s. And lucky for us, too. I'm very happy to say that Lux soap is the soap in our new home.
Well, thank you, Betty.
And thank you, sir, for inviting me here to play Forsaking All Others. Many of you will remember the stage production with Miss Tallulah Bankhead, whose performance is one I know I shall never forget. And now, good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night, Betty. So long, cowboy. And now I have some wonderful news for you. Next week, we bring you the great W.C. Fields. The old guard that never surrenders. Beneath the magnificent flaming canopy that is his nose, there beats the heart of a Don Quixote. He's the ghost of the old family album, come back to shake the world with laughter. He's the last stand of old-fashioned chivalry and wisteria-draped sentiment. His speech gushes with 18-carat invective and 18th century elegance. He's the minstrel boy in top hat and velvet collar, slightly frayed. He's that glorious charlatan, W.C. Fields. We dispatched an invitation to Mr. Fields to be with us next Monday night, and by carrier pigeon, Mr. Fields has sent his acceptance. And will reenact his great screen success, Poppy, assisted by Anne Shirley, Skeets Gallagher, and John Payne. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents W.C. Fields in Poppy with Anne Shirley, Skeets Gallagher, and John Payne. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Joel McRae appears to courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn and Louis Silvers through 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Sally, Irene, and Mary. Heard during tonight's program was Sweet Someone from Love and Hisses. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Brief Moment.
Lux presents Hollywood. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your loyalty to Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. A loyalty which makes it possible for our sponsors to bring you the Lux Radio Theater. Our program tonight features Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Brief Moments with Nigel Bruce, Louis Calhern, and Paul Harvey. We're also host to Jimmy Starr, noted Hollywood columnist. Louis Silvers directs our music. And now, our program opens with word from our producer, that celebrated personality. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
I don't don't understand you.
Don't you? I suppose you realize that this girl has fallen in love with you.
Who said so?
Your mother told me. She's quite worried about it.
Oh, ridiculous.
Perhaps, but I'm not interested in that. What I want to know is, are you in love with her?
Angela.
Are you, Mac?
Of course not. Whatever put such nonsense into your head? The only reason I'm interested in this girl is that she can supply me with material for my novel.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, Mac, because, well, people are beginning to talk.
I don't see why.
No? You think this creature of yours is an innocent young lamb, don't you? A tender flower blooming in the slums. Well, she isn't.
What?
She isn't. I've taken the trouble to find out. Do you suppose that the night you found her in the court was the first time she'd been arrested?
You mean she's been arrested before that?
Of course.
On what charge?
Suppose we call it...
Ear was out. But to make it more sure, she adds, I boiled an egg hard and took out the yolk and filled it with salt. And when I went to bed, I ate it, shell and all, without speaking or drinking after it. I certainly hope that the girl got the boy. She earned him. And I trust our observance of St. Valentine's Day will prove more enjoyable. The presentation of Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in the romantic play, Brief Moment. Down the street from our theater is the RKO studio, which claims the services of both Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks, whom you'll soon see together in the picture Having Wonderful Time. Ginger at the moment is making Vivacious Lady, and after that starts dancing with Fred Astaire in a new musical. Doug has just finished co-starring with Irene Dunn in Joy of Living, and shortly he and Cary Grant begin Gunga Din. Tonight, he's Roderick Dean, and Miss Rogers is Abby in S.N. Berman's notable success of stage and screen. Brief Moment also brings us Louis Calhern as Cass Worthing and Paul Harvey as Manny Walsh, both from the original New York cast, while Nigel Bruce, long familiar as a figure on the stage and screen in this country and England, is heard as Seagrift. The footlights flash on. Louis Silver's baton is raised as the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in Brief Moment. It's a grim, cold winter morning. The street windows of the Apex lunchroom in Pittsburgh are white with frost. In the tiled interior of the overheated restaurant, a waitress stands at the cashier's desk, balancing a tray on one hand as she leans across the counter.
Anything yet, Mabel?
Huh?
Did a telegram come for me?
Say, what is this? You expecting good news or something?
Well, I'm expecting something.
Hey, sister, what about those eggs over easy?
All right. Give me a chance.
Well, snap it up.
Let me know if something comes, will you, Mabel?
Okay, I'll let you know.
Shake it up, Chef. Oatmeal number 3. Hey, Gertie. What, Abby? There's a guy in there who wants 2 eggs over easy. If you can deliver, you might get that nickel tip.
Oh, deliver yourself. I got my own troubles. Say, what's the matter with you anyway? You've been moping around here all week with a face a mile long.
No, I'm fed up with this place. I'm fed up with the grease, and I'm fed up with the people who eat it. I've got a cold in the head, and I feel rotten. And I'm going to get out of here before I brain somebody with a platter. 2 eggs over easy.
2 eggs.
You mean you're going to quit, Abby?
I hope so.
Oh, you're crazy. Where are you going?
I'm going to New York. I'm waiting for a wire now from Manny Walsh.
Manny Walsh? The guy that used to drive a hack around here?
Well, he don't drive a hack anymore. He's a big shot there. He owns a nightclub.
Huh. I suppose that makes you a chorus girl in the floor show.
And what's so funny about that?
Huh? You mean it?
Sure. I wrote him a week ago. He's a friend of my Pop's. He'll do something for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
2 eggs, over easy. Here, watch that batter. It's hot.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm still hustling beans.
Hey, Abby.
What?
I was just coming in after you. Something did come. Look, a telegram.
Oh, gee, open it quick. I got my hands full.
All right. You know, I thought you was kidding or something.
Well, what does it say? Quick.
Hey, what about those eggs?
Here it is. Holden job open. Anxious to see you, man.
Oh, I knew it. I knew he'd come through.
Hey, sister, I can't wait all day.
Oh, you can as far as I'm concerned.
Hey!
So long, Mabel. I'm on my way.
Okay, Miss Payne, it's that door over there. You can go right in. He's expecting you.
Thanks. Hello, Manny.
Abby. Gee, Abby, it's swell to see you. Come in.
Thanks.
I've been waiting for you. Let me look at you. Say, you look all right. Sit down. Just get in?
Yeah. I just came over from the station.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Manny.
Oh, yeah. Abby, this is Cass Worthing. This is Abby Fane, Cass, daughter of an old friend of mine.
How do you do?
How are you?
Your first visit to New York?
Yeah, well, I was here when I was a kid. I don't remember much about it, though.
Well, anything I can do for you.
Oh, thanks.
Goodbye, Miss Fane. So long, Manny.
Yeah.
Who is he?
Society guy. Polo player mostly, but he thinks he's pretty hot at stud poker, too. He was just in paying off.
Oh. Gee, it's a nice place you got here, Manny.
Nothing to what I'm going to have. I'm going up and up, Abby, all the way. So you want a job, huh?
Yeah. I can sing a little and I can dance. I'm best at singing, I guess.
Sure. I'll get one of the kids in the line to teach you the routines and all. If you make out okay, we'll move you up.
Oh, gee, I don't know how to thank you, Manny.
What for?
Oh, giving me a break without even knowing what I can do.
Oh, I don't have to know it. You're a sweet kid. That's what counts in this racket. And as long as you stay a sweet kid, you'll be okay.
Yeah. I get it.
Oh, boss.
Yeah?
That guy Worthing had some flowers sent up. They're for the lady.
Me?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, well, thanks. Gee, that was kind of nice of him, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was okay.
Listen to this in the scandal column. What new chorus girl at the Hotsy Totsy has caught the eye of what socialite polo player?
I'll bet it's Cass again.
I'll bet you're right.
Have you seen this? Abby Fane has been moved out of the chorus line at the Hotsy Totsy. The 3-goal man at the 4 table is all smiles.
The way you wear your hat, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that.
Well, there she is, Rod. Did I brag out of turn?
Oh, decidedly not, Cass. Pure understatement, if anything.
She's beautiful.
What do you think of her, Sig? Sig! Wake him up, will you, Cass?
Say, Sig.
What do you think of her?
Just a moment, I was not thinking of her at all. I hope you don't mind.
No, go back to sleep.
Thank you, Rod.
Sig's an intellectual, Cass. A fat, lazy intellectual.
Not fat, please. Stout.
She's coming over.
Oh, hello, Cass.
Hello, Abby. Sit down. Oh, this is Roderick Dean, Abby.
Oh, hello.
How do you do?
And Harold Seagrift.
Good evening.
How are you?
Not at all well, thank you.
I'd better apologize for Sig in advance, Miss Fane. He's very rude.
Just ignore me.
All right.
We heard your number, and I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
I'll have to thank Cass for bringing us. I'm sorry I didn't know about it sooner.
Oh, watch out for this fellow, Abby. Don't believe a word he says. He's no good.
Really?
Too much money, no ambition.
Is ambition one of your virtues, Cass?
Well, at least I play polo. Rod doesn't even do that. A perfectly useless character. I'm warning you, Abby.
I don't believe you.
Oh, I'm afraid he's right. Well, we'd better get along, Sig. We've got a lot of places to cover tonight.
Oh, no, Rod.
Come on. Good night, Miss Fane.
Good night.
Night, Cass.
Good night.
Now, listen, Rod, if you think I'm going trips, you're going from one nightclub to another.
Quiet, Sig. It's early.
Crazy guy.
He seems nice.
Oh, I guess he's all right. I only brought him here to show you off to him.
Oh, very sweet.
Listen, a certain well-known poloist is still holding hands with a certain torch singer. His friends are very much surprised.
Wonder if it'll be wedding bells over at the Hotsy Totsy. Abby Fane is choosing her trousseau, but he chooses not to talk. We're still wondering.
Manny, listen to this. That socialite is now en route for Europe, and that torch singer is really singing blue.
I ought to go over there and find that guy. I ought to punch him right in the snoot.
Oh, stop it, Manny. It's all over. Forget it.
Will you, Abby?
Oh, get over it. You can get over anything in time.
You were pretty daffy about that bird, weren't you?
I guess so.
Abby, I wish I could do something.
Oh, you've done everything, Manny. I'd still be slinging beans back in Pittsburgh if it weren't for you.
I wasn't thinking about that. What I meant was, well, when you take a rap like this, it helps sometimes. If you... Oh, I know I ain't much of a bargain, but Abby,
What? What, Manny? Oh, I'm sorry. What was it you said?
Nothing. Try and snap out of it.
Oh, I'll be all right. I'll pull out of it, and you'll never know the difference.
Sure, you'll be okay.
Nice night, boss. We ain't got a table left.
Yeah. Oh, see Abby?
In a dressing room, I guess.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Manny.
Hello.
What's on your mind?
Nothing much. There, I see that guy's here again.
Who?
Oh, what's his name? Roderick Dean.
Oh, Rod. I thought... Oh, yes, Rod said he was coming tonight.
Got a friend with him. Fat guy.
Well, that's Sig, I guess.
And that Dean guy's been showing up pretty regular the last couple of months.
Well, that makes him one of your best customers.
Not if he's like his pal, it don't. I don't want to see you get burned again, Abby.
Oh, don't worry. Rod's all right.
Uh-huh. Well, he looks okay.
Of course, it's none of my business, Rod, but just why do you want to marry her?
Very simple. I adore her.
You don't have to marry her to adore her.
I think adoration alone would bore Abby. I couldn't hold her with it, and I've got to hold her. It's important for me, see?
Important? A blues singer in a nightclub?
Oh, you're a snob, that's all. The girl's magnificent. Her vitality is magnificent. After all, who am I? A millionaire's son? Well, what of it? The town's rotten with them. I've been a failure at everything, a complete washout. And don't think I don't know it.
Will the prima donna of the Hotsy-Totsy Club change all that?
Oh, I don't say she will. All I say is it's no concession for me to marry her. She may turn me down flat.
If she turns you down, Rod, then I'm Skippy.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I'm Manny Walsh.
Yes, we met before, I think.
That's right.
This is Harold Sigrift.
How do you do?
How are you? Mr. Dean, I'd like to speak to you a minute. We can go in my office if you want.
No, we can stay here. Sig, didn't you say you had a call to make?
No, not that I remember.
Oh, go on, Sig. Be pleasant.
Do I have to move? Surely, Mr. Walsh, you can talk in front of Baby. You can spell out the big words.
Sorry, it's personal.
Oh, very well. Why was I doomed to live in so giddy an age?
Sit down, Mr. Walsh.
Thanks. I wanted to speak to you about Abby.
Yes?
She means a lot to me, Mr. Dean.
It's a sympathy we share. Cigarette?
Thanks. She'll probably give me blazes if she finds out I talked to you. Better not tell her.
Are you afraid of her?
No, not exactly afraid, except, Abby's the first dame that ever got the best of me.
How?
That's it. I don't know. Nothing she does. Only I feel she knows everything I'm thinking, but that I don't know everything she's thinking.
Is Abby mysterious? I never got that impression.
Maybe not, but she buffaloes me. Funny, too, because we've been pretty good friends. I mean, I've always tried to sort of look after her, you know?
Yes. That's what you're doing now, aren't you?
Huh?
You don't know me very well. We've only met once or twice. You're here to give me the once-over. That's it, isn't it?
Well, if you want to put it that way, yes.
Of course. Very decent of you.
It's just that I wanted to feel sure that she ain't making a mistake.
Well, do I pass?
Yeah, I guess so.
Thanks.
I mean, well, you look all right anyhow. She's coming out for her number. I better beat it. Will you be seeing her later?
I imagine so. She was coming up to my place.
Well, don't say anything about me speaking to you.
I won't.
Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are
All right.
Yes. It seems kind of funny to go up in an elevator 30 flights and then climb 2 more.
It's the curse of living in a penthouse. Here we are. Go ahead. Lights on your left. Well, what do you think of the place?
Gee, it's so high my ears hurt.
You like it?
Swell.
It's empty most of the time. Cigarettes on the table.
Thanks.
Well, sweetheart, what's the answer?
To what?
You know to what.
When I asked you to marry me the other night, you said you wanted a day to think it over.
That's right, I did.
Well, have you thought?
No.
Want another day?
No. I was stringing you.
What?
I knew all the time I'd say yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You mean it, Abby?
Mm-hmm.
Come here. Oh, I can't tell you what it was like waiting.
The delay was just technique.
Oh,
By the way, what did Manny want?
Huh?
Well, I saw him speaking to you at the club.
Oh, well, we just dropped in for a chat.
Now, Manny's no chatter. What did he have to say?
Well, his mission was very generous, really. He wanted to give me the once-over.
Really? Do you think you got by?
Well, I think I passed. But I have a feeling he'll want to speak to me again. In fact, I'm practically certain. Almost as certain as the feeling I have about you.
You know, sometimes I feel you're kidding. The way you talk. Well, not to me alone, but in general.
Well, that's a defense. I have to kid about things.
Why?
Because I'm not sure of them. Or of myself.
I don't get you, Rod. You're young, you're rich, you're attractive. You've got everything in the world.
And yet...
What?
I'm afraid if I say it, it'll sound ridiculous.
Well, what if it does? Go on, say it.
Well, I'm very introspective, I suppose.
What does that mean?
I think about myself.
Well, so do I. All the time. I love it.
Well, that's different. I think of myself in relation to the outside world, to life, and I seem to myself to be so highly unnecessary. I'm surrounded by successful people, all of them much more talented than I am. I've tried art, I've tried writing songs,
Well, what of it? Tin Pan Alley. If you knew the mugs I know who are hits in Tin Pan Alley.
No, that's not the point. The point is that Tin Pan Alley does express them. I'm unemployed spiritually. I'm simply trying to convey to you that you're marrying a failure.
Oh, don't say that, Rod. You'll be a success with me.
I think so, too. But you've got to help me. I've gone from one thing to another. I can't find base. You've got to help me.
Of course I will.
You're everything I'm not, Abby. I love you for it.
Same here.
Look at me. You're beautiful, Abby. Beautiful.
Rod.
What, darling?
I can't do it. I can't go through with it, Rod. I thought I could, but it's no use.
What do you mean?
I can't marry you.
Why not?
Because I've got nothing to offer you. Not a thing.
Well, you must let me be the judge of that.
Well, you see, I'm not in love with you, Rod.
I see. Well, you're fond of me, aren't you?
Yes. You're too good to be true.
I'll take that for a start.
No. It's more than that. It's that I don't want to fall in love again. As far as that sort of thing is concerned, I'm willing to call it a day.
Is it Cass-worthy?
Yes. Well, I got over it all right. Nearly killed me, but I finally did. I thought when you started to call me, well, it seemed so nice, and I didn't know there were men like you. I guess I thought this was a way out for me. Security, independence. That's what I thought. That's the lowdown, Rod. But you're too nice for that. You can do better than that. I advise you to pass it up, Rod.
Do you?
Yes, Rod.
But Worthing, is it over?
Yes.
Really over? Are you sure?
Well, you get to a point where you don't feel anything anymore.
Then I hope you'll never mention it again. I don't see how I could expect you to organize your past as a kind of prelude to my appearance, a kind of prolonged entrance music. If we can organize the future, we'll be doing pretty well.
You mean after what I just said?
Yes, Abby.
Oh, Rod, I'm a failure, too, in a way. We can comfort each other.
Or draw strength from each other. The things I can give you don't really count. But you'll have all my love, Abby. I hope that someday I'll have yours. Well, is it a deal?
Yes. It's a deal.
Act One's Brief Moment, starring Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. During the short intermission, with the assistance of two ladies from our audience here in the Lux Radio Theater, we're going to play a game. It's fun for everybody, so we invite our radio audience to join us. I'm going to mention two words, each of which has more than one meaning. How many meanings can you think of for each of these words?
We'll start with the young lady in the blue dress. Your name, please.
Helen Murphy,
Occupation.
stenographer.
Address.
412 North Camarillo Street, Hollywood.
Can you give us 3 meanings for the word fresh?
Well, fresh, let's see. Fruit is fresh when it isn't canned, and fresh can mean smart alecky, like a boy gets fresh as paint.
Yes, I guess they do sometimes. A 3rd meaning.
Let's see. Fresh can mean sweet and dainty, like...
Like silk things after they're luxed?
Perfect example.
Now for our 2nd contestant. Name, occupation, and address.
Mrs. Anderson. I'm a housewife, and I live in Laurel Canyon, Hollywood.
The word is fade, F-A-D-E. Can you give us 3 meanings for the word fade?
Fade. Let's see. Well, sound can fade away, and fade is a term you use in football, like fade back for a pass.
Did you say your occupation was housewife? Well, can you give us a 3rd meaning for fade?
Why, yes, colors may fade, too. But I find that if they're safe in water, they're safe in Lux.
You're a housewife, all right, and a clever one. One of the many reasons so many women stick to Lux Flakes is that they don't fade colors. This is especially important in the case of underthings, because, of course, fastidious women wash these after each wearing. Lux not only freshens them, leaves them absolutely dainty, but also leaves the color and the fabric new-looking. So always wash underthings with Lux Flakes. And now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Brief Moment, starring Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Nigel Bruce, Louis Calhern, and Paul Harvey. 6 months have gone by, and Abby is married to Roderick Dean. There's little left of the nightclub singer. In her place is a woman, refined and cultured, at least to the casual observer. In a fashionable shop on Fifth Avenue, she sits at a long counter, placing an order for gloves.
I'll take these 2 pairs, please.
Yes, madam.
And the gray. Do you know where to send them?
Yes.
Mrs. Roderick Dean, isn't it?
What, Cass? Well, that'll be all, please.
Yes, madam.
How are you, Cass?
Oh, how are you?
Much better, thanks.
Oh, I was right about the name.
Oh, yes. I've been married for about 6 months now.
Yes, I heard about it. I just got back yesterday. Well, you're looking well, Abby.
Thank you.
Funny my running into you. I was going to give you a ring tonight.
Were you? Well, you saved yourself a nickel.
Could we have some tea?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Cass.
Oh, dinner, perhaps?
No, it's impossible. We're having friends.
Oh.
Oh, not that you aren't.
Thanks.
Well, I've got to run.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, when am I going to see you?
Oh, well, we're having a party a week from Thursday.
Oh, not before then.
Well, of course. Give me a ring, Cass.
All right, I will.
Mrs. Dean.
Yes, Louise?
Mr. Worthing is here.
Oh, well, ask him to come in. Cass? Hello, Cass. You know you weren't due here tonight, you know.
Oh, I always make it a point to be early.
Oh, well, sit down. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Who was that heavily bearded gent I passed on the way in?
Oh, I guess you mean Sergei Voloshin. He's a moving picture director.
Oh, Hollywood?
Yes, and points west. He's Russian.
Yes, I gathered that. What was he doing, tempting you with offers?
Oh, hardly. I met him at a party a few weeks ago. He's very interesting. I asked him to drop up for tea and...
This is like a relay race. Lucky for you, you're married to a nut like Roderick Dean.
I beg your pardon.
Russian movie directors. No sane man would stand for it.
Anything else, Cass?
Yes? Why didn't you show up yesterday?
I told you I couldn't.
But you didn't say why.
Have you forgotten the name is Dean now, Mr. Worthing?
I think I know what's the matter with you, Abby. You've gone lady on me. You were much more amusing in the old days.
I don't believe that. In the old days, as you so fondly called them, you took me very casually. Now I must say you're a little more attentive. Contradictory, isn't it?
Abby, you're bitter.
No, I don't think I am.
You can't forgive me, but I'll make you. And when you have, you'll forget that you ever resented me.
Now you're getting complicated. That's not your style.
Abby, you know I mean more to you than anybody.
Really?
Husband or no husband.
Why?
Because you know what we were to each other.
I hardly remember.
I don't believe you.
It's another life, Cass, dear.
It's the same life, Abby. You're my kind. You're more like me than anybody.
No, Cass. I used to think I was like you. I used to try to be like you. I'm changed now.
What changed you?
You, partly. Roderick Dean, mostly. You see, I'm trying to be like him now.
And you've forgotten me.
Completely.
You're a liar, Abby.
Mr. Worthing?
I know, and you know. It's just the same as it always was.
No, Cass, believe me, it isn't.
Oh, it isn't, eh? Well, I'll show you.
Cass, behave yourself.
Abby.
Behave, do you hear? Let me go. Let me. Cass, will you please?
Hello. Taking wrestling lessons?
Oh, hello, Sig. Come in.
Oh, thanks.
You see, Cass, how absurd it is to try to make love to me here? Completely impractical.
Hello, Cass.
Hello.
Oh, did Rod come with you, sir?
Yes, he...
Hello, Abby.
Hello, darling. Come here. We have a visitor.
Oh, Cass.
Oh, how are you? Excuse me, will you? I was just leaving.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Is this what is known as a situation, Sig?
Well, it was in pre-war days.
He looked a bit upset, didn't he? Too bad. Cass Worthing's one fellow I always envied for his self-sufficiency.
Occasionally he requires cooperation.
Does he?
I'd better explain the meaning of that innuendo, Rod. You see, when Sig came in the room, he saw Worthing kissing me. But he did it without encouragement. It was not cooperative.
It's always better to hear these things from your wife than from your best friends.
I started to say I envy Worthing. And I envied him even without knowing that Abby kissed him.
Well, he kissed Abby.
Thank you, Sig.
Well, what country started the Great War?
Oh, stop chattering, Sig. I envy him because he doesn't worry about anything. Isn't troubled by anything. Never thinks about anything but his own pleasure. I wish I were more like him.
I'm glad you're not.
Are you?
Oh, what time is it?
6:30.
Oh, my goodness, I've got to be thinking about getting dressed.
Yes, I have to, I suppose. What time do we dine?
8 o'clock.
How delightfully European. Well, goodbye until then.
So long, Sig. Come here, Rod. Is there anything wrong?
Not a thing. Why?
Now, don't tell Abby. You haven't even kissed me yet.
Sorry. All right?
Much better. How about you?
Completely cured.
Not completely, I'm afraid. Have I lost my magic?
I adore you.
Really? And I adore you, too, darling.
That's so. Anything else?
Yes, I adore life, I think. I adore sitting here with you so close to me, waiting to dress for dinner. And you know, Rod, I think of all the people doing the same thing. Famous people, too. Dressing to come here to dine in my house with me. I get an awful kick out of it.
Mrs. Newly Rich.
Well, of course. There's nothing in the world so delicious as being a newly rich.
It has its drawbacks.
How?
All these famous people of yours who come here to dine. They're not really famous, you know, except among themselves. If you really want to know the truth, there are a lot of chattering mediocrities.
Rod.
The celebrated Mr. Voloshin, for instance.
Voloshin is your friend, Rod.
He's an acquaintance.
Well, but you invited him here before.
I didn't expect him to become a habit.
Rod, what's the matter with
Nor
you?
Dr. Vick, the big specialist from Vienna, nor Mrs. Lamson, the exponent of the new poetry, nor...
Rod, stop it. If I've invited these people here, it's because I thought it was the thing to do, because I thought you liked it.
Well, I don't.
Well, I'm sorry, but you could tell me about it without giving me a lecture on it.
I didn't mean it like that. Oh, let's not quarrel, Abby. You know, it's like a war. I couldn't survive victory.
Neither could I.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Abby. The one thing in the world I really want is to make you happy. I guess I'm even a failure at that.
No, you're not. I am happy, Rod. Believe me, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Oh, darling, I love you.
And I love you, Abby.
And is it all right now? Really?
Positively.
And you won't be jealous anymore.
Jealous?
Well, that's what this is all about. Oh, I know. But what I told you is true. Worthing kissed me. Do you believe that, Rod?
I told you, Abby. I love you.
Why did you shut the door, Cass?
Because I want to talk to you.
Now, you shouldn't have come here tonight,
Well,
Cass.
everybody else in town did.
And you shouldn't be drinking.
Well, what should I be doing?
You never were a very successful drinker. Liquor brings you out, unfortunately.
Well, I had no idea of coming here at all. This afternoon when I left you, I said to myself, that's that. I called it quits. I could have killed you.
And what made you forgive me?
No, I didn't.
What happened?
Oh, I went round to the club and had a fast workout in the shower. I thought that'd fix me up.
Oh, Cass, do you mean to tell me that I survived a fast workout?
You did?
Oh, I'm flattered. Go on.
Oh, Abby, why don't you chuck this pose and be yourself? I'm mad about you, Abby. Crazy mad. Can't you see that?
That has a familiar ring, Cass.
You don't believe me.
Are you surprised at that? And if I did believe you, it wouldn't make any difference. You're a little late, Cass.
Oh, now, listen, Abby. I was a fool before, but Abby, listen. Give me another chance. I'll make it up to you.
But I don't want you to make it up to me. Can't you understand that, Cass? Now, come on, let's go down and dance.
Wait, you can't turn me down like this.
I'm sorry.
Well, when will I see you?
I don't know.
Will you have lunch with me tomorrow?
Well, call me.
What about late tonight?
It's very difficult.
Well, you can do it if you want to.
How?
For an hour. Well, what's the harm in my taking you out for a little drive in the park?
All right, perhaps.
No. Promise.
All right, Cass.
Well, is it a date?
Yes, now, for pity's sakes, let's go down there and dance.
All right. Hello.
Oh, hello, Manny.
Oh, how are you, Manny? Excuse me, will you?
You having a good time, Manny?
Okay. It's crowded like the Hotsy-Totsy on Saturday night.
Say, you look solemn. What's it all about?
Oh, it's about that sorehead who just went out.
Really? What?
Now, listen, you can't kid me. What's he doing here?
Well, it's a big party. I can't keep him from coming to a big party.
Well, I don't like it. It's bad business, Abby.
No, Manny, it isn't.
Abby.
Trust me.
This Rod is a sweet guy.
No one knows it as well as I do.
Then what are you doing messing around with Worthing? You know what a runaround he gave you in the old days.
I seem to remember something of the sort.
He's one baby you can't fool with. You know that, don't you?
Yes, but I'm better equipped than I used to be. That's why I'm telling you not to worry. Because I'm not worried, Manny. Honest, I'm not.
Enjoying our little party, Sig?
Hardly. I don't believe you are either.
I'm not.
I noticed it. You spent most of your time downstairs glaring in the general direction of the handsome polo player.
Was it that noticeable?
Only to me. You're jealous, aren't you? I can't say that I blame you.
It's strange, though. I have flares of rage, flares of indignation, but they don't last. I can't keep it up. Isn't it awful?
Would you like to assassinate Worthing?
Only momentarily. How does one sustain a hate? I have moments of it when I lose sight of the triviality of this little intrigue, a brief moment of petulance against the whole background of life. And my indignation vanishes. My hate simmers down. That's abnormal, isn't it? To feel like that? What's the matter with me? What can I do?
You can't do anything. You've either got too much sense to be annoyed or too little.
Come on, Worthing.
Oh, what for?
You'll see. Will you gentlemen excuse us?
Certainly.
I won't get up for anybody.
I want to talk to Worthing. That's why I got him up here.
Well, what do you want to talk to me about?
You'll find out.
Come on, Sig, be a gentleman.
Wait a minute now. You don't have to go. Whatever Manny's got to say to me, he can say to me here.
If you weren't so drunk...
Well, what if I am drunk?
Really, Manny, come on now.
He's been saying some foolish things downstairs. Saying them out loud.
Why shouldn't he say foolish things out loud if he wants to?
Oh, don't be so polite, Dean. You know what it's all about.
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, then I'll tell you.
Keep your mouth shut, Worthing.
Well, what is this, a convention?
Abby, come here. I want to tell him. I want him to know.
Well, now, Cass, for heaven's sake.
You don't understand. I don't want to be undercover about this. I want him to know.
Shut your face.
Now, Manny, don't go defending my honor.
Well, you might as well know, Dean. Abby and I were pretty good friends once.
I'm warning you, Worthing.
As a matter of fact, we were a little more than good friends. We were...
Manny, don't...
Oh. Well, he asked for it. He was just aching for it.
Is he dead, Manny?
No such luck. But that kisser of his won't be so handsome in the morning. Get up, Worthing.
You know, Manny, I don't think you should have done that.
Oh, shut up. If you had any backbone, you'd have done it yourself.
Would I?
Are you all right, Cass?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, then will you tell Rod what you just now said is a lie?
Well, what's the difference? We've got a date tonight, haven't we?
A date? Oh, Cass.
Well, you said you'd meet me. You promised. I'll be waiting for you.
I think you'd better leave, Cass.
Well, I'll be waiting at my place. You can call me there.
And still the party goes on.
Guess I'll go down and see he gets out all right. Night, Abby.
Good night. Well, except for a few minor mishaps, it's a very successful party, isn't it?
Too successful. It's worn me out.
Oh, don't go yet, Sig. Come on, let's chat.
Oh, thanks, my dear, but I'm getting a bit sleepy.
Well, then I'll go downstairs with you, Sig. They'll all be leaving pretty soon. Well, it's all over, thank heaven. I've just beated the last guest. Tired, Rod?
A little.
Let's get some sleep, shall we?
What about your engagement?
Engagement?
With Cass Worthing.
Oh, that.
You said you'd promised.
Well, I did. It was the only way I knew how to get rid of him. You know, Cass is a little difficult at times.
Oh, why don't you keep your engagement?
Well, I told you I never meant to.
Well, this is nothing then but an exercise in diplomacy?
That's all.
You don't suspect any other motive?
What do you mean?
I mean you're still in love with him.
I'm not.
You are. If you weren't, you wouldn't bother trying to let me down easy.
Rod, what are you trying to do? You're making something out of nothing. I treated the whole thing as a joke because it was the only way I knew I could show him how little he meant to me.
I appreciate your trying to spare my feelings. Well, you needn't. Perhaps I'm less sensitive than you think.
Rod, why do you torture yourself?
I don't see it as self-torture. At the moment, it's a rather righteous indignation.
Righteous?
In spite of your pleas of innocence, the facts seem to disprove you. You were in love with him once and he threw you down. Your kindly treatment at this time seems a bit unwarranted. Perhaps I should disregard what I see. Perhaps I should pass it off as meaningless, trivial. Well, I can't do it.
You can't do it. You can't do it because you can't see anything except from your own limited viewpoint.
I told you I was a failure a long time ago.
And I told you about Cass Worthing.
And you admit you're still in love with him.
I admit nothing. Now, why do you twist my words? Am I on trial?
Our marriage is on trial. Everything we were to be to each other is on trial. I remember hoping that you'd give me your love.
You mean I haven't?
I mean you haven't.
Do you believe that? Do you really believe that?
I do.
All right, then. What have you done to deserve it? Just what have you done to deserve it? It takes faith to earn love, and you've no more faith in me than you have in yourself. You take everything out in talk. If you had any backbone, when Cass said what he did, you laid him out yourself.
Well, you see, I'm cold. I'm heartless. I'm not the emotional type like Manny or yourself. I don't lay people out. I don't think it solves any problems.
Oh, I'm sick and tired of hearing about your problems. What are you, anyway? What do you stand for? It's like living with a hypochondriac telling you about his ailments all the time. The truth is, you're ineffectual, and you take it out on me because I'm not.
Of course I'm ineffectual. I'm lacking in all the combative instincts. I told you that from the first. But Cass Worthing meets your requirements, doesn't he? Why don't you go to him?
Rod, if you say that again, I will.
Go on, why don't you? He's waiting.
Do you mean that?
I never meant anything so much in my life.
You'll let me go?
I urge you.
Very well. I will. And that will be that.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pausing between the scenes of Brief Moment, our trip to Backstage Hollywood finds us face to face with Jimmy Starr, the Hollywood columnist for the Los Angeles Herald-Express and other papers. Last fall, Jimmy introduced the novelty of telling film news on this program by means of sound effects. And tonight he has some really unique data on Hollywood. In one fell swoop, he's uncovered the eccentricities of the stars as revealed at the Motor Registration Bureau, where all Hollywood went to secure its automobile license plates for 1938.
That's right, Mr. DeMille.
Now about these findings, Jimmy. I presume you consulted Mr. R.C. Brewer, manager of the Hollywood office of the Department of Motor Vehicles, whose collection of signatures on registration cards is the envy of every autograph hunter.
I did, and it is. After looking at the card signed by Joan Crawford, I learned she wanted to have the letter C on her license plates surrounded by sevens. Jack Oakey wants number 54, because 54 is the number of films in which he's appeared. Cary Grant wants his street address on his license plate so that it reads backwards or from left to right.
Possibly so he can send the car home by itself.
Car owners frequently return plates for exchange if they find the numbers add up to 13. On the other hand, there's Lily Pons, who really wants 13. And George Burns wanted a number under 3 for Gracie Allen.
So she wouldn't strain our memory, eh? Tell me, have you any new news sound effects for us?
Yes, I have. See if you can figure this one out.
I give up.
Well, that's Bing Crosby's new baby getting his first crooning lesson. Now this.
Sounds like a limb breaking from a tree.
You're getting hot. It's really Charlie McCarthy taking a wrestling lesson. See if you can interpret this one.
That's your version of an exciting newsreel condensed into 5 seconds.
Oh, no. That's just a certain wardrobe director in town sending forth his troop of errand boys.
So why all the confusion? You'll give people the wrong idea.
Well, that wardrobe director's in a spot. He really has 200 costumes to freshen up for the next day's shooting, and gosh...
Go on.
And he's all out of Lux Flakes.
Oh, that's different.
And so are Lux Flakes different, Mr. DeMille. If the opinions of the leading studios in Hollywood mean anything, and believe me, they do, Lux is tops all over town.
Proceed, Mr. Starr. Any more?
Yes, here's another.
That's a strange sound for California, but I've got it. A radiator letting off steam.
Another zero. That's Ben Burney saying hello to Walter Winchell.
Well, from now on, you'd better tell your news in English, if you have any left.
Of course. Here are 4 snappy snoops. Filmed in Flash number 1. D.W. Griffith, who has announced plans of remaking his greatest film, The Birth of a Nation. But there's a big hitch in the idea. No one can find an original script of the opus, and that's causing a long delay. Number 2. A new all-time record for climbing walls took place at the Warner Brothers studio when a bull became infuriated on the Cowboy from Brooklyn set, broke loose and proceeded to scatter stars and crew in all directions. Dick Powell, Pat O'Brien, Dick Ferran broke all speed records, it is claimed. Director Lloyd Bacon's flaming shirt was the cause of the bull's sudden outburst. Item number 3. For several weeks, Betty Davis has been awaiting some of California's unusual weather. In fact, Betty wanted a heavy downpour of rain. The small cloudburst arrived last Friday. Betty called the moving vans, moved into her new home at the height of the rainstorm. Sounds a bit peculiar, but Betty believes that the rain brings her luck. She got her first stage engagement, her first break at Universal, and met her husband, Harmon O. Nelson, each during a rainstorm. News note number 4. Shirley Temple's new musical, Little Miss Broadway, was delayed this morning while the tiny star, with tears streaming down her cheeks, conducted a burial service over 6 of her pet bunny rabbits, drowned in a rainstorm last night. But true to the tradition of the theater, the show must go on. Shirley dried her tears and with a heavy heart returned to work this afternoon. As a climax, I'd like to tell one last item about the auto licenses. A certain star, I'd rather not mention his name, returned his plates, stating that he couldn't use them on his car. When questioned, he stated that he believed in astrology and that the numbers on his plates didn't vibrate properly. He was asked what kind of a car he drove, and he replied that it was a 1929 model of a popular make. That ought to vibrate enough for you, replied the attendant. And I think I've vibrated enough myself. So long, Mr. DeMille.
Starlight. We want to start to here tonight, so thank you, Jimmy. Back to our play, Brief Moment, with Ginger Rogers, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and our all-star cast. It's the following day. In a hotel dining room, Abby is having lunch with Manny Walsh, telling him of her quarrel with Rod. She pauses for a moment, biting her lip.
Well, go on.
So I left him, Manny. I had to after that. For my own self-respect, I had to. And then I called you.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Abby. You shouldn't have walked out on him.
But he told me to.
Sure he did, because he couldn't see straight. He was too sore.
I don't believe that. Well, why didn't he get sore when Cass said what he did?
I don't know. Maybe he was. You can't tell, Abby. Some guys are just, well, they're built that way, that's all.
No. He just doesn't care, Manny. I don't seem to have much luck, do I? I'm practically left at the church by someone I think I love. And the man I know I love, well...
You ought to call him.
Oh, I can't, Manny. I can't. He's got to call me.
And if he don't?
I don't know, Manny. I don't know.
you mind telling me why?
Why what?
Why all the plans for departure? From the looks of the place I came in, I should say that you were leaving shortly.
I am. Practically all packed.
Where are you going?
Europe.
Oh, that's nice. Very broadening, they tell me. Why?
Would you like 3 guesses, Sig?
Couldn't have anything to do with Abby, I suppose. I hear that she's going to marry Cass Worthing.
You know all the gossip, don't you?
I read the columns. They've been carrying for the last 3 weeks. I still don't see how your going to Europe solves anything.
If I told you why, you'd probably think I was crazy.
How do you know I don't think so, anyway?
Sig, I'm going to make an experiment.
What, again?
Yes, again.
Well?
I figured it all out the last 2 weeks. I'm sick of life. Heartily sick of it. Because it isn't my life at all. It's a carbon copy of hundreds of other parasitic lives around me. I want to discover my place in the world.
How are you going to do it?
Well, as a necessary first step, a stimulus to future endeavor, I've given up all my money.
You've done what?
I've left myself barely enough to live on. Not too comfortable at that.
Who did you give the money to?
Well, that was amusing. Having decided to give away this considerable fortune, I found that I wasn't equipped even to be generous. I finally had to give it to a group of specialists who'll decide what to do with it. It was my first contact with the contemporary world.
A group of specialists? Well.
I expect people will say I'm eccentric.
To put it mildly, yes. And now what?
Now I'm free. Maybe I've been wrong, Sig. Maybe you've got to fight for things in order to appreciate them. Well, now I can. And maybe the joy isn't in the having at all. Maybe it's just in the fighting. I'm going to find out.
I assume that you've chosen a starting point.
Yes, I have.
Just a minute.
Hello, Worthing.
Well, Dean, what do you want here?
Worthing, a few weeks ago you said something I didn't like. I want you to tell me now it was a lie.
Do you? Well, I'm afraid I can't.
Then I'm sorry for you.
Oh.
Hello, Sig.
Yeah?
This is Abby.
Oh, hello.
Have you seen the papers, Sig?
Yes?
Did he really do it? Did Rod really do it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I can hardly believe it. It doesn't sound like him at all.
Oh, he's changed. You wouldn't know him.
Who is it? Shh. Who is it?
Reporter. Hello?
Oh, Sig, I want to see you.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to talk to you.
When?
Anytime. Maybe tonight at dinner.
Very well.
At 7, the Plaza Circle.
Very well. Goodbye.
Bye.
Who was that?
I told you, reporters. They've been trying to get you at your place, so no answer, so they called here. They wanted your picture.
You should have given it to them.
Do you mean to tell me that you're proud of your ruffian tactics?
I guess I am a little. If any bird ever deserved it, he was it.
Rod.
What?
You have become a muscle man. You ought to have someone to look after you now.
Thanks.
No telling what a little success in that line can do to a person.
I'll look after myself for a while.
When are you sailing?
9 o'clock.
You're absolutely set on it?
Yes.
What about dinner tonight? A sort of farewell party, just you and I.
If you want.
Good. Shall we say the Plaza Circle at 7?
This way, monsieur. A table for 3, you said?
That's right, Pierre.
3? Sig, what's the idea?
Well, here we all are. Good evening, Abby.
Oh, Sig, why did you do it?
If you'll excuse me, my children, I've got a very important telephone to make. Can I leave you alone for a minute?
I suppose you know this isn't my idea.
I hope you don't think it was mine.
I'm glad in a way. I probably would have called you this evening.
Really?
I just wanted to thank you. You've changed me, Abby.
Yes, I read something about it in the papers.
Oh, it's deeper than that. I'm a new man, Abby, free of the past, free for the future. I've given up all my money. I suppose you've heard that.
No, I hadn't. Does it matter?
Well, it does to me. I have a new outlook on things, a brand new perspective. I'm not even sorry that things turned out as they did. We've never been happy together, not really. Because I was trying to draw strength from you, Abby, and you can't do that. It's got to come from inside. Well, I think I have that strength now. I think I can be happy. And I'm so grateful to you, Abby. I hope that you'll be happy, too. Is it funny?
Yes, very. When I first heard of your going to Cass's place, I thought there was a reason behind it. I thought maybe you wanted to prove to me that you did think enough of me to defend my name. Now I find out you did it all for your own amusement. To prove to yourself that you were really a man.
I had to. The night we parted, you said things to me. You said weakling, hypochondriac, ineffectual. Those things rang in my ears. I'll never forget what you said to me that night.
And I'll never forget what you said to me that night. You weren't interested. You sent me to Cass.
And you went, didn't you? You went.
No, I didn't. You told me to go, but I didn't.
What?
No, not to Cass. I went to a hotel. Manny knew where. I told him not to tell you until you asked for me. And I waited for you to call a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You didn't call. I said, this isn't control. This is anemia. Oh, Rod, don't you see? I can't spend the rest
Oh,
of
Abby. Oh, what a fool I was. What a fool I am. What a jealous, overbearing fool. Oh, forgive me, Abby.
You say you've changed. All right, then. Do you have faith in me now? Do you believe me when I tell you that you've always had my love? That you've had it ever since we were married? That I never did love Cass Worthing? That I haven't even thought of him? Have you that faith?
Yes, Abby. I do believe you. And deep down, I suppose I always have believed you. I'm sorry. And I love you, Abby. I love you.
Oh, Rod.
Hello, I'm not in the way, am I?
Oh, Sig. Do you know what's just happened?
I think I can guess. You better hurry, Rod. The boat sails in about 10 minutes.
The boat? What boat?
Rod's going to Europe, Abby. Best thing in the world for him. I tried to talk him out of it, but I can see that he's right.
I saw it as a chance to fight alone, Abby, away from everything.
And everybody?
Oh, not everybody. I'm going with him.
What?
I just bought a ticket. Come along. We'll be late.
Wait, Abby. Abby, if only you'd be able...
No, you'd better go, Rod. Maybe it is the best thing. If it's going to be good for you, I want you to take it. Goodbye, Rod.
Oh, of course it's the best way. Somebody's got to take care of him.
Will you please shut up?
What?
Stop trying to order my life for me. I know what I'm doing.
You mean you're not going to Europe?
I am going to Europe, and Abby's going with me.
Oh, Rod, I love you.
Give me that ticket you bought for yourself.
No, look here.
Come on, give it to me.
I was looking forward to this trip. Now get away from me.
We'll write you about it.
I've got it, Abby. Come on.
You can't do this to me. That's my ticket.
Oh, it's mine now, Sig. Goodbye, ticket.
It's robbery.
So long, Sig.
You can't do this to me. To me, your very best friend. You ought to be ashamed. Pierre.
Dinner for 3, sir?
No, just one. Oh, Pierre.
Eh?
You know, I thought just now for a moment that I was stuck with a ticket for Europe.
Our brief moment is gone. Melville Ruick has something to say on behalf of our sponsors, and then Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. will take a curtain call. Mr. Ruick.
Here it is, a fact that may amaze even those who are experts on the subject, the housewives of our audience. It is estimated that the average woman who keeps house for her family spends 546 hours a year washing dishes. That's nearly 23 entire days of 24 hours each, or more than 3 solid weeks without a second off duty. Imagine what all those hours can do to your hands if you slip into the mistake of doing dishes with ordinary harsh soaps. You wouldn't wash your hands with a laundry soap, yet that takes but a minute, while your hands are in the dishpan for hours. Why not guard their beauty while you're doing the dishes? Simply use Lux Flakes. Lux doesn't dry out the oils of the skin, doesn't leave your hands with that rough, sandpapery feeling, that red dishpan look. It keeps them white and lovely. It's inexpensive, too. Buy the economical big box. For beauty's sake, always wash your dishes with Lux Flakes. Now, Mr. DeMille.
And now the pair who made a very happy hour of a brief moment, Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks. It's the customary thing when a play is over to retire to some inviting rendezvous for a cup of tea and a dance or two. Suppose, Miss Rogers, we put down our tea and kick the big apple around?
It's splendid, but I couldn't think of making Mr. Fairbanks a wallflower.
Oh, Miss Rogers, let me assure you that the sight of Mr. DeMille doing the Big Apple will be well worth the price of solitude.
Fighting words, Mr. Fairbanks. Fighting words. I'll have you know that.
Please, gentlemen. Why, the last time you were here, Doug, I heard Mr. DeMille say that he's known you and watched you ever since you were a little blossoming sprig on the Fairbanks family tree.
Yeah.
I'll have no part in anything that might shatter such a long friendship.
What'll we do? Sit down, hold hands?
Seance, eh? Well, Miss Rogers, may I have this chance?
Keep that up, Mr. F., and we will be calling for spirits of ammonia.
I'll be calling for my car.
Where are you going, Mr. DeMille?
Paradise.
Oh.
Hey, what goes on here in here? You both are talking like a couple of fugitives from a heavenly choir.
Paradise is the name of Mr. DeMille's ranch. If you keep quiet, he's liable to invite us there.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, it sounds like the chorus from the last roundup to me.
You won't be lonesome up there, will you, Mr. DeMille?
No, I have the peacocks and the deer.
Well, I play the piano a bit. I know a few stories, and I'm a pretty good listener.
Well, the peacocks and the deer are very nice.
Wait a moment. I'll invite you both to my house instead. Douglas and I will have tea, and for you, Mr. DeMille, well, for you, we'll have a nice bowl of Lux Flakes.
Don't forget the cream ginger. They're really delicious.
And every time you open your mouth to speak, there won't be words, there'll just be bubbles.
Like Dopey and Snow White.
And he's doing all right for himself, too.
You know, gentlemen, we certainly can talk without saying anything.
Ain't it the truth?
If there's something really important on your mind, Ginger, why, just speak right up. Say it.
Well, here it is. I want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I've had a grand time here tonight, and I hope we'll all meet again soon in front of this very same microphone. Good night.
Good night, CB, and mind your P's and Susie Q's.
Oh.